coiling for the strike. A cold smile touched his lips. Do you really think we're as gullible as the poor bastard you just absorbed? With that, he hurled his blade with explosive force. Go to hell. The blade tore through the air, screaming as it pierced straight through Yunxing's chest. Sun Yi's eyes bulged in disbelief. Yunxing was just as shocked. He stared down at the gaping wound in his chest, confusion clouding his face. My body. It won't disperse? Seeing their opening, Tianchen and Sun Yi launched themselves into the air. Use your lightning! Tianchen roared midair. Lock him down! On it! Yunxing was still fixated on the blade embedded in his chest. Why? Why can't I phase through this? Then, realization hit him. No. It's the weapon. It's devouring my energy, slowing down my dispersion. Tianchen reached him, gripping the hilt of his blade. With zero mercy, he delivered a savage punch straight to the monster's face. The impact was devastating. Yunxing couldn't defend himself and was smashed down into the water below. Sun Yi seized the moment. Channeling a massive surge of lightning, he dove towards the surface. He blasted his energy directly into the water, using it as a conductor. The high-voltage current surged through the depths, the power so intense it made the entire surface of the water boil and explode. Meanwhile, although Yunxing used a shield to block, it couldn't stop the electric current. In pain, it spat out 2 blue orbs. I gave you a way to live, but you brought this upon yourselves. Tianchen was stunned seeing this move. The 2 blue orbs flew off quickly, skimming past the shockwaves below. Realizing the danger, he immediately sprinted away. From above, the 2 orbs continuously fired energy beams straight down. Luckily, the 2 of them escaped the attack zone, while energy beams rained down relentlessly behind them. The attack didn't stop there. It became increasingly violent, leveling the rocks and ground outside. Sun Yi then asked, Kid, why did you suddenly attack it just now? Tianchen explained, because he was stalling for time. There's no way he would rush into a deep sleep while the enemy is still here. Let alone openly telling us about it. Wasn't he afraid we'd ambush him? He looked at the monster, which was still attacking ceaselessly, and offered a theory. We've already escaped its attack range, yet it keeps unleashing attacks. It's acting like it's protecting something, preventing us from getting inside. Hearing this, the captain wondered, protecting? Is there anything in this cave worth protecting? Tianchen fell silent thinking about this. Suddenly, both of them realized its intention and said in unison, the crystal ore. Sun Yi understood immediately and continued, could it be? It wants to use the crystal ore to evolve again? But how do we stop it? The attacks inside are continuous and high intensity. Even if we know it's guarding the crystal ore, we can't get in. Tianchen voiced his thought. I have a hypothesis. If I bet on it being right, we might have a chance to kill it, but I need your help. He looked straight at the man and asked directly, can you endure the attacks for 10 seconds? Can you actually pull this off? He stares blankly, hesitating at the question. 10 seconds pass before Zuo Tianchen finally bothers to explain. Those energy shields it's compressing are razor sharp. They're strong enough to slice right through your skin hell, even your bones. Your only shot is to use your lightning ability to resist. Slip up even a little, and you'll be nothing but crushed meat and broken bones. Sun Yi knows it's a suicide mission, but memories of his past sins come flooding back to him. He clenches his fists and speaks up. Did you really come here just for the meteorite shard? His gaze hardens as he presses for an answer. I still don't get exactly what you're planning. But I can tell. You've bet your entire life on this gamble, haven't you? Is all this really just for that meteorite fragment? You'd actually throw your life away for a single piece of stone? Tianchen didn't hesitate. Aren't you the same? Or did you come all this way just to stretch your legs? Just to atone for your sins? The old man had been seen through. He closed his eyes in silence, unable to offer a single word of defense. Tianchen gripped his weapon tight, hyping himself up. Meanwhile, that stupid parasite inside thought it could read human hearts. In reality, it didn't know a damn thing. Today, I'm going to show that piece of trash what a real freaking surprise looks like. With that, he slashed forward with everything he had. A massive blade aura ripped through the air, heading straight for Yunxing. The move slammed into the creature's shield. In an instant, the strike pierced its defenses, knocking the beast down and halting its attack cold. Watching this raw power, Sun Yi couldn't help but gasp in awe. So strong. It sent the cave's energy into total chaos. It even punched right through the barrier that thing put up. Tianchen turned to him and roared, 10 seconds. Wasting no time, Sun Yi immediately took his stance and charged in close. His strike landed instantly, hitting with enough force to pierce right through the creature's body. Even after taking that hit, Yunxing arrogantly threatened them. A completely meaningless gesture. This lightning can hold me for 2 seconds at most. After that, death is coming for you both. But the next words made its eyes widen in shock. 2 seconds is plenty of time. Yunxing immediately spun around to look behind. It spotted Tianchen standing there like a statue. Yunxing's gaze locked onto the boy's blade. It was sucking up the energy from the crystal ore. Panic set in, and it screamed, "What are you doing? Stop it right now." Seeing the moment had come, Tianchen signaled Sun Yi, "Do it now." Sun Yi focused his lightning energy and dove straight down, beginning his countdown. 10. He dragged the beast down into the river with him, using the water to amplify his lightning. But Yunxing wasn't going to just sit there and take it. "If you want to die, I'll grant your wish." Sun Yi ignored the blows tearing into his flesh and kept counting. 9, 8, 7, 6. Shocked, the creature gasped. "You're not dodging?" He didn't answer. His consciousness was fading, but his eyes remained steely. I promised him, "Hold for 10 seconds. I owe this to my fallen brothers, and to everyone trapped in this cave. It's my fault, and as their captain, it's my duty to fix it. Even if I die today, I'm taking you with me." Yunxing refused to give up, roaring back, "Keep dreaming. Your plan will never work." Instantly, it launched a massive blast of energy, knocking Sun Yi away. The blow was so powerful it blasted him right out of the water. Sun Yi's body skidded backward, completely drained of strength. Yunxing flew up, mocking him. "Look at you. Let's see how you stop me now." It unleashed a barrage of attacks. Sun Yi, covered in wounds and unable to defend himself, just mumbled, 10 seconds. That should be it. Suddenly, a blade flashed through the air, intercepting every single attack. Tianchen gripped his saber, surging with overwhelming energy. He turned his head. Exactly 10 seconds. Looks like our bet paid off. Yunxing's eyes almost popped out of its head. No, impossible. Feeling Tianchen's power skyrocketing, the creature shouted in disbelief, "The suppression. It's gone?" Witnessing Tianchen's explosive aura, Yunxing realized the truth. The environmental debuff was completely nullified. It yelled, still in denial, "No human can escape the suppression of this island. How did you do it?" Tianchen didn't hesitate to reveal the secret. "You're a symbiotic cell. Your evolution relies entirely on the energy that meteorite fragment gives you." He winked, a smug look on his face. "And your ability is manipulating wild energy. Basically, your strength depends on how much of that chaotic power you can control. And that wild energy, it all comes from these crystal ores, doesn't it? I'm guessing you use that energy to trap those green-skinned guys down in the cave. Mostly because they absorbed a ton of crystal ore. You didn't want them taking that energy away, so you locked them up. You planned to drain them dry to fight that octopus, and then finish them off." Tianchen unleashed the energy in his blade. "If you hadn't been in such a rush to chase us off, I might have missed your little ore protection scheme. You weren't afraid of being exposed, because you were so confident that while I was suppressed, I couldn't stop you. But you never expected I had a weapon like this." Hearing this, Yunxing suddenly catches on. "So, your weapon can release a domain?" Zuo Tianchen smirks at the creature's realization. "Guess you're not a total idiot." With nothing left to hide, Zuo Tianchen spills the secret. "First, I used the meteor blade to devour the wild energy in the crystal ores. Then, using the blade's energy domain, I released a small-scale burst of my own wild energy. That way, your suppression field is useless against me. Sure, it burns through a ton of power, but those crystals I just drained make for perfect batteries." Hearing this, the creature gathers its energy, ready to strike. "Human. Looks like I underestimated you pests a little too much." Zuo Tianchen hears the arrogance and retorts, "You sure it's only a little?" Yunxing freezes, stunned by the audacity. Zuo Tianchen flashes a victorious grin. "You know why I was spouting all that nonsense with you just now?" Without hesitation, he unleashes a massive blade beam straight at it, his voice low and dangerous. "Because I wanted to let you taste this." A colossal surge of energy roars forward, tearing through the air, straight toward Yunxing. Caught off guard by the sudden, overwhelming power, the creature can't react in time. The energy swallows it whole, until Yunxing's silhouette vanishes completely. An earth-shattering explosion follows, sending terrifying shockwaves rippling out in all directions. Despite his heavy injuries, Sun Yi forces himself to keep watching the battle. He gasps in awe. Incredible. Is this his true power? One slash just obliterated that infected body. Seeing him space out, Zuo Tianchen snaps at him. Don't lose focus. It's not that easy to kill. The real fight is just starting. Just as the words leave his mouth, Sun Yi notices something wrong. Yunxing isn't dead. It has reformed into its original shape. That devastating attack didn't leave a single scratch. Zuo Tianchen explains calmly. Physical attacks don't work on symbiotic cells. I swung my blade multiple times, but it only destroyed the body it constructed. He drops into a stance, ready to charge. To kill it, I have to use spiritual force to rip that meteorite shard right out of its body. Behind him, Sun Yi drags his battered body up. Do you need my help? Zuo Tianchen dashes forward, shouting back, just keep yourself alive. He closes the distance in an instant. Yunxing is startled but manages to dodge Zuo Tianchen's outstretched hand just in time. Escaping the grab, Yunxing immediately launches a counterattack straight at him. Zuo Tianchen is forced to recoil to dodge the blow. Seeing the creature's control, he remarks, using energy to shield against shockwaves. Seems you've mastered that trick. Yunxing drops the arrogance. Human, you are the first opponent I've ever had to use my full power against. Even if it slows down my evolution, I will kill you right here. Rapidly releases its energy, firing beam after beam of blinding light down from above. No longer suppressed, Zuo Tianchen confidently uses his body to block the incoming attacks. Watching from the sidelines, Sun Yi is floored. He's blocking those attacks with just his reinforced armor, but Yunxing is even more shocked. It refuses to believe what's happening right before its eyes. I suppressed all protective energy to the limit. How can he block it with just armor? Has this human's total power completely surpassed mine? Yunxing refuses to accept defeat. It sucks more energy from the crystal ores. Power surging. It snarls. If that's how it is, then take this. Instantly, a violent vortex of energy spirals straight toward Zuo Tianchen. The pressure alone makes Sun Yi scream in terror. But Zuo Tianchen doesn't flinch. He takes a step forward, straight into the eye of the storm. His meteor blade glowing a blazing red. Sun Yi stares, his mind unable to comprehend the boy's strength. Zuo Tianchen walks forward calmly, letting the energy tornado tear around him as he advances. Fear finally creeps into Yunxing's eyes. I used everything I had, and he's not only unhurt, he's coming closer. What kind of power does this human actually possess? Tianchen bursts from the whirlwind, unharmed. The creature instantly realizes its mistake. It's a domain, a field specifically designed to dampen the impact of any incoming attack. Having completely evaded the blast, Tianchen scoffs. Sharp reflexes. You actually noticed. My domain cuts the power of any attack aimed at me by exactly 50%. Your strike wasn't weak, but after the reduction, my armor tanked the rest without a single scratch. He strides forward, the energy of his domain expanding outward. Of course, I never expected this alone would be enough to finish you off. Yunxing realizes, too late it's trapped. Damn it. His domain is expanding. I need to get out of range, now. But before it can move, Tianchen blurs into existence right in its face. Think you can outrun me? System analysis, Zuo Tianchen's domain effect. Within the energy field, all incoming damage is reduced by half. User's speed, strength, and ability power are doubled. Yunxing's arrogance shatters, completely overwhelmed by his crushing aura. Desperate, it shrieks, "You lunatic! Are you trying to destroy the meteorite fragment too?" Ignoring its cries, Tianchen swings. Like a batter hitting a home run, he lands a devastating blow that sends the creature flying. Yunxing is helpless, hurled backward with such force that it bounces off the invisible barrier. Tianchen lunges, snatching it out of the air. Ripped from the meteorite, Yunxing still tries to act tough. "Human, give me back the fragment, or I swear, I'll make you pay." Tianchen scoffs coldly, "As if you'd let me live even if I did." The creature freezes, silenced by his blunt logic. Channeling his energy into his grip, Tianchen glares. "Now, I'm going to drag your true form out of there, piece by piece." He squeezes mercilessly, forcing the entity inside to scream in pure agony. One hand isn't enough. Tianchen clamps down with both, crushing the casing. Yunxing shrieks, its essence writhing in unbearable pain. Human, stop it, it wails. Watching from behind, Sun Yi cheers, seeing victory. He did it. It worked. But Tianchen is drenched in sweat, his focus intense. Quiet! This thing is stubborn. I have to pour everything I have into separating it. One slip-up, one distraction, and all this effort goes to waste. He channels a surge of power, gritting out an order. Watch my back. Do not let anything disturb me. Got it. Sensing his intent, Yunxing's voice echoes inside his head, dripping with mockery. Human? You think your pathetic mental strength can drag me out? It'll take you 3 days of torture just to try. Can you even last that long? Tianchen knows the creature is trying to break his focus. He replies coldly, save your trash talk. 3 days, 3 years, I don't give a damn. I'll outlast you until you're dead and gone. He tightens his grip on the meteorite fragment, crushing it in his palm. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, a devastating attack is unleashed. It's Luo Lan. She locks in combat with the beast, delivering a fatal blow before instantly dashing away. Touching down behind them, sweat glistening on her brow, she doesn't waste a second. What's the status? Gao Fei and the other two step forward to report. We're out of options. These damn things are way tougher than before. It took everything we had just to bring one down, and they regenerate almost instantly. If you hadn't held off 3 of them by yourself, we wouldn't have lasted a minute. Hearing the praise, Lan Sha shakes her head and clarifies the situation. It's the island's suppression field. It's too strong. My constitution just happens to resist it better, allowing me to unleash nearly my full Tier 4 power. Ruo Xuan, sitting nearby and tending to her wounds, chimes in. This is the 5th time we've put them down, right? She doesn't wait for confirmation before standing up. Based on the last few clashes, these monsters take roughly 2 minutes to fully regenerate after being incapacitated. If we can control the tempo perfectly in the next round, we can spare 1 person to go down and assist Zuo Tianchen. Luo Lan nods, agreeing with the plan. With your strength being so high, the rest of us can play support and keep these things occupied. That means Big Sister Xuan Xuan can go down and join the fight. Ruo Xuan turns away, shooting the idea down immediately. No. The best person to help Zuo Tianchen right now isn't me. She locks eyes with Luo Lan. It's you, Luo Lan. Luo Lan blinks, stunned. Me? Ruo Xuan steps forward to explain. Exactly. You're the one capable of unleashing the greatest combat power among us. That's why you have to go. Luo Lan responds, voice laced with worry. But, what will you guys do without me? Ruo Xuan lays out the logic. Zuo Tianchen is fighting down below, and it's definitely more dangerous there. That's exactly why I need to stay here, to calculate the precise regeneration cycles of these monsters. I need to master the rhythm of this battlefield. Only someone with my mental type abilities can handle that responsibility. Hearing this, Luo Lan doesn't hesitate for another second. She spins around. Got it. Xiaobai, take me down to the cave. But Ruo Xuan grabs her arm, stopping her. Not yet. She turns to Lan Sha with urgent instructions. When those monsters get back up, buy me 3 minutes. I need to take Luo Lan somewhere. Understood. The two quickly move to a secluded spot. It turns out Ruo Xuan has led Luo Lan straight to where Zhou Yi is being held captive. Arriving at the scene, Luo Lan instantly realizes the plan. She stammers, eyes wide. You want me to absorb him? Ruo Xuan didn't deny it. Instead, she confirmed it cold. That's right. If you absorb him, your power will skyrocket. Only then will you be strong enough to survive down in that cave. Luo Lan was still panicked. But, this is human flesh. Ruo Xuan stepped closer to check the body, her voice sharp. He isn't human anymore. And have you forgotten everything he did before? If you hadn't met us, he would have devoured you by now. I know, but I still can't do it. Luo Lan clenched her fists, her face twisted in grief. Ever since I turned into this, I've fought every single urge. I don't want to eat people. I won't let the bloodlust control me. That includes the reason I came to this island. I just wanted to get away from humans. I really can't do this. Seeing she wasn't getting through, Ruo Xuan switched tactics. You really like Zuo Tianchen, don't you? The question caught Luo Lan off guard. Ruo Xuan didn't care that she was technically Tianchen's girlfriend. She pressed the issue. Do you like him? Actually, it's safe to say you love him. Don't lie. I don't. I was just afraid it would be awkward. You came to this island to hide from humans, sure, but the real reason was to stop him from finding you, wasn't it? Ruoshuan saw she was still lying to herself and pushed harder. Look, we're both women. Women know women. You might be able to fool yourself, but you can't fool me. The way you look at him gave it all away. Luo Lan, thinking she was being scolded for having feelings, frantically tried to explain. Xuan, you've got it wrong. He saved my life. I'm grateful to him, I do love him. But I would never try to take him away from you. Really, you have to believe me. Ruo Xuan realized the misunderstanding and shook her head. You've got it wrong. I'm not here to mark my territory. I just want to tell you something. I love him too. And for him, I am willing to sacrifice absolutely everything. If I had to make the choice today whether it's eating a human or wiping out this entire island, I wouldn't hesitate for a second. With that, she ripped the sealing knife out of the captive. Ruo Xuan turned to leave, but dropped a final warning. That thing will wake up soon. Whether you use him to evolve or not, that's entirely up to you. Luo Lan stood frozen, paralyzed by the decision, unable to move a muscle. Meanwhile, back inside the cave, 1 hour earlier, Tianchen was still struggling, using his mental force to try and expel the meteor entity. His face was drenched in sweat, unable to hide his exhaustion. Sun Yi stood guard behind him, afraid to interrupt, but his thoughts were racing. It's been so long. Is he still not finished? Is it really going to take 3 days like that thing said? If it actually takes 3 days, can Zuo Tianchen even survive that long? Suddenly, the energy shifted. Tianchen's eyes snapped open. Sun Yi, thinking it was over, shouted in excitement. You did it! It worked! But the meteorite fragment in Tianchen's hand suddenly erupted with powerful electricity. Tianchen couldn't withstand the surge and immediately hurled the object away. The meteorite fragment skidded across the ground, still crackling with lightning. It was being controlled again. Tianchen stared at his numb hand, confused. Lightning? Since when does this bastard have that ability? Sun Yi watched from the side, stammering in shock. That's impossible. How? His eyes went wide as he realized the truth. That lightning. It's exactly the same as mine. The meteor entity had returned, and it was far more dangerous than before. It learned my ability. Sun Yi watched the creature copy his power in disbelief. It actually learned my ability. How is that even possible? Does it have the power to copy abilities from anyone it fights? Tianchen immediately flashed back to the previous battles. That energy shield it used earlier, that belonged to Xiao Yun. The symbiotic cells must store the abilities. Xiao Yun almost got killed by my slash before she pulled that move out. That ability is likely its trump card. It wouldn't use it lightly. Hearing the theory, Sun Yi turned pale. If it can copy its opponent's abilities, that's absolutely terrifying. Tianchen remained calm, analyzing the situation. I don't think it's that simple. It probably can't just learn it directly. When you fought it at the bottom of the lake, you got injured. It must have obtained your blood then. Even a freakish power like that has to have limits. Suddenly, the meteor entity fired a bolt of lightning straight at them. It didn't aim for them directly. Instead, it blasted the underground river, creating a massive surge of water. Tianchen realized the trap immediately. Move! The water is electrified. Dodge it. The electrically charged water came crashing down, flooding every corner of the cavern. The entire cave was instantly submerged. Tianchen and Sun Yi managed to scramble onto a high rock formation, looking down at the deadly water. We're running out of standing room. If it launches a few more attacks like that, we'll be forced to retreat from the cave completely. Tianchen glared at the creature. This guy is acting strange. If it had used this lightning power from the start, we wouldn't have stood a chance. There was no reason to hide it until now. That delay. That might be the limitation of its power. Trying to confirm his theory, Tianchen turned to Sun Yi. When you were injured at the lake, exactly how long ago was that? About an hour, I think. Connecting the dots, he finished the thought. 1 hour. Connecting the dots? Is that the exact time it needs to learn after extracting your blood? It means that earlier, aside from resisting my mental force, this bastard was also busy analyzing your blood, but that still isn't the full picture. He narrowed his eyes, calculating. No, this information alone isn't enough to find a way to defeat it. Right now, it holds the winning hand. Relying only on myself and Sun Yi to stall it is the best we can do. Killing it is fundamentally impossible. Making up his mind, he shouted, Sun Yi, we can't hold back anymore. Tianchen shot forward like a bullet, roaring, beat it to death, smash it until it can't fight back. Charging in, he slashed his blade straight at its defensive shield. Naturally, the barrier couldn't withstand the impact and cracked, quickly shattering into tiny fragments. But even with its shield broken, Yunxing remained unharmed and taunted them with arrogance. My electric current stabilizes the shield instantly. Your attacks can't shatter it in a single moment. And that split second is enough for me to dodge. You are no longer a threat to me. Hearing this, Tianchen didn't rush to reply, simply revealing a mysterious smile. Behind the creature, Sun Yi was already blazing with killing intent, his technique primed. He launched a rapid assault, but the creature detected him and moved to intercept. Yunxing saw through their amateurish plan and scoffed. You managed to get close silently within the electric field, but your attack disturbed the water. That single strike gave you away and successfully drew my attention. Hearing its arrogant analysis, Sun Yi couldn't help but look at it with pity. He wasn't the only one drawing your attention. Yunxing suddenly realized the truth. You're using your ability to dissipate my electricity. Damn it. But it was too late. Tianchen had already lunged from above, closing the distance. He drove his blade straight into the meteorite, using his momentum to pin it firmly against the ground. The meteorite fragment now lay trapped beneath Tianchen's sharp edge. He looked down at the creature, saying nothing, only offering a cold, chilling smile. Yunxing, having lost its chance to counterattack, barked a warning. What are you doing? You can't take the Hongming meteorite anyway. Tianchen didn't let greed cloud his judgment. He answered bluntly, compared to letting it exist so you can continue to evolve and become more dangerous, destroying it right now is far safer. Or, you can come out of there and stop wasting the treasure. As he spoke, Tianchen applied more force, driving the blade deeper. Yunxing, now desperate, began to curse. Human! Everything I lose today. I will carve it out of your bodies to replace it. Suddenly, the meteorite erupted with a violent burst of energy, sending shockwaves through the area. Tianchen and Sun Yi were forced to shield their faces from the blast. The beams of light were so intense that merely grazing them caused damage to Tianchen's arm. Immediately following the blast, a massive wave of electricity surged forward, forcing both of them to retreat continuously. Yunxing re-emerged, declaring, "Humans, I've changed my mind." It dipped one of its limbs into the pool of water in front of it. To fight you, I burned too much energy, evolving. I need to consume the matter from your bodies to replenish myself. The electricity surged through the water, racing toward them. Instantly, two electronic cages materialized, trapping Tianchen and Sun Yi inside. Tianchen couldn't withstand the pressure and collapsed to his knees, his hands reaching out to support himself, his face unable to hide his anxiety. This cage doesn't suppress enhancements. My raw strength is being suppressed again. Yunxing watched from a distance as the cages slowly crushed them, mocking their plight. You humans are truly amusing. Even at a time like this, you still won't give up? This cage fuses 3 abilities: electricity, defensive shielding, and environmental suppression. You definitely can't escape, but I won't let you suffer for too long. Having regained the upper hand, it confidently deduced their plan. Let me guess. You're trying to bait me closer so you can launch a surprise attack, right? Too bad. I won't fall for it until you've completely lost the will to fight. Hearing this, Tianchen could only sigh. I really underestimated you. He stopped struggling and asked, I admit, I can't do anything against this cage, but there are 2 things I'd like to ask. You don't actually need to get close to kill me, do you? I will use your biomass to compensate for my losses. Naturally, I won't let you die easily. Just wait patiently. Right now, time is the one thing I have plenty of. Before it could finish its sentence, a blast of power struck, forcing it to dodge in surprise. Yunxing, confused by the sudden arrival, snapped. Human reinforcements? Why didn't I sense them? Luolan didn't waste words, immediately launching a powerful kick at it. After the strike, she landed gracefully. She stood there, radiating confidence as she stared the creature down. Tianchen's confident smile returned as he finished his thought. And that is the second thing I wanted to ask you about. Zuo Tianchen rises into a combat stance, with Luo Lan now standing by his side as support. He smirks. I was waiting for her. Who are you waiting for? Yunxing is taken aback by this sudden arrival. Impossible. I didn't sense this human's presence at all. It stares intently at Luo Lan. No, you're not human. What the hell are you? Even Zuo Tianchen is surprised by her entrance. He thinks to himself, Luo Lan could always unleash raw power, but her stealth skills were never this good. My symbiotic cells didn't pick up on that ambush at all. How? Needing to confirm his suspicion, he asks, did you absorb the black armor? Luo Lan doesn't shy away. She nods firmly. You've always tried to help me, and I always ran away, refusing to change. But this time, this was my choice. She steps forward, grabbing the electric cage to tear it open. I needed its power. It's the only way I can be of use to you. Zuo Tianchen and Sun Yi watch with wide eyes, stunned. Luo Lan channels her mutation ability, ripping at the electric cage with her bare hands. Sun Yi is floored. He assesses the situation. That current is strong enough to disintegrate a body. I wouldn't last 5 seconds, but she's tanking it without even breaking a sweat. Seeing everyone ignore him, Yunxing snaps. Did you all forget I'm still here? He launches a lightning-fast attack, screaming as he unleashes his technique. You can't save them! Sun Yi roars a warning. Get out of the way. The attack slams down, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. Through the smoke, a silhouette flickers. A piece of shredded fabric drifts to the ground. Luo Lan took the hit head-on, but she's completely unfazed. Sun Yi's worry instantly shifts to pure shock. Not even a scratch? From inside the cage, Zuo Tianchen yells a warning. Careful, that cage doesn't just fuse electricity, it's fused with his mental energy too. Brute force alone won't break it. She smiles confidently. Then I just have to deal with him, right? With that, Luo Lan launches herself forward, delivering a devastating kick straight at Yunxing, pinning Yunxing to the ground. She doesn't stop, she stomps down on him. Again and again. Yunxing tries to explode his power to push her off, but his resistance is futile against the crushing weight of her kicks. Sun Yi is left speechless. Your friend is an absolute monster. Zuo Tianchen watches her rampage, a satisfied smirk on his face. I can't believe how strong she's become after absorbing the black armor. She can mask herself from symbiotic cells and tank high-voltage electricity like it's nothing. Watching Luo Lan still struggling to crush the meteorite shard, he dove back into his thoughts. She's practically invincible right now. Even Yunxing was starting to panic at her sheer stubbornness. She wants to stomp the meteorite flat. No way. If she keeps this up, my true body will be destroyed too. It blasted out energy to block her next strike. Seeing an opening, Yunxing didn't hesitate. He turned and bolted. Once he put some distance between them, he unleashed a suppression wave and roared a threat. I don't care what the hell you are. Anyone who gets in the way of my evolution dies. The suppression energy flooded the entire cave. Sun Yi realized something was wrong immediately. The pressure was getting heavier. Tianchen struggled to stay standing as he analyzed the situation. The symbiotic cells absorbed the power of the mineral crystal. It's boosting his suppression force. This bastard is finally playing his trump card. But while everyone else panicked, Luo Lan just stood there, staring down the pressure. Without a word, she flicked her hand and effortlessly dispelled the force around her. Yunxing started to panic, his voice trembling with confusion. The suppression. It's not working? No. The suppression field of this island has absolutely zero effect on her. Luo Lan ignored his rambling and launched herself straight at him. Yunxing scrambled to dodge her strikes. He manipulated the rocks beneath him, still ranting. If I can't suppress you, I'll just crush you head on. The rocks fused into a massive stone pillar and shot straight at Luo Lan. She didn't even flinch. She used her raw physical power to generate a shield, blocking the entire attack dead in its tracks. Yunxing finally realized the gap in their strength. He had to use the most extreme method to boost his own body. Her evolutionary path is a complete counter to my abilities. My body isn't compatible. I can't win against a monster like her. Without a second thought, he turned tail and ran. Luo Lan saw it and surged forward. You think you can run? Tianchen immediately shouted. Wait. Hearing his voice, she stopped her pursuit, pausing in confusion. Suddenly, the electric cage trapping him vanished completely. Sun Yi noticed the energy fade and frowned. The cage? It dissolved? Tianchen stepped out but kept his guard up. He recalled his mental power, so the cage collapsed on its own. If he's doing that, he's definitely planning something else. Let's move up together. The group stands in silence, staring down at the monster's carcass. She crouches low, gently placing a hand on its body to inspect it. Gaofei furrows his brows, his expression darkening as he asks, "Well, what's the situation?" Ruo Xuan keeps her eyes closed, replying, "It's strange. Before, a powerful psychic force was controlling them, forcing them to constantly regenerate, but now, that force has vanished." Standing to the side, Lan Sha chimes in, "If these monsters aren't regenerating, it means the control is severed. Could it be? The battle over at Tianchen's side is finally over?" Suddenly, her brow furrows. She shakes her head. "No, I don't think it's that simple." In the blink of an eye, the monster's corpse vanishes into thin air. From the ground beneath it, a glowing stone slowly rises to the surface. He stares in shock. A meteorite shard. Suddenly, the shard shoots straight into the sky, unleashing a terrifying wave of power as a massive energy source instantly engulfs it. It slowly swallows the meteorite shard whole. The air vibrates with a spine-chilling tearing sound. Out of nowhere, a hand slowly emerges. A humanoid figure takes shape with the meteorite shard embedded in its forehead, revealing its full form before their eyes. The little girl gasps, startled by the surge of power resonating from within its body. "I feel like my strength has recovered a bit." Gao Fei looks down at his hands. The suppression force on this island, it seems to have suddenly disappeared. Ruo Xuan gazes thoughtfully at the humanoid figure hovering above. "In the memories little Bai shared with me, that meteorite shard. It's the same one that was fighting Zuo Tianchen earlier. It looks like this guy is the source of the suppression force on the island. Now, he's probably recalled all that power to strengthen himself." Hearing their discussion, Yunxing speaks up. "I have to admit, you humans have taught me a lesson. Brute force alone isn't enough. I need to combine it with a massive body to act as a proper vessel." In a flash, he appears right in front of them. "Perhaps. The matter in your bodies will make my evolution even more perfect." Lan Sha's eyes widen, unable to process the speed. Yunxing suddenly unleashes a violent burst of energy, blasting all of them backward. Her body trembles as she is thrown back. This guy's explosive power is insane. If that attack had hit directly, I'd be critically injured. He quickly fires his weapon. "You ugly freak! Take this!" Yunxing stands perfectly still, unmoved by the incoming attack. Clang! The weapon strikes, but Yunxing remains unscathed. An amused smile creeps onto his face. This body is strong enough to handle these humans. Ruoxuan frowns, shouting a warning. "Xiao Shui, dodge to the side. Watch out for the blast." She nods. "Got it." Clasping her hands together, energy surges out as she whispers, "Lan Sha." Immediately, the girl dashes forward with terrifying speed. "Understood." In front of Yunxing, only a gust of wind remains. Lan Sha is nowhere to be seen. He glances around with a look of pure contempt. Humans rely on speed as their specialty, but no matter how fast you are, there's always a gap between actions. I just need to learn her pattern. In an instant, Yunxing spots Lan Sha. "Got you." He swings his arm, creating a small explosion. From the side, Gao Fei suddenly opens fire. Bullets slam straight into Yunxing. He scoffs coldly. "Attacks like that can't even scratch my defense." Suddenly, a large pit opens up beneath his feet, while a crack appears in the air above his head. Psychic force! Ruo Xuan, eyes squeezed shut, finally screams, "Detonate!" Immediately, an earth-shattering explosion shakes the entire space. He and the girl behind her ask anxiously, "How did it go? Did it work?" But as the smoke clears, Yunxing is still standing firm. Gao Fei panics. "Oh God! Even that didn't hurt him." He tilts his head with a sickening crack. "My turn." Yunxing's body begins to glow with energy, and sharp spikes start erupting from his shoulders. Spikes shoot out from his body. Thousands of them surround the area, then launch forward like a storm of arrows. The three of them stand frozen, stunned, and unable to move. Suddenly, Tianchen appears, swinging his sword. Yunxing's eyes go wide, letting out a surprised "oh" as powerful auras fill the air. They stand face to face, their gazes intense enough to pierce through each other. Ruo Xuan sighs in relief when she sees him. "Thank goodness you made it in time." Tianchen nods. "Are you guys okay?" Lan Sha bows slightly, her voice turning cutesy. "It's all because I did so well. If it weren't for my evolved black armor ability, Miss Lan here wouldn't have been able to clear out the enemies below so quickly." Yunxing stands there, clapping his hands clap clap, his eyes dancing with amusement. Clapping. In human etiquette, that means welcome, doesn't it? A severed human head appears in Yunxing's hand. You lot have given me so many ideas. I've just realized that his path of evolution actually has some things worth learning. I was thinking, his mistake probably wasn't in his ability to evolve. It's just that the humans he chose weren't elite enough. Squelch. He instantly crushes the head in his hand. But you guys, you are different. He stares at Tianchen, sizing him up. Decisiveness in battle, calmness in analysis, determination when backed into a corner. Perhaps those are the factors that allow you to fight me on equal ground. You brats are impressive. Your genes, memories, knowledge, abilities, they're exactly what I need. Yunxing laughed maniacally, getting more excited by the second. With those, I can go even further on the path of evolution. Tianchen's face darkened, his eyes locked on the enemy. Strength that rivals level 4 black armor, defense that withstood Gao Fei's explosives, speed that matches Luo Lan, plus elemental and mental abilities, and an insatiable hunger for human genes. Is this symbiotic cell starting to walk the path of the lone wolf evolution? Memories of the lone wolf from his past life flash through his mind. After the cataclysm, during the Great Upheaval, a special type of infected appeared, an all-rounder capable of using 6 different power systems. Humans and infected alike were just prey to them. They craved the genes of the awakened and loved hunting down humanity's strongest warriors. They were like titans sent to shatter the peace. The emergence of the lone wolves caused absolute chaos between the 5th and 7th years of the apocalypse. Because of them, countless base cities were completely wiped off the map. They didn't do anything else, they just specialized in hunting. Awakened above level 4, dealing a devastating blow to the city's top-tier combat forces. His pupils constricted. If this guy is really following the lone wolf path, then I can try that strategy. Making up his mind, he barked an order without turning around. Connect our minds with your mental power. She nodded. Got it. Ruo Xuan immediately closed her eyes and clasped her hands together. Seeing this, the rest of the team tensed up. Tianchen's voice cut through the silence. Everyone, listen up. Relax your minds. I'm using Ruo Xuan's power to speak directly into your heads. He stared at the enemy, using telepathy so Yunxing wouldn't hear a thing. That infected's true body is a symbiotic cell living inside the meteorite shard. Right now, his attack, defense, and abilities completely outclass us. If we want to beat him, we have to work as one. From this moment on, every move you make follows my command. The team responded instantly to Tianchen's order. Understood. With everyone on board, he laid out the plan. First step, Gao Fei, coordinate with me. Start mocking him. Gao Fei blinked in surprise. Huh? Tianchen turned to him with a reassuring grin. We need to double-team him with insults. Make him hate me enough to chase me down. Gao Fei nodded. All right, I'll give it a shot. Instantly, his signature smirk returned to his face. Hey, you ugly freak! Your stomach must be huge if you think you can swallow all 6 of us. Yunxing glared back. You miscounted, idiot. You're missing one. Xiaobai stood to the side, shrugging his shoulders. The genes on that thing are fascinating. Who knows? They might just give me a fun new path for evolution. Beside him, he bit his lip to keep a straight face, while Gao Fei clutched his stomach, laughing his head off. Oh my god, I'm dying. Xiaobai, did you hear that? First time I've seen an infected this fearsome. He stood his ground, pointing at the beast and mocking it. Hey ugly, look around. It's 7 against 1. What exactly are you thinking? Tell you what, we'll give you a head start. Run for 10 seconds. Deal? The beast snorted coldly. You really think I'm the one who needs to run? Soon, you'll all be. Before it could finish, Tianchen ordered the attack. Eyes narrowing, his voice was calm but deadly. Be what? I didn't quite catch that. Realizing he was being toyed with, Yunxing exploded with rage. Humans, I won't be provoked by your cheap tricks. Tianchen smirked, telepathically commanding the team. Aim for the legs. They didn't hesitate. Let's go. One smashed into its stomach, while the other swept its legs from below. The impact face-planted Yunxing into the dirt. Furious, it lifted its head and roared, "Let me finish my damn sentence." A knee smashed directly into its face, cutting it off. Too much yapping. I ain't listening. The beast's body was sent hurtling toward Luo Lan. Her eyes flashed. With a swing of her arm, she launched Yunxing straight toward the trap. Seeing the opening, Tianchen shouted, "Ruo Xuan!" She smiled, forming a sphere of energy in her hand. On it, a bullet wrapped in Ruo Xuan's power, resonated with my mental force, and topped with Gao Fei's explosive charge. The power is at least 3 times stronger than before. He loaded the round, aimed the barrel directly at the beast, and fired. The gunshot tore through the air with a deafening rip. The warhead screamed toward Yunxing. It gritted its teeth and looked up just as a deafening explosion shook the heavens and earth, burying everything in thick smoke. Yunxing emerged furious, a nasty wound exposed on its shoulder. Gao Fei couldn't contain his excitement. "He's hurt! We got him!" Tianchen frowned, letting out a cold snort. He immediately began to analyze the situation. Originally, the lone wolf's well-rounded abilities made it nearly impossible for normal evolvers to survive its hunt. That is, until a mental-type expert proposed a strategy: the raid. In that moment, Tianchen realized that since this expert was a hardcore gamer before the apocalypse, he viewed the lone wolf as a raid boss, powerful, versatile, and deadly. And the evolvers, with their specialized abilities, they were the players. It's simple math. If 5 evolvers lock in and coordinate their powers perfectly, hunting down a lone wolf isn't just possible, it's guaranteed. Hell, with enough synergy, the prey becomes the predator. Before this strategy existed, that monster used to slaughter everyone in its path. That changed everything. Evolvers began forming spontaneous hunting squads. The moment a lone wolf showed its face, a team would be there to take it down. Eventually, the lone wolves were hunted to near extinction. Tianchen glances over at Ruo Xuan. Normal hunting squads need grueling training to reach that level of perfect coordination. But we have Xuan's mental link. That makes the hardest part of the job a total breeze for us. She turns to him, a puzzled look on her face. It's injured, sure, but it'll heal fast. What we've done so far isn't enough to actually threaten its life. He smiles, unhurried. Tianchen already has a plan mapped out in his head. A full-scale team fight against a lone wolf comes down to 3 core principles. 1. Hold the aggro. 2. Learn its patterns. 3. Steady, consistent damage. If we nail these 3 points, that thing is dead meat. Looking at Yunxing's face, twisted with uncontrollable rage, it's clear they've already aced the first step. The beast charges straight in, slamming down a heavy blow. Gao Fei sidesteps and lands a punch right into its back. Yunxing whirls around in a fury, but Gao Fei just grins, weaving through the attacks. You can't tank it? Then don't. Tianchen dove back in, weaving through attacks as Gao Fei yelled, "Hey, ugly! You holding up okay over there?" A real man never misses his mark. But, seeing the team completely unharmed, the beast began to calculate. What the hell are these humans up to? We've been fighting for ages, but they haven't thrown a single real punch. It's all just probing. Yunxing's mind raced even as he parried the blows. Tactics? How can these humans move in ways that completely defy my understanding? Tianchen's gaze sharpened as he sent a mental transmission. Everyone, heads up. As the order dropped, he instantly fell back 50 meters, leaving the monster with a look of pure confusion. Tianchen turned to the girl. "Xuan, pull everyone into the mental space. We need an emergency meeting." She nodded. "Got it. Right away." Ruo Xuan activated her mental domain. The moment they stepped inside, the team looked around in confusion. Why is it just us? Where's Xiao Bai? Our physical bodies need a guard outside. I ordered Xiao Bai to stay behind, but alone, he won't last long. She looked at them calmly and explained, "Time flows differently inside this mental space compared to the outside world. Here, time is dictated by the processing speed of my brain. A meeting that takes minutes here will only be a split second outside." Tianchen stepped forward, cutting through the chatter. "All right, let's get to work. We've been fighting that symbiotic cell for nearly 50 minutes. It's likely exhausted all its tricks. We're going to deconstruct the lone wolf's mechanics right here. Once we exit, we go for the kill." Ruo Xuan closed her eyes, her voice calm. "I'll start." She slowly opened her eyes, bowing her head slightly. Yunxing's ranged attacks are one-dimensional. It mainly uses body spikes combined with electric currents. However, the coverage is massive and the penetration power is insane. Dodging takes a toll on stamina. Ruo Xuan's hand gently waved, conjuring a stream of light. My solution is to unleash a wide-range mental pulse for a short duration to create a sensory web. This allows us to dodge with minimal movement. If it fires those spikes again, I can instantly coordinate everyone's evasion. Tianchen turned to her and asked, "What about those 2 blades its hands morphed into? What's your read?" Luo Lan looked grim, extremely sharp. In a head-on clash, my black armor would be shredded in 10 seconds flat. Beside him, Lansha frowned as she listened. Its melee combat capability is overwhelming. My attacks won't do much damage. If we want to suppress Yunxing in close quarters, the two of us need to strike simultaneously. Listen up. For the next phase, Luo Lansha, Sun Yi, you two stay clear of its attack range. It's way too dangerous to get close. Sun Yi proposed a plan immediately. We'll hold our position at 50 meters. That keeps us safe from its melee strikes, and we can still provide backup instantly. Ruo Xuan nodded in agreement. Right. With sonic speed, I can cross that 50-meter gap in a heartbeat. Tianchen's expression darkened. So, we've got a counter for its standard attacks. Now, it's time to move to the kill phase. Her words confused him. They definitely weren't ready to take it down just yet. Seeing Tianchen's look, Ruo Xuan explained, my spiritual power doesn't just track movement. I can feel emotions too, including the symbiotic cells inside that thing. I can feel exactly what it's feeling. She paused, letting out a heavy sigh. When Gao Fei and I first provoked it, I felt its rage. It was overwhelming, but that rage is fading. Soon, it's going to calm down and start thinking, calculating how to destroy us. Tianchen relaxed his stance slightly, nodding. That's right. When it first made contact with the symbiote cells, it was like a machine completely devoid of emotion. But after absorbing Xiaoyun, Yunxing learned shock and rage. Did it absorb human genes to optimize itself? He sighed, turning back to the group. For the next phase, we fight as usual. I'll handle drawing its aggro. Ruo Xuan looked skeptical. With emotional reactions that weak, you really want to rely on taunting it? The lone wolf evolutionary path can't fully detach itself from human genes. Tianchen just smiled, reassuring himself. No matter how faint, the emotions are there. We just need to hit a nerve to provoke it. Back in reality, facing Yunxing, the team's eyes snapped open as they exited the mental space. The creature was still staring, watching them closely. It seemed to notice that they had zoned out for a few seconds. Did they pull back just for that? Suddenly, Tianchen launched himself into the air, charging straight at it. Their swords clashed with a deafening clang. Yunxing was confused, the others weren't moving. What kind of game are you playing? He just smirked and let out a cold snort. Energy erupted from the creature's body, flooding the entire domain. Blinding light exploded from their blade lock. Tianchen smiled, his voice dangerously soft. From that last exchange, I realized something very interesting. With a powerful slash, he sent the creature flying back. You're too weak. Yunxing crashed into the ground. Before it could recover, the blade flashed, severing its arm. The limb hit the floor with a wet thud. Yunxing stared wide-eyed at its severed stump. Isn't this the Luo Lan style you used to try and kill me before? Why did you suddenly switch fighting styles? Tianchen stepped forward, radiating a godlike aura. He wasn't holding back anything, relying purely on explosive power to suppress me. He didn't even care about backup. Is he out of his mind? Tianchen looked down with ice-cold eyes. Are you scared? It remained silent, locking eyes with him. Tianchen drove his blade through its body, followed by a brutal kick straight to Yunxing's face. Tianchen's voice cut through the air. Back when you were training Xiao Yun, you were so methodical, weren't you? Didn't you say all you needed were human genes and energy, and that everything else was trash? He ground his heel into its face. So, tell me, what are you afraid of? Rage? Envy? Regret? Fear? Being trampled under my foot like this? You must be feeling those emotions pretty deeply right now. Do you know why? He paused, lips curling into a smirk. Because you are too weak. He stared down at Yunxing's pathetic face. Your so-called evolution is a joke. The taunt worked. Pure rage exploded. Human, I will kill you. Yunxing broke free, swinging its blade at Tianchen, its roar shaking the air. You understand nothing about evolution. I'll show you. My path is perfect. It is the ultimate power. It dove down from above. He just smiled. Aggro secured. Time for the kill. A massive explosion ripped through the space, kicking up a dust cloud that left everyone coughing. Gao Fei watched closely, gripping his gun. Squinting at the blurry silhouette, he frowned. That thing has some thick skin. It screamed in fury, mouth wide. Yunxing raised both hands, summoning a violent tornado. Lansha yelled, covering her ears. It's so loud! What the hell is it trying to do? Tianchen held his ground. Don't move yet. Let's see what it's planning. Its body began to wither, pieces crumbling to the ground. As its form dissolved into the air, something was revealed, a meteorite fragment. The girl frowned, her voice tense. What's happening? Is he pulling another trick? Ruo stepped up behind him. Careful. Its emotional fluctuations just plummeted. I can't sense any feelings from it anymore. Tianchen kept his eyes locked on the meteorite fragment. No emotions. Did it abandon the lone wolf evolution path and revert its genes to their original form? Black liquid swirled around the fragment, coalescing into 3 gems. He watched suspiciously as they floated toward him. Tianchen caught them, studying them closely. Enhancement crystals. Using these can enhance an evolver's abilities, based on the colors, strength, spirit, and elemental types. He glanced back, realizing the truth. It's a distraction. It's trying to escape, Ruo shouted. Lansha, Sun Yi, flank it. Tianchen nodded. Right. Move when you see an opening. He stepped toward the meteorite fragment. What is this supposed to be? A voice echoed back. A gift. Seeing Tianchen's curiosity, Yunxing's voice explained. Those 3 crystals are what I created after studying the abilities of your 3 humans. They contain my understanding of your powers, but starting now, I don't need them anymore. Tianchen smirked, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Trading this for your life? Don't you think that's a little cheap? Yunxing shook his head. I told you. It's a gift. No strings attached. He fell silent for a moment, then spoke again. I've been researching a new path of evolution. I thought I could find a breakthrough in human genetics. But I was wrong. The key to my evolution isn't human DNA, and it's not special abilities, either. Yunxing's voice locked onto him. It's you. Tianchen raised an eyebrow. As those words hit him, a memory flashed in his mind. Hand him over, and this is yours. Suddenly, the little girl launched herself like a lightning bolt, closing in on Yunxing. Luo Lansha swung her hand. The creature darted back to counter, but Sun Yi was already behind it, primed to strike. Tianchen and Ruo made their move, using spiritual pressure to lock him down. Don't kill him yet. But the moment their power touched Yunxing's sizzle, the black aura around him disintegrated, melting into liquid that dripped onto the ground. She stared in horror, realizing the truth. That's not his real body. There are no symbiotic cells inside that meteorite shard. Tianchen kicked the pile of sludge aside, revealing a small hole in the ground beneath it. A tunnel. He escaped. Ruo bit her lip. All that noise. Was it just a distraction to cover his escape underground? Crafty bastard. She turned to Tianchen, who was standing in silent contemplation. We got the meteorite shard. Should we chase him? Tianchen didn't answer. He was frowning, recalling the face of the black iron claw. Seeing him zoned out, Ruo tapped his shoulder. Tianchen? She asked, worried. What's wrong? He shook his head. It's nothing. But, do you remember what he just said? He said I was the only thing that could trigger his evolution. Do you think he was just lying to distract me? No. That wasn't a lie. He drifted deep into his own thoughts. I've seen this before. In my past life, he recalled the black iron claw. It was the 6th year of the apocalypse. While hunting a high-level cloud star outside Chuzhou City, his team had encountered a level 5 sharp claw holding meteorite shards. That beast didn't just speak human tongue, its whole demeanor was unsettling. The black iron claw had said, "Hand him over to me, and I'll give you this." Instead of attacking, it pulled out 2 level 6 cloud crystals and tried to make a deal with Xuan. Tianchen stared into the void. The deal was simple. The monster wanted him. And back then, he was only a peak level 3 hunter. Xuan hadn't hesitated. To cover his escape, she faced the monster alone. She fought the sharp claw in a massive battle. When she finally returned, she was critically injured near death, collapsing into his arms. Later, she told him the truth. The creature was a peak level 5. It wanted to take him to trigger its own evolution. Back in the present, Ruo asked, if he wasn't lying, then what does that mean? Does he really think he can evolve using you? Tianchen nodded. I think. It's very likely. He's already peak level 5. If he evolves, he hits level 6. That's equivalent to a level 5 human awakener. Level 5. Luo Lansha mused. That sounds so far away. Tianchen turned to the little girl. Do you have any idea how many level 5 humans will exist in the future? Luo Lansha looked confused. Huh? Tianchen held up 5 fingers. Before the apocalypse, Earth had 8 billion people. Disasters cut that down to 1 billion. And out of that 1 billion survivors, only 50 ever reached level 5. She frowned. That few? His voice grew serious. For humans, the only barrier from level 3 to 4 is the meteorite shard. If shards weren't so rare, level 4s would be everywhere. But for the infected to go from level 5 to 6, that's a completely different beast than a human going from 4 to 5. The power gap between these two levels is a massive chasm. Seeming to read Tianchen's mind, she spoke up. You want to capture the symbiote alive, to interrogate it about evolution? His eyes narrowed, burning with determination. If we were only after the meteorite shard, there would be no need to waste energy hunting down that tricky symbiote. But both you and I, one day, we'll have to face the bottleneck to break through to level 5. Who knows? That creature might hold the key to opening that door for us. Tianchen's hands tightened into fists. In his past life, even Ruo Xuan had been stopped dead in her tracks, at that very bottleneck. His knowledge of the higher levels was scarce. This was a golden opportunity. Without wasting a second, they sprinted into the forest, one after another. When everyone came through here, where did Wei Wen's group go? They said they were heading back to the northwest pier to fire a signal flare. Looks like they're preparing to leave the island early. Luo Lan, following from behind, voiced her confusion. Wait, I thought we were going to hunt down the symbiote? Once the symbiote separates from the meteorite shard, it can't survive for long. It has to find a suitable host immediately. Right now, the most suitable hosts are humans, or other infected creatures. Gao Fei ran alongside them, explaining. Tianchen realized the truth. Oh, I see. Since the infected on this island have been wiped out, its only option now is to hunt for humans, he declared. That's why we need to split up. Tianchen pulled up beside her and gave orders. Ruo Xuan, you take Gao Fei and little Luo to the pier to find Wei Wen's group. Xiao Bai will lead me and the others to find the green-skinned people in the caves. She didn't even look at him as she shot back. Are you sure about that? Hearing Ruo Xuan's tone, Tianchen looked completely bewildered. Huh? Suddenly, they all stopped moving. The little girl walked up. Brother Tianchen, this is a suicide mission. Let me and Gao Fei go with Sister Xuan. Are you trying to set up a private date with Miss Luo? She stood off to the side, looking bashful. Or maybe I should go with Ruo Xuan. It might be better if you take Luo Lan far away from them. She immediately shook her head and replied coldly. No need. She turned to him. Your plan is excellent. Let's just stick to it. Without waiting for Tianchen to react, she signaled the others. Let's go. The 3 of them left. Sun Yi, standing nearby, added a sarcastic jab. Brother, you are so dead. With my years of experience, I can tell you. But your girlfriend is definitely pissed. And she's the type that's very hard to win back. Tianchen closed his eyes and let out a heavy, miserable sigh. Let's just deal with the mission first. He brushed the issue aside and looked at the man. Right now, the symbiote has 0 combat power. But we still can't underestimate it. That thing loves to exploit human malice to cause trouble. Once it infiltrates a group of people, it will cause absolute chaos. Hearing this, Sun Yi lowered his head, his gaze darkening. Elsewhere, a meteorite shard lay on the ground. Lu Yi and Lu Er approached, their eyes full of suspicion. Is that a meteorite shard? It looks real. Greed instantly flooded their faces as they shouted. We're rich! We struck gold! He pointed at the shard, salivating with desire. The meteorite shard. This is the essential item to reach level 4. With this, level 4 is within our grasp. Seeing Lu Yi reaching out to grab it, he caught his hand tight. Wait. Lu Er smiled, but his tone carried a sharp warning. Something this good. Surely you aren't planning to swallow it all by yourself? Lu Yi turned and smiled softly. You haven't changed a bit. Always so impatient. It's just the 2 of us. So how else would we divide it? 50-50. Obviously. They wrapped their arms around each other's shoulders and laughed loudly. I knew I didn't misjudge you. You're my real brother. Come on. Why do you even need to say that? We're brothers. You think I'd play you dirty? They burst into laughter, completely ignoring the crystal lying there. In a split second, 2 flashes of cold light erupted. He drove his sword through the other's body, but Lu Yi refused to be outdone and thrust his sword right back. Both men pulled back their blades at the exact same moment. Blood dripped down from Lu Er's body. I knew it. I knew you'd pull a dirty move. When did your control ability awaken? He wiped a trail of blood from the corner of his mouth. Two people sharing is never as good as one person taking it all. Isn't that exactly what you were thinking too? Don't pretend. I just stabbed you right through the heart. Your wound is fatal. Far worse than mine. He burst into manic laughter and spat out an insult. Idiot. Lu Er raised a hand and pointed to his chest. Let me tell you a little secret. I was born with my heart on the right side. His words made Lu Yi's eyes bulge, his teeth grinding in rage. What? Without another word, Lu Er lunged forward with his blade. Die. The one who becomes a level 4 master, I, will be me. Furious, Lu Yi raised his hand to counter. Bastard. Even if I die, I won't let you live in peace. From Lu Er's hand, a stream of water shot out and instantly froze into ice. The meteorite shard was encased in ice and fell to the ground. His body was covered in wounds. Lu Er wiped his mouth. Idiot. You're about to die, yet you're still making so much noise. Suddenly, rushing footsteps echoed from afar. Quick! There's movement over there. They arrived and stared at Lu Yi, lying prone on the ground. Another one dead. Are the rules we established completely useless? At a time like this, and we're still fighting amongst ourselves? Wei Wen looked at Lu Er and raised an eyebrow. Did you do this? He stammered, terrified. I. But they stopped paying attention to Lu Er. Their eyes shifted to the object nearby. Look, it's a meteorite shard. Realizing he was about to be robbed, Lu Er bit his lip, his brow furrowed. As they stared and slowly approached, he lunged forward, snatching it up. Stay back! Don't come any closer. It's mine. Lu Er scrambled to his feet, backing away step by step. Don't come any closer. Back off. He frowned, analyzing the situation with a cool head. Why is there a meteorite shard here? Something's not right. Ah Wei immediately shouted a warning. Everyone, calm down. This is exactly where we got off the boat. If there was a shard here, we would have found it ages ago. Why is it appearing now? Wei Wen nodded. Exactly. Anomalies mean trouble. Don't let greed for immediate benefits blind you. Baldy stepped forward to negotiate. You telling us not to act? Are you two planning to take him out and split the shard between yourselves? He gave a confident smirk. Brother Wei, regarding this trip to the island, you've helped us plenty, sure. But trying to stop us from striking it rich? That's not going to happen. Green hair piped up. The way I see it, whoever has the strength to grab that shard gets to keep it. Wei Wen frowned at Baldy. You think I want to harm you all? Baldy shrugged. Money makes people waver. Who knows for sure? Suddenly, someone moved as fast as lightning, rushing in to snatch the shard right out of his hand. Lu Er's eyes widened, pupils shrinking as the gang gawked at Shi Wei launching himself up a tree branch. Damn it, it's Shi Wei, that wretched pickpocket. Get after him, now. He couldn't have gotten far. He snatched it right from under us. Clutching the meteorite fragment, Shi Wei smirked. Bunch of morons. Haven't you heard? Fastest hands win. With that, Shi Wei vanished into the shadows, making his escape. With this, I can become a rank 4 expert. I'll walk tall anywhere I go. No more pickpocketing for me. Suddenly, Yunxing let out a scornful laugh. You want to become a rank 4 evolver? He stared blankly at the fragment. Holy crap, you can talk? Shi Wei glanced back at the mob hot on his heels. You're fast, kid, but not fast enough to outrun that pack. I can help you, but you have to agree to one condition. Gritting his teeth, he asked, what condition? Its voice dripped with temptation. I'll give you power, and you get me off this island. Do that, and I'll make you a rank 4 evolver. Shi Wei hesitated, half believing, half doubting. Why the hell should I trust you? The meteorite fragment let out a chilling, demonic laugh. Try me and find out. The hand holding the stone began to turn pitch black. Shi Wei was already absorbing the meteorite, reinforcing his arm with raw power. Down below, Ah Wei and his men watched every move. Seeing the situation turn ugly, he shouted out, He's actually using the meteorite? Is he insane? Isn't he afraid of mutating? Far from their worries, Shi Wei smiled sinisterly. Without a word, he unleashed a devastating punch straight at Ah Wei, who was too shocked to react. Taking the full brunt of the blow, his body suffered massive damage, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ah Wei collapsed to the ground with a thud, his body unable to withstand the trauma any longer. Watching from the side, Wei Wen thought to himself, suspicious. One hit took down Ah Wei? Isn't Shi Wei just a peak rank 2? Ah Wei is a rank 3 expert. Seeing his opponent down, Shi Wei smirked. He looked like a madman, laughing in wild, delirious triumph. After basking in his arrogance, Shi Wei approached Ah Wei, who was still struggling to get up, and sneered. I'm Shi Wei, just a pickpocket. Didn't you always look down on petty thieves like me, Brother Wei? Did you ever think you'd end up crushed beneath my boot, huh? Seeing him get so cocky, Yunxing spoke up. Stop wasting time. Get out of here, now. But Shi Wei was high on the thrill of victory and wasn't about to listen. What's the rush? I just got this power. I haven't had enough fun yet. Desperate to avoid failure, Yunxing tried to reason with him. Trust me, I can help you become a rank 4 evolver. Turning a deaf ear, he charged straight ahead. Today, I'm settling all old scores. Shi Wei fought with increasing ferocity, shouting arrogantly. Looking down on me? Bullying me? Did you think I was blind to it all? Today, you'll all taste my power. Yunxing kept screaming, trying to stop him. Stop it, you fool. Get out of here. Shi Wei suddenly gripped the entity parasiting his arm. With a cunning expression, he demanded. You said you could make me a rank 4, right? So, what are you waiting for? Give it to me now. Once I've had my revenge and had my fun, I'll take you away. Isn't that the same thing? Yunxing held its ground. Leave this island, and I will fulfill my promise immediately. Ignoring the warning, he squeezed his hand tighter, almost crushing it. Not giving it up, huh? Then he charged at the crowd again. Fine. I'll keep fighting. I'll beat them until you give it to me. Out of options, Yunxing screamed, You stupid human! Stop! But his rampage was cut short literally. A blade slashed down, severing the mutated arm cleanly off. Shi Wei just stared, unable to process what had just happened. Lu Er had seized the moment of distraction. Picking up the severed limb, he grinned. I knew it. The power of the meteorite fragment lies in this arm. Hey, I know you can talk. Give me the power. Now. Fed up with Shi Wei? Yunxing asked. That means you'll have to let me parasitize you. Lu Er didn't hesitate. No problem. Let's do it. It immediately transferred to his body, though it was still seething with rage. I didn't want to deal with human stupidity again, but I have no better option right now. Suddenly, Lu Er realized something was wrong and screamed, Hey, what are you doing? Having had enough of human treachery, Yunxing answered coldly. Because you stupid humans wasted my last bit of energy, I'm not giving you a chance. A murky darkness began to cloud Lu Er's eyes. The blackness spread relentlessly from the corners, not stopping until his entire gaze was completely swallowed. Lu Er lost all control, his body fully hijacked. Having successfully seized the vessel, Yunxing turned around, glaring triumphantly at the crowd behind him. Yunxing's only goal was to get off the island, so he decided to make them an offer. I don't want to fight you people, just let me leave. But the crowd, witnessing the terrifying power boost his arm provided, was buzzing with greed. That arm, it can turn a tier 2 hunter straight into a tier 3. We have to steal it. If I get my hands on that treasure, I might even hit tier 4. Before he could finish speaking, the mob charged in unison, ignoring his warnings. Back off, don't come any closer, stop. The brawl exploded. The sounds of punches, curses, and desperate struggle echoed through the forest. Cut off his arm, hurry, it's mine. Damn it, back off. That arm belongs to me. You bastards, you want to die. The chaotic noise eventually died down until only one voice remained. Got it, run, now. 20 minutes later, Yunxing had already managed to infiltrate a new host body. Panting heavily, the host dragged his battered body forward, still gloating over his prize. I stole it. It's mine. I hit the jackpot, but he didn't get far before the body stopped responding to his commands and collapsed onto the dirt. Trapped inside, Yunxing went down with the host, completely confused. What is happening to me? No strength left. It's getting harder to breathe. Is this what death feels like? Am I really going to die inside a human? In the distance, a pack of rats caught the scent of fresh meat and immediately zeroed in on their prey. They quickly swarmed the unconscious body. Yunxing saw them coming but was too powerless to do anything about it. No, how can this be happening? The rats scrambled over him, picking the choicest spots to bite, completely ignoring his internal screams. You filthy, low-class creatures, you dare try to eat me? Yunxing could only scream in horror as the rats began devouring his host body. No, out of options, he was forced to reverse the process and parasitize one of the rats. Then, the grim reality hit him. Power, abilities, mental, energy, all gone. I have to find a way off this island. I already know the perfect path to evolution. How did I end up like this, forced to merge with this trashy rodent? If I just leave this island, I'll achieve the ultimate evolution. But before he could scurry away, a pair of feet appeared, blocking his path. Yue, carrying a large sack while hunting for food, accidentally spotted Yunxing in his rat form. It was like a gift from the heavens. She couldn't hide her hunger, drool practically dripping from her mouth. Yunxing, oblivious to the human's intentions, just looked up at her blankly. Yue was now a terrifying predator, reaching out to snatch her prize. As her hand closed in, he finally realized the danger. A loud squeak echoed through the forest. Moments later, a heavy bag of food was slammed onto the ground, muffled squeals coming from inside. Grandma Li and the others gathered around as she returned, praising her for the haul. Yue is the best hunter. Look how much she caught in one go. Good job, girl, you're amazing. She gripped the neck of the bag tight, trapping the frantic rats struggling inside. Yunxing finally realized the truth. Wait, these humans want to eat me? If that's the case, I might have a chance. As the bag opened, he looked up, calculating. If I can just infiltrate a human body, I can take it over. The crowd stared at the fat rats inside, likely fantasizing about roasted meat or savory stew, chattering excitedly. Man, I haven't eaten something like this in ages, right? I used to think it was gross, but now it's a delicacy. Where's Fatty? He's the only one who knows how to prep these properly. From a distance, footsteps approached as a voice called out. Make way. Clear the path. Fatty appeared, beaming, holding 2 kitchen knives. Leave it to the expert. Somehow, he reached in and grabbed the exact rat hosting Yunxing. Fatty held the rat up high and turned to the crowd to explain. He began instructing them on the art of eating rat. The key is to skin it alive. You want it struggling, that tension makes the meat much firmer. Suddenly, he noticed the rat's anatomy and added, oh, this one's a male. Before skinning, you gotta chop the balls off. Otherwise, the meat will stink of urine. Fatty turned to Yue. Yue, boil me a pot of water. Once I skin him, we'll pour boiling water right over the meat. Grandma Li, watching closely, noticed something odd. Why is that buck shaking so much? You think it understands us? Is it scared? No. That's impossible. Fatty dismissed it with a laugh. Rats are stupid, they don't understand squat. He clanged his knives together, clank, clank, and continued. Let's get started. You hold him down for me. I'll slice his nuts off first. Yunxing was pinned tight against the cold ground, never imagining a day he'd end up in a pathetic situation like this. The blade inched closer and closer to his 2 little marbles, ignoring his desperate struggles and screams. But before the castration could happen, an attack flew in from the distance to stop it. Yunxing was crying rivers of despair, lying there helplessly as he stared at the 2 knives hovering right in front of his face. Fatty stood there frozen, completely confused by what just happened. Suddenly, Xiao Bai appeared like a hero, saving Yunxing's family jewels from imminent doom. Mrs. Li immediately recognized the beast. Isn't that his rat? Why is it here? Tianchen stepped out from the shadows and made his offer. Don't kill it. Keep it alive. I have a use for it. Seeing them appear, the crowd erupted in cheers. It's him. He's finally here. Captain Sun is back too. This is great. Tianchen stepped forward, his gaze drifting down to the terrified creature shivering at his feet. Yunxing could do nothing but weep in this form. If he wasn't boiled, he'd be roasted. He was powerless. Tianchen's group quickly moved to a different spot, taking the rat away from Mrs. Li's hungry crew. Yunxing stopped shaking and started wagging his tail excitedly. Seeing this reaction, Tianchen remarked, "Stop wagging your tail. It's making me dizzy." Yunxing retorted, "I still can't fully control this lowly creature's body. Wagging is its instinct. I can't stop it." Hearing this, Tianchen looked at him with even more disdain. "So, are you a rat or a dog now?" Yunxing, having no other moves, started shifting the blame. "If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have turned into this wretched state." Tianchen didn't want to argue. He cut straight to the chase. "Fine. Let's talk reality. Do you want to live or die?" Although cornered, Yunxing held on to his pride and answered, Living is the instinct of all organisms. Only you humans actively choose to self-destruct. Hearing such harsh words, Tianchen asked curiously, "From what you're saying, seems like you're pretty resentful of humanity's existence, huh?" But Yunxing answered like a cold, emotionless machine. "I've already discarded human emotions. I don't understand the resentment you speak of. I'm simply providing an objective assessment of human behavior." Tianchen revealed his true purpose. "If you want to live, I'll give you a way out, but you have to do exactly as I say." He glanced at Luo Lan and proposed, "Transfer your consciousness into her body." Yunxing immediately objected. "No, her genes are completely immune to my influence. If I enter her body in my current state, she'll swallow me whole. I won't hand my life over to someone else's control." Tianchen ignored the resistance, smiling as he continued. "You don't have another choice." The rat looked blank, not understanding the implication. Tianchen began to explain, "You won't trust me with your life, which means I can't trust you either. If you want to live, the only option is to hand over control to us. You're smart, surely you understand that logic?" Yunxing knew he was out of options, but he still hesitated. "Becoming your slave. That's something I cannot accept." Tianchen's patience was wearing thin. "Stubborn. I'm actually starting to respect you a little, but if I can't recruit you, then I can only send you on your way." He turned to the two behind him. "Yeah, Yue, want some rat meat?" Their faces immediately lit up with delight. Feeling the murderous intent return, Yunxing panicked. "What? What are you doing?" Tianchen didn't hide it. He laid out the details. "What else?" "Follow the procedure. Cut the nuts, peel the skin, pour boiling water." "I've never tried rat meat before." Yunxing was terrified and started begging. "No, no, you can't treat me like that." Seeing the fear, Tianchen grabbed him and sneered. "Scared yet? You claimed to abandon human emotions. But this rat's emotions still control you, don't they? Its instincts make you terrified. You fear everything. That is your weakness." Yunxing realized being absorbed by the girl was better than being digested by the crowd. I agree to the symbiosis. Just don't give me to them. I'll do anything." Having secured the deal, Tianchen turned to Luo Lan. "Do it." Yunxing let out a sigh of relief, no longer resisting. Luo Lan nodded without hesitation at the command. Yunxing quickly exited the rat's body, latching onto Luo Lan's arm to begin the transfer. In moments, he had parasitized her entire body. Tianchen stood by, watching closely. "So, how is it?" Luo Lan spoke up slowly, testing the sensation. "Not bad." She manipulated the energy in her palm with ease. "I can feel its existence clearly, and it doesn't negatively affect my own abilities at all. I have full control. However, its power has diminished significantly. It's useless for combat right now." Tianchen stepped in with a suggestion. "We still need to figure out its utility. Try releasing its consciousness. I have questions for it." Luo Lan nodded. "All right." She closed her eyes, focusing on the power within, then released Yunxing from her palm. The moment it appeared, its voice was incredibly respectful, stunning them both. "Mistress, how may I serve you?" Tianchen stared, amazed by the 180-degree turn. "Mistress? You changed your tune fast, didn't you?" Yunxing replied without shame. "My life and death are bound to her now. Calling her master is only logical." Ignoring Tianchen's weird look, it turned its attention to him. "Does my male master have questions for me as well?" Luo Lan flushed red in. "What nonsense. Who told you to call him that?" Yunxing ignored her embarrassment, analyzing calmly with its intellect. "I detect a massive release of female hormones whenever you are near him. That indicates human love, does it not? Therefore, I should address him as male master." Tianchen coughed, face burning, and quickly tried to change the subject. "Enough. No more male master or mistress. Just call me Tianchen. Now, let's get to the point," he asked sharply. "You mentioned seeing a new evolution path in me earlier. What exactly is it?" Yunxing hesitated, stammering, unsure how to answer. It looked at them, puzzled by their confusion over its own curiosity. Luo Lan commanded, "Just answer his question." Yunxing explained, "Sorry, I'm just curious. You guys already possess a stable evolution method. Why seek me? You kept me alive for that specific purpose, didn't you?" Tianchen flexed his arm, power surging visibly. "You mean this? This is the stable method?" Yunxing confirmed. "Correct. It recalled the past. I only want to evolve. But usually, evolution is a random mutation. Her main body once told me I might stagnate due to certain factors. But you possess systematic stability. That is what I need. Stable evolution. That matches Shihua's info. Tianchen processed this, then voiced his thought. The method to reach Tier 5. It's related to my breathing technique, isn't it? Yunxing clarified. Tier 5? I don't use human rankings to measure power. For us, evolution has 5 stages: defective, common, elite, rare, and perfect. You, me, and Master are all elite. However, we are at the very peak of the elite stage. Tianchen listened, then summarized his understanding. So, Tier 3 and below are defective. Tier 3 is common. Near Tier 4 is elite. In other words, a human Tier 5 corresponds to your rare stage. Yunxing confirmed. Exactly. It then revealed a crucial detail. That breathing technique is useless for my kind's physiology. But for humans, it's potent. Given enough time, jumping from elite to rare is not difficult for you humans. Tianchen's eyes narrowed with curiosity. With my current progress, how long until I reach rare? Yunxing replied bluntly. Without external help, your friends need 15 years. But you. It stared him dead in the eye. You will never reach the rare stage. Luolan snapped, furious. Liar. Tianchen is stronger than all of us. If he can't do it, who can? Yunxing cried out, aggrieved. Mistress! You control my mind. You know I cannot lie to you. She knew it was true but refused to believe it. But, Tianchen cut her off. Luolan, let him finish. Yunxing continued its explanation on evolution. The so-called evolution is simply the process where a life form endlessly repairs and optimizes its own genetics. Most of my kind just stockpile evolutionary energy non-stop, then blast through the evolution process in a split second. But you humans, you try every trick in the book to control that energy, forcing your bodies and minds to adapt to it bit by bit. You only break through when you hit your limit. Hearing this, Tianchen didn't find it odd at all and shot back, it's just a difference in habits, that's all. For us humans, controlling energy has always been the way. Yunxing didn't agree, so it asked a counter question. Don't you realize there's a problem with that control method? Only then did he start to get suspicious and rethink the issue. Seeing he was actually interested, it explained further. Humans split evolutionary energy into 6 different systems, and you focus on leveling up just one of them during your evolution. You guys managed to control the energy, sure, but you also suppressed your other evolutionary potentials in the process, didn't you? Tianchen still didn't get it, so he asked, what does any of this have to do with whether I can reach Tier 5 or not? Like a robot that just needs a prompt to spill data, Yunxing answered immediately. Of course it's related. You're violating 2 fundamental characteristics of evolution. The human method is control, taking a single type of energy and pushing it to the absolute limit. My kind's method is fusion. It doesn't matter what the ability is. If it's evolutionary energy, we absorb it. But you're different. You're controlling the energy boost while simultaneously trying to fuse it. You get the benefits of both paths, but naturally, you also inherit the flaws of both. That's why, as far as I can see, the elite rank is your dead end. After listening, Tianchen started connecting the dots. 2 flaws of evolution. Li Ran usually absorbs all kinds of viral energy. The flaw there is that it's neither pure enough nor pushed to the extreme. Evolved humans specialize in one system, making it impossible to master them all. But seriously, how does this stop me from hitting Tier 5? Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. That's it. Tianchen held out 3 gems toward the creature and asked, I remember when you gave me these. You said you didn't need them anymore because you wanted to follow our evolutionary path. Knowing he'd figured it out, Yunxing explained, looks like you get it. My survival instincts are top tier, but my combat power is weak. Gathering enough evolutionary energy on my own is just too hard. But you humans? Your method of evolution suits me perfectly. If I hadn't become your prisoner, I probably would have reached the rare rank by now. Tianchen finally understood everything. He lit a cigarette, blowing smoke at the creature's delusional ambitions. Being our prisoner. You shouldn't be too happy about that. Bottom line, it comes down to this. For someone like Li Ran to hit rare rank, she needs to gather all 6 ability systems and fuse them into herself. But for an evolved human to reach rare rank, they have to refine their specific ability to the absolute limit, changing quantity to trigger a change in quality. Tianchen exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, staring down at it. Wouldn't it have been better to just say that from the start? You wasted half the day beating around the bush, trying to make yourself look valuable, huh? Yunxing stammered, terrified. I didn't mean that. He leaned in close, his voice dropping to a warning. Remember, next time I ask you something, give me a straight answer. Don't try to play mysterious with me. I let you live, which means I can also make you wish you were dead. Shaking uncontrollably, Yunxing replied, I understand. Tianchen turned to leave, tossing a command to Luolan. Recall it. That's enough questions for today. Seeing him walk away, Yunxing quickly called out, Wait, you're thinking about advancing to the rare rank, aren't you? Tianchen didn't hide his intentions. I can't separate my powers like you can. Using both evolutionary methods is the only path I have. Since the requirement for Tier 5 is being both extreme and all-powerful, I have to hit both targets at the same time. Knowing it was impossible, the creature tried to stop him. That's insane. Extreme power can't be adjusted. Doing that is basically suicide. But before it could finish, it was crushed and sucked back inside. Confused by the sudden action, Tianchen asked, What happened? Luolan replied, I recalled it. She couldn't hide the worry in her voice. It's right, you know. If you actually try that, you'll destroy yourself. He knew that, of course, but he had no other choice, so he stayed silent. Luolan stepped closer, gently touching his hand. Is the way things are now really so bad? You're already so strong. Does reaching Tier 5 really matter that much? Her face full of anxiety, she tried to convince him. You still have Gao Fei, Lan Shi, Xuan, and you have me. We all have the power to protect ourselves now, whether you're Tier 4 or Tier 5. It doesn't matter. We don't care about that. After listening for a moment, Tianchen shared his thoughts. Luo Lan, there are things you haven't lived through, so you wouldn't understand. The old me was weak. So weak I was a burden to my team. So weak I couldn't even protect the woman I loved. I know that pain all too well, and I refuse to ever feel it again. Tianchen's eyes hardened with resolve as he continued. To everyone else, the me of right now might seem strong enough. But what happens when everyone else hits level 5? When we face stronger enemies then, will I end up being the one who needs protecting again? He finished speaking and turned to leave. That's enough for today. We should go find Xuan and regroup. Suddenly, Luolan rushed forward, hugging him tightly from behind a scene straight out of a romance movie. Finally, she mustered the courage to speak her heart. I knew I probably couldn't change your mind, but I had to try. Promise me one thing. No matter what you do, remember, none of it matters unless you're alive. Tianchen stood silent, accepting her sincerity, even if he couldn't return her feelings. Thank you. But suddenly, a dry cough cut through the air from someone watching in the distance. Still entangled in the hug, both of them snapped their heads toward the noise. A familiar girl with long flowing hair stood by a tree, watching them. Ruo Xuan wore a faint, eerie smile that made her true emotions impossible to read. Tianchen froze, looking exactly like a husband caught cheating. He stammered, Xuan, wait, this isn't ignoring him completely. She walked toward them. They told me you were over here, so I came to find you. Her expression was terrifyingly dark, yet her voice remained polite. Miss Luo, thank you so much for taking such good care of my Tianchen. Luolan's face flushed crimson. She stammered, Oh, no, it was nothing. Ruoshuan grabbed Tianchen's hand and dragged him away. Her voice turned ice cold. Let's go, we need to talk. Totally bewildered, he muttered. Okay. A moment later, his voice echoed through the forest. Xuan. Wait a second. Xuan. Tianchen sprinted ahead and blocked her path, desperate to explain. Listen to me, it's not what you think. Nothing happened between me and Luolan. Seeing his panic, Ruoshuan replied coldly, Stop it. Do you really think I'm the kind of woman who doubts her man's loyalty? Tianchen blinked, confused. Huh? Ruoshuan turned her face away, unable to hide the jealousy bubbling inside her. Maybe you didn't do anything, but did Luolan want to do something with you? And besides, who knows if you ever thought about giving her a chance? Confronted like this, he could only stammer, I. Regaining his composure, Tianchen stopped stammering and looked her in the eye. Xuan, listen to me. I have never, ever thought about betraying you. Ruoshuan looked at him, her trust in him evident. That much, I believe. Then, she suddenly hit him with a different question. Zuo Tianchen, if you never found me, would you have chosen to be with Luo Lan? Tianchen's eyes widened in shock. He hesitated. Why? Why are you asking me that? Rushuan's cheeks flushed a soft pink. She looked down, shyly explaining, she's beautiful, gentle, kind, and she's strong, too. In every way, she's the perfect partner, isn't she? If I didn't have these memories I can't get rid of, maybe she would be the one who's truly right for you. The afternoon sun painted the entire sky a blazing red. Sunlight filtered through the leaves as she spoke softly. Lately, I've been wondering, in this story between us, is it me or Luo Lan who's actually the latecomer? Tianchen stood silently, listening. Before you found me, Luo Lan was the one by your side, fighting through every danger. Deep down, you know she holds a place in your heart. He cut her off before she could say another word. Since you asked, I'm going to give you a proper answer. Tianchen stepped closer, his expression dead serious. 5 years ago I told you, my biggest motivation for surviving this hell was to find you. If I couldn't find you in Chuzhou, I would have gone to Beihua. If not Beihua, then somewhere else. I would pay any price just to be by your side. I would never have given up, not for anything. His eyes burned with unwavering resolve. Xuan, please, believe me. Hearing his raw confession, Ruoxuan couldn't hold it back anymore. She burst out laughing. Tianchen blinked, suddenly flustered. What? What's so funny? I'm being serious here. Ruoxuan kept smiling, unable to hide the sheer happiness radiating from her face. I just didn't expect a blockhead like you could actually say something so romantic. She finally voiced the heavy thoughts weighing on her heart. It's the apocalypse now. Most people have abandoned the old civilized rules. They don't care about one husband, one wife, or a lifetime commitment anymore. But to be honest, I care. I care a lot. I hope the man I love will have only me, from the beginning until the very end. Hearing the anxiety in her voice, Tianchen hesitated, trying to find the right words. Ruo Xuan, knowing he was struggling to speak, Ruo Xuan cut him off immediately. Just listen to me first. She looked him dead in the eye, her expression deadly serious as she continued to pour her heart out. We live in a chaotic era. The world is unpredictable. There might come a day when we have no choice but to part ways. If that happens, perhaps Gula would be the best choice for you. Tianchen understood the depth of the love she held for him. Instead of arguing, he pulled her into a gentle, tight embrace. Feeling the warmth of her body against his, he whispered into her ear, that day will never come. From now on, we will be together forever. Seeing his absolute determination, Ruo Xuan felt a mix of helplessness and pure joy, letting out a soft sigh. But happiness couldn't distract them for long. She pushed him back, her voice firm again. All right, that's enough. Let's stop tangling ourselves in romantic nonsense. Your Ruo Xuan isn't someone who just thinks about love all day. We need to discuss serious matters. She unwrapped a carefully protected object and continued. This is the meteorite shard left behind by the symbiote cell after we defeated it. Tianchen took it, examining the object with a frown. It's emitting a white light. Why has it transformed like this? Ruo Xuan explained immediately. Not long after I obtained the shard, it started reacting this way. It seems to have some resonance with me. I have a feeling. I might be able to extract a lot of information from it this time. The forest was completely silent. Just the two of them. She looked around and spoke again. There's no one here, and the infected on the island are basically wiped out. It's the perfect opportunity to absorb it. Tianchen agreed instantly. Then let's begin. Ruo Xuan focused her mental power into the palm of her hand. She moved her hand closer to the meteorite shard. I can't tolerate any more viral energy from the shard. My body is at its limit. But using mental power to attempt a data exchange should be fine. That way, after I extract the intel, the shard can still be used by others. Under the influence of her power, the object erupted with a blinding light. The entire forest was bathed in that radiant energy. The only sound was the wind rustling through the grass. After a moment, Ruo Xuan sensed something and retracted her mental power. The energy radiating from her vanished completely. Tianchen stepped forward immediately. Well, did you discover anything? She replied, her voice distant. I received some bizarre memories. I'm still digesting them. Closing her eyes, she focused on the flow of images. This memory isn't yours or mine. It seems to belong to someone I don't know. It looks like an arena. She squeezed her eyes shut, straining to recall the details. Suddenly, Ruo Xuan's eyes snapped open, her face filled with shock. Seeing her reaction, Tianchen asked urgently, "What is it? What happened?" Still shaken by the lingering emotions of the memory, she stammered, I can't explain it clearly, but you were in that memory." She stepped closer, placing a finger gently on Tianchen's forehead. "The memory I retrieved is relatively clear. I'll transfer it to you. See for yourself." The moment the memory hit him, Tianchen's eyes widened. A current of electricity surged through his brain. The scenery warped and shifted to a different location. Someone was plummeting from a high-rise building. Tianchen instinctively reached out, feeling the sensation of falling. No, it was the owner of this memory who was falling. He slammed into the ground with terrifying speed, triggering a massive explosion. Dust and debris filled the air. Inside the memory, Tianchen's silhouette struggled to stand up, coughing violently. He analyzed the situation through the owner's eyes. Was this guy thrown off the building? Suddenly, the click-clack of high heels approached. A voice called out, "How are you holding up?" A voluptuous woman with fiery red hair reached out to him, urging, "Get up, hurry, that guy is almost here." This woman was known as Red Butterfly. Seeing no response, she shouted again, frantic, "Lin Sheng, don't you dare pass out on me. Wake up, he's coming." That name struck a chord. Tianchen finally realized who he was in this vision. Lin Sheng. The owner of these memories is Lin Sheng. Occupying the body, Tianchen scanned the surroundings and froze. Wait. This is the Beihua Bay City. It's been completely reduced to ruins. How is this possible? His face twisted in shock as the realization hit him. Could this be the Battle of Beihua? A memory of Ruo Xuan from the past flashed through his mind, her warning echoing. "Listen to me. You cannot stay in this city, and you absolutely cannot participate in the Battle of Beihua. You will die. You will definitely die." Suddenly, Li Yun noticed something and whipped her head around a massive sphere of energy was hurtling straight toward her. She grabbed Lin Sheng's hand instantly. "Run, move." It slammed into the ground and exploded, sending rocks and debris flying. Two figures stood silently, watching the smoke and ruins left by the attack. His eyes widened as he realized something. The impact site was now a deep crater, with smoke billowing out endlessly. Tianchen immediately remarked, "That power, it's far stronger than a level 4 attack." Li Yun looked up, her body trembling. He's here." Her eyes stretched wide, staring fixedly as she continued. "It's him." Tianchen, currently inside Lin Cheng's body, looked up curiously in the direction she was pointing. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock and suspicion. Before them, a man was floating high up in the sky. The figure descended closer, revealing every detail. A face that was all too familiar. The image became crystal clear. He was speechless when he saw who it was. It wasn't a stranger. It was himself. Tianchen suddenly snapped out of the memory. He stood frozen for a moment, unable to move after what he had just witnessed. His eyes were still wide with shock as he thought, "How is that possible? During the Beihua battle, I was clearly in the small base city at the rear, fighting off the zombie wave. Why did the person fighting Captain Lin's team have a face exactly like mine? Is it just a coincidence?" Tianchen turned to Ruo Xuan. Xuan, the information you just got, don't tell anyone about it. Understood?" She looked unwell, clutching her head as she stumbled. "My mental power. It's a bit chaotic." As soon as she finished speaking, she collapsed straight into him. Tianchen was stunned for a second, then caught her unconscious body, shouting loudly, "Xuan Xuan, Xuan Xuan." The scene shifts to Tianchen's base, where voices can be heard from inside. "What happened?" Sister Xuan Xuan suddenly fainted. "It's nothing serious. Let's analyze the anomaly caused by the meteorite shard first." Gao Fei and the others were inside, and he began to update everyone on the situation. A symbiotic cell mimicked the appearance of a meteorite shard. It caused the scavengers to turn on each other, resulting in heavy casualties. Tianchen, sitting by the sickbed, asked, "How are Wei Wen and his team?" Gao Fei replied, "Wei Wen is sharp. He sensed something was odd early on, so he kept his guard up. His people didn't suffer any losses." Luolan stood to the side, arms crossed, and scolded them. Wei Wen and Brother Wei warned them from the start. Not only did they not listen, but they also bit back. Whatever happened to them, they brought it on themselves. Tianchen tossed an object to her. Catch. Luo Lan grabbed it and realized it was a meteorite shard. He then explained its use. I've checked this shard. The power hidden inside belongs to the mental and fusion types. The viral energy in Xuan Xuan and me is near saturation, so we can't absorb anymore. You guys should try absorbing it together. Luo Lan asked a question back that made him fall silent. Brother Tianchen, did you find a way to reach level 5 from that symbiotic cell? The girl recalled the past and continued. I remember you said that to save Dad, I needed level 5 strength. 5 years have passed. I'm level 4 now, but I still have no clue how to cultivate further. Tianchen decided not to hide it anymore. Kid, there's something I never told you. About saving Uncle Luo back then. I lied to you. Luo Lan froze completely as she heard his next words. As for level 5, at that time, I didn't actually know if reaching level 5 would save him or not. I wasn't sure. I told you those things because I was afraid you'd give up. That's why I helped you set the goal of becoming a level 5 master. The girl fell into utter despair, her body trembling as she stammered. So my dad? Tianchen stepped forward and placed his hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Don't panic just yet. This doesn't mean we're out of options. In fact, quite the opposite. Now that I truly understand how to reach level 5, I believe the plan I told you about all those years ago is actually possible. He takes a moment to revisit the promise he made in the past. Back then, I told you that saving Uncle Luo required 4 conditions. First, you need to master the level 5 fusion separation ability. Second, we need the assistance of a psychic-type expert at the same level. Third, we have to eliminate the remaining factors left by the Red Demon. Fourth, help Uncle Luo Huancheng complete his mutation to level 4. Tianchen doesn't even glance back as he pours out his true thoughts. I wasn't lying about the third and fourth conditions. But regarding the first and second, back then, I couldn't be sure. At that time, I honestly had no idea how to actually break through to level 5. I also couldn't guarantee that even if you reached that level, you'd be able to separate Uncle Luo from that ancient tree. Hearing this, a spark of hope reignites in Luo Lan's eyes. She voices the question burning in her mind. So, are you certain now? Tianchen, having previously extracted information from Yunxing, replies with confidence. Yeah. Level 4 and level 5 share the same essence. To master it, you must evolve one of your abilities to its absolute limit. The girl blinked, looking completely confused as she echoed the word. The limit? Tianchen pointed right at Luo Lan. Your fusion ability has 2 sides. One fuses external objects to strengthen your own body. The other separates them, returning them to their natural state. Luo Lan stared at her arm, unable to believe she possessed such power. Huh. Really? Tianchen pressed on. Let me ask you this. Can you separate your own arm from your body? Gao Fei didn't wait for her to answer. He used his telekinesis to float a knife in the air, speaking for her. Easy, just chop it off, right? Tianchen shot down that naive idea instantly. That is self-mutilation, not separation. Luo Lan looked down at her palm, doubt creeping into her eyes. My separation ability can only force foreign objects out of my body. But separating my actual body parts, that feels impossible. Tianchen lit a cigarette, his expression darkening as he explained. Right now, Uncle Luo and that ancient tree have fused into a single entity. To him, there is no difference. He is the tree, and the tree is him. If you can't separate your own body, you can't separate him from it. I used to think it was impossible too. That's why I told you that you needed to hit level 5 first. But now, if you push your ability to its absolute limit, there might be a way. Hearing she could save her father, her face lit up with hope. So, if I just hit level 5, I can save him. Tianchen didn't smile. He cut her off gently but firmly. No, you've got it backward. It's only when you reach the level where you can save him that you'll finally break through to level 5. He stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder while she processed that. You're still in the level 4 formation phase. It's too early to force it. Train until you hit the origin stage. Only then will you be strong enough to even try. Luo Lan didn't waste another second. She bolted. I'm going to train right now, she yelled back. Tianchen sighed, watching her go. She's always so impulsive. Beside him, Gao Fei grinned, amused by the whole thing. He slung an arm around Tianchen's shoulder, leaning in with a whisper. Hey Tianchen, you can't play favorites like that. Tianchen frowned at the weird vibe. What are you doing? Gao Fei tightened his grip, acting hurt. What am I doing? Come on. You only give tips to little Luolan? Bro, what about our friendship? You gotta help me out too. Come on, spill it. How do I get my powers to the limit? Tianchen ignored the whining completely. He shrugged. Use your brain. Figure it out yourself. Realizing it on your own is different from being spoon-fed. Gao Fei wasn't giving up though. He put on his most shameless face. Shameless as ever, he grinned. Why should I waste brain cells thinking when I've got you? Tianchen literally kicked him out the door. Get lost. Go train yourself. Dusting off his hands, Tianchen grumbled. Lazy bum. I have no idea how he even reached his current level. On the bed, Ruo Xuan sat up, speaking softly. Hard work is good, naturally, but talent matters just as much. Tianchen spun around at the sound of her voice. Xuan, when did you wake up? Ruo Xuan gazed out the window, thoughtful. Just a moment ago, but tell me, have you really not noticed how talented Gao Fei actually is? She rested her chin on her hand, analyzing. When it comes to spiritual energy, my senses are a bit sharper than yours. If I'm not wrong, Gao Fei is going to break through to the origin stage within 3 days. Tianchen was stunned. That fast? He looked out the window, trying to reconcile her words with the slacker he knew. That kid. I never even see Fei training. He fought that one battle against the symbiote, sure. But how did he get so strong so suddenly? Ruo Xuan smiled. That's why I called it talent. You were right not to help him. Let him figure it out on his own. He might just surprise us all. Tianchen pulled up a chair and sat beside her. Enough about him. How are you doing? She slowly swung her legs off the bed, answering his concern with a soft look. I'm fine. Interacting with the meteorite shard made my spiritual energy chaotic for a bit, but as my power stabilizes, I'll recover. Then, she remembered something. Right. About those memories you unlocked. What did you see? Tianchen hesitated, stammering. The memories. He took a breath to steady himself before explaining. Xuan, you've probably guessed it already. My head is full of memories that don't belong to this world. They feel like glimpses of my own future. Things that haven't happened yet, but will. She nodded, confirming she understood. I know, she said softly. That's why you were so desperate to find me, wasn't it? Tianchen continued, letting out the thoughts that had been weighing on him. But, as for me, and those memories you recovered, that's still a riddle I can't solve. First, I don't get why interacting with that meteorite shard gave you those specific memories. Second, regarding the Beihua battle in your vision, I don't understand why you said humanity was done for. Third, in my own memories, the second meteorite didn't fall until the 3rd year of the apocalypse, but in this timeline, it crashed down in just half a year. Her face turns thoughtful as she absorbs his words. Ruo Xuan sits on the bed, slowly addressing each of his concerns. I'm not exactly sure why the meteorite triggered those memories, but I can guarantee it has something to do with our battle against the Red Demon 5 years ago. As for the Beihua battle you mentioned, the information is fragmented. However, regarding the meteorite's early arrival, I have a theory. Is it possible that the timeline of events in your memory doesn't match what we're experiencing right now? Mid-sip of water, Tianchen turns to her. What do you mean? Ruo Xuan's gaze drifts into the distance as she connects the dots, formulating a hypothesis. Take the meteorite crash, for example. You remember it happening in the 3rd year, but in reality, it happened nearly 3 years early. If that's the pattern, then many other events, especially major ones that shape history, are occurring much sooner than you remember. The glass slips from Tianchen's hand, shattering into pieces on the floor. Startled by his reaction, Ruo Xuan rushes over. What is it? Tianchen's eyes widen in horror as he mutters. 3 years. That's right. 3 years. Ignoring her question, he whips out his phone and starts typing furiously. The screen displays a chat log. Zhang Dingyu, have you been in contact with the observatory in Suzhou recently? Dingyu replies instantly. You mean Director Long? Yeah. They built a small base city over at the observatory. We're in constant communication. Tianchen immediately types back a demand. Find a way to get a phone to him, now. The reply comes quick. On it. How are things on your end? Tianchen fires back. It's over. We head back tomorrow. Standing beside him, Ruo Xuan sees the tension etched on his face and asks, What's going on? Why do you look so terrified? Still glued to his screen, Tianchen answers. You just reminded me of the timeline. If your theory is correct, then our current time corresponds to the 8th year of the apocalypse in my memories. He turns to face her, his eyes dark with gravity. The first meteorite brought the virus. The second triggered the cataclysm. We shifted from the era of endurance to the era of mutation. But in the 8th year, the third meteorite falls. That marks the beginning of the era of extinction. Ruo Xuan pales, stammering in shock. The third meteorite? Tianchen has no time for fear. He steels himself. With our current strength, we don't stand a chance against the extinction-level threat. We have to get stronger. I need to find a way to break through to level 5 before the year ends. Time flies. 5 days later, back at Manhwa Base City, Gao Fei is enthusiastically recounting his heroic deeds. You have no idea what it feels like to face down 8 massive infected all by yourself. Usually there's only one word to describe a man like that. Legendary. He stands on top of the table, flailing his arms and legs to act out the battle. I had a gun in each hand, blasting away. I took on all 8 of them without breaking a sweat. And my throwing knives? You should have seen it. Nothing could get within 100 meters of me. Gao Fei hops down and points a finger dramatically at Ding Yu. From this day forward, forget the name Gao Fei. Address me only as Little Li the Flying Dagger. Seeing him brag so shamelessly, Ding Yu immediately throws a jab. If you're that formidable, how did Tianchen and the others get injured? Gao Fei faced the suspicion with unwavering calm. Even the best horse stumbles sometimes, right? Tianchen was too careless. When it mattered most, he still had to rely on me. Ding Yu didn't say a word, simply pointing a finger behind him. Tianchen had been leaning against the wall, arms crossed, watching them for who knows how long. He stepped closer. Talking about what? Caught red-handed, Gao Fei scratched his head awkwardly, dodging the question. Nothing, just reporting the Pearl Island situation to Mayor Zhang. Not wanting to lose any more face, he bolted. I'm heading out first. You guys talk. Tianchen turned to Ding Yu to clarify. Just listen to A Fei for entertainment. Don't take it seriously. Ding Yu chuckled softly. Don't worry. I know what he's like. Although he knew Gao Fei was a braggart, he had to admit the guy had talent. Gao Fei might exaggerate, but this trip of yours to Pearl Island wasn't a waste. You not only secured the meteorite shard, but also brought Miss Luo back. Me, Cao Fei, Luo Lansha, Xuan, and Little White too. Add in Miss Luo. That brings our count of level 4 elites to exactly 6. He didn't stop there, grabbing the notebook to continue his report. Before you arrived, I ran some rough numbers. Qi Lin and Ren Yan are solid allies now. Plus, you've got a history with the folks over at Beihua Bay City. And this trip to Pearl Island? You managed to build a strong bond with that level 4 powerhouse, Sun Yi. Ding Yu handed the dossier to Tianchen. I whipped up this chart. It breaks down the power rankings within our circle. Take a look. Tianchen took the file, scanning the stats. So, we have 6 Class B experts on our side. If we count the level 4 allies, that's 11 people total. Even in the 10th year of my previous life, a lineup like this would be terrifying. Tianchen finished reading, snapped the folder shut, and gave his verdict. Actually, beyond our level 4 elites, there's Jiangbo in Chuzhou, Onion in Lehigh County, plus Brooks and Little Shui. They all have insane potential. If we train them right, they'll drastically boost our overall combat power. He nodded in agreement. Right. Then, Ding Yu suddenly remembered something else. By the way, Qi Lin knows about the Pearl Island situation. He reached out yesterday, probably wants a slice of the pie. Tianchen paused, repeating the words in surprise. Pearl Island? He rested his chin on his hand, calculating his next move. The battle wiped out the infected there, but the island is still sitting on a massive stockpile of crystal ore. That's prime cultivation material. Sun Yi can't possibly use all that by himself. Even if Qi Lin takes a cut, there's plenty left. Ding Yu asked, do you think we should try to swallow that resource for ourselves? He answered instantly. We could, but it's not necessary. Tianchen knew better than to ignore the loot, but he had to play this smart. He explained, 1. Sun Yi commands a strong force down there. They aren't weak. We're on good terms. There's no point in burning bridges over some resources. 2. Securing that loot would mean stationing level 4 elites there long term, plus a massive drain on manpower and supplies. The cost is too high. Ding Yu caught on immediately. So, you want to drag Qi Lin in to co-manage the resources? Tianchen didn't hide it. Exactly. If two base cities share the defense burden, it saves us a fortune. Explanation done, Tianchen added. For the negotiations, go find Zhang Luo. Even brothers settle accounts clearly. We need to make sure we hold the dominant position in this deal. Ding Yu nodded confidently. Don't worry, I'm on it. Tianchen lit a cigarette, changing the subject. Any news on elemental wastelands appearing lately? Ding Yu blinked, caught off guard by the question. Elemental types? Tianchen, are you hunting for that to break through to level 5? Tianchen raised a brow. Did Fei tell you? Then he shook his head. No, he just mentioned you guys caught a live infected. Said it knew how to reach level 5. He sighed, impressed. Rare for that guy to know when to keep his mouth shut. Tianchen looked at him, candid but firm. Regarding level 5. That's top secret for us right now. Wait until you hit the level 4 shaping stage. Then I'll tell you everything. Knowing now would only be a burden. Ding Yu didn't push it. Got it. I trust your judgment. Ding Yu returned to the main topic, his expression tightening. As for the elemental wasteland, one actually popped up in Jiangzhen a few days ago. Tianchen's eyes narrowed. Jiangzhen? You mean the hot spring resort? He looked surprised. You know the place? Tianchen nodded. Heard of it. Fill me in. Well, you know there's an active volcano near Jiangzhen. Before the apocalypse, the whole hot spring industry relied on it. But a few days ago, that volcano erupted. It used to be packed. After the virus hit, the resort turned into a paradise for the infected. Over the years, plenty of evolvers went there to hunt for crystals. But since the eruption, rumor has it the infected inside have all developed fire abilities. Even some evolvers who made it out gained the power to control fire. Tianchen silently connected the new intel with his memories. In my past life, that volcano erupted in the 8th year. But now, it's only the 5th year. 3 years early? Could Xuan's prediction be right? But in my past life, I never heard a word about that place being linked to fire abilities. Sensing a missing piece of the puzzle, he hurriedly asked, Any other intel? Ting Yu replied instantly, That's it. This is the latest info. I got word that Brooks and Wang Xiaobao already led a team to scout the area. Do you want to head over and check it out? Seeing no more info to squeeze out, Tianchen simply accepted it. He pulled out his phone again, staring at the screen, lost in deep thought. To reach level 5, I need abilities from 6 systems. I have 4 enhancements: strength, speed, transformation, and spirit. I'm still missing the elemental and fusion types. A fire elemental ability would be perfect. His fingers moved across the screen as he sent a message. Xuan, Dagger Li, Lan Sha. Get to the meeting room. Call Miss Luo too. The 3 of them responded instantly. Okay. Tianchen sent another message. Renyan, if you're around, come join us. Seeing the notification, she replied, As it happens, I'm away. The wilderness suits me better. I'm not cut out for base city life. Don't force it, she added. Up to you. Let's keep in touch though. Thanks. 10 minutes later, everyone was gathered in the meeting room. Tianchen began to brief them. I've already explained the situation in Jiangtown. Since our base city needs a level 4 expert to guard it. This time, aside from Little White, I can only take 2 people with me. Now, let's discuss who's coming. Gao Fei and Lan Sha were the first to volunteer enthusiastically. I'm a soldier for the cause. Send me wherever. I don't have to go there specifically. Me too. I'll follow orders. Luo Lan, however, spoke up hesitantly. I left Longhua 5 years ago and just got back. I should stay to get used to the environment. Besides, it might not be right for me to go. Ruo Xuan, sensing her concern, immediately chimed in. What's not right? I think you going would be great. Hearing this, Luo Lan faltered. Tianchen was also surprised by the suggestion and asked awkwardly, Xuan, are you serious? She retorted. What? Do I look like I'm joking? Gao Fei and the others watched with relish, enjoying the domestic drama unfolding. Little White couldn't hide its amusement either. Luo Lan, being a woman and fearing unnecessary misunderstandings, added, That wouldn't be good. You should go with him. Ruo Xuan dismissed it cheerfully. Nothing wrong with it. After all, I need to stay back and focus on my pregnancy. Luo Lan was stunned, letting out a confused, huh? Gao Fei and the group screamed in shock. Pregnancy? Tianchen shot up from his chair, his face filled with shock as he shouted. Really? He rushed over to her, asking anxiously, Xuan, You're not pranking me, are you? Did we really? That time. Wait. How is your health? Seeing his frantic state, Ruo Xuan smiled softly. Look at you. She looked him straight in the eye and teased. Zuo Tianchen, are you scared that I'm pregnant? Tianchen was stunned, unable to answer immediately, but he quickly recovered, stammering shyly, How could I be? I'd be overjoyed. Hearing his answer, Ruo Xuan stopped hiding it. At least you have a conscience. I was just tricking you to see your reaction. After returning from Pearl Island, I gained a lot. I plan to go into seclusion to break through to the origin condensation stage. Tianchen was astonished. Origin condensation stage? Already? Seeing his worry, Ruo Xuan added, My man is already so strong. Naturally, I have to work hard to keep up. Besides, Jiangtown is full of high-level elemental experts. It's not a place where a spirit type like me can survive easily. On the other hand, evolved users with strong physical constitutions like you and Miss Luo are perfect for it. Hearing this, he had to agree. That actually makes sense. Lan Sha, hearing this, got excited and interrupted. In that case, I can go too. Gao Fei suddenly covered her mouth. Go where? Use your brain. We need to go into seclusion too. The girl asked, confused. Seclusion? I don't need to. Before Lan Sha could argue, he dragged her away. No, you need seclusion. Let's go. The atmosphere between the remaining three instantly became suffocatingly heavy. Tianchen looked incredibly awkward, sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes shifting nervously. Ruo Xuan closed her eyes, relaxing with a calm expression, though she held an air of mystery. Luo Lan avoided eye contact, her cheeks flushed red. After a tense internal struggle, Tianchen couldn't take it anymore and tried to flee. I still have things to do. I'm leaving first. But Ruo Xuan stopped him immediately. Stop right there. She turned around. What are you running for? The one who should leave is me. He became even more flustered, unsure if she was being serious or jealous, and stammered, Xuan, E. Ruo Xuan understood his thoughts and walked toward him. Shh, don't get the wrong idea. She shoved him down right next to Luo Lan, not caring if he agreed or not, and kept talking. Right now, your job is to work with Miss Luo. You two need to prep for the trip to Jiangtown. Besides, Miss Luo just got back to Manhwa. As the host, you'd better treat her right. Having said her piece, Ruo Xuan turned on her heel and cleared out of the room. You two take your time chatting. I'm out. Tianchen sat there frozen like a deer in headlights, completely clueless on how to break the ice. Suddenly, Luo Lan spoke up, shattering the heavy silence. Her voice trembled as she asked, Zuo Tianchen, should I just not have come back? He snapped his head toward her the moment the words left her lips. Luo Lan kept her head lowered, her eyes cast down, unable to hide the sorrow in her gaze as she continued. I should have just stayed on that island. Then you two wouldn't be fighting. It's all my fault. I'm just a burden. I really shouldn't be here. Suddenly, Tianchen cut in with a line that made her eyes go wide. No, the one who messed up is me. He lowered his head, taking a moment to reflect before voicing his true thoughts. Back then, I never should have let you go. Hearing those words, Luo Lan couldn't hold it back anymore. Her eyes welled up, and as the emotion surged, tears began to stream down her face uncontrollably. Silence reclaimed the room, leaving only the silhouettes of Tianchen and Luo Lan, heads bowed as they let the tears fall. Cut to 10 days later at Jiangtown, the entire atmosphere was saturated in a haze of red, with even the river below reflecting the magma's glow, running as crimson as blood. The surrounding earth, unable to withstand the scorching heat, was parched and cracked. Not a single plant could survive in this hellscape. Luo Lan, dressed in lighter gear, shielded her face with her hand and groaned. It is burning up out here. This feels awful. I can barely breathe. As she struggled, Zuo Tianchen stood beside her and explained, It's probably not just the volcano. There's a special elemental energy permeating this place. This energy is everywhere. It's even saturated the air itself. He crouched down, dipping his hand into the stream to feel it. This place has likely transformed into a complete wasteland. Even the water has been corrupted. The elemental energy in the water is even more concentrated than in the air. To be safe, we stick to our own supplies. She nodded with a soft But Xiaobai didn't seem to care. The little creature bent down and started lapping up the toxic water greedily. Tianchen had barely finished his sentence when he saw it. His jaw dropped in pure panic. Luo Lan stood there just as stunned. Tianchen grabbed the creature, hoisted it up, and barked, "Is that something you can just drink? What are we supposed to do if you get sick, huh?" She kept her gentle demeanor and chimed in, "That little guy hasn't changed a bit. He still thinks everything is edible." Tianchen dangled the creature upside down and turned to her. "The wasteland isn't like the outside world. We have to be extremely careful here. Keep a close eye on him. Don't let him run off." He quickly stepped forward, sensing something. "I sensed a battle in that direction. Let's go check it out." Luo Lan nodded. "Okay." Meanwhile, a horde of fire-wielding mutants was roaring and charging into an attack. Down below, Yuan Luo slammed his hand onto the scorching earth and bellowed, "Do it! Now!" His team, positioned in a tight formation around him, immediately activated their abilities. The mutants, oblivious to any tactics, just charged blindly straight into the trap. In an instant, the ground beneath their feet crumbled, forming a massive pit that swallowed them whole. A split second later, a colossal explosion erupted, completely engulfing the creatures trapped inside. From a high rocky outcrop, Zuo Tianchen and Luo Lan watched the chaos unfold below. She was stunned by the sheer power of the blast. Those guys are only around level 2. Even with a combined attack, they shouldn't be able to cause destruction on that scale. Right? Tianchen explained. It's not just a combined attack. They're using a simple form of elemental fusion. First, the lead fighter used earth abilities to soften the ground. Then, in that split-second opening, the others detonated the fire energy dormant in the soil. That's what triggered such a massive reaction. It's a surprisingly effective tactic for low-level evolvers, but against people like us, it wouldn't do a thing. Having sized up their abilities, Tianchen stood up. "Doesn't look like we need to make contact with them. Let's go. We need to find Brooks and Wang Xiaobao." Luo Lan nodded in agreement, but then he froze, looking around. "Wait, where's Xiaobai?" She looked down at where the creature had been, but there was absolutely nothing there. "He was right here a second ago." Tianchen sighed in utter helplessness. That little troublemaker. Down on the battlefield, the fight was over. One of the hunters sliced open the mutant's belly with a knife and dug his hand inside, rooting around for something. A moment later, he pulled out a gleaming crystal and inspected it. Hao Tian tossed the crystal to a teammate. "Catch. That's gotta be a level 2. Yuan Luo snatched it out of the air, grinning. "Not bad. That makes 30 level 2 crystals we've snagged on this run." But suddenly, strange noises started coming from inside his bag, instantly grabbing his attention. Yuan Dong stands aside, bewildered by the reaction, and asks, "What's wrong?" Hao Tian doesn't answer, his eyes glued to the scene below. After watching for a moment, he decisively reaches inside to investigate. When he pulls his hand out, he finds Xiaobai clutching a crystal tight. Xiaobai isn't even fazed by being caught. He just happily chomps down on the crystal in his paw. Yuan Luo's jaw drops as he screams, "Oh my god!" His face goes dark as he stares into the empty bag. It's all gone. After stuffing his face, the little guy doesn't stand on ceremony. He lets out a massive burp. Full and satisfied, he smacks the hand holding him to break free. Xiaobai quickly escapes his grip and lands safely. Without wasting a second, he bolts, leaving the group standing there in shock. Yuan Luo finally snaps out of it and shouts, "Damn it! Chase him! That hamster ate all the crystals." Xiaobai keeps running, ignoring the angry mob screaming behind him. "Stop right there, you damn hamster! You stole my stuff!" He sprints over to where Tianchen is standing and quickly hides behind his back. The group skids to a halt when they see him. Yuan Luo steps up and demands, "Hey kid, is that your hamster? He ate our loot. How are you gonna settle this debt?" Tianchen looks down, stunned by the mess his pet caused. Xiaobai peeks out with an innocent look, as if saying, "I didn't do anything." He doesn't react, just closes his eyes and addresses the group, "I won't lie to you." Tianchen kicks the hamster away as he speaks, "I don't know him." Xiaobai goes flying and hits the ground hard. Luo Lan watches in shock. The hamster sits up, looking confused. Yuan Luo's group cracks their knuckles, their eyes glowing with malice as they advance. "Don't know him? Great, that makes this easy." Xiaobai is terrified, freezing in place as he hears them sneer, "You little brat, we're gonna teach you a lesson today." It looks like Xiaobai is about to get the beating of a lifetime, but suddenly, the sound of begging fills the air. "Big brother hamster, we were wrong. We were blind to your greatness. We won't do it again, we promise. Luolan sighs helplessly at the sight. No, not Big Brother Grandpa Hamster. Oh great and virtuous Lord, please don't lower yourself to deal with lowly scum like us. Tianchen closes his eyes, exasperated. Yes, yes. Just treat us like a fart and let us go. Just let it slide. We're just trying to make a living out here. It's tough. Yuan Luo and his men, covered in bruises, are on their knees begging. Grandpa Hamster, please have mercy. Xiao Bai, now transformed into a massive beast, lets out an arrogant snort. Suddenly, a bag is tossed down toward Yuan Luo's group. He looks inside and instantly recognizes them, meteorite crystals. Yuan Luo looks up, completely confused. Tianchen stands there, hands in his pockets. That's for you. Consider it compensation for your loss. He turns to leave with Xiao Bai, saying, let's go. But Yuan Luo runs after them, calling out, wait. Tianchen looks at him warily. Is there a problem? Yuan Luo hands him a bag and explains, the meteorite crystals you gave us are worth more than enough. We have a bag of level 2 crystals here. Take them, let's call it a trade. Tianchen peers into the bag, impressed. Elemental meteorite crystals. I didn't expect the infection here to produce something like this. No wonder so many evolvers are coming here to hunt. He takes the bag and turns to leave, waving his hand over his shoulder. Thanks. Hao Tian watches them go and complains, boss, that bag of meteorite crystals doesn't cover our losses. One bag of level 2 crystals is worth at least 4 of those, and didn't you notice? That guy is clearly toying with us. Yuan Dong keeps his eyes on Tianchen's retreating figure. I know. He turns to explain, just that hamster of his beat us helpless. Imagine what he can do. The fact that he offered compensation shows he's someone we can reason with. It's a give and take. In these chaotic times, you have to be careful and know when to build bridges. Luolan asks, what did they give you? He replies, elemental meteorite crystals, I think. Tianchen holds the crystal up to the light. These kinds of meteorite crystals contain a massive amount of elemental energy. Usually, only high-level elemental experts bother collecting them, but crystals formed in the wasteland might have other effects depending on their wild mutations. He looks down at Xiao Bai, thinking aloud. Xiao Bai ran off specifically to steal these. Is it because they do something for him? That's why I was watching him so closely back there. Tianchen crouches down, bringing his face close to the hamster. He grins like he's figured it out. Stop hiding it. Show me. Xiao Bai immediately flexes its power, its entire body engulfed in a ferocious blaze. Luolan watches in shock, gasping. You can actually use fire? Tianchen doesn't even blink, calmly ordering, show us what you've got. At his command, the beast stomps a paw forward with heavy force. Xiao Bai instantly sucks every lick of flame back into its body. Once the energy reaches critical mass, it unleashes a devastating torrent outward. A beam of pure fire blasts forward. Even Tianchen and Luolan are left completely floored by the sheer intensity of its power. The attack triggers a massive explosion on impact, instantly engulfing the surroundings in a chaotic sea of smoke and flames. He eyes the destruction, nodding in approval. Not bad. That range and intensity. It's definitely at the level of a Tier 4 elemental user. Tianchen turns to the beast. Can you fire another one? But Xiao Bai just shakes its head. Tianchen freezes, staring at the creature in disbelief. Are you serious? You're tapped out after one shot? He grabs the beast by the scruff, lifting it eye level. You ate an entire bag of meteorite elemental crystals. Is this how you waste my resources? The beast meekly nods. Tianchen clutches his head in frustration. What a useless glutton. Luolan steps up from behind to defend the poor thing. It's actually impressive. Those crystals came from Tier 2 infected creatures, but Xiao Bai just unleashed a Tier 4 attack. Tianchen reaches back, gripping the hilt of his blade. Realizing what he's up to, Luolan asks, wait, are you going to test it on yourself? Tianchen gives a curt, affirmative grunt. He slices a wound across his palm and presses the crystal against it. The stone begins to shrink rapidly as his blood absorbs its energy. Seeing flames ignite over his hand, Luolan cheers. It worked! But Tianchen just stares at the fire, his expression darkening with calculation. Strange. Absorbing it definitely replenishes some elemental energy for a short period, but I can't unleash a massive burst like Xiao Bai did. I'm limited to a steady, controlled output. Luo Lan poses a question. Could you use these crystals as material to break through to Tier 5? He shakes his head immediately. No way. The elemental boost is temporary, and the quality is far too low. It can't support a peak-level evolution. Tianchen continues his analysis. But since this wilderness produces these elemental crystals, there's a good chance the high-grade material I actually need is out here too. Let's head to the central zone. Contact Brooks and Wang Xiaobao. Luo Lan nods in agreement. Got it. 1 hour later, beneath a towering structure, the two weave through a bustling crowd, chatting as they walk. It's getting crowded. We must be getting close to the central wilderness zone. The architecture here is surprisingly well preserved compared to the other sectors. A big crowd is normal, but that's not exactly good news for us. Around them, passers-by cast hostile, calculating glances, sizing them up. Noticing the aggressive atmosphere, Luo Lan whispers, "Why do they keep staring at us?" Tianchen, unfazed, replies, "Because our group is small." He calmly lights a cigarette, explaining, "It's different from Pearl Island. There were a lot of people there too, but it had been established for a long time. Everyone there was local, so there were unwritten rules. But here, exploration just started. It's a free-for-all grab for resources. A small team like ours looks like easy prey." Hearing that these vultures might cause trouble, Luo Lan stomps her foot violently against the ground. Her aura explodes outward as she roars. "Haven't you seen enough?" The intimidation works instantly. The crowd scrambles away in sheer terror. "Run! Move it! That aura is near Tier 4. Don't look for trouble." "Damn! We almost messed with the wrong people." Luo Lan instantly reverts to her gentle demeanor, smiling. "There. Now nobody should bother us, right?" Tianchen smirks, impressed. "You've really changed over the last few years." Suddenly, a loud, jarring voice makes them both freeze. "Do you want a safe, comfortable home? Have you ever dreamed of a stable 9-to-5 life with 3 square meals a day?" A man rides past on a bicycle towing a cargo trailer, a loudspeaker strapped to it blasting the message on a loop. "Join the Manhua Bay City Reclamation Team. Top-tier benefits. Personally guarded by Tier 4 masters. Join now and enter a lottery to win a 2-bedroom apartment in Longhua's second defense line." As the bike rattles past them, the speaker screams, "Limited spots. First come, first served. What are you waiting for? Long WA welcomes you." Luo Lan, who had initially thought Tianchen was the one talking about a home and stable life to hit on her, turns to him confused. Did you arrange that?" Tianchen shoots her a look. "Do you honestly think I would do something like that?" The bike continues into the distance, still blaring its pitch. "Do you want a peaceful home? A stable life?" Tianchen starts walking after the bike. This has Wang Xiaobao written all over it. "Come on. Let's check it out." At Longhua's second defense line, a massive crowd is already waiting in anticipation. Turns out, inside the perimeter, Wang Xiaobao and his crew are busy putting on a disguise. The crowd outside whispers skeptically, "Are those really the big shots from Longhua Base City? They don't look the part." Well, can't judge a book by its cover. Is there really a level 4 expert among them? Or is it all talk? Everyone's eyes focus on Xiaobao, who is currently cosplaying as a high-tier awakener. Look at the guy in the middle. He might be ugly, but that aura, he's definitely no ordinary person. I heard he's the legendary level 4 expert. When a level 4 speaks, people listen. Longhua Base City really has hidden talents, huh? Brooke stands aside and whispers, "You're cosplaying Zuo Tianchen now?" Xiaobao smirks, asking back, "How is it? Do I look like him?" Brooks hands him a pack of cigarettes. "No zone." Xiaobao pulls one out. "Thanks." He flicks a lighter, slowly lighting the cigarette in his mouth. Xiaobao stands up, exhaling a puff of smoke, and makes his declaration. "Let me introduce myself. My surname is Wang, from Longhua. My brothers trust me enough to call me Boss Wang. You're all here, so you must have seen the ads I've been broadcasting for 2 days. I'll get straight to the point. I summoned you here today to form a reclamation team. Joining this team is equivalent to joining Longhua Base City itself. Make your choice." The crowd below immediately bursts into discussion. Forming a reclamation team on the spot, led by a level 4 expert? That's a promising future. With this setup, Longhua Base City will definitely take the lead in this reclamation. It looks like Longhua Base City wants to swallow this entire wasteland whole. Suddenly, a hand shoots up from the crowd. "Boss Wang, I have 2 questions on behalf of everyone." Xiaobao responds without flinching. What advice do you have, my friend? The man, wearing glasses and looking extremely intellectual, replies, I wouldn't dare give advice, but if you want to organize a reclamation team, you need to be clear about a few things. Peng Lai stands tall, confidently presenting his doubts. First question. Longhua-based city sent a level 4 expert to lead the team directly. Is the goal to annex this wilderness into Longhua-based city's territory? Second question. How many elites is Longhua sending for this reclamation? Besides Boss Wang, will other experts appear? Is Longhua's number 1, Zuo Tianchen, coming or not? Even though his identity is being probed, Xiaobao shows absolutely no fear. He slowly addresses the man's concerns. Your questions are right on target. But I, Wang, have never liked beating around the bush. The Jiangzhen wilderness does not belong to Longhua's jurisdiction. This reclamation is just a search operation. We have no intention of expanding. But as you know, the stronger the team, the greater the harvest. Xiaobao purses his lips, preparing his next move. As for combat power, he immediately unleashes a wave of borrowed power to intimidate the crowd, declaring aggressively, for a tiny wilderness like this, do we really need Longhua's number 1 to step in? Am I, his direct disciple, not enough for you? Peng Lie is stunned by the pressure, his initial confidence vanishing. The people around him begin to panic under the weight of Xiaobao's energy. The aura is too strong. That's a level 4. If the disciple is a level 4, just how terrifyingly strong is the master? He's actually Zuo Tianchen's disciple. The real Zuo Tianchen is lurking in the background, listening as the crowd continues to sing praises of Longhua's number 1. Watching this theatrical performance, Luo Lan asks, that guy standing next to the stupid-looking Brooks, is that really your disciple? Zuo Tianchen, unsure where to hide his face, replies, pretty much. She laughs. Your disciple's strength is garbage, but his ability to scare people is way better than yours. Zuo Tianchen is surprised she noticed. You could tell? Luo Lan explains. The black armor judges people by danger level, not aura. Wang Xiaobao's danger level isn't much different from the level 2 guys down there, but his ability to fake an aura is enough to recruit people. Zuo Tianchen steps forward, saying, let's go. Time to meet up with Wang Xiaobao's group. Over at Xiaobao's side, it's chaotic as people push and shove. One by one, have some discipline. Name, rank, ability, state everything clearly. Xiaobao looks up with a smug expression. With this look, do I have a bit of master's style? Brooks replies bluntly. Are you dreaming? Xiaobao isn't offended. Instead, he gets even cockier. Don't be a hater, all right? After all, I'm technically your leader right now. Brooks can only swallow his rage and curse internally. Damn it! Suddenly, a voice projects into his mind. Wang Xiaobao, it's me. Xiaobao jumps, shouting in surprise. Master Zuo continues his telepathic order. Don't blow the cover. I'm resting at the hotel. Come find me. Xiaobao immediately agrees. Yes, he finally stood before him. Master, my beloved master, thank God you're finally here. I haven't had a good night's sleep or a decent meal in days, but now that you're here, I can finally breathe easy. Tianchen didn't waste time on pleasantries. All right, enough. Tell me about these land reclamation teams. Xiaobao turned to Brooks and waved his hand. Show master what we got. The foreigner rummaged through his pockets. No problem. Xiaobao presented 2 items with both hands. Brooks found these when he scouted the central zone. Tianchen held one in each hand to compare them. One was a standard elemental meteorite crystal, but the other was a perfect sphere. Seeing his confusion, Xiaobao explained, there's a huge difference between that sphere and the irregular crystals we usually find. They're way rarer. You only find them on the infected inside the central zone. But here's the kicker. There's a chance that using one can grant you the Eternal Flame ability. Tianchen's eyes lit up. Eternal? Xiaobao immediately summoned a flame in his palm to demonstrate, continuing his explanation. I used one of those spheres 5 days ago. This is the power I got from it. It definitely feels different from the regular crystals. But the fire ability you awakened is only level 2. You're probably going to need a massive amount of resources to upgrade it later on. Brooks chimed in from the side. There are stronger ones. I fought them. Tianchen looked at him, a visible question mark on his face. Xiaobao quickly jumped in to clarify the foreigner's broken explanation. When Brooks came back, he told me he saw a lot of powerful infected in the central zone that could control fire. If we can hunt them down, we might be able to get even higher quality spherical crystals. Luolan turned to him, beaming. Eternal Flame. If you can get a level 4 crystal, your goal will be complete. Tianchen couldn't hide his satisfaction either. Looks like we came to the right place. Knowing this was the lead he needed, he got down to business. How far is the central zone from here? Xiaobao answered instantly. Not far, but we can't get in. Tianchen frowned. What do you mean? Xiaobao stepped up to explain. That's exactly why we had to form a reclamation team. The mission Mayor Zhang gave us was just to scout the area and secure some resources while we were at it, but we were too late. At first, this Jiangzhen wilderness only had a few scattered scavengers. Everyone was just hunting for basic elemental crystals, minding their own business. But everything changed when those spherical crystals appeared in the central zone. The big factions and nearby camps found out and immediately formed reclamation teams. Now, the entire central zone is monopolized by those teams. Solo hunters don't stand a chance. Luolan clenched her fists, disgusted by how people turned on each other for profit. Everywhere you go, it's just people slaughtering each other. Tianchen, all too familiar with human nature, replied calmly. Items that can instantly awaken abilities, like these crystals, are top-tier cultivation resources. Of course, people are going to fight like crazy over them. He paused, then asked, So, how many teams are running the central zone right now? 4. Xiaobao answered. Our options are either join them, or lead our own team in there and fight for turf. So Brooks and I hatched a plan. We figured we'd trick a bunch of people into joining us and stir up some trouble. That way, when Mayor Zhang sends reinforcements, we'll be ready. Luo Lan, hearing this sketchy plan, asked skeptically, Wait, how many people do you actually have? Xiaobao gave an awkward laugh. Well, counting Xiaobai, we've got a grand total of 6. She stared at him. Just 3 of you originally, and you want to con a massive group into following you? Aren't you afraid of getting exposed? Xiaobao grinned, not worried in the slightest. Oh please, I'm a master at scheming. Nothing will go wrong. Brooks muttered some nonsense from the side about turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Ignoring him, Xiaobao lit a cigarette for Tianchen. His confidence surging, Xiaobao continued. I was a little worried before, I admit. But now that you're here, we're doing a 180. Tomorrow, I'll go pay my respects to the bosses of the 4 factions. With our power, it'll be a walk in the park. But Tianchen, cigarette dangling from his lips, scolded him. Sounds to me like you don't have enough faith in your master. He put on a fearless expression and declared, They don't own the wilderness. Why the hell should we pay respects? We're walking right in. Let's see them try to stop us. Tianchen turned to walk away, leaving a stunned Xiaobao behind as he barked an order. Gather the men. We leave tomorrow morning. Brooks, seeing the aura of the real deal, leaned in to tease Xiaobao. Your cosplay sucks, man. Not even close. Meanwhile, Tianchen walked outside with Luolan and said, Tomorrow, you and Xiaobai aren't coming with the main team. Tianchen glanced back at her. Earlier, in the crowd, there was a man wearing glasses. Do you remember him? He asked Wang Xiaobao 2 questions, and Luolan immediately double-checked the details. You mean that guy with the squinty eyes? He gave his evaluation of that guy's tricky, loaded questions. That 4-eyed guy asked 2 things. First, does Longhua Base City intend to expand its territory? Second, exactly how much combat power did Wang Xiaobao bring along? Regarding the first question, if Wang Xiaobao gives a bad answer, everyone will think Longhua Base City is here to throw its weight around and bully people. If that sparks mass outrage, they'll be in serious danger. As for the second question, he claimed he was asking on everyone's behalf, but it felt more like he was personally probing the strength of Wang Xiaobao's team. Luolan picked up on the oddity too, suspecting the guy belonged to a rival pioneer team, but Tianchen added a chilling detail. It's not just that. He's likely a Tier 4 expert, and he specializes in assassination. She hadn't predicted the situation would turn that grim, and gasped in shock. What? He immediately continued sharing the intel he had gathered. That guy is a master at concealing his aura, with terrifyingly sharp senses. Right after he spoke, I used my spiritual power to probe him, but I was instantly detected. After that, he cloaked himself and vanished, never showing his face again. Luolan finally understood the deeper implications. That rival pioneer team clearly doesn't want any more competition appearing. It looks like they've put a target on Wang Xiaobao's back. Tianchen, of course, had zero tolerance for such petty little snakes. He spoke bluntly. If you want the neighbor to be obedient, the best method is to show them your fist. One Tier 4 expert is enough. The scene shifted to a towering volcano, magma ceaselessly spilling out into the surroundings. The area was now swarming with crowds of mutated monsters wielding fire abilities. They relentlessly hunted down anyone daring to trespass on their territory. One unlucky guy got surrounded with no escape route, screaming in helpless terror. No! Suddenly, a massive foot stomped down from the distance. The monster arrived and immediately bared its razor-sharp fangs at him, ignoring his pitiful shrieks. No. No. It didn't waste words, chomping down and tearing off his head, ending his thoughts instantly. The horrific scene was viewed through the narrow lens of a pair of binoculars. The mutants were still sweeping through the intruders. The observer standing on high ground saw this and announced, "Failed." Yan Long saw that things had gone south and spoke up. "That's the third scout team we've sent out. They couldn't even survive long enough to run away from that zone." Yi Long also voiced his thoughts. Over 10 zombie nests are crammed into such a small area. Crossing it is too hard. Plus, with the volcano erupting, there's almost no cover to hide in. The way I see it, we have no choice but to charge straight in. Long Zhen disagreed, immediately shooting it down. Ridiculous. If we could just charge straight in, would we have waited until now? Every one of those zombie nests is guarded by a Tier 4 infected. If we actually fight, we don't exactly hold the advantage. Sister Jing stepped forward to speak. Our 4 families are allied. If we focus on breaking through from one direction, it's not impossible. Despite being a woman, she addressed the group with fierce courage. Gentlemen, we have already wasted nearly a week here. If we organize a pioneer team, we need to bring back something valuable to show for it. Why not take a risk and storm that area while the central zone is still within our grasp? The rewards will definitely be bigger than what we have now. The group of men, outshined by the spirit of a single woman, stood in awkward silence, saying nothing. Sister Jing saw this and could only sigh in helplessness. Fine, consider my words useless. We can't get on the same page. Just then, Peng Li came running back in a panic after scouting. Brother Qin, I'm back. He whispered something urgently into Brother Qin's ear. After hearing the intel and realizing it wasn't a secret, Qin ordered, "Tell them." The man nodded immediately. Yes. Peng Li turned to the group and announced, "Everyone, new intel. Longhua Base City has just sent 2 Tier 4 experts to organize a new pioneer team. They'll be marching into the central zone very soon." All 3 commanders looked wary upon hearing this news. Long Zhen realized the situation could no longer be dragged out and spoke up. "It seems we really have hesitated for too long." Yi Long added from the side, 2 Tier 4 experts leading a team? If we actually let them get in, we'll have to cut them a slice of the central zone pie. Yuan Dong noticed something unusual and stepped forward. "Sister Jing, do you remember that expert I told you I met in the outer sector?" She turned to confirm. "You feel it's related to Longhua's pioneer team?" He trusted his intuition and affirmed it. Tier 4 experts aren't exactly common. It's probably them. Their strength is terrifying. It's best we don't offend them. Understanding the situation, Sister Jing didn't want to linger any longer. She turned to leave, speaking up. "If you all have no intention of allying, then I'm out of here." Seeing her retreat, Brother Qin immediately questioned her. "Wait. We already discussed this. We share the benefits of the central zone. No matter who shows up, we face them together. Are 2 mere Tier 4s enough to make you beat the retreat drum?" Sister Jing isn't taking any crap either. She fires back, "Boss, don't start this nonsense with me again. I already told you. We agreed to raid together, dominate the market, and split the loot. But look at this mess. A whole week has gone by, and that zombie nest hasn't been touched." She points a finger right in his face, not holding back. "You all just want someone else to do the dirty work, risking their necks while you sit back and collect the rewards. I've brought up this damn alliance countless times, but you never make a move. Now that outsiders are here, suddenly you want to team up? When it's time to fight zombies, you hide like a coward. But the moment it's time to fight other humans, you're all fired up." Brother Qin gets called out so hard he just freezes, unable to squeeze out a single word of defense. Sister Jing is done playing nice. She spins around to leave. "Save your breath. I'm out of here. Bye." Yuan Dong sees the tension spiking and jumps in to smooth things over. "Brother Qin, really sorry about that. Sister Jing is just in a bad mood today. Please accept my apology on her behalf." Yi Long reads the room and decides it's time to bail too. Brother Qin, I'm gonna take my leave as well. Honestly, I don't think we can hold on to this central zone forever. Let's be real, losing it is just a matter of time. Long Zhen, standing right next to him, nods in agreement. Exactly. For the next couple of days, we should focus on the zombie nest and maximizing our profits. That's the priority. With that, they gather their men and walk away, leaving Qin staring at their retreating backs. Peng Li watches everyone abandon ship and scratches his head, confused. What the hell just happened? Don't they care that Longhua is coming to steal our profits? Brother Qin shoots back. Of course they care. It's just that the Longhua fire hasn't burned their asses yet. He realizes the grim reality and continues. Our patrol route is to the northeast, right where our camp is. Since the Longhua group is coming from that direction, we're the first ones in the line of fire. Hearing this, the goon panics. So, what do we do? Qin grits his teeth. Those sly bastards. They're trying to force me to fight Longhua alone. He quickly pivots, asking about the enemy's strength. Those two level 4 guys from Longhua, what can they do? Peng Li uses his sensory skills to give a report. One is called Boss Wang, claims he's the disciple of Longhua's number 1, Zuo Tianchen. He's strong. The other is a psychic-type expert. He tried to hide in the crowd to probe me, but I sniffed him out. Hearing this, Qin's face lights up with a twisted interest. He turns to the side. Du Renlong, did you hear that? A psychic type. The man replies calmly. I'm listening. Peng Li realizes what's about to go down and starts stammering. Brother Qin, don't tell me you're planning to? Qin doesn't deny it, just lets out a cold snort. A cunning, murderous grin spreads across his face as he lays out the plan. The Longhua reclamation team is mostly rookies. Their minds are weak. If we can take out the leader, the rest will crumble like loose sand. Cut to the next day. Deep in the valley, a swarm of mutated monsters is gathering. Lu Fei stands on a high ridge, megaphone in hand, hyping up the crowd below. Listen up, brothers, Boss Wang said. All you have to do is kill. He's got your backs, so nobody's getting hurt today. The crowd hears this and immediately erupts with excitement, screaming at the top of their lungs. Boss Wang is invincible. Let's clear this dungeon. Fueled by the morale boost, the mob charges straight at the mutants like a tidal wave, catching the beasts completely off guard. High above, Tianchen and his crew are watching. Xiao Bao notices something off. This is weird. Usually, the reclamation team guards this spot. Now they've all pulled back, and the place is crawling with infected. It's really strange. Tianchen looks down, his sharp eyes catching the anomaly immediately. He voices his suspicion. In the wasteland, there are no safe zones. If you don't keep clearing them, the infected swarm back in. Judging by the density, the guards pulled out at least 8 hours ago. Xiao Bao rubs his chin, looking thoughtful. Master, when things look this wrong, there's definitely a trap involved. The other team used to block the path to the center. Now they're just rolling out the red carpet for us? It's obviously a setup. Tianchen calmly lights a cigarette, taking a slow drag. You've gotten a lot smarter lately, kid. Xiao Bao grins humbly. I learned from the best, master. Then he asks, so what's the play? What do we do next? Xiao Bao scratches his head, a bit bashful. Well, if I may be so bold, he suddenly shifts to serious mode, channeling his master's usual style. The enemy has already set their trap. The logical move is to counterplot, but if we don't walk into it, wouldn't that be rude? We'd be disrespecting all their hard work. We're not just going in, we're going to march in there with drums beating and flags flying. He gets more hyped with every word, his voice booming with confidence. Zombie nest? Zombie king? Who cares? We crush them all. Real men don't hide. We go hard, hard until the bitter end, so hard nobody even recognizes us. By the time we're done, they're the ones who will be panicking. Xiao Bao finishes his speech and turns to Tianchen with a grin. I've got it all figured out. We'll be the bait to lure the enemy out. And once they show their faces, you step in, master. Even a god wouldn't be able to escape you then. Master, do you think I've got the hang of it yet? Zuo Tianchen reaches back, gripping the precious saber as he sighs with feeling. I never noticed before, but you're actually a hidden talent. Ignoring the visible question marks popping up in the guy's head, he hands over his own saber. Xiao Bao hesitates, stunned. Wait, this is... Zuo Tianchen cuts right to the chase. Later, I'll teach you a move to wield the meteor saber. This time, You're not playing bait. Hugging the weapon, Xiaobao looks confused. If not bait, then what am I doing? Tianchen steps up, patting his shoulder. Don't forget your image. You are Zuo Tianchen's disciple. To the world, you're Boss Wang, the mighty level 4 expert. Since when does a big shot like you play bait? Tianchen adds, his expression calm yet mysterious. The bait duty this time is mine. Meanwhile, at the cliff, a fierce battle rages on. The air is filled with bloodthirsty roars. Kill them. Grind them to dust. Morale skyrockets as the crowd fights monsters while chatting casually. Man, it's been ages since hunting felt this good. Don't you think our squad is making too much noise? What if high-level infections swarm us? Scared? We've got a level 4 expert backing us now. Times have changed, our destiny is rewritten, but their celebration is cut short by a thunderous noise in the distance. Another group flees towards them, screaming, "Move! Run for your lives!" A horde of giant monsters with razor-sharp teeth emerges. They're being hunted down. The Dark Demon Pack is here. Retreat! The surging morale vanishes, replaced by pure terror as they back away. Dark Demon Pack? We're dead. Get out of the way. They're actually here. Damn it, shut your mouth. Suddenly, a sharp blade beam slashes through the chaotic air. The energy wave sweeps through before the dark demons even realize what happened. Their bodies are sliced cleanly in half. The crowd freezes, eyes wide with shock. Someone slams the meteor saber heavily into the ground. No need to panic. It's just me. It's Xiaobao. He crosses his arms, puffing out his chest. As long as I, Boss Wang, have breath in my body, I won't let these beasts harm a single hair on your heads. Witnessing his power, the crowd's spirit ignites, exploding into cheers. One slash. He wiped out the entire Dark Demon Pack. Amazing. Boss Wang is invincible. Boss Wang dominates. So this is the true power of a level 4 expert? Xiaobao revels in it, flashing his cape with the big Wang character and giving a thumbs up. Everyone, charge. Our goal is the vast sea of stars. Their morale hits the roof. Without hesitation, they rush back into battle. We are the handsomest men in the wasteland. The crowd fears nothing now, shouting slogans as they swarm forward. Boss Wang rules for 10,000 generations. Boss Wang unites the martial world. Zuo Tianchen finally appears, speaking up. How does it feel? Xiaobao turns with a sycophantic grin, reporting to Master. Acting cool feels amazing. It lifts the spirit and prolongs life. Zuo Tianchen frowns at the irrelevant answer. I asked you, how does using the meteor saber feel? Xiaobao looks at the blade. Basically used to it, but controlling the burst range is hard. I have to rely on muscle to swing it. Mobility is low, and it's a bit heavy. Zuo Tianchen nods, understanding the issue. The principle of that move is using your own strength to trigger the energy stored in the meteor saber. You use that explosive energy to unleash a level 4 attack. The reason it felt clunky is mostly your energy control. You need long-term practice. Xiaobao replies sheepishly. Mainly. I'm just too weak. I'm just a fox borrowing the tiger's might to scare people. For real fights, I have to rely on you, Master. But Zuo Tianchen's blunt reply makes his eyes pop. When I have time, I'll teach you a mental cultivation method. You're only level 2, but if we build your foundation now, your future potential won't be lower than a current level 4. Seeing Xiaobao's weird look, he asks, why are you staring at me like that? Xiaobao looks a bit sad, confessing his inner thoughts. I always thought when you called me your disciple in front of everyone, you were just using me to humble those guys. Even though I brag about being Zuo Tianchen's head disciple everywhere, deep down, I was anxious. Because I know I'm not worthy. Xiaobao's face lights up again, beaming at the validation. Master, I never expected you'd actually teach me. Honestly, I'm super touched right now. Understanding his feelings, Zuo Tianchen encourages him. Then train properly for me. Make your master proud. Yes, Xiaobao raises the meteor saber high and dashes off. Don't worry, Master. I will complete the mission. After Wang Xiaobao left, Tianchen turned to the person who had just materialized. Why are you here? Luolan answered, relax. I wasn't exposed. The guy monitoring you headed back and he's got backup. Tianchen hadn't sensed any other energy signatures. Eyes wide with surprise, he processed her words. Backup? Luolan stepped closer, dropping her voice. I scouted from a distance. Their camp is holding 2 level 4s and 1 guy on the verge of breaking through. Tianchen grasped the gravity of the situation. A reclamation team guarded by 2 level 4s? No wonder they have the guts to monopolize the central zone. I've severely underestimated them. A smug grin spread across his face. He clearly had a scheme brewing as he barked out an order. Call Xiaobai back. No need to babysit Wang Xiaobao anymore. I want both of you here, waiting with me. Luolan froze, stunned by the reckless command. That's way too risky. If they jump Wang Xiaobao while we're gone, he's dead meat. Tianchen's confidence in his student was unshakable. You're underestimating my disciple's talent for con artistry. Even if they do decide to make a move on him, he's slippery enough to hold them off until we get there. Luolan still couldn't see the full picture. She voiced her doubt. But still, do we really need all 3 of us for this? They've only got 2 level 4s, he replied calmly. No. It's precisely because there are 2 of them that I'm doing this. Tianchen's expression hardened. You've never actually fought an awakened at level 4 before, have you? The infected might have raw power, but humans? Humans will always be infinitely more dangerous to deal with. He crushed his cigarette butt under his heel, grinding it into the dirt. If we're going for the kill, we don't give them a single chance to breathe. The scene shifts to Brother Qin and his men, watching the chaos unfold in the valley below. Peng Li stepped up to report. When I left, they had already entered the valley. It won't be long before they hit the zombie nest. Brother Qin raised an eyebrow, surprised by their speed. Is that, Boss Fang, really as strong as they say? Peng Li nodded vigorously. Absolutely. He wiped out a pack of 10 dark demons with a single slash. And the scary part? He didn't even break a sweat afterward. Just stood there, chatting and laughing with that psychic expert of his. Seeing the grim look on Brother Qin's face, he asked, Boss, do you think we actually have a shot at killing him? Peng Li froze. He couldn't answer immediately, stammering over his words. Well, after a moment of calculation, he offered a theory. I might be able to find an opening to wound him. Then you strike from behind. If we pincer him together, we might just be able to take him down. Noticing his lack of confidence, Brother Qin muttered thoughtfully. Is that so? Just then, One-Eyed Dragon shouted as he approached from the distance. I'm back. Brother Qin turned immediately. Well, what about the psychic? The newcomer grinned, looking triumphant. Jackpot. Peng Li frowned, confused. Jackpot? One-Eyed Dragon, who had been stalking Tianchen from the shadows, gave his report with absolute certainty. That psychic user. He doesn't seem to be participating in the battles. He stays about 1,000 meters back from the main squad, mostly just picking up the rare loot left behind. He only regroups with them every 30 minutes to talk. Peng Li remained sharp, his suspicion rising. A psychic type operating alone? You don't think he's baiting us? One-Eyed Dragon dismissed the idea instantly. No way. I watched him closely. The guy is extremely cautious. His psychic radar is constantly sweeping the area. His scanning range is at least 100 meters. Anything moves inside that circle, and he goes on high alert. Brother Qin was startled by the intensity of the power. 100 meters. That's some serious psychic potency. One-Eyed Dragon nodded. That's exactly why I called it a jackpot. A look of pure, starving greed twisted One-Eyed Dragon's face. Psychic experts are like premium supplements to me. If I can devour him, I might finally break through to level 4. Peng Li was still uneasy, sensing something off. We should probe him a bit longer, at least until we figure out exactly how his ability works. Brother Qin cut him off coldly. No need. Ignoring the risks, he turned to One-Eyed Dragon. Trap or not, taking down a level 4 is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Besides, can't you tell? One-Eyed Dragon is practically vibrating with excitement. The man laughed maniacally, clutching his eye. You're right. I can't wait another second. He ripped the patch from his face and threw it to the ground. Beneath the patch was a grotesque, mutated eye. With that same hunger plastered on his face, he declared, there isn't a psychic user in this world that I can't handle. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, a knife sliced cleanly into the corpse of a mutated beast. Tianchen rummaged through the gore until his fingers brushed against something hard. He pulled out a crystal fragment, his eyes lighting up in recognition. Just as I thought. Examining the crystal in his hand, he mused silently. In this wasteland, it seems every infected has awakened elemental powers. But these dark demons? Nothing. Turns out, the mutation doesn't change their appearance. It changes the meteorite crystal inside them. Blue streaks are already forming on the crystal. That's the telltale sign of nuclear energy incubating. If these dark demons evolve into level 5 infected, they might actually generate nuclear power. Suddenly, a shadow flickers past. Thienthan snaps to high alert. Thienthan scans the area, eyes sharp, mind racing. A sneak attack? My mental scan didn't pick him up. But instinct screams danger. He spins around, sensing the presence right behind him. Thienthan clasps his hands, channeling his energy. Boom! A massive wave of mental force erupts from his body like a sonic boom. Nhanlong doesn't even flinch. He just stands there, grinning arrogantly. Smug bastard. He doesn't dodge, he takes the blast head-on with his bare body. Thienthan's eyes widen. My mental force might not have Huyen's range, but it shouldn't be this easy to tank. Nhanlong licks the blade of his dagger, savoring the moment. Not bad for a kid. That mental blast? It would have knocked a level 3 evolver out cold. He lunges forward, voice dripping with malice. Too bad you ran into me. Thienthan barely brings his dagger up to block. Nhanlong smirks, effortless in the clash. Suddenly, Thienthan realizes something. His eyes snap open in shock. Buckling under the pressure, Thienthan grunts. You sealed my mental force? The enemy laughs, delighted. Too little, too late. I'm the natural enemy of all mental types. Who cares if you're level 4? You're just fresh meat to me. But his victory lap is cut short. A fist like a falling meteor smashes right into his shocked face. Nhanlong hits the dirt hard, but he's still running his mouth. Level 4 is no joke. Your physical stats are way higher than mine. He keeps taunting, distracting Thienthan, as Tan materializes behind the boy. But I didn't come alone to kill you today. Without hesitation, Tan charges in for the kill. Die! Thienthan barely moves. He raises one hand and catches the attack cold. Tan freezes, panic rising in his chest. Wait, isn't this kid a mental type? How the hell is he this physically strong? If punches don't work, try the legs. He sweeps low, aiming to break Thienthan's stance, but hits nothing but air. Thienthan leaps, dodging the sweep and closing the distance from above. Bam! A brutal elbow drop crashes down on Tan, staggering him backward. Thienthan doesn't let up. He grabs Tan's arm, locking him down. With a swift, clean motion, he slams Tan into the ground. Tan groans, sitting up amidst the dust. Damn it. So you do know how to fight. Not bad, kid. You're the first mental type who's ever lasted more than 2 seconds against me in a fistfight. But playtime's over. Tan smirks, his confidence returning as a new figure steps forward. Meet your executioner. Thienthan glances back. Bang Liat is standing there, charging up a massive attack. Energy swirls violently around Bang Liat, radiating a terrifying pressure. Thienthan recognizes it immediately. Top-tier speed accumulation. He's suppressing his energy to unleash it all in one devastating burst. The longer he charges, the harder he hits. Bang Liat snaps his eyes open, locking onto his target. He releases the seal. All that stored energy explodes as he launches himself straight at Thienthan. So that's why they were stalling. A deafening explosion swallows the battlefield. The assassins watch the smoke rise, grinning. Got him! But, as the dust settles, a silhouette stands tall in the crater. Nhanlong's jaw hits the floor. What? Thienthan steps out of the smoke, his body encased in black armor. Not a scratch on him. Tan's blood runs cold. He stammers, fear seizing his throat. Transformation? You're not a mental type? Thienthan just snorts coldly. He dashes forward, aiming straight for Bang Liat to return the favor. Crack! One hit sends Bang Liat coughing up blood, doubling over in agony. But Thienthan grabs his collar, refusing to let him fall. Thienthan leans in, voice icy. I've been waiting. Finally, all 3 of you are here. He stares dead into Bang Liat's eyes, channels power into his fist, and prepares to finish it. Desperate, Bang Liat screams, "Don't just stand there. Help me." Tan snaps out of it and charges. Stop! Get your hands off him, you brat. But Thienthan ignores him completely. He just smirks at the terrified victim in his grasp. Boom! Another explosion rips through the air, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Inside the thick cloud of dust, Chin frantically looks around, beads of sweat rolling down his face. Where is he? As the smoke clears, the gruesome reality hits him. Beside him lies Peng Li, or what's left of him, a headless corpse, utterly motionless. The sight sends a shiver down Chin's spine. His lips tremble as he stammers, This is. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, snapping him back to reality. Hey, where are you looking? Qin's head snaps toward the sound, terror widening his eyes. Tianchen stands perched on the rooftop, looking down like a god judging a mortal. His voice is cold, devoid of mercy. You're next. That's when Qin realizes his fatal mistake. He underestimated the enemy. He's too strong. That bastard was playing the pig to eat the tiger. We walked right into his trap. Knowing he's outmatched, Qin turns and bolts, screaming at his frozen teammates. Run. Split up and run. But Tianchen remains motionless on the roof, watching the rats scurry. He narrows his eyes, silent and predatory. Boom! Tianchen stomps the concrete, launching himself forward like a cannonball, leaving only a sonic boom in his wake. In a single leap, he overtakes Qin, his voice dripping with mockery. You really think you can outrun me? Tianchen clenches his fist, unleashing his energy. Armor shift. Instantly, a massive, terrifying warhammer materializes, leaving Qin stunned and gaping. Realizing escape is impossible, Qin skids to a halt, activating his maximum defense. His skin hardens, bracing for impact, but his defense is a joke. Wham! One swing from Tianchen sends Qin flying faster than he was running. Helpless as a ragdoll, Qin smashes into the ground, the impact creating a massive crater and a deafening shockwave. Battered and bloody, he lies there, gasping for air, every breath a struggle. Just when it looks like game over, Qin roars, his body expanding and transforming into a hulking, muscular fortress. He's not done yet. Tianchen retracts his weapon, slightly impressed. Took my full power strike and still standing? A defense-type strength evolution, huh? Knowing he can't win, Qin tries to talk his way out. Kid, you see it too. My defense is absolute. Killing me won't be easy. How about we both take a step back, leave a bridge, and maybe we can meet on good terms later? Tianchen laughs a cold, sharp sound. He obviously isn't buying it. When the three of you ganged up on me, you didn't seem to care about good terms. He looks down, his eyes murderous. As for your offer, I prefer a different philosophy. When cutting weeds, you must dig up the roots, or else they'll grow back in the spring. Qin, though losing, grins arrogantly. You might hurt me, but killing me? Keep dreaming, kid. We'll see about that. Without another word, Tianchen lunges forward. Qin's eyes bulge as the attack connects. Bam! Tianchen lands a straight punch, but it doesn't pierce the skin. One hit won't work? Fine, I'll use 100. Tianchen unleashes a barrage of fists, a blur of violence. Under the relentless assault, Qin's defense starts to crack. Blood sprays as his massive body is beaten backward, step by heavy step. Finally, Tianchen stops, exhaling a heavy breath of exhaustion. Qin slams his hand on the ground, sneering. Tired already? He stands up, bruised but unbroken. Kid, I admit you're stronger, but you can't kill me. Just you wait. I'll pay you back 1,000 times for today. Tianchen chuckles, shaking his head. You humans are amusing, talking like you've already escaped. But you're right about one thing. Without my meteor blade, I can't break your turtle shell. However, Tianchen's grin widens as a shadow appears behind Qin. Just because I can't break it doesn't mean she can't. Qin realizes too late, whipping his head around. An accomplice? Before he can react, Luolan's arm is already buried in his chest. Her hand grips his beating heart, blood dripping from her fingers. Diamond body or not, no one lives without a heart. Qin collapses, revealing the two figures standing behind him. Tianchen looks at the newcomer, surprised. Bear, weren't you with Wang Xiaobao? He told me to come help. Bear grunts, explaining the situation. Wang Xiaobao got blocked. He's holding them off alone to maintain his cool guy image, but he's freaking out. He said his reputation would crumble if he ran. So he sent me here. Tianchen frowns. He just finished one mess, and now another pops up. What the hell is going on? Luolan steps in, wiping blood from her hand. I didn't get it either, so I followed Bear here. Bear quickly recaps the chaos. Wang Xiaobao ran into a massive group from the Wasteland Reclamation team. To prevent a war, Wang Xiaobao is currently standing alone, blocking their path. His aura is holding them back for now, but it's a bluff. He can't hold that pose forever. We've handled everything here. Time to head back, Luolan urged. She couldn't risk Boss Wang's reputation crumbling. Tianchen disagreed. He barked an order. Brooks, haul this corpse back. It's enough for Wang Xiaobao to show off. Puzzled by his decision, she asked, Aren't we going back to check on things? He answered bluntly, No need. Tianchen adjusted his shirt as he explained. What's there to see on Wang Xiaobao's side? Let him hog the spotlight and fool everyone. We should lay low. Besides, I'm waiting for Xiao Bai. Luolan repeated the name, confused. Xiao Bai? Speak of the devil, Xiao Bai arrived instantly, squeaking happily with a beaming face. Both were startled by its sudden appearance. Xiao Bai was standing next to Yan Long, who was still unconscious. Luolan stepped forward to inspect the guy's mutated eye. He's still alive. Are we not killing him? Tianchen sat beside him, observing. Just one look from him earlier completely sealed my spiritual power. It still hasn't lifted. Better to keep him alive just in case. He glanced over with a sinister look. Release the symbiotic cells. Luolan stood there, perplexed. Why use the symbiotic cells on him? Tianchen smoothed his hair back. This guy's ability is unique. He looked down at Yanlong with intrigue, his mind racing with calculations. Definitely worth researching. Luolan shuddered as she forced the symbiotic cells out. She spread her hand, channeling power until the blob trembled uncontrollably. Yunxing emerged and immediately started complaining. Masters, you can't just keep me locked up inside your body forever. I am an intelligent life form. Being trapped like that is going to lower my IQ. Tianchen shot back instantly. I don't think your IQ is dropping. You're just suffocating. He turned to Xiao Bai and ordered, wake him up. Obeying, it scurried onto the unconscious Yanlong's face. Xiao Bai smirked mischievously, aiming its butt right at the guy. Without hesitation, it peed straight into Yanlong's nose. Overwhelmed by the horrific stench, the guy bolted upright. What is that smell? As Yanlong woke up, the sight of Tianchen and Luolan hit him instantly. Wait, it's you. Feeling ignored, Xiao Bai down below let out a squeak to demand attention. That successfully caught his eye. The creature's cute appearance was now right in front of him. Xiao Bai stood still, watching him. But the moment Yanlong saw it, he screamed in absolute terror. Hamster! He scrambled backward to escape, screaming nonstop, "Stay away! Don't come near me!" Tianchen, curious about the reaction, asked, "What did you do when you caught him? Why is he so terrified of you?" Xiao Bai couldn't speak, but it put on a dangerous expression. Tianchen approached the trembling man on the ground and commanded, "Release the seal on my spiritual power." Yanlong stammered, dodging the question. "Where's Brother Qin? Where is he?" Tianchen didn't hide it, pointing to a pool of blood nearby. "That heart belongs to him." Yanlong looked over, unable to believe his eyes. Impossible. He suddenly burst into manic laughter and screamed. How could Brother Qin's freezing ability be broken so easily? You couldn't have killed him. Definitely not. Dealing with stubborn fools required force. Tianchen delivered a swift, powerful kick. Yanlong toppled backward, unable to defend himself. Looking down at the beaten man, he said cold-bloodedly, "Believe it or not, I don't care. Your life is in my hands now." Bleeding and broken, Yanlong finally gave in. "My spiritual seal has a time limit. As long as I don't die, it will automatically lift within 5 days. Tianchen glared at him with suspicion. "Is that so?" Luolan released a piece of Yunxing's parasitic form. "Go." It acted immediately. "Yes." Yanlong stared at the incoming blob, confused. Yunxing burrowed into him instantly, ignoring his screams. "What is that? What are you doing?" Once successfully attached to his arm, the parasite analyzed Yanlong's vitals. "Your blood pressure and heart rate have spiked significantly in a short time. Capillaries in the head and limbs are constricting. Emotional regulation is dropping." Yanlong's mutated eye widened at Yunxing's next conclusion. "These signs prove you are lying." Realizing he couldn't hide it, Yanlong fell to his knees and begged, "Big brother, I was wrong. Please spare my life. I won't dare fight you again." Tianchen interrogated him. "You know what I want, don't you?" The man answered without a second thought. "I'll talk. Actually, your spiritual power isn't sealed," Tianchen asked, puzzled. "Not sealed? Then why can't I use it?" Yanlong finally revealed his true ability. Sealing someone's spiritual power requires being vastly stronger than them. You're a level 4. I don't have that kind of juice. My ability uses these eyes to bypass defenses and directly fry the enemy's nervous system. Tianchen stayed silent, his cold gaze urging the man to continue. An image of the eye-brain connection flashed as One-Eye Dragon explained. Everything the human eye sees is converted into electrical impulses, traveling down the optic nerve straight into the brain. I can hijack those tiny impulses. By amplifying them just a bit, I can turn them into a weapon to strike wherever I choose. The sensory center that controls spiritual power has a fatal flaw. It's one of the few spots vulnerable to my attacks. It's a blind spot. Even if it's damaged, you won't feel a thing. Unless you actively treat it, natural recovery takes at least 5 days. Tianchen analyzed the intel, finally connecting the dots. No wonder I couldn't sense my own spiritual power back then. He bypassed my energy and attacked my sensory system directly. Right now, the intensity of the impulses he can control is limited. But if he evolves to level 4, he won't just seal powers. He could lobotomize people instantly, turning them into drooling vegetables. He crouched down, staring the man in the eyes. "Tell me, how exactly did you get this ability?" One-Eyed Dragon gasped, his eyes darting away to avoid Tianchen's gaze. He stammered, I awakened it naturally." Before he could finish, Yunxing cut him off. "Did you forget I'm right here?" Yunxing scanned his biometrics instantly, blood pressure spiking, heart rate elevated, pores constricting, muscles tensing up, cortisol levels rising. "You're not just lying to us. You're terrified." Exposed, One-Eyed Dragon panicked, kicking frantically at his own parasitic arm. "Shut up. Shut up." But Yunxing ignored him. "Let me guess. You're afraid of dying, aren't you? You're terrified that if the truth comes out, you're a dead man." Tianchen's patience snapped. "Enough. I don't have time for games. Tell me the truth, now." The parasite obeyed immediately. "Understood." Yunxing hijacked the man's arm, rummaging through his pocket. "The truth is actually hidden right here." One-Eyed Dragon watched in horror. "My hand. What are you doing to my hand?" Yunxing pulled out a syringe filled with blood, catching Tianchen off guard. "A syringe," Yunxing explained coldly. "Inside is the blood of an infected. If injected directly into an artery, even someone like you would turn into one of us. He planned to turn you into an infected. And then eat you." Tianchen's eyes widened in shock. Terrified, One-Eyed Dragon waved his hands frantically. "No, I wouldn't dare. I swear I wouldn't dare do that again." Yunxing cut through his lies again. "Why wouldn't you? Humans have a saying, fortune favors the bold. Isn't that exactly how you got your power?" One-Eyed Dragon froze, his voice trembling. "How? How do you know that? Your evolution level is pathetic. Hijacking your nervous system is child's play. I can't access your long-term memories, but reading your surface thoughts in the heat of the moment, that's easy. When Master asked you earlier, your own flashbacks betrayed you." Tianchen stood up, his voice grim. "You ate the flesh of a zombie?" The man stammered, backing away. "No, I did, but it wasn't on purpose. I swear." He buried his face in his hands, sobbing. "I was starving. There was nothing left. I had to eat it to survive. I didn't have a choice." "No choice, huh?" Tianchen's expression remained like stone. "The person you ate, who were they to you?" One-Eyed Dragon snapped, defensive. "Nothing. We were strangers. No relation at all." From behind, Luo Lan stepped forward. "You know something, don't you?" Tianchen explained the grim reality. "Normally, eating infected flesh guarantees infection, but there is one exception. If the infected you eat shares your own bloodline, then there's a rare chance you won't turn into a monster. Instead, you become a mutant." Realizing the jig was up, the man crawled on his knees. "Please, have mercy. I told you. I had no choice. If I didn't eat, I would have starved. Do you think I wanted to eat my own daughter? Please, let me go. I'm begging you." Thud! Luo Lan delivered a brutal kick to his face. "Shut your mouth." Her black armor manifested instantly, ready to execute him. She screamed, trembling with rage. "The first time was survival? Fine, but what about after that? You carry that infected blood everywhere. You turn people into zombies just so you can eat them and get stronger." Luo Lan's face twisted with pure killing intent, staring down at the monster in human skin. "Scum like you doesn't deserve to live." Just as she was about to strike, Yunxing interrupted. "Hold on." Seeing the execution coming, the parasite made a dark request. "Master, killing him now is a waste. Give him to me as a reward." Tianchen and Lalam watched in silence, unable to decipher the creature's true intentions. The creature spoke up. "You let me out just now because you wanted to study the secrets hidden within this guy's energy, didn't you? Truth be told, I'm also fascinated by his abilities. If I were the one wielding this energy, I could probably push it to its absolute limit. Realizing what it was getting at, Tianchen cut to the chase. When you say, push it to the limit, you mean you want to hijack his body, don't you? Yunxing replied instantly. Exactly. But rest assured, Master, you still hold the leash. My loyalty won't waver just because I'm wearing a new skin. Lalam stepped forward to back him up. He's not lying. The part that split off is just a fragment of the main body. I still have full control over it. Hearing this, Tianchen gave the nod. Fine then. Do what you have to do. With that, Tianchen and Lalam turned to leave, abandoning the creature with its prey. We're heading out. Once you're done here, catch up on your own. Wasting no time, Yunxing advanced toward Eye Dragon. All right then, let's begin. The victim could only watch in horror as the parasitism began, screaming in helplessness. No, stop, he cried, but as the creature burrowed inside, it offered a twisted form of comfort. I actually considered leaving your consciousness intact so we could chat. But I don't think my master would appreciate you surviving in any form. Just pass on peacefully. As your successor, I promise to take excellent care of this body. The man's eyes clouded over with pitch-black swirls. The possession was nearly complete. 1 hour later, at the temporary campsite of the Dragonflower Pioneer Team. Inside, the now-possessed eye dragon was wolfing down food like a starving beast. Tianchen watched from the side and asked, "Are you really that hungry?" Sitting on the floor, he answered honestly. Reporting to Master, "I'm not actually hungry." Wearing a look of pure bliss, Eye Dragon explained, "I've discovered that consuming human food provides a strange sensation. My teeth, the tip of my tongue, even my stomach. They're experiencing a level of satisfaction I've never felt before. Is this what you humans call cuisine?" Seeing the creature marvel at something as simple as eating, Tianchen gave an order. For now, focus on learning how to act human. Behaving like this will only raise suspicion. The creature nodded instantly. Understood. Lalam then chimed in. Are you able to use his abilities yet? Speaking through Eye Dragon's body, Yunxing replied, I still need some time to adapt, but I'm confident I'll have full control over this vessel very soon. Tianchen tossed a pair of sunglasses to him. Put these on. Your eyes are too distinctive. People will spot you in a second. He caught the glasses and forced a stiff, eerie smile onto his face. Thank you. Tianchen froze, disturbed by the unnatural expression. What the hell is wrong with your face? Eye Dragon quickly explained. According to human customs, one must smile to express gratitude when receiving a gift. Tianchen didn't bother arguing. He just opened the tent flap and walked out. Do whatever you need to do, just don't wander too far. From inside, the creature replied promptly, Yes, sir. Stepping outside, he immediately spotted a familiar face. What are you doing here? It was Lu Fei, approaching him. Tianchen asked, Where's Wang Xiaobao? Lu Fei replied, Representatives from 3 other pioneer teams arrived. Brother Bao is currently negotiating with them. Sensing that things weren't settled yet, he asked, Is the negotiation going poorly? Lu Fei scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I wouldn't say it's going poorly, exactly. The leaders of the other teams are being polite enough to Brother Bao, but they just can't agree on the terms for the 4-way alliance to raid the zombie nest. Tianchen lit a cigarette and exhaled. Give me the details. Lu Fei nodded and broke down the situation. Basically, it's like this. Current intel shows a massive concentration of zombie nests in the central area around the volcano. The infection rate inside these nests is way higher than on the outside. But that means if we can clear them out, the loot will be incredibly valuable. The problem is density. The zombies are packed so tight that starting a fight could easily trigger a massive horde event, a zombie cyclone. No single pioneer team can handle that alone. That's why they want to form an alliance for the assault. Lalam found this strange. An alliance sounds like a good move. Why is the negotiation stalled? Are they demanding too big a cut? Lu Fei stammered, looking even more awkward. Not exactly. It's mostly because of Brother Bao. A mental image of Xiao Bao appeared, slamming the table during negotiations and shouting, I'm fine with an alliance, as long as I get 70% of the loot. Lalam blinked, stunned. 70%? Lalam immediately understood the deadlock. 4 teams sharing the spoils, yet he demanded 70% for himself? It would be a miracle if anyone agreed to that. Lu Fei nodded vigorously. Right? But Brother Bao refuses to budge an inch. So now all 4 teams are just staring at each other, and the talks have completely broken down. She turned to Tianchen, giving him a sharp look. He's your disciple. You trained him. You should be the one to keep him in line. Tianchen nodded in agreement. You're right. I definitely need to have a word with him. But his next sentence left both of them completely floored. Tianchen said with a straight face, he's asking for too little. If it were me, I wouldn't settle for anything less than 80%. He then laid out his logic coolly. Remember this, every partnership is built on one thing, strength. Our overall power is dominant, so naturally, we take the lion's share. On this point, Wang Xiaobao made the right call. Luo Lan, still feeling uneasy about the arrangement, spoke up. But if we demand such a high price, how can we possibly secure a partnership? Tianchen simply replied with a calm smile. We aren't the ones who should be worried about that. Turning to Lu Fei, he issued a command. Go get Brooks for me. The young man immediately dashed off. Yes, sir. Luo Lan frowned in confusion. Why do you need Brooks? Tianchen explained. Do you remember that item Brooks handed to us a while back? He claimed it was loot from his scouting run in the Central Zone. He slid a piece of paper in front of her. Besides the 2 elemental cloud crystals, there was also this. Luo Lan stared at the object, completely baffled. What is that? Even he sounded uncertain as he replied, a map, maybe? Though I can't make heads or tails of it. The paper was covered in a messy array of circles, squares, and strange triangles. A moment later, Brooks arrived, and the 3 of them quickly settled around the meeting table. Tianchen held up the paper and asked, Can you explain this to me? What exactly are these markings? Brooks answered instantly, Map. Irritated by the brief response, Tianchen snapped, I know it's a map. I need you to translate what's actually on it. Brooks kept a straight face. I thought you understood me. He then began explaining the symbols that looked like they were drawn by a first grader. Triangle is volcano. Star is zombie nest. 3 lines are stream, river. In your Chinese language, you'd say, at a glance, understand everything, right? Tianchen just stared blankly at this ridiculous explanation. You call this understanding at a glance? Luo Lan was equally astonished. Well, now that he's explained it, I guess I get it. She peered closer at the map and asked, What about this square, with the circle and the small triangle? Brooks immediately answered, Square is Central Valley. Circle is Reclamation Team. Triangle is High Ground. Tianchen chimed in with another question. The circle you drew in the middle, that marks the zombie nest's territory, right? How big is this area? Brooks replied, About the size of the base city center. Maybe. Hearing this, Tianchen looked disappointed. Too small. Luo Lan didn't catch his drift and asked, What's wrong? Tianchen analyzed the map with a deep frown. Zombie nests have a sense of territory. If there are that many nests crowded into such a narrow area, they would naturally fight each other. Eventually, the smaller nests would be swallowed up by the larger ones. Brooks marked 10 nests. Looking at the scale of this area, it simply can't support that many. He pointed to the central triangle zone. Unless, right here in the center of this circle, there's something controlling the activity of all the surrounding nests. Luo Lan realized what he meant. And infected with that kind of capability, it must be at least level 4 combat power, Tianchen confirmed. Which also means it might drop the item I need. Brooks finally spoke up, asking about their intentions. You want to kill monster by volcano? Tianchen looked at him curiously. Have you encountered them before? Brooks shook his head. First time I went, I tried to hug the volcano line. Got spotted. Then zombie wave came. I ran. Remembering Brooks' ability, Tianchen asked, I recall you have a stealth ability, don't you? You were detected even in stealth mode? Brooks nodded immediately. Yes. Ran for a long time to lose them. Too many zombies. Luo Lan realized the situation was getting complicated. Even Brooks couldn't get close. Getting through there might be harder than we thought. Tianchen agreed. That high-level infected controls so many nests specifically for defense. Naturally, it won't be easy to breach. He stared intensely at the map in his hands, making a decision. Looks like we have to deal with this troublesome zombie nest first. Meanwhile, Brooks was furiously drawing something, looking completely absorbed in his art. Tianchen and Luo Lan just stared, waiting. After a moment, a masterpiece worthy of a 3-year-old was revealed. Done. She took the drawing, unable to believe her eyes. Are you sure the infected near the volcano looks like this? Brooks nodded with absolute certainty. Tianchen was rendered speechless by his artistic talent. This infected has two faces, Brooks stated casually. Tianchen pointed at the paper. Then what are these two dots? Brooks replied bluntly. Nipples. It took a moment, but Tianchen finally visualized the mutant monster's true form and began calculating. Is that so? Humanoid form, 2 mouths. It's at least level 5, and likely an elemental type. In my past life's memories, did such a high-level infected exist? Seeing him deep in thought, Luo Lan asked, figure something out? He folded the paper. Can't determine anything just from this. Looks like if we want to breach the central zombie nest, we'll need a different approach. Suddenly, Lu Fei pulled back the tent flap and rushed in. Brother Chen, someone's here to see you regarding the matter you mentioned. Tian Chen looked at him, puzzled. Did negotiations with the other reclamation teams finish already? Lu Fei shook his head. No. Those teams felt our asking price was too high. They got upset and dispersed, but one reclamation team stayed behind. They keep insisting on seeing the expert with the hamster. That would be you, right? Hearing this, the guy looks totally lost, having no clue what's going on. Meet me. The scene shifts instantly to the outskirts of the mountain stronghold, where Xiaobao's crew is gathered. Tian Chen stands there, flanked by 2 shadowy figures, and speaks up. It's you two. Yuan Luo sees him approach and immediately greets him. I knew I guessed right. This brother really is from Manhua. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Yuan Luo, a Tier 3 Elemental Awakener, and this is Sister Jing, the leader of our pioneer team, a Tier 4 Strength Awakener. After the intro, she speaks up with a warm smile. Pleasure to meet you. Tian Chen doesn't want to expose himself yet, so he tries to deflect. Boss Wang calls the shots for our group. If you have business, just negotiate with him. Sister Jing drops the act and cuts straight to the chase. Among Tier 4 experts, my combat power might not be considered top tier, but I possess a skill that the bosses of other pioneer teams definitely lack. She wears a profound expression as she reveals her deduction. I know how to read people. That boss Wang might look complicated on the surface, but in reality, he's not a deep thinker. I seriously doubt Longhua-based city would send someone like him to lead a pioneer team. Therefore, the real person in charge is someone else. Tian Chen doesn't rush to admit it, instead questioning her logic. But I've only met your subordinate once. How can you be so sure it's me? Sister Jing maintains her gentle expression as she replies. I wasn't sure before, but now? I'm pretty certain. He flicks the ash from his cigarette and replies bluntly, spit it out. What do you two want with me? She immediately reveals her plan. Clearing the zombie nest requires manpower. None of the 4 pioneer teams have enough people on their own. But if our 2 groups join forces, we stand a chance. As for the 70-30 split Boss Wang proposed earlier, I can agree to that. Hearing this, Tian Chen smells a scheme to grab profit. He lets out a cold laugh. Nice try. You really know how to calculate. Before, it was a 4-team alliance, and we took 70%. Now it's just 2 teams, and we still take 70%? If you do the math, your share of the profits just tripled. Sister Jing doesn't give up, continuing her persuasion. At the very least, my offer guarantees the interests of your Longhua pioneer team. Mutual benefit, isn't that a good thing? Of course, he doesn't listen to a word of it. Tian Chen's voice echoes through the dry, rocky landscape. Your offer looks good on paper, but it's not the result I want. First, a 4-team alliance and a 2-team alliance are fundamentally different. 2 teams might be able to clear the zombie nest, but the cost will definitely be higher than with 4. Second, we are the stronger side. During the operation, we'll naturally shoulder more danger, yet the profit remains only 70%. Still holding his cigarette, he eyes them critically and continues. Third, cooperation is based on strength. The 70-30 split from before was based on our power difference then. Do you really think that in a 2-team alliance, the power gap between us is still just 70-30? Hearing such a brutal rejection, both of them fall silent, momentarily speechless. After a moment, Sister Jing probes for his opinion. Then how do you propose we split it? Tian Chen doesn't hold back, slashing the price to the bone. We take 90%. This makes their eyes pop out of their heads. Going from 70-30 to 90-10 is insane. What? Sister Jing loses her gentle composure, her tone shifting to interrogation. That's a bit too arrogant. Setting aside the deal itself, claiming that kind of power gap is just unacceptable. I'm a Tier 4 after all. No matter how strong you are, a 90-10 split is impossible. Tianchen points straight at Yuan Luo. The fact that he follows you proves he's considered high tier within your pioneer team. But you should know, guys like him can't even beat my hamster. Giving you 10% is already me showing you a lot of respect. Hearing this, Yuan Luo can only respond awkwardly. About this, Sister Jing obviously won't agree to those terms. That's too harsh. Forget about me, the other two pioneer teams definitely won't agree either. Your high-end combat power is strong, sure, but clearing a zombie nest takes manpower. One team definitely can't round up enough people. How about we compromise? 80-20? Tianchen doesn't bother being polite anymore. He turns and walks away silently. Goodbye. Seeing him so cold, she calls out in surprise. Hey, you guys can't wipe out the zombies in the central ring on your own. An alliance is your only choice. He just waves his hand without looking back. That's not for you to worry about. Yuan Luo sees the negotiation failed and speaks up. Sister Jing, these people from Longhua Bay City are too tough to deal with. There's no other way. She isn't surprised by this outcome either. Who told them to be so much stronger than us? He continues to wonder. So, what do we do now? Sister Jing reveals her final plan. Let them go fight on their own. Once they get battered by the zombies, they'll realize the value of teaming up with us. Back at the camp, Xiao Bao drops his jaw when he hears the news. Huh? 90-10 split? He thought he'd driven a hard bargain, but he never expected you to be even more ruthless. Master, you're even more brutal than I am. I just wanted to haggle a little. The way you're going, it's like you don't even want to do business. Tianchen replied nonchalantly. I never came here to do business in the first place. He explained. Our goal is to explore the wasteland for cultivation resources. Why should we follow those reclamation teams and get bogged down in their monopoly of the central zone? Xiao Bao nodded, realizing it made sense, but he couldn't hide his worry. But don't we still need to clear out that zombie nest? We definitely don't have enough people for that. Tianchen just smiled at that, answering coolly, Is that so? I don't think that's the case at all. Cut to the central zone, swarming with fire-type mutants blocking every path. Brooks's dark lips began to twitch as he leaned into the microphone. Oozing confidence and flair, he started belting out a tune to the crowd. Hey, girl next door, look over here. Look over here. His voice successfully drew the attention of the zombies below, mixed with the sound of human praise. It was quite the show. High above, Brooks's silhouette danced next to the massive speaker's blasting sound. Please don't pretend you don't care. Hey, girl next door, look over here. Look over here. Don't let my appearance scare you off. Below, Lu Fei and his heavily armed squad listened to Brooks's performance, whispering among themselves. Actually, it's kinda cute, but that foreigner is singing way too flirtatiously, isn't he? Boss Wong is a genius. That guy has such a punchable face. Even if I turned into a damn zombie, I'd still want to flatten him. Watch out, the zombies are moving. The mutants growled, their snarls mixing with the lyrics. I look left, look right, look up, look down. They surged toward the sound in a massive wave. Brooks kept performing as if nothing was happening. Turns out every girl is complicated. A girl's heart is truly strange. I think and think, I guess and guess. The ambush team above finally made their move. Muzzles flashed as gunshots thundered through the air. Shockwave rounds rained down relentlessly, ignoring Brooks, who was still lost in his song. Love. The bullets slammed into the ground, triggering blinding explosions that shook the area. Yet, the singing still echoed. So strange. Seeing the massive devastation, the men cheered. Brother Fei's Cloud Star bullets are working. The blast radius covers the entire zombie nest perfectly. Seeing the job was done, Tianchen turned and issued his orders. Miss Luo and I will hunt down their leader. I'll leave the small fry to you guys. Xiao Bao replied confidently. Don't worry, master. I've got this. With morale sky high, he immediately led the charge. Brothers, don't miss this chance. It's now or never. Follow me and let's wipe this nest clean. The crowd roared, rushing forward at Xiao Bao's command. Boss Wang, may you reign for 10,000 years. Boss Wang, unite the world. Charge. Seeing this, Tianchen smiled with satisfaction. The first step was a complete success. Back at the Long Zhen faction, the leader received the report and shouted in panic. What? The Longhua faction has weapons of mass destruction. Yuan Luo, standing before the three commanders, confirmed the situation. That is correct. Just moments ago, they stormed the zombie zone and used heavy explosives to wipe out an entire nest. Even more shocking, after looting the spoils, they didn't leave. They're setting up camp. It looks like they're building a base right inside the zombie zone. Yi Long voiced his suspicion. Explosives? In this day and age, finding a single grenade is hard enough. Where did they get that kind of heavy firepower? Sister Jing spoke up, relying on her own intel. I heard a rumor from a friend. Longhua has an expert who can enhance bullets, making them hit with the force of a mortar shell. I suspect that's the source of their heavy firepower. Long Zhen, however, didn't see this as entirely bad news. The Longhua reclamation team didn't just clear a nest quickly. They established a stronghold there. With a base in place, they can attack or defend at will. It actually makes future operations much more convenient for us. Yi Long, knowing the rules of the underworld well, especially in these chaotic times, questioned her sharply. You didn't come here just to give us free intel, did you? If you have a scheme, spit it out. Sister Jing replied immediately. She scoffed. What scheme could I possibly have? She then laid out her thoughts. I know. You've always wanted our families to ally and attack the zombie nest, but negotiations failed before. Everyone agreed, except for that guy named Qin, who insisted we take the lead. More importantly, we've poured all our energy into guarding the entrance to the central zone. Even if we ally now, as long as we want to maintain our monopoly on the center, we can't match the firepower they just used to clear that nest. Hearing this, he made a proposal. Then what if the three of us take action personally? Yi Long and Long Zhen are completely baffled, turning to look at Sister Jing for an explanation. Her eyes burn with determination as she speaks. In terms of raw numbers, we can't match the Longhua Guild. But, don't forget, the three of us are level 4 experts. We have the advantage in high-end power, and we need to exploit that. Catching on, he asks, so, you're saying we ditch clearing the trash mobs? We go straight into the nest's depths to hunt the high-tier infected? She nods instantly, laying out her strategy. Exactly. We don't have the manpower to wipe out the whole swarm, but snipe the boss and get out? That, we can definitely do. Let them waste their time fighting the horde. We'll bypass the small fry and go straight for the high-tier head. Sure, we'll miss out on the common loot, but who cares? We'll be bagging the premium cultivation resources instead. Long Zhen nods in agreement. That's brilliant. While they're busy making a mess in the outer zones, they'll draw all the aggro. It'll make our infiltration a walk in the park. Yi Long, however, still looks hesitant. Wait, so your plan is, we actually fight them? Long Zhen snaps back. Cut the crap. Didn't you see how that bastard Boss Wang looked at us? Like we're dirt. You really want to sit back and accept their insulting 70-30 split? Seeing the fire in their eyes, Sister Jing smiles, satisfied. She rallies them. That's the spirit. A tiger might be mocked by dogs when it's out of the jungle, but we are going to show Longhua exactly who they're messing with. We are not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Tianchen's side. They've ventured deep into the nest. Blocking their path is a grotesque monstrosity, 2 bodies fused together. It's a level 5 twin-blade claw leader. Tianchen calmly issues the command. Go. Behind him, Yunxing responds instantly. Yes, master. He focuses his spiritual energy and charges straight ahead. His ability activates eyes capable of suppressing an opponent's brain functions. The twin-blade claw roars ferociously as it spots the intruder. Yunxing's mutant eyes snap open, glowing with power. His gaze pierces straight into the monster's consciousness. Struck by the psychic attack, the creature freezes mid-motion, paralyzed. Tianchen, already poised for the kill, sees his opening. It worked. Now, he launches himself at the immobilized beast. Tianchen glides past it in a blur. The 2 figures cross paths, and in an instant, the monster's thinking head is obliterated. He lands gracefully, while behind him, the massive twin-blade claw crashes heavily to the ground. Yunxing grins, fishing for a compliment. Aren't you going to praise me? Ignoring the banter, Tianchen asks a technical question instead. That technique. How long could it hold him? Yunxing explains. Its brain structure is similar to a human's. I used a psychic pulse to shock its central nervous system, temporarily shutting down its motor functions. But truthfully, it would have rebooted and recovered in less than 2 seconds. Tianchen nods, impressed. 2 seconds. In a battle between level 4s, that's an eternity. He turns to walk away, finally dropping the compliment. Not bad. You did well. He crouches by the corpse, digging through the gore to find the loot. Seeing him pause in thought, Luolan asks, What's wrong? Tianchen frowns, disappointment in his voice. There's no star core. She gasps, confused. That's impossible, isn't it? A level 5 nest leader. How could it not have a core? Yun Xing steps up from behind. Master, by star core, do you mean the crystallization of energy within its body? Tianchen looks at him. Do you know where it is? Yun Xing shakes his head and explains. Energy crystals are formed during the evolution of a life form. This twin-blade claw might be highly evolved, but it was artificially created by another life form. Without self-directed evolution, it cannot form an energy crystal. The realization hits Tianchen hard. This nest leader wasn't just controlled, it was manufactured by another infected. Luo Lan, still confused by the nuance, asks, is there a difference between being controlled and being created? Tianchen explains. Huge difference. That claw monster was in the formation stage. The infected capable of creating it must be at least in the germination stage. And any infected that can manufacture minions possesses terrifying intelligence. If we fight it, it could drown us in an endless army of spawned monsters until we collapse from exhaustion. She turns to Yun Xing. Wait, can't symbiotic cells create minions too? It's a bit harder, sure, but it's possible, right? Yun Xing shakes his head. Master, right now, I cannot create minions with their own independent consciousness. That is a fundamental difference. Tianchen probes further. Do you think the infected that made this thing has reached the rare grade you mentioned before? If it had achieved rare grade evolution, Yun Xing replies grimly, we would already be dead. Tianchen frowns. What do you mean? It comes down to the fundamental difference between my kind and humanity. In human consciousness, relationships are incredibly complex. You have enemies, friends, partners, lovers, pets, and food. But strictly speaking, for us, all relationships boil down to just 4 types: master-servant, competition, hostility, and predation. Hearing this, Tianchen immediately grasped the concept and continued the thought. That classification fits the instincts of the infected perfectly. But what does that have to do with it coming here? Yun Xing continued his explanation. If it underwent a rare evolution, its power level would be far above ours. That creates a predation dynamic. Facing a predator, it will undoubtedly use its minions to hunt us down with everything they've got. Tianchen asked, so, where do we stand with it right now? Yun Xing analyzed. The 2 masters are evenly matched with them, so it's not hostility. But between you and it, that is likely a competitive relationship. The boy understood the gravity of the situation, his face sinking into deep thought. Is that so? Suddenly, not far away, a massive explosion ripped through the air, grabbing their attention. Sensing something off, Tianchen spoke up. Isn't that the direction of the nearby zombie nest? Luo Lan peered through her binoculars. Looks like the reclamation team. They're engaging the nest's leader. He grabbed the binoculars from her. Let me see. We just stirred up chaos around the perimeter, and they go straight for the boss? Opportunists. Through the lenses, he zoomed in on a girl's silhouette. She slowly turned her head, looking straight back at the observer. Sister Jing seemed to have spotted him. She stared directly at him and cracked a sinister, chilling smile. Tianchen lowered the binoculars. They know we're watching. That noise was a deliberate show of force. Luo Lan was baffled by the move. Huh? What benefit do they get from making such a huge scene for us to see? Tianchen couldn't figure it out yet. It was weird, inexplicable behavior. Tianchen turned back to Yun Xing. Later, explain the behavioral relationships of the infected to me in detail. Yun Xing replied, is Master interested in such things? Tianchen's face lit up with confidence. He had cooked up a plan. I just thought of a nasty little trick. It might just let us wipe out the zombie nest in one go. The scene shifts back to the familiar green tent, the base of operations for Xiaobao's crew. Inside, a man was holding a piece of fresh, mutated meat. The muscle fibers within it were still pulsating. He grimaced, staring at the hunk of flesh in his hand. Speechless, Xiaobao hesitated and asked, Master, do I really have to eat this? Tianchen answered calmly, just eat it. You'll be fine. Receiving that assurance, he didn't hesitate any longer, opening his mouth wide and raising the meat. All right then. Xiaobao took a decisive, massive bite. Tianchen sat nearby, watching him chew with a satisfied look. After a moment, Xiaobao finished. He slammed his hand on the table, exhaling a sigh of relief. Done. But he couldn't relax for long. Suddenly, the blood vessels inside his body began to mutate. It spread rapidly. Dark, vein-like tendrils crawled up his neck, discoloring his skin. Xiaobao felt his body changing. He stammered, I, Losing control of his emotions, he screamed, "I'm turning into a zombie." Tianchen didn't look worried at all. Those symptoms are an illusion. They can be controlled. Try retracting the virus energy on your skin's surface back inside. Hearing this, Xiaobao squeezed his eyes shut and tried to focus. "Let me try." He kept his eyes squeezed tight, feeling the power flowing within. The mutated veins began to recede. They gradually vanished, and his skin returned to its normal state. Seeing everything go according to plan, the boy exclaimed, "Perfect. Looks like this stuff works even better than I imagined." Xiaobao couldn't believe what just happened. He stared at his normal hands. "That's miraculous. I really thought I was a goner for a second there." Before he could recover from the shock, Tianchen slammed a massive bag of meat onto the table. "There are 20 pieces in there. Before tomorrow morning, pick out the right people to absorb them." Xiaobao's eyes bugged out. 20 people using this? Tianchen confirmed. "Tomorrow, we're going to clean out the remaining zombie nests." Xiaobao frowned, his eyes showing clear disagreement. "Master, the meteorite crystals we brought are only enough for one blast. How are 20 people supposed to clear a nest?" Tianchen replied gently, his face void of worry. "Relax. It's enough." The scene cuts to outside the tent. A group of carefully selected men stood in formation, facing Xiaobao's leadership team. Lu Fei stood at attention, performing a crisp military salute. Reporting to Boss Wang, "The 20-man invincible suicide squad is fully assembled and awaiting your orders." Xiaobao draped his coat over his shoulders like a grand marshal, stepping forward with a smug look. Living up to his reputation for winning hearts, Xiaobao bellowed, "Gentlemen, you are the elite, hand-picked from our reclamation team. We have gathered you here to entrust you with the most difficult mission of all. Do you have the confidence to see it through?" The crowd instantly goes wild. "Boss Wang, may you reign forever." Boss Wang, ruler of the underworld. He has successfully whipped the atmosphere into a frenzy. Good. Very spirited. Xiaobao gestures behind him. "Let me introduce everyone to the chief advisor of our reclamation team, Brother One-Eyed Dragon. He is going to walk you through the details of our operation." Give him a round of applause. Seeing the crowd cooperate so well, Tianchen can't help but be impressed. "Not bad. You guys really have a system going, don't you?" He replies humbly. "It's all thanks to your teachings, Master. If you hadn't gone all out to help your disciple build this image, how would we have any rallying power?" Down below, the crowd is clapping like crazy, giving a thunderous welcome. Yunxing holds up the chunk of infected meat and starts explaining. "Now, everyone should have an item in their hands, right? First, let me explain exactly what that is. Just yesterday, we dove deep into a zombie nest and killed 5, infected with combat power nearing Tier 4. We extracted genetic material and energy from their brains, muscles, and bone marrow. Then, using a special fusion method, we synthesized these materials." He lets out a devious laugh and declares, "That's right. What you're holding is actually zombie meat. And now, I need you to eat it." The crowd immediately revolts. "Eat this? Are you kidding me? That's zombie meat. If we eat that, won't we just..." Yunxing licks the meat in his hand, cutting them off. "You can rest assured. Eating this won't turn you into one of the infected. It will alter your appearance, your scent, and your aura, making you indistinguishable from an infected. But in reality, you will still be human. This allows us to use the guise of the infected to infiltrate the zombie nest." A blonde fatty in the group speaks up. "Brother One-Eyed Dragon, is our mission to disguise ourselves as zombies and destroy the nest from the inside?" He shakes his head. "No. To the leader of these zombie nests, we will appear as outside competitors. Getting too close will just put them on guard, so we can't sneak around and sabotage them. Instead, we are going to openly challenge them." The guy looks confused. "Challenge them?" Yunxing continues to break down the plan. "Exactly. A leader facing an outside competitor has to accept a challenge. If they don't, they lose their right to rule. In this duel, both sides will bring their direct subordinates into the fight. All other followers have to stand on the sidelines. Whoever wins gets the territory and command over the other infected. This time, we will go in using our infected identities to challenge the leader. At the same time, we'll take advantage of the moment all the infected gather to watch the fight and use a meteorite bomb to wipe them all out in one go." The crowd understands the plan, but they are still panicked, whispering among themselves, disguising as zombies, walking right into a zombie nest. And we have to face that many. Infected with just 20 of us? This is way too dangerous. If we get caught, we're dead meat. Xiao Bao, sensing the shift in mood, immediately steps back into character. Everyone, I told you from the very beginning. This is the hardest mission there is. Once we step into that zombie nest, we have no choice but to slaughter those infected. There is no other way. He starts laying out the irresistible rewards, preaching that danger and opportunity are two sides of the same coin. I, Wang, promise you this. Everyone who participates in this operation will return with enough cultivation resources to reach near Tier 4. On top of that, I'm giving you permanent residency in the center of Longhua Base City. Whether you go or not, the choice is yours. Hearing this, the crowd's eyes practically pop out of their heads. Resources to reach near Tier 4? Holy crap, I've been stuck at high Tier 3 for over a year and a permanent home in the city center? Screw it, I'm risking it. Boss Wang, may you reign forever. Boss Wang, ruler of the underworld. The crowd's morale instantly explodes. Boss Wang is mighty. Long live. Long live. Standing to the side, Tianchen has to admire the guy's talent. If this kid didn't go into pyramid schemes, it would be a tragic waste of talent. The scene shifts to the outskirts of the zombie nest. The river, glowing red from the radioactive energy, looks like a vein of blood. Tianchen and the others, now disguised as infected, have successfully infiltrated. Luo Lan looks around and whispers, "This whole journey has been strangely quiet. If the viral energy wasn't getting stronger by the second, I'd suspect we went the wrong way." Tianchen, leading the pack, replies, "When we entered, our symbiotic cells sent out a signal to the other infected. Right now, most of the infected in the nest are probably gathered together. It's normal for the other areas to be quiet." Yunxing stares straight ahead and announces, "Master, we've arrived." Tianchen and Luo Lan immediately glance over, staying on high alert. The mutated monsters snarl and make ferocious faces at them. But a second later, their expressions soften, and they completely ignore the group. The group stood frozen on the ridge, staring down at a literal ocean of zombies below. The sheer scale of the horde was overwhelming. The followers, having never witnessed a scene like this, began to panic. Too many. I've never seen so many infected in one place. Is this a zombie tide? Damn it, I'm about to piss myself. Tianchen broke the silence. "Give your phone to Brooks." She nodded and handed it over immediately. Clap! Tianchen slammed his hands together. He stood dead still, focusing his power until invisible waves of psychic energy burst outward. He channeled that energy to telepathically speak to the group behind him. "Everyone, stay sharp. From this moment on, we communicate solely through my psychic link. I won't lie to you, this is my first time disguising myself as an infected to infiltrate a nest. I have no idea what dangers are waiting inside. Once we're in, follow my command implicitly. Do not break character, no matter what. Understood?" Eyes burning with determination, the four of them responded in unison. "Understood." Hearing this, Tianchen nodded, relieved. "Good." Without hesitation, Tianchen led the charge, walking straight into the zombie storm ahead. "Let's move." Deep in the nest, the horde was a dense, glowing red mass. Suddenly, a tall, lanky mutant monster stalked straight toward Yunxing. Yunxing immediately projected his entity from his palm to prove his status. The creature stared at it, engaging in a silent conversation. A moment later, it raised a hand and pointed, gesturing for them to proceed. Yunxing turned back to report, "Master, we're clear to enter." The sea of zombies parted, forming a path right down the middle. As they walked through, Xiao Bao and the others looked around, trembling with anxiety. He was already terrified, but the zombies were dangerously curious, pressing in close to sniff him. Xiao Bao didn't even dare to breathe. Unable to take it anymore, he whispered, "Hey, why do they keep sniffing me like that?" Yunxing didn't sugarcoat it. "What do you think? They want to eat you." He continued to explain. "It's tradition. If a challenger loses to the leader, their followers become a feast for the pack. They're sizing you up right now. If they're sniffing you this much, maybe you just smell the tastiest?" Xiao Bao had never been called handsome in his life, so this twisted compliment stunned him. "I'm tasty?" Suddenly, a massive foot slammed into the ground with terrifying force. A hulking, muscular zombie stepped forward, beating its chest to display dominance. Yunxing analyzed the situation. "What's this move? Ahead is the dueling ground. It's blocking us because, while the challenger can bring elites, the weak followers have to stay back." Tianchen smirked. "So many damn rules. Without wasting another word, he blasted the creature with a palm strike, sending it flying. The monster didn't stand a chance. It was knocked flat on its back. Xiao Bao's jaw dropped. Oh my god, oh my god. Did he really just go full power? Tianchen watched as the zombies actually recoiled, stepping back in fear. Yunxing saw the group's confusion and quickly explained. The hierarchy among the infected is absolute. The stronger you are, the higher your status. That display of power just terrified them. This actually makes it safer for those staying behind. Xiao Bao let out a long sigh. You should have said that sooner. I almost had a heart attack. Tianchen looked at Brooks. Go find a spot nearby. Okay. Brooks headed toward a group of zombies and roared, scaring them off. The mutants scrambled out of the way, clearing a path for the group. Xiao Bao suddenly realized something horrific. Wait! Master! Do I have to stay here with them? Tianchen replied coldly. Have you forgotten your role? If you're going to play the part, commit to it. Xiao Bao froze, his internal monologue screaming, I'm dead. I'm actually going to die here today. Meanwhile, the main group arrived at a deep pit, a coliseum ringed by infected. Luo Lan scanned the area. Where's the leader? I don't see him. Tianchen narrowed his eyes. I don't know. But something about this place feels off. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to boil and churn. A shadow slowly rose from the earth. Tianchen and Luo Lan stared, locked on the creature emerging before them. The shapeshifter fully emerged, immediately baring its razor-sharp fangs in a menacing growl. It was encased in bone armor, but the most horrific part was the second, gaping mouth located right on its stomach. Tianchen got a good look and sighed in disappointment. Brooks really needs to work on his drawing skills. This looks nothing like his sketch. Luo Lan agreed, looking equally unimpressed. It's like ordering online versus what actually arrives in the mail. The shapeshifter began making bizarre, guttural noises, as if trying to speak. Tianchen frowned and turned to the others. Can anyone understand what the hell it's saying? Yunxing explained, That's not a language. It is communicating with the outside world directly through sheer intent. Those sounds are just the static noise generated when it projects its thoughts. Master, shift the core of the mental link to me. That way, we can translate its intent. The mutant continued emitting those bizarre screeching sounds. But thanks to the psychic link, its thoughts became clear. Are these highly evolved humanoids your minions? Yunxing stepped forward to confront the beast. That's right. Call out your minions and face us, the shapeshifter replied indifferently. Minions? I ate them. The group froze, repeating the words in shock. Ate them. Before they could even process the horror, it suddenly regurgitated a strange crimson liquid. The sludge instantly spread toward Tianchen, putting them on high alert. Back off, Luo Lan asked anxiously. Did you figure something out? Tianchen seemed to realize the truth. That stuff it just puked up. That is its true body. It's a shapeshifter, an infectious variant with no fixed form. Its body is incredibly plastic, allowing it to morph into any shape it wants. And its method of evolving is brutal. It gets stronger by directly absorbing the flesh and blood of other living things. The higher the quality of the flesh, and the more it consumes, the stronger it becomes. She grasped the situation instantly and asked to confirm. So, you mean, just to fight us? It swallowed every single leader of the zombie horde it created? He replied, Looks like it. Tianchen turned back and ordered, When the fighting starts, hold on tight to me. Xiao Bao, still dazed and confused, just let out a dumb, huh? Tianchen stared straight at the monster, analyzing fast. Shapeshifters have many attack methods, but only one is truly their strongest. It. From a formless puddle of blood, a maw full of razor-sharp teeth suddenly formed. His voice dropped. Is eating. The shapeshifter couldn't wait any longer. It lunged, its mouth gaping wide enough to swallow everything in existence. Tianchen yanked the bewildered Xiao Bao aside. Move! Having never seen such a horror in all his years, the man screamed in terror. Oh God, oh God, oh God! Tianchen gripped him tight, soaring high into the air, just out of the monster's attack range. His face went pale, not daring to utter a squeak. He thought, I almost died just now. Tianchen and Xiao Bao hovered in midair, while below them, the shapeshifter waited with its maw wide open. It revealed rows of jagged teeth, ready to shred any enemy. Xiao Bao suddenly felt himself free-falling and screamed in panic. I'm dead! I'm falling! Tianchen snatched him by the collar from above. He swung hard and threw Xiao Bao through the air. Luo Lan, catch him! The shapeshifter dissolved into liquid blood again, only to suddenly sprout sharp teeth in a completely different spot. It was targeting Xiao Bao. It surged upward, chasing after him, scaring the living daylights out of the guy. Xiao Bao found himself face to face with those hideous teeth, completely helpless. Luolan charged in, battle ready. She slammed a direct attack down onto the beast, causing it to melt and lose its form. Xiao Bao hit the ground just as Luolan landed from her attack. She turned to check on him. "You okay?" Moved to tears, he cried out, "Mistress, you're amazing. From now on, you are my absolute idol." Luolan blushed and turned her face away. "Stop spouting nonsense. Who's your mistress?" Meanwhile, the shapeshifter surged up again from the absorbed mass. The blood-red liquid flooded the area, sprouting countless elongated heads that writhed like snakes. Xiaobao seemed to have some strange aggro, causing the beast to lunge at him again. "Me? Again?" Standing nearby, Tianchen shouted, "Why are you spacing out? Run!" He rushed over and scooped him up. Xiaobao didn't have the strength to move a muscle. Tianchen showed no mercy, hurling him away like a dodgeball. On the other side, Luolan was fighting tooth and nail against the shapeshifter. After a brief clash, the group decided to retreat. She voiced her frustration. "Stop playing around. Tell me, how do we kill this thing?" He answered while sprinting. "We can't fight it yet. Its power level is approaching the origin stage. To match it, we'd both have to go all out. Besides, you saw it. With that much vitality, we can't kill it in a short fight. Plus, our current forms rely on external camouflage. If we unleash our full power, our disguise will be blown instantly. Then we won't just be facing the boss monster. Everyone watching from the sidelines will jump into the fray to kill us. That means we have to stall. We buy time until Brooks and his team find the right spot to trigger the explosion. And not only that, during this whole chase, we cannot get injured. Once that shapeshifter gets a taste of our blood, our cover is blown." Luolan realized the flaw in the plan. "It attacks relentlessly. We can dodge for a while, but if this drags on, one of us is bound to take a hit." Tianchen confidently replied, "Fear not. My star pupil hasn't even made his move yet, has he?" Wang Xiaobao's eyes went wide with shock. "Me? Make a move?" He looked at him and instructed, "Merge your aura with the meteor blade, then push it to the absolute limit." Hearing the command, Xiaobao shot forward instantly. "Yes, sir." His feet moved fast, and the meteor blade was unsheathed, freed from its restraints. Xiaobao stood tall, striking an incredibly cool pose with the newly revealed meteor blade. Power erupted from him, a pillar of energy shooting straight into the sky. Even the shapeshifter monster was affected by this pressure, feeling a flicker of fear. Xiaobao maintained an expression as cold as ice, staring it down. Watching from the side, Luolan was equally surprised. "Wang Xiaobao's aura actually works on the infected?" Tianchen immediately corrected her. "It's not him that's effective, it's the meteor blade," he explained. "That blade is the ultimate weapon against the infected. The aura it radiates has a massive suppression effect. Now that Wang Xiaobao is using his power to push that suppression to the max, of course that shapeshifter is terrified. I can't believe I, Wang Xiaobao, am actually scaring a zombie boss." His anxiety vanished, replaced by a mocking confidence. He laughed loudly, challenging it. "Come on then. What, you scared?" Xiaobao flipped it a friendly middle finger. "I'm right here. Come get some if you've got the guts." Tianchen didn't let him gloat for long, patting his shoulder. "Say 2 more words, and you'll blow your cover." Xiaobao asked blankly. "Then what do I do?" Tianchen grabbed him by the collar while he was still confused. "Attack." Tianchen mercilessly hurled him straight at the shapeshifter. Less talking, more fighting. Xiaobao went with the flow, bursting with energy as he used the momentum to launch his attack. As he closed in, he faced its massive bulk. "Boss!" Seeing the opening, Tianchen shouted, "Slash it!" Xiaobao gritted his teeth, shut his eyes, and obeyed. "I'm slashing!" But the monster dodged instantly. The blade missed, slamming into the ground instead. Xiaobao looked up in confusion, stunned that he missed. His face lit up with glee. "It's afraid of me." Tianchen didn't let him waste a second. "Don't get cocky, keep slashing." No longer afraid, Xiaobao attacked with confidence. "Take this." It kept dodging, and he kept chasing, swinging his blade wildly. And another one. Xiaobao grew more aggressive with every strike, shouting challenges. "My blade has been thirsty for a long time." From above, it was clear he had the upper hand. forcing the shapeshifter to do nothing but dodge. The mutant monsters watching from above muttered gloomily amongst themselves. This challenger is too strong. The boss is getting crushed. He's scared to fight back. Are we getting a new boss? Meanwhile, Tianchen was staring blankly at his phone, speechless. Brooks had sent a message, but it was all in English. He couldn't understand a word of it. Finally, Tianchen got a reply he could understand. Brooks didn't know how to type properly. He says they've secured the command point. They can start the fire anytime. Luo Lan asked, "Do we strike now?" Tianchen replied calmly, "No rush. Let my star pupil play with it a bit longer." Focusing his gaze ahead, he added, "We need to find an opening to take the enemy down in a single blow." He then sent out another message. "Monitor the zombie herd. If anything unusual happens, take action." The reply came back as a symbol. Okay. On the battlefield, Xiao Bao kept slashing relentlessly at the shapeshifter. Seeing it constantly dodge, he taunted, "Why are you running? Face me head on if you've got the guts." The monster emitted strange noises using sound transmission. Suddenly, two monstrous heads with razor-sharp teeth lunged at Xiao Bao from behind. The meteor blade surged with overwhelming power once again. Seeing the power surge, the creature snapped its mouth shut and froze, not daring to continue the attack. Xiao Bao noticed the hesitation and laughed smugly. The shapeshifter stood frozen, rendered speechless by the situation. It finally spoke up, its voice full of resentment. "Shouldn't you use your own strength to challenge me? Weapons shouldn't be used in a duel." Yunxing didn't flinch, calmly retorting, "Weapons are a part of our strength, too. Didn't you absorb all your minions anyway?" The shapeshifter lost all patience, its power erupting again. "I had hoped to make you my minions after I won. But now, I'll just have to destroy you." Its massive body rapidly liquefied, returning to its original, shapeless form. Xiao Bao watched with wide eyes, confused. It melted? Suddenly, the creature took on a new form, a body covered in countless razor-sharp mouths. Meanwhile, the other two began to make their move. Luo Lan shouted out, "It looks like it's concentrating all its biomass into one spot." Tianchen grinned with confidence. "Perfect opportunity. Get ready to strike." Xiao Bao could only crawl away, jaw dropped in total shock. "It's huge." The shape-shifting monster launched its attack, blasting a massive shockwave outward. Tianchen snatched the meteorite saber back from Xiao Bao. "Hand it over. Keep your eyes locked on that thing." Spotting an opening, Tianchen seized the moment and launched himself upward. He unleashed a full-power slash, slamming a blinding surge of energy straight into the beast. The mob of mutant monsters stood on the sidelines, watching and gossiping. "The boss got hit. Is he even alive? Are we really switching leaders again? That's like my third boss already." By now, the creature had been reduced to a pile of sludge, struggling to pull itself together. Suddenly, the shapeshifter realized who his attackers actually were. "You aren't one of us. You're humans." Seeing the belated realization, Yunxing couldn't help but mock him. "That's not entirely true. Technically speaking, I'm still your kind, aren't I?" The beast shrieked out a command. "The enemy is the enemy." Hearing this, the horde of mutants mindlessly surged forward to attack. From the distance, a bullet refined from meteorite crystal came screaming through the air. It slammed directly into the charging zombies, triggering a catastrophic explosion that wiped them all out. Witnessing this tragic scene, the shapeshifter actually felt a pang of grief. "My followers." Furious, it split its body into countless smaller versions and swarmed forward to attack. "You all deserve to die." Tianchen didn't flinch, effortlessly dispatching every single one. The shapeshifter once again melted back into its liquid state. Seeing this, Yunxing immediately shouted a warning. "Master, be careful, he's trying to escape." Tianchen stabbed his blade into the ground. "I see him." Energy erupted from the blade, locking down the surrounding space. In an instant, that power engulfed the entire area. Only two silhouettes remained visible within the energy. Luo Lan instantly recognized it a domain. Tianchen replied with confidence, "It can't hide within my domain." His eyes locked onto a subtle distortion. Without a word, Tianchen slashed a massive wave of blade energy directly at it. The ground exploded on impact. The pressure was so intense that no living creature in the blast zone could possibly survive. Luo Lan spotted something and her eyes went wide in surprise. A lump of mutated flesh was still wriggling there. Yunxing immediately used his separation ability to take action. "Leave it to me." His main body slowly approached the unidentified object before snatching it up and carrying it back. Yunxing presented it to Tianchen. Master, this is the core body it left behind. Xiao Bao watched from the side, clearly disappointed. Is that it? Wasn't it huge just a second ago? Yunxing smiled. It took 2 full power attacks from the master. The fact that anything is left at all is impressive. Tianchen just stared at the object in silence. Luolan stepped forward. What's wrong? He hesitated. It feels too easy. Too easy? She echoed. Tianchen looked at the lump of flesh and voiced his suspicion. I expected this shapeshifter to have a powerful elemental trump card, but that last attack took it out instantly. Typically, infected creatures in the wild rely heavily on elemental powers. The higher their level, the more true that is. Xiao Bao, never missing a chance to suck up, chimed in. That just proves how powerful you are, master. He didn't even have time to play his ace. But Tianchen remained skeptical, eyes fixed on the throbbing flesh in Yunxing's hand. After finding no immediate answers, Tianchen decided to drop it. Keep the core safe. Bring it back. I want to study it. The next day, at the Manhua reclamation team's camp, Lu Fei was reporting the loot gathered from the battle. We harvested over 200 crystals this time, levels 3 to 5, all types. Half of them are elemental crystals. On top of that, we found 5 level 6 common meteorite crystals and 1 level 6 elemental meteorite crystal. He placed a bag on the table and continued. Per regulations, items level 6 and above are classified as strategic resources. They must be managed and distributed personally by a level 4 master of the base city. Tianchen didn't see what he was looking for. Did you find any other special items? Lu Fei shook his head with a hint of regret. You're looking for an item that grants elemental abilities, aren't you? We kept a sharp lookout, but the best we found only has level 3 potency. Tianchen didn't press the issue. Get back to work. Internally, he calculated, it seems the item I need only drops from a leader class infected. Just then, Yunxing walked in holding a glass jar. Master, it is done. He presented the jar. Its core has gone into hibernation. It won't wake up for at least 3 days. We can torment it all we want now. Seeing Yunxing, Tianchen immediately brought up the question that had been plaguing him. Let me ask you something. When an infected dies, does the resource it drops depend on its type, while alive, or its environment? He thought carefully before explaining. That is difficult to determine. Environment and evolutionary path do affect the energy crystallization after death, but the influence is highly random. It cannot be calculated or predicted. For example, if I were to die, even I wouldn't know what kind of energy crystal I'd produce. Tianchen nodded, confirming his understanding. Which means before I kill this thing, I can't determine what it will drop. Yunxing confirmed. Correct. You decided to kill it without hesitation just to see what would burst out. Yunxing accepted the offer happily. Thank you. Its flesh and blood are perfect to replenish my weakened body. He immediately separated his physical form, sending parts of himself outward. They quickly burrowed inside, absorbing the infected's body. As the creature's body dissolved, a strange liquid flowed out. Tianchen stood aside, surprised, seeming to recognize it. A moment later, a jar containing a mysterious blue liquid appeared. It's gone. Only this remains. Luolan held it in her hand, examining it. What is this? Yunxing wasn't sure either. I absorbed the flesh. This remnant is likely its energy crystallization. Tianchen stepped in to explain. This looks like essence serum. She looked stunned. The infected can produce skincare products? Tianchen's eyes went wide as he turned to her. What the hell? Using this for skincare would be way too luxurious. Tianchen explained its use. It's called liquid crystal. Although not fully formed, the energy inside is purer than normal meteorite crystals. Using essence serum has no side effects. It is incredibly suitable for breaking through cultivation bottlenecks. Hearing its miraculous properties, Luolan exclaimed, that works out perfectly. This is exactly what's needed. Aren't you stuck at the origin stage? Can using this push you to the seed burst stage? Tianchen replied, it's possible, but reaching seed burst requires passing through the mental space. Last time at Manhwa, fighting that God closed off my mental space. I can't enter it for now. Seeing his intention, Yunxing spoke up. You want to enter your mental space? I can help you with that. Tianchen raised an eyebrow in question. Yunxing took off his dark glasses and explained, human mental space is linked to brain structure. I can use the power of this eye to help you open a path. Seeing how useful he was, Tianchen couldn't help but remark, looks like sparing your life back then was the right choice. Yunxing replied without a hint of resentment. Since I've become your follower, master, naturally I must demonstrate my value. Tianchen walked away, continuing, tell Wang Xiaobao and the others to prepare. Find a suitable place for my breakthrough. Yunxing stopped him with a request. When you break through, may I enter your mental space as well? I want to observe from the side. Tianchen didn't make it difficult, and agreed. You and Luo Lan can both go in. Yunxing bowed deeply, answering with immense respect. Thank you so much. A while later, the table was set with level-up items. Shape-shifting core, level 6 meteorite crystals. Luo Lan sat observing, voicing her confusion. Does breaking through to seed burst stage really require so many high-level materials? Tianchen explained, I'm currently at the mid-origin stage. To reach seed burst, I need to jump 2 minor realms and 1 major realm. The 3 level 6 meteorite crystals are to push me from mid-level to peak level. The real catalysts for the seed burst stage are the essence serum and this shape-shifting core. Hearing this, she asked, entering seed burst needs core support? He squeezed his eyes shut, focusing hard to answer. I'm not entirely sure yet. How about this? I'll explain it to you while I'm breaking through. Tianchen slammed his palms together, channeling his power. A massive aura erupted from his body, causing the surrounding debris to swirl in his wake. Bit by bit, Tianchen rapidly absorbed every last scrap of energy from the materials. Luo Lan watched from the side, unable to hide her anxiety. Breaking through 3 realms in a row. Isn't that dangerous? Yunxing spoke up to reassure her. The male master's energy control is exceptional, and his physical constitution is top tier. As long as he proceeds in order, breaking through 3 realms consecutively won't be an issue. Hearing that, she felt a little more at ease. Well, that's good then. Suddenly, Luo Lan realized something sounded off. Her face flushed red as she whirled around and shouted, Wait, why the hell are you calling him male master? Seeing her acting all shy despite clearly enjoying the title, he just stared back with a blank look on his face. Meanwhile, Tianchen was still deeply focused on his breakthrough, energy surging from him in endless waves. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Luo Lan shouted out, What's happening? It looks like he can't suppress the aura. Yunxing immediately analyzed the data. He is accelerating the breakthrough process. It looks like he's about to break through multiple realms at once. She gasped in panic. That's way too reckless. Tell him to stop. Yunxing suddenly spoke up. Help me enter his spiritual space, right now. Luo Lan rushed closer, asking anxiously, Enter his spiritual space? Can his body even handle that? He replied, without a hint of fear. Once I'm in the spiritual space, I can control the energy flowing into my origin. It won't just solve the crisis, it'll help me break through. There's no time to hesitate. Do it now. Unable to change his mind, she stood up helplessly. This guy. Always trying to play the tough hero, Luo Lan turned and asked, How do I get him into the space? Yunxing explained, I need to bring your master's consciousness in too. Place your foreheads together. She was confused but leaned in. He smiled, confirming, Yes, the closer the better. Luo Lan pressed her forehead against Tianchen's, her voice tense. Like this? Yunxing closed his eyes, focusing his mental power. Stay still. Don't move. He released his true form towards them. After gathering enough mental force, he unleashed his power, pulling all 3 of them into Tianchen's inner space. Yunxing exclaimed, So this is what a human's spiritual space looks like. Tianchen said nothing, simply raising his hand. From his palm, black energy surged out, gradually taking on a strange shape. Luo Lan recognized it immediately. It was his origin. Tianchen explained. The origin formation phase involves bringing the mark into the spiritual space to form the origin, and the seed bursting phase requires turning this origin into a seed so it can take root and sprout within the spiritual space. He finished speaking and reached out towards it. Stand back a bit. Let me show you. Around the origin, other streams of energy began to emerge. Moments later, 6 strange energy sources appeared. Tianchen realized what they were. While my spiritual space was sealed, did these 6 strange things sneak into my origin? Yunxing saw them and recognized them instantly. Gathering rings? 6 of them? He was stunned. Gathering rings? You know what these are? Tianchen asked, surprised. Yunxing explained. Of course I do. My kind only develops these when we reach the rare rank. He looked at the 6 rings circling Tianchen's origin, a rare rank, equivalent to level 5 for humans. Tianchen stood in his mental space and asked, "You mean these gathering rings are something only level 5 experts have? And now they're in my space?" Yunxing clarified, "I don't know about humans, but among my kind, only those who evolve to the rare rank possess gathering rings. I always found it strange. Why your physical functions and energy intensity were so much stronger than others at your level. Turns out, it's because you have 6 gathering rings," he continued, explaining their function. Gathering rings help stabilize evolutionary energy and boost power across different attributes. With the biological power of the gathering rings, your overall strength is enhanced, but that's not their greatest use. Their true purpose is storage. The gathering rings are storage depots for 6 different attributes, and they also act as a balancing mechanism for those energies. We can master all 6 systems, as humans call them, relying entirely on these rings. Hearing this, Tianchen formed a hypothesis. If I channel the power of the 6 systems into the gathering rings, like your infected kind does, could I break through to level 5? Yunxing answered without hesitation. "I can't be sure. Even with the rings, you're still fundamentally human." Tianchen knew it was uncertain but calculated silently. "As I guessed before, to reach level 5, I need to satisfy 2 conditions. 1. Master all 6 systems. 2. Raise all 6 to their limit. The hardest part is harmonizing the conflicting energies of extreme single attributes. But what if I use these 6 gathering rings to control the power of the 6 systems?" No sooner thought than done. He quickly released the remaining energy within his body. Luolan saw this and asked, "That's the remaining energy from the 3 meteorite crystals. What are you doing?" Tianchen explained. "Seed bursting. This energy is enough to refine the origin to its limit. When the time is right, I'll use the essence to make it shed its shell and burst." Yunxing marveled, "So that's it. Humans use this method to control evolutionary power." Sensing a hidden meaning, Tianchen asked, "Did you notice something?" Yunxing explained, "Normally, evolutionary power is hard to control. That's why during evolution, you humans use a transport hub to continuously generate energy to manage these forces. Every time you evolve to a new stage, you need a larger transport hub. If you succeed, you mutate. If you fail, evolution fails." "Wait, you're saying that if I fail the seed bursting, I won't just fail to evolve, I'll turn into a monster?" "Correct. But with the gathering rings, the risk is minimized. You have a chance." Tianchen smirked, his eyes burning with determination. "Then let's gamble." Yunxing gazed at his origin, which was still straining under the massive energy load, and couldn't help but wonder, "I don't quite get it. The origin is inching towards its load limit. What kind of transformation does this so-called particle fission actually bring?" Tianchen didn't answer right away. Instead, he dropped a hint. The origin is an independent point, so its load capacity is naturally limited. But what if we fundamentally changed its structure? Yunxing didn't catch the meaning immediately, muttering the word back. "Structure?" Tianchen finally pulled out the remaining 2 materials and broke it down. The so-called particle fission isn't about modifying the origin's foundation. It's about shattering the origin completely to build a brand new transport hub for the seed. This process is known as the 9 paths of fission. Both Luolan and Yunxing were blindsided by this info. The 9 paths of fission? Tianchen didn't waste time explaining further, he just acted. Watch and learn. The liquid crystal shot forward, heading straight for his origin. It moved with terrifying speed, closing in until it completely enveloped the core. Moments later, the origin began to destabilize. Massive cracks spider-webbed across the surface. Then it shattered into countless tiny energy particles drifting in the void. Luolan watched, dumbfounded. It shattered? Just like that? Tianchen kept his eyes locked on the drifting energy particles. "This is step 1 of the fission," he explained calmly. "You have to destroy the existing structure so the seed can germinate within that space. The 9 paths of fission is the evolution of the origin point. We are converting a singular point into a line. You have to carve out your own transformation system within your spiritual space. The entire fission process requires drawing 9 distinct paths. With every path you complete, your raw power jumps up another tier. Once all 9 paths are drawn, the transport system is complete." Luolan realized the implication immediately. Drawing 9 paths. Um, that means we have to design the transport system ourselves? So, the way we draw them affects our strength? Seeing she understood, he elaborated. Exactly. That's why cultivation during the fission stage is divided into 2 distinct schools. The first is the commoner school. The name speaks for itself. This method costs 0 resources. You draw the paths based purely on your own insight and dumb luck. Most evolvers who choose this path end up powerless. Their strength depends entirely on natural talent and fate. If you get lucky and draw a logical path that fits your Tao, you're strong. But if you draw it wrong, you're trash. Luo Lan nodded. So, the second school. That must involve using core energy? Smart girl, Tianchen smirked. He then laid out the details. The second is the tycoon school. You inject core energy directly before you even start drawing the fission paths. The core energy strengthens your abilities while burning an imprint into your spiritual space. That imprint is the perfect, most optimized path for you. Luo Lan frowned. But you have 6 different abilities. Does that mean you need to enhance 6 different types of core energy? That was the original plan, Tianchen admitted. I was going to use the transformation type core energy to light up the imprint first, then adjust the paths as I gathered more energy. But just now, after hearing about the convergence rings, I changed my mind. Yunxing grasped the strategy. You want to store the power of the core energy inside the convergence rings? Wait until you gather all 6 powers before building the system? Tianchen rejected that idea immediately. That method works, but I can't wait that long. It wouldn't increase my combat power in the short term. Since I've chosen to master all 6 elements, the convergence ring is the key to building my system. I'll use the core energy as the primary guide. I'll use the 6 convergence rings as the foundation to draw my 9 paths. With that, he released a level 6 meteorite shard into the air. It surged straight into the convergence ring ahead. Instantly, the ring reacted, triggering a massive energy shift. Tianchen focused every ounce of his will on sensing the energy coursing through his body. He threw his arms wide and roared, ready to carve out the 9 paths. The convergence spheres erupted, unleashing the energy stored within. They locked onto each other, energy flowing seamlessly from one ring to the next in a perfect sequence. Finally, the rings fused into a single, unbreakable circuit of power. Overwhelmed by the surge, Tianchen let out a triumphant shout. I did it! He stared intensely at the glowing masterpiece. Luo Lan stepped closer, squinting. Did you design this map yourself? It's detailed. Certainly better than a hexagon structure. But wait, there are only 8 paths here. I thought you said fission required 9? Tianchen's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the 8 glowing lines. Something's missing. He calculated rapidly. Does the imprint for the 9th path require the convergence of all 6 core energies before it reveals itself? After a moment of heavy thought, he made the call. I'll worry about the 9th path later. If 8 seals have manifested, this proves it I can actually level up along all 8 pathways. As long as I stick to this route, my power is guaranteed to skyrocket. He immediately ordered Yunxing, take Cola outside. I need to map out the first pathway. It involves refining pure energy, so there's no need for you 2 to watch. 10 minutes later, at the Longhua Pioneer Team Command Center, the silence was shattered when Little Bao suddenly burst in. Mistress, where's the master? Where'd he go? Luo Lan, who had just stepped out, turned bright red. Mistress? Who told you to call me that? He scratched his head with a sheepish grin. Force of habit. I'll change it next time. Yunxing chimed in mischievously. No need to change a thing. Master actually likes it when you call her that. Her dopamine levels spiked off the charts. She snapped, practically shouting, Is your mouth itching for a beating? Realizing he'd stepped on a landmine, he quickly backpedaled. My bad, boss. Luo Lan cleared her throat, trying to regain her composure. Let's get back to business. Xie Tianchen is still cultivating. Whatever it is, tell me directly. Little Bao's expression turned serious as he reported. People from the 3 major pioneer teams are here. She blinked in surprise. The zombie nest is already cleared. What could they possibly want with us now? He shook his head. It's not about the zombie nest. They're here to beg for reinforcements. Little Bao continued to brief her on the situation with the other teams. While we were busy wiping out the zombie nest, they sneaked into the core zone. Result? Out of their level 4 masters, 1 is dead, and 2 are critically injured. Luo Lan and Yunxing's eyes went wide, unable to hide their shock. A short while later, everyone was gathered in the conference room. Little Bao kicked off the meeting with an introduction. This is the level 4 expert of our Longhua team. You can call her Kola. Everyone present here is a core member, so feel free to speak your mind. Sister Jing analyzed the room. Boss Wang, Kola, the hamster, and that arrogant guy from before. Did the Longhua team really just field 4 level 4 experts? No wonder he dared to talk so big back then. After a moment of thought, she asked bluntly, "Where is the man I met last time? Why isn't he here? From what I understand, he's your actual leader, isn't he?" Luo Lan immediately stepped in. "He's occupied with other matters. For anything concerning the pioneer team, the rest of us can make the call." Sister Jing remained skeptical and turned to Little Bao. "Boss Wang, I would still prefer to speak with him directly. We may be here to ask for reinforcements, but we also bring valuable intelligence. After all, we are the only ones who have managed to enter the volcano." Seeing that she was being sidelined, Luo Lan cut in sharply. "I've done my research. You keep talking about cooperation, but, forgive my bluntness, we never had any grounds for a partnership to begin with. Even though you're here today, that intel won't buy our help." Sister Jing's voice tightened with anxiety. "Why? We're level 4 experts, for God's sake." Luo Lan didn't hold back. "This isn't about strength. It's about our goals. You people wanted to monopolize the central zone and keep outsiders out. We just want to farm resources. Whether other people show up or not, we couldn't care less." Sister Jing sat there in silence, unable to refute the cold, hard truth. At the start, you had 4 teams and 5 level 4 experts. Instead of focusing on the zombie nest, you prioritized building a defense line to block other humans. Then, when we crushed the zombie nest like a hot knife through butter, you got scared. But you still wouldn't give up your monopoly. So, you tried to hold the line while simultaneously hunting the infected. The moment we finished off the zombies, you panicked and rushed straight into the deepest part of the core zone. Bottom line? You're greedy. Human greed has no bounds, and we don't partner with people like that. After the scolding, Sister Jing could only sigh and admit defeat. "You're right. We were greedy. Even when we met you last time, our greed got in the way. Yet, she refused to give up and tried one last time. We are the only ones who have been inside that volcano. This intelligence is invaluable to you. I'm begging you. Take this information in exchange for your help." Luo Lan replied calmly, "I know. That's the only reason you're even sitting here right now. If you want our help, let's see if your intel is actually worth anything." Seeing her firm stance, Sister Jing had no choice but to yield. "Fine, let's begin." She started laying out the clues she had gathered. As we pushed deeper into the central zone, we noticed something strange the closer we got to the volcano. The concentration of toxic energy in the air spikes drastically. The density is high enough to be lethal to humans. Someone barely at level 4? They wouldn't last a second inside that volcano. Luo Lan meticulously noted everything down, firing off questions. "So, the entry requirement is close to level 4? She paused. "Correct. And how many of you actually went in?" 8 in total. "And how many made it out alive?" "Just the 3 of us." Luo Lan's curiosity piqued at that detail, prompting her to dig deeper. "An elite squad of 8, including 3 level 4 experts. And yet, only you 3 survived? What on earth is inside that volcano?" Sister Jing answered immediately. "In the dead center of a desolate mountain, what else could be there? It was just the corruption, but a kind we had never encountered before." Her eyes dimmed as she hesitated, the memory weighing on her. That corruption. It was actually a river. Both Luo Lan and Little Bao were stunned by this revelation. "A river," Sister Jing confirmed, continuing her story. "You know there are 3 small tributaries originating from the Jiangzhen volcano, right? Ever since this area turned into a wasteland, those 3 streams have flowed with a strange, blood-red color. We decided to enter the volcano by following the river to the southeast. There was a cave entrance there." She recalled the image of her squad struggling to push forward as she continued. "But we never expected that the first thing to attack us, would be the river itself. The water wasn't just packed with viral energy. It was boiling hot. The heat radiating off it was terrifying, like molten iron flowing right next to us. It happened so suddenly, we couldn't even react. In the blink of an eye, we lost one of our level 4 experts. Even though we immediately called for a retreat, the assault was too overwhelming. In the end, Only the three of us made it out, and Yuan Luo lost an arm in the process. Luo Lan, finally understanding the full picture, spoke up. Narrow cave terrain, and an enemy that controls the river itself. It's no wonder you suffered such heavy losses. Little Bao realized something and whispered, Mistress, that river's attack pattern. It sounds a lot like that shapeshifter we fought yesterday. That's right. She suddenly made the connection to the shapeshifter. Luo Lan recalled the creature's traits and analyzed. It is similar. If a shapeshifter was hiding in the river to launch an ambush, it could definitely cause that kind of damage. But that extreme heat, that's more like an elemental type attack. Is it possible for a shapeshifter to possess elemental powers? Just then, a hand swept the tent flap aside, and a voice provided the answer. A level 5 shapeshifter cannot possess elemental abilities. Seeing him return, Luo Lan immediately asked, Are you finished with your side of things? Only halfway, Tianchen replied. We'll talk about that later. His face serious, he got straight to the point, focusing on the intel. I need to ask you a few details. Tianchen fired off questions the moment he walked in. Are your injuries from fighting that river? That's right. Where are they? Let me see them. Now. All right. Sister Jing stood up without a second thought, surprising everyone in Tianchen's group. She slowly lifted her outer shirt, revealing the toned physique beneath. A voluptuous, incredibly hot figure that had been hidden by her clothes was suddenly on full display. Luo Lan watched, her eyes wide, and couldn't help but exclaim, What a body! Sister Jing turned around to show her back and continued, My back was scalded by the river water. At the time, it left a very deep burn. But after recovering overnight, the wound has mostly healed. You probably can't see much now. Tianchen stepped closer to probe further. When you retreated, did you engage in combat with anyone else? She answered immediately. No. Why do you ask? Energy gathered in his palm, and without hesitation, he struck her squarely. Sister Jing was knocked back by the blow, yelling out in confusion, What the hell are you doing? Tianchen immediately pointed out the anomaly. Aren't you supposed to be a strength-type awakener? That strike was a level 3 attack at best. Yet, you were knocked back. Sister Jing suddenly realized what had happened. You're right. I didn't notice it before. It wasn't until I tried to block just now that I felt my strength had drained away. Seeing she was still confused, he explained, It's not that your strength naturally faded. When the river water hit you, its viral energy invaded your body. It's a hidden internal injury. You're lucky we already cleared out the zombie nest in the area. If you had run into a zombie horde while trying to escape in that condition, you would be dead for sure. Sister Jing glanced at her two companions behind her. She didn't speak, but her gratitude was obvious. Tianchen turned to Little Bao and ordered, Go get 3 of the fish swim bladders. Yes, sir. 5 minutes flew by, and soon, 3 swim bladders were laid out neatly on the table. Tianchen explained their function. These swim bladders will boost your immunity to the virus. At the same time, they'll help purge the viral energy that has already invaded your bodies. After taking this, you should recover your full strength by tomorrow morning. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to leave. It's getting late, so I won't keep you any longer. We'll meet again. Suddenly, Sister Jing stood up to stop him. Wait. Seeing his indifferent attitude, she raised her voice. You're just going to leave like that? Aren't you planning to explore the volcano? We can guide you. Tianchen didn't even turn his head, his voice cold and blunt. We might go in for a look, but if you lot try your luck again, don't expect to come out alive. Sister Jing wasn't having it. She snapped back immediately. And why is that? Seeing her stubborn attitude, Tianchen didn't hold back. Do I really have to spell it out for you? Think about it. If you run into that river water again, do you actually have a countermeasure? You survived on pure dumb luck. You really think that luck is going to last forever? Sister Jing stood frozen, letting the words sink in. Being greedy is one thing, but being delusional is a death sentence. Consider those 3 pieces of fish maw as payment for your intel. Now, show yourselves out. 10 minutes later. While the team held a strategy meeting, Xiao Bao rushed over to report. Master, they've returned to their camp. I sent a tail just in case. Luo Lan turned to Tianchen, puzzled. Do you know exactly what kind of infected creature is inside that volcano? Tianchen didn't give a definitive yes. He shook his head. I can't say for sure yet. Energy infiltration is a standard move for high-tier elemental infected. But that attacking river water they mentioned? I haven't seen it with my own eyes, so I can't make a call. She nodded slowly. True. But at least we can confirm there's definitely an elemental type infected inside that volcano. The loot we could get from a boss like that would be massive. Tianchen didn't look surprised at all as he replied. Actually, back when we were fighting the shapeshifter, I already suspected that thing existed. This is an elemental wasteland, after all. It's impossible for a boss-tier infected not to have elemental powers. But there is one thing I still don't get. Tianchen pointed a finger at Brooks' map, voicing his suspicion. Based on their encounter, the elemental infected's power level is likely higher than the shapeshifters. But all the zombies in the nest were obeying the shapeshifter. Why wouldn't this stronger elemental entity fight it for territory? He turned to Dragoneye for an opinion. What's your take? The guy didn't have a solid answer, so he rambled in circles like a chatbot. Insufficient data. I cannot form a conclusive judgment at this time. There are multiple variables that could cause such a phenomenon. For instance, it might lack the ability to control its own kind, environmental interference, or perhaps an external force. Tianchen's gaze shifted to Xiaobai, who was still sound asleep on the floor. He ruthlessly grabbed the little guy by the scruff and yelled, "Quit sleeping! Time to earn your keep." Seeing the grumpy look on the creature's face, Tianchen softened his tone to negotiate. "Let's make a deal. Just help me scout the path tomorrow." Of course, Tianchen didn't wait for an answer. He patted its head and smirked. "Excellent. Silence implies consent. Glad we agree." The next day, at the central volcano, the silhouettes of Tianchen's three-man squad stood silently on a high ridge, observing. The volcano looked ready to blow, belching out thick, endless columns of smoke. Peering through his binoculars, Tianchen asked, "This is around where the infected spotted you last time, right?" Brooks confirmed it immediately. "Yeah, take 50 steps in, and you're busted. I tried 3 times. Every single time, the zombies swarmed me." Tianchen frowned, calculating. 50 steps. That's still nearly 1 kilometer from the volcano. That thing's sensory range is massive. Luolan chimed in. But wait, wasn't Brooks chased by the infected from the zombie nest last time? Since the nest has been wiped out, shouldn't it be safe to approach now? Tianchen shot that idea down instantly. Not necessarily. Tianchen analyzed the behavior of the shapeshifter boss they had killed. If the shapeshifter had spotted Brooks early on, it wouldn't have waited until he got near the volcano to attack. The one who actually detected him wasn't the shapeshifter, it was the monster inside that volcano. The only reason those 4 level 4 experts from the Pioneer team made it inside was because our chaos distracted the zombie horde. But the moment they were detected, that river water attacked them immediately. If we just waltz in there, we'll end up exactly like them. He looked down at his feet and barked a command. "Xiaobai, you're up." The little guy looked defeated, knowing he had no choice but to obey. Tianchen leaned in close, teasing him. "Oh? Getting rebellious lately, aren't we?" Seeing the furball refuse to budge, he switched to bribery. "Tell you what, 5 bags of elemental meteorite crystals. All you can eat when we get back. 6 bags, that's my final offer. You probably couldn't even stomach more than that anyway." That did the trick. Xiaobai finally scampered off to scout. Tianchen watched him go, shaking his head. That little brat is getting better at extortion. Wonder who he learned that from. Luolan sighed helplessly. Gee, I wonder. Brooks was even more direct. Like owner, like hamster. Hearing them slander his good name, Tianchen turned around, feigning innocence. "Excuse me? I'll have you know I am a pillar of honesty." Luolan rolled her eyes, ignoring his nonsense. "Fine, whatever. Back to business. If you send Xiaobai in, what happens if that river water attacks him?" Tianchen didn't look worried in the slightest. Xiaobai has a passive skill, presence erasure. Unless someone is actively scanning for him, both humans and infected will subconsciously ignore his existence. As long as he doesn't push himself too far, everything should be fine. Luolan thought back on his past antics and realized it made sense. True, he's always the one causing trouble for others. I've never seen him be the one to suffer. Without another word, Tianchen sat down cross-legged. "Let's wait here. If anything happens, we can easily back up Xiaobai." He then focused his attention on controlling the energy once more. Seeing this, Luolan asked, "What are you doing now?" Tianchen replied, while continuing to sketch out a circuit path in the air. She was puzzled. "You mean you didn't finish drawing the circuit yesterday?" At that moment, specks of black and white energy intertwined on his palm. The energy motes quickly connected, arranging themselves neatly until a clear shape emerged. Luolan recognized it immediately. Isn't that your spirit circuit? You can actually manifest it? He explained. I'm using energy to materialize the state of my circuit. Even Li Ran could do this after reaching the seed-bursting stage. Right now, I've only mapped out half of the first circuit. That means my foundation in the seed-bursting stage isn't fully stable yet. I estimate it'll take me at least 5 days to completely finish drawing this circuit. Hearing that, she looked concerned. 5 days? Won't that affect your ability to fight? Still focused on his breakthrough, Tianchen slowly explained. It'll affect me a little. Until the first circuit is complete, I can't unleash the full power of the seed-bursting stage. My combat power will be limited to the peak of the origin binding stage. But I have a feeling. My first circuit is being drawn by absorbing the energy of a transformation-type core. If I successfully complete this first circuit of the seed-bursting stage, my transformation abilities will likely skyrocket. After explaining, he gave an order. I'm going to continue. You guys stay put. Don't go anywhere until Xiaobai gets back. Both of them quickly agreed. Time flew by, and 2 hours passed as they waited. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to shake violently. Tianchen stopped immediately, his eyes snapping open in alarm. He sprang to his feet, ready for battle, and shouted a warning. There's movement over by the volcano, Luolan cried out nervously. Could it be Xiaobai? The two of them rushed off, Tianchen shouting back, Rups, you stay here, we're going to check it out. Tianchen and Luolan charged straight toward the cave entrance. The cave mouth loomed closer. It's over there. The commotion is coming from inside that cave. Suddenly, a small figure shot out from the darkness, pursued closely by a roaring river of lava. She recognized him instantly and screamed, Xiaobai. The little guy was running for his life, but the magma was right on his heels. Luolan realized what it was and yelled, That's the river water those four fought off earlier. Tianchen didn't hesitate for a second. Protect Xiaobai. I'll handle the river. With steel in his eyes and grim determination, he dashed forward and slashed his saber straight into the molten torrent. He landed softly, the cyan meteor saber in his hand, still smoking from the heat. Tianchen glanced back. Is everyone all right? Luolan nodded. We're fine. Xiaobai isn't hurt either. What about you? He looked down at the cyan meteor saber and replied slowly. I'm good. It's just that during the clash, I could feel the saber's temperature spiking instantly. Even with my transformed hand, I almost got burned. Suddenly, Luolan's face went pale. She pointed straight ahead, screaming, Tianchen, look over there. He whipped his head around. Rising before them was a grotesque, glowing red hand, steaming with intense heat. Tianchen and Luolan stood frozen, watching it in silence. Suddenly, the hand twitched, then plunged straight back into the crimson river below. Still in shock, Luolan stammered, That was a hand just now. What on earth is going on here? Tianchen, eyeing the creature with deep suspicion, finally spoke up. I'm not sure either. But even if this is its home turf, that massive attack it just unleashed, that wasn't something it could fire off casually. Clutching Xiaobai tight in her arms, still gasping for breath, she continued, The enemy reacted so violently. Xiaobai must have uncovered some seriously dangerous intel. Xiaobai rolled around, burrowing in and out of every little pocket looking for snacks. Tianchen, watching it squirm non-stop, quickly snatched the bag away. No way. Once you finish digesting those elemental meteorite crystals, then I'll give you the last bag. Not a second sooner. Then he scolded. You've had your fill. Now get to work. Show me exactly what you saw inside that volcano. Xiaobai pouted, looking grumpy, but still held out its tiny front paws. Tianchen and Luolan exchanged a glance before reaching out to touch him together. In a flash, they were pulled into a strange, unfamiliar vision. Curious, she asked. Did we just get dragged into an illusion? He explained. This is Xiaobai's memory. He has the ability to resonate his memories with others. Then Tianchen continued. This guy's mental force has improved significantly. Last time I resonated with its memory, the connection wasn't nearly this smooth. Let's follow Little White inside and see exactly what happened, Luolan agreed. The two of them pressed deeper into the cave. After a short distance, she gasped. Little White's ability is incredibly effective. The infected inside the mountain aren't attacking it at all. He replied, That's exactly what I find suspicious. If it could sneak in like a ghost, why did it make such a huge commotion when it came out? Tianchen looked down at the vision of Little White sprinting beneath his feet. Little White, cut the travel footage. Fast forward straight to the moment you saw that infected. Luo Lan asked curiously. It has that function? Tianchen smirked. Won't know unless we try. Suddenly, a massive flow of magma appeared before their eyes. She exclaimed, Lava! The memory fast-forward actually worked. He realized something. So, this cave tunnels straight into the magma lake inside the volcano. Luo Lan wondered. Does the infected live inside the magma lake? Tianchen glanced around the environment. Impossible. Even if that infected is powerful, it's still a biological entity. Even with fire element mastery, it can't survive submerged in magma for long. The cliff walls began to crack, sending debris raining down into the molten river below. She looked terrified. The heat is unbearable. You're right. No living thing could survive in there. Look up, Tianchen commanded. Luo Lan followed his gaze to the ceiling. Clinging to the rock face weren't just quartz crystals. She pointed at the strange creatures crawling on the crystals. What are those monsters? He answered. The adapter. Luo Lan asked in confusion. The adapter? What is that? Tianchen squinted at the grotesque crimson thing, grinning back at him. A mature evolutionary model. Generally speaking, once a normal zombie transforms into a mature form, its evolutionary path hits a dead end. Best case scenario, they gradually grow new organs to boost combat power. But among these mature forms, a tiny percentage will trigger a new mutation. This type of mutation doesn't increase their fighting strength initially. In fact, it makes them weaker. It causes them to shed body parts, sometimes eyes, sometimes a nose, or even limbs. But by shedding these physical shackles and temporarily losing power, they unlock a pathway to a new evolution. She continued asking, so the adapter turns into an elemental type? He replied calmly. That depends entirely on its environment and destiny. It's called an adapter because it chooses its evolutionary direction and abilities based on the surroundings it inhabits. Tianchen speculated, this adapter probably chose the fire element. Due to the high wild energy here and these elemental crystal ores, Luo Lan asked, since we know its location, when do we attack? He replied coolly, no. This time, we're retreating empty-handed. That infected is likely at the second stage of seed break. Plus, it has the terrain advantage. Just the two of us? We can't handle it. Even if I set up my runic arrays, going in now is just a suicide mission. It's too dangerous. I'll message Ding Yu later. We'll get Xuan Xuan and Cao Fei. With the four of us, we might stand a chance. Tianchen turned around, ready to leave, when suddenly the adapter spewed a thick, viscous green liquid, catching them both off guard. Its mouth stretched impossibly wide, and along with the slime, it regurgitated several smaller creatures. She scrambled back, stammering, "What is it doing?" He stared in shock, as if he hadn't calculated this possibility. Reproduction. It evolved breeding functions, it spawning offspring. The mother adapter embraced its child and began licking it clean. Luo Lan couldn't quite process the sight. She asked again, "The infected can give birth?" Tianchen replied, "Yes, but it's extremely rare. Most high-level infected have the power to create thralls, so very few evolve the ability to reproduce biologically. It's simply not necessary. For them, evolving a reproductive system is far more complex and costly than evolving combat power. But," he paused, his voice dropping an octave, "according to the rules, an infected capable of reproduction must be killed on sight." Luo Lan was surprised. Must be killed? Why? Tianchen explained, infected usually expand by infecting other living beings. In other words, as long as humanity isn't infected on a mass scale, killing one infected means there is one less enemy. Even if they create thralls, those are just puppets. Kill the main body, and the puppets fall. But if they can self-reproduce? She hesitated. That means we could never truly wipe them out. He nodded grimly. Exactly. If it was just a strong adapter, we could wait for Cao Fei and the team. But now, every single day we wait is another chance for that beast to spawn an army. By then, we might be staring down a whole pack of adaptives with core-shattering combat power. Caught up in the conversation, they completely forgot about their navigator. Wait, where is Little White? Luo Lan scanned the area, then pointed up at the cliff face. Up there. He's clinging to that quartz formation, staring right at the adaptive. Tianchen frowned in confusion. What is he doing up there? Is he planning an ambush? Suddenly, the adaptive ground, its teeth, a jarring, mechanical sound that grabbed their attention. It was forming a strange, glowing blue orb. She blinked, curious. Isn't that an elemental enhancement crystal? Tianchen nodded solemnly. That massive adaptive. It's likely trying to nurture its offspring. Using that core would drastically speed up their evolution. But before the orb could even touch the ground, Little White lunged out of nowhere and snatched it mid-air. They stared in stunned silence. Tianchen cursed under his breath. That little brat. He really knows how to court death. Luo Lan sighed, shaking her head. Robbing a monster right to its face? No wonder he caused such a huge commotion during the backup mission. The adaptive roared, charging in a blind rage. But Little White didn't flinch. He smirked, stomped his foot, and instantly bulked up into a muscular beast. He stomped on the adaptive, crushing it with a sickening crack. Then, he casually swallowed the orb and spat on the defeated monster for good measure. Watching this unfold, the duo was left speechless. Stealing the loot is one thing, but mocking the victim to their face? That is just savage. Tianchen muttered, "Damn it." The adaptive shrieked in madness, then violently ripped off its own arm. It hurled the severed limb straight at Tianchen and Luo Lan. She gasped, "Is that the same arm that fought you in the cave?" Tianchen didn't answer immediately. He was analyzing the situation. Looks like Little White actually lost that fight. Before they could dwell on the past, reality snapped back. Luo Lan leaned in close to Little White, prodding him urgently. "Keep going. We still haven't seen the fight between you and that arm. Come on, show us. This isn't the time to be moody. We need to analyze its abilities through your memory." Tianchen glanced at his pet, resigned. Forget it. He probably got beaten so badly by that arm he's too ashamed to show us the replay. She tilted her head. "Does that adaptive produce what you need?" Tianchen mused. "It's likely the strongest creature in this entire wilderness. The strongest elemental corrupted beast is guaranteed to drop elemental cultivation resources. The problem is, with our current strength, we can't kill it." He paused, his eyes shifting to Little White. "Wait, didn't you steal their enhancement crystal in the volcano? You caused all that chaos, don't tell me you walked away empty-handed?" Little White puffed out his chest, bursting with sudden energy. Boom! He expanded again. But this time, wreaths of flame danced around his body. Luo Lan's jaw dropped. "That fire. Isn't that the ability from the meteor crystal?" Tianchen narrowed his eyes. "Not exactly. Before, Little White just released the fire in one uncontrolled burst. Now, he's learned to manipulate it. The quality of this flame is leagues above what it was before." Then, he locked eyes with Little White. Teasingly, he asked, "Anything else?" The creature smirked, then slowly lifted itself off the ground, hovering in midair. Both of them went slack-jawed, shouting in unison. "Flight?" Tianchen slammed the table, beaming with pride. "Good job." He scooped Little White up like a baby. "Not bad. You finally surprised me, you little rascal. All that food wasn't wasted after all." She smiled warmly. "Seeing you this happy? You've got a plan to deal with the adaptive now, don't you?" Tianchen grinned confidently. "Thanks to Little White, I do. We couldn't touch the adaptive before because it had the home field advantage. So, what if we just kick it out of the volcano?" Luo Lan blinked, intrigued. "Kick it out? How?" Tianchen pinched Little White's cheek, ignoring the creature's squirming protest. "That depends entirely on our Little White here." Scene change. Tianchen sat opposite Xiaobao, staring him down in total silence. He didn't blink once. Xiaobao froze, sweating bullets. "Why is Master staring at me like that? This is incredibly awkward. Did he find out I stole the meteor blade yesterday to show off? Does he know? I'm dead. That blade is Master's signature weapon. Using it without permission. I've definitely crossed the line." Tianchen spoke slowly. "Xiaobao, I have a few questions for you." Panic set in. Xiaobao shot up and bowed deeply. "Master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have stolen your meteor blade. I promise, never again." Tianchen raised an eyebrow. "Oh? You stole my blade yesterday?" Xiaobao stammered. "Well, not stole exactly. You gave it to me for safekeeping while you were cultivating, remember? I just took it out to show off to the juniors for a bit." Tianchen looked like he expected exactly that. No wonder the energy inside felt depleted when I held it earlier. But that's not the main issue. If you have time to show off, you have time to train. Maybe if you focused, you wouldn't still be stuck at peak rank 2. He mumbled, Master, you're absolutely right. Closing his eyes, Thienthan pushed a blueprint forward. Sit down. Let's get to the main point. I haven't asked my question yet. As shown here, a heavy object falls from a certain height. Initial velocity is 0. How long does it take to hit the ground? Calculate it roughly, down to the second. Seeing Tubao space out, he urged, Don't just stare, calculate it. He quickly got to work. If it's a heavy object, and Master only wants it precise to the second, then I'll ignore air resistance for now. Height is 1,000 meters. Gravity is about 9.8. Using the freefall formula, fall time is roughly 14 seconds. Thienthan evaluated coldly. 14 seconds. Very good. Now, I'll ask you the second question. Thienthan produced another paper with a drawing. This is a box. Length 50, width 30, height 15 centimeters, weight 5 kilograms. Now, I have a plane with adjustable speed. It's summer here. Dry air, strong southeast wind, force 2 or 3. How do we pull this off? He answered cautiously. Master, this question is too hard. I have to consider gravity, wind speed, air density, pressure difference. It even involves fluid dynamics. Keeping a poker face, he encouraged, I know it's not easy, but I'm not asking for a specific number. I want the method. Sweating bullets, Tubao muttered. Then, I'll give a rough estimate. Wind force under level 3 means speed is less than 3 to 4 meters per second. Free fall is only 14 seconds. Using the max value, wind deviation is less than 47.6 meters. The crater diameter is 150 meters. Radius is 75. That's wider than the deviation. So, we can drop it straight from the center or use the plane to ride the southeast wind. That should minimize the error. Thienthan nodded with satisfaction. Correct answer. I asked 5 people these 2 questions. Only you got them right. He lifted his head proudly. That proves their physics teachers were actually gym coaches. They forgot everything in a few years. Back in the day, I was the physics top dog in my class. These questions are a piece of cake. Thienthan looked down at the creature under the table, satisfied. Tubach, can you carry him? It replied with a sharp squeak. Tubao's eyes went wide, pointing at himself. Carry. Me? Thienthan lit a cigarette. One last question. Are you afraid of heights? He hesitated. Kinda. Why? Thienthan took a drag, a smirk playing on his lips. Looks like I can only entrust this glorious, difficult mission to you. Tubao, still confused, asked. Mission? Time flew by. The next day, at sunset, a rectangular box, carefully wrapped, was brought out. He was strapped from head to toe with boxes. Master, is this mission just me throwing dynamite packages? Thienthan nodded. You catch on quick. That is exactly your mission. Tubach will fly you up to 1,000 meters. Wait until you're right over the volcano crater. Find a chance to drop the lit explosives inside. I looked around yesterday, you're the only one who can pull this off. Thienthan turned to the creature. Tubach, take him up. Before Tubao could process, he panicked. Wait, he reasoned frantically. Master, I don't need to be 1,000 meters up just to drop dynamite, do I? That's way too high. Thienthan shot back. Tubach caused a scene inside the volcano yesterday. If he gets within the enemy's sensory range again, do you think you can drop the bomb safely? He stared, wide-eyed. Is that true? Thienthan smiled. Tubao, with great power comes great responsibility. You calculate so fast, you'll definitely succeed. He felt a confusing wave of anxiety about hanging in midair. Master, before he knew it, the creature was behind him. Am I flying? Tubach. Slow down. It accelerated hard, ignoring his terrified screams. Help me. Below, Lalam and Thienthan watched. He turned to look at her. After the explosion, don't go near the crater. Wait for the adapter to emerge, then coordinate with me from the outside. Lalam looked worried. You're fighting 2 adapters alone? That's too dangerous. Thienthan analyzed confidently. Those 5 explosive packs are stuffed with a massive amount of meteorite ore powder. It deals massive damage to high-level infected, messing up their muscles and symbiotic cells. That's why you absolutely cannot go near the crater. Otherwise, your combat power will tank before the fight even starts. As for fighting 2 at once, After that meteorite powder soaks in, they'll be severely weakened. I'll be fine. Scene shifts to a volcano spewing black smoke. Thon stood silently near the edge. He gazes down from high above at the crimson lava bubbling violently below. Tianchen looks up and radios in. Xiao Bao, I'm at the crater. Commence the bombing run. Copy that. He preps the charge, lights the fuse, and hurls it down with force. Incoming. Xiao Bai, let's turn up the heat. Explosive packs rain down one after another while he stands still, waiting for the perfect moment. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts from deep within the volcano. Fire shoots up as the lava begins to erupt. Green poisonous gas starts seeping out, filling the crater, the mountain hollows, and the air around them. Tianchen clenches a cigarette between his teeth, assessing the situation with a satisfied smirk. Looks like the plan is working perfectly. Hey, stop holding back. Isn't it getting a little stuffy in there? After a moment of silence, a red shadow flickers in the smoke. Suddenly, a hand shoots out from the void. His reflexes are instant. He draws his sword, his gaze turning ice cold as he slashes at the monster. Bastard, show yourself. Do you really think a severed arm is enough to take me down? Through the thick gray smog and poison gas, a massive silhouette emerges. The adaptive beast steps out of the smoke, its mouth gaping open to reveal rows of gleaming white teeth. Tianchen takes a drag from his cigarette, completely unbothered. He raises an eyebrow, calculating. It cost a lot of meteorite ore, but the results are definitely worth it. Amidst the desolate landscape, man and monster stand motionless, locking eyes. The adaptive beast just stands there, making no move to attack. Tianchen frowns, analyzing the creature carefully. Its skin and muscles show extensive necrosis and decomposition, but the skeletal structure is still intact. Did the meteorite ore only damage the flesh? I wonder how much its actual combat power has been affected. He activates his comms to speak to his team. Xiao Bao, you and Xiao Bai stay airborne and keep watch. Let me know if you spot any smaller ones around my position. The reply comes instantly. Got it, Master, you need to be careful down there. Tianchen responds, I know. Immediately, he dashes forward, closing the distance to the adaptive beast in a blink. Tianchen swings his blade, slashing horizontally across its body, but as he spins around, he's caught off guard. The monster's upper body is hurtling straight toward him. He swiftly leans to the side to dodge. It survived a direct hit from the meteor blade. Tianchen swings again, slicing the creature's upper torso in two. Yet, it still tries to attack him. Tianchen is stunned. Even these severed fragments can move on their own? The scattered chunks of the adaptive beast launch a relentless assault. Suddenly, one piece latches tightly onto Tianchen's arm. Crap! He violently shakes his arm to throw it off. Damn it! Tianchen looks at the burn mark on his arm. The creature's body isn't just scorching hot, it's infused with a massive amount of invasive elemental energy. Just a touch is enough to neutralize my muscular reinforcement and inflict burns. I've never seen a fighting style like this before. He shifts his gaze back to the adaptive beast. Usually, elemental users stick to long-range attacks. When fighting humans, they try to keep their distance. But this thing uses its physical advantage to weaponize elemental power for close combat. Its body is already knitting back together. Looks like I'll need to use some heavy-handed tactics to put it down. Seeing that the burn on his hand has healed, Tianchen immediately charges straight at the beast. Without hesitation, he lands a devastating punch that sends it flying. Die! The monster tumbles off the cliff edge, falling into the poisonous smog below. But with lightning-fast reflexes, the adaptive beast clings to the cliff face. It grits its teeth, glaring up at Tianchen. It lets out a threatening growl and starts scrambling up. But a boot to the face is waiting to welcome it. He sends it plummeting again. Damn it, who gave you permission to come up? Just like that. Every time the beast pokes its head up, Tianchen kicks it back down. Stay the hell down. The beast crawls up again, and he stomps it back into the abyss. Get lost. The monster tries to climb up once more, but Tianchen coldly kicks it again. Stay down there. Gradually, the adaptive beast starts to run out of steam. It sprawls out at the bottom of the cliff, panting heavily. Tianchen observes it carefully from his high vantage point. The meteorite ore has limited effect. It can damage its body and suppress its power, but it can't destroy its core foundation. Logically speaking, when Liran was hit by the meteor blade and the ore, her injuries only got worse. Severe injuries could be fatal for her. But this adaptive beast seems immune to the meteor blade's energy-devouring effects. The ore only has a partial effect. So, what exactly is its weakness? Suddenly, the beast rips its own arm off. Tianchen frowns as he watches it carry the severed limb toward the flowing lava below. It actually tore off its own arm? I remember Xiao Bai mentioning a move like this. Is it planning to control the severed part to attack me remotely? Then, to his shock, the creature hurls its own arm straight into the scorching magma. The lava where the arm fell begins to boil violently. Suddenly, a pillar of magma shoots straight up into the sky, catching Tianchen off guard. The jet of magma pierces through the clouds above, leaving a terrifying shockwave in its wake. While he's still reeling from the sight, the severed hand, now coated in molten lava, comes rocketing straight for him. What the hell kind of power is that? The adapter launches itself up the cliff, landing right where Tianchen is standing. Before he can even process it, the severed hand flies past him, snapping back onto the adapter's body. In a blink, the beast lunges straight for his face. Tianchen draws his blade just in time to block. Sensing something's off, he immediately kicks the adapter away, watching it skid back a few meters. Tianchen runs the calculations in his head. This guy. His attacks are specifically targeting my meteor blade. The meteor blade is made of metal. Once it goes up against extreme heat, the durability drops like a rock. Worse, that magma arm isn't just hot. It's concentrating elemental energy for explosive bursts. If I clash with it a few more times, my sword is toast. Without hesitation, he activates his domain. The adapter pauses, confused for a split second, before snarling at Tianchen again. As Tianchen charges in, the beast raises its magma hand, slamming it directly against his blade to block. They're locked in a stalemate. The edge of the blade sizzles where it touches the magma, metal beginning to corrode. Seeing this, the adapter cracks a sly, demonic grin. Suddenly, it opens its mouth wide. A torrent of fire explodes out. Tianchen didn't see that coming. The flames intensify, forcing Tianchen to scramble back. Parts of his blade are already glowing a dangerous cherry red. Gasping for air, Tianchen frantically strategizes. Looks like my energy domain can only reduce the damage to my body, not my weapon. The pressure from the heat and elemental energy on the meteor blade isn't dropping at all. And this bastard isn't giving me a second to breathe. It steps closer, pressuring him, forcing him back inch by inch. It's suffocating. Thinking fast, Tianchen grabs a rope and lashes it securely to his sword hilt. A contest of strength isn't working, and my weapon is compromised. Since hitting level 4, I haven't had to fight an uphill battle like this in ages. Guess I have no choice but to try that move. He stands tall, watching the adapter slow walk toward him. Tianchen smirks, ignores its roaring, and simply jumps off the cliff. Catch you later. As he plummets, he scans the area below, eyes sharp, then draws his blade again. He hurls the sword downward first, embedding it deep into the cliff wall. He lands perfectly on the flat of the blade, hovering just above the boiling lava flow. The adapter roars in frustration from above. Tianchen looks up, grinning, and starts taunting it. Is screaming all you can do? I'm right here. Why don't you come down and play a few rounds? The adapter recoils, terrified of the toxic fumes rising from the lava. Seeing its fear, Tianchen lets out a scornful laugh. Suddenly, his earpiece crackles to life. Master, why did you jump inside? It's Xiao Bao, Tianchen reassures him calmly. I'm fine down here for now. That little girl. Did you find her yet? Xiao Bai is hovering in the air next to him, scanning. Negative. We've been searching from the sky for ages. Aside from the mistress and one-eyed dragon, there's no one else near the volcano. Tianchen frowns. That shouldn't be right. Even if the meteorite ore radiation doesn't kill the small adapter, the pain should feel like millions of bugs eating it alive. It can't just endure that silently. He suggests, could it be hiding? Go check the river. Xiaobao replies immediately. The volcano's interior connects to that river. The concentration of meteorite ore in the water is just as high as it is up here. Tianchen is baffled. Not in the volcano, not in the river. Did it really slip away right under my nose? He thinks hard. Escape. Sudden realization hits him. That's it. You and Xiaobai, go check quickly. The small adapter is probably but Xiaobao cuts him off, voice frantic. Master? Can you hear me? The signal in the earpiece turns into static and fades. Master, he calls out anxiously. Tianchen looks at the device in his hand, noticing the scorch marks. The heat. Must be from the fight just now. He pulls out his phone. But it's dead too. Won't even turn on. Makes sense. It's not just the battle damage. The extreme heat inside this volcano fries electronics. Looks like I'm out of touch with them for a while. He sits down on the blade, deciding to let it go. Whatever. Whether we catch the small one or not is up to fate now. Either way, I need to figure out how to kill the big one first. He closes his eyes and starts absorbing the ambient energy. Absorbing raw elemental ore crystals has a low conversion rate, but the sheer quantity here makes up for it. With this energy boost, I should be able to complete my first neural circuit much faster. Streams of energy transform into threads of light, flowing smoothly into Tianchen's body. Watching the glowing specks on his hands, he smiles, satisfied. Suddenly, an explosion rocks the cliff above, followed by the angry, uncomfortable roaring of the adapter. Tianchen turns his head away, ignoring it. He focuses entirely on the energy flow, channeling it with much greater efficiency now. At this pace, I can reach the first stage of particle fission in less than an hour. 30 minutes later, Tianchen is sitting cross-legged, eyes shut tight, red wisps of aura swirling around his body. The lights converge, forming a star pattern. His eyes flutter open, but he looks doubtful. That's strange. 10 minutes ago, the circuit was already drawn to this point. It's been so long, why hasn't it moved? Is the final step impossible to complete just by hoarding energy? Do I need to molt? The adapter roared, jaws gaping wide as it shot forward like a living arrow. Suddenly, its jaws snapped shut, and a hazy aura instantly radiated from its body. Tianchen frowned, his gaze locking onto the adapter. But those red energy streams didn't stop. They swirled relentlessly around his body, refusing to fade. The red aura snatched up the surrounding stones, thunderous rumbles echoing endlessly. Tianchen's tight armor cracked apart in the blink of an eye. His muscles swelled massively. His eyes widened, filled with utter disbelief. I'm injured? Sizzling sounds echoed through the air as his armor shattered completely, revealing Tianchen's body riddled with wounds. It was agonizing. He was drenched in cold sweat. It hurts. Damn it, it hurts. Why is the pain this intense? Tianchen was filled with confusion. What the hell is actually happening? It feels like my body is being torn apart. The pain is so overwhelming I can't even think straight. He stared down at his bleeding body, pupils constricting. The energy from the transformation-type core. Wait, this isn't an injury. This is a sign of ability evolution for the transformation type. Body forging. He shut his eyes tight, focusing entirely on refining the energy. Body forging is a mandatory stage. One must survive to evolve a transformation-type ability. During this process, the body gradually adapts to the raw power that the transformation ability provides. It was agonizing, but surviving it meant not just evolving the ability, but skyrocketing his physical stats. A stream of purple energy began to heal his wounds. Tianchen frowned, teeth grit in tension. Hold on. I have to hold on. Suddenly, the beast charged at him without pausing. Rocks flew straight at the adapter, startling it enough to make it skid to a halt. The adapter cautiously kept its distance, then opened its maw to unleash a blazing stream of fire. The flames shot straight toward where Tianchen sat. He frowned. Damn it, why now of all times? Hold on. I have to hold on. I can't let this be for nothing. If I survive this, I can break through to the first tier, and my power will soar. I have to endure. Tianchen grit his teeth and let out a roar, his power exploding outward. Elsewhere, Luolan screamed, her voice trembling with panic. What? Tianchen lost contact inside the volcano? She grabbed Xiaobao by the collar, eyes blazing with fury. Why the hell did he jump into the volcano? Is he still in there? He shook his head in fear. I don't know. After Master jumped into the volcano, we lost his signal almost immediately. Luolan released him and turned away decisively. Damn it. That idiot is definitely trying to show off again. Xiaobao called out, Mistress, where are you going? She snapped back. To the volcano to check on him, obviously. Only then did Yunxing speak up from behind. Master, have you forgotten? The volcano is full of meteorite ore powder right now. It has severe side effects on people like us. Luolan turned back. I know, but I can't rest easy with him in there alone. He adjusted his glasses. Your adrenaline and thyroid hormone levels are spiking. This proves you're extremely emotional right now. Making decisions in this state isn't rational. If you go now, you'll likely just be a burden to him. Seeing her silence, Yunxing continued. If you don't want him to see you messing things up, I suggest you calm down and think about what we should actually do. Luo Lan frowned, recalling Ruo Xuan's cold demeanor. If I had to make a decision today, I wouldn't hesitate to wipe out this entire island, let alone cannibalize someone. After a moment of silence, she asked, "What did Tianchen say to you before he lost contact?" Xiaobao thought back and began to explain. First, Master asked me about the small adapter's whereabouts. Then we discussed where it might show up. Then I asked Master if it might have run away. He seemed to realize something and told me and Xiaobai to go check it out immediately. Then the comms cut out. Hearing this, Luo Lan fell into deep thought. Tianchen told him and Xiaobai to go look. It's likely he figured out the small adapter's location. The word run away must have triggered his realization. Yunxing suddenly spoke up. The small adapter couldn't have escaped. He stated his theory. The terrain around the volcano offers no cover. The Red River is contaminated with meteorite ore powder, so it can't enter the water either. Therefore, we can draw two conclusions. 1. The small adapter isn't in the volcano or the surrounding area. 2. It didn't just slip past our search. She was still confused. What does that mean? It's not there, but it didn't escape. So where is it? Xiaobao spoke up. Exactly. Did it vanish into thin air? Yunxing explained. It left. Before we even arrived, the small adapter had already left the volcano. Hearing this, Luolan's eyes widened in shock. That's right. Xiaobai stole the enhancement crystal from the small adapter. Without it, its evolution speed slows down. It needs to hunt for food. He let out a soft chuckle, the corner of his lips curling up with hidden meaning. If we follow that logic, then there are only a few places where the little adapter could be hiding. She turned to look at him, barking out an order. Xiaobao, head back to our reclamation team immediately. Lead everyone out of the central zone. Before he could protest, Luo Lan shoved her phone into his hands. Take this with you. As she handed it over, she added stern instructions. Once you're out of the central zone, find someone you trust to lead the main force back to the base city. You and Brooke stay behind to provide us with backup. She paused for a moment before continuing. If Tianchen and I don't make it out of the central zone within 3 days, use that phone to contact Xuan. She turned around, her gaze landing on the beast. Xiaobai, since Tianchen isn't here, you're coming with me, right? Seeing the two of them about to leave, Xiaobao panicked. Mistress, where are you two going? Yunxing stopped in his tracks and turned back to explain. The little adapter, if it needs to feed, it's obviously going to hunt for the most valuable prey. Right now, there are only a handful of level 4 evolvers in the central zone. Who do you think it's going to target? Xiaobao froze in shock. The two captains of the reclamation team, he stammered, trying to process the information. But, if you two go off to kill the little adapter, what about Master? He's still inside the volcano. Luolan frowned, cutting him off. The mother and child are linked. If we kill the little one, do you think the big one will be able to fight Tianchen calmly? Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group of men was noisily playing cards. 4 kings. They were so engrossed in the game, they didn't notice the new arrivals. 4 aces. Huh, not bad. 4 twos. Anyone else want some? What are those two whispering about? Damn, why are there so many quads in this hand? Quit yapping. 3 fours. Hand over the 8 meteorite crystals. Yunxing frowned, his eyes showing clear displeasure. Their guard was incredibly lax. Their camp hasn't been attacked by the infected. Luo Lan spoke up. I'll go ask them. She stepped forward, her movements light and graceful. Excuse me, boys. Luo Lan smiled, her expression gentle and utterly enchanting. I'm looking for the leader of your camp. Could you point me in the right direction? The moment they saw her, they almost got nosebleeds, a total knockout. One guy hurriedly smoothed back his hair. I haven't seen this beauty around before. Are you a solo traveler? Our reclamation team doesn't just recruit anyone off the street, you know. Huang Shan leaned his face in close. How about you join our squad instead? Gorgeous. I'll personally recommend you to the boss. Luo Lan rejected him instantly. No need. I have urgent business with your leader. Hearing that, he lifted his chin arrogantly. Hey now, beauty. Our leader is a level 4 expert. Not just anyone has the right to meet him. She stood perfectly still as a powerful aura suddenly exploded from her body. The other two froze, eyes bulging and jaws dropping. Huangshan was sent flying, only managing a short gasp. Luo Lan swept her cold gaze over them. Do I have the right now? The guy was petrified, not daring to move a muscle. Level 4. Suddenly, a group of people approached. Their footsteps hurried. Yuan Luo and his lackeys charged in aggressively. What the hell is going on here? But the moment he saw her, he froze in his tracks. Yuan Luo walked closer, squinting, and realized it was someone he knew. It's you. The guy beside him pointed. Brother Yuan, do you know this beauty? He nodded grimly. She's a level 4 expert from the Longhua reclamation team. Hearing that name, Huang Shan's face turned pale with fear. The Longhua reclamation team? Are they that powerful? Ignoring the chatter, Luo Lan spoke up. Where are your 2 leaders? Yuan Luo replied. They went out hunting. She frowned, suspicious. Hunting? There aren't any infected left in the central zone. What could they possibly be killing? He scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. Well, this afternoon, Brother Yan Tu spotted an infected sneaking around our camp. It had combat power close to level 4. Sister Jing felt she couldn't pass up a meal delivered right to her door, so she and Yan Tu went after it. Yun Xing, who had been standing silently in the back the whole time, finally spoke up. A smart hunter always acts like prey to lure in their target. Both of them turned to look at him. Suspicion rising, Luo Lan immediately grabbed Yuan Luo by the shoulder. Which way did they go? He pointed to the left. That way. They chased it along the riverbank. Following the direction Yuan Luo pointed, her heart sank. This is bad. That was the opposite direction of the volcano. The concentration of meteorite ore in the river was much lower there. Luo Lan and Yun Xing shot off instantly. Let's move. From behind, Yuan Luo shouted. Wait, is Sister Jing in some kind of danger? She didn't answer his question, only shouting back, if you trust me, take your entire reclamation team and get out of the central zone immediately. Hearing that, panic set in. I'll leave? We have to leave? Meanwhile, over at the volcano, smoke was rising from where Tianchen was. The adapter was still standing there, stubbornly spewing flames from its mouth. The fire raged more intensely by the second, the roar of the blaze deafening. Yet, he remained seated right in the middle of the inferno. His body was bleeding, but he was shrouded in a purple aura. Strange. The body tempering process clearly isn't finished yet, but the pain and weakness are slowly fading away. Tianchen frowned, his vision blurred by blood. Especially this fire. Just a moment ago it felt scorching hot. But now? I've almost completely adapted to it. Could my transformation type ability actually be boosting my heat resistance during this body tempering process? His eyes narrow slightly as he runs the numbers in his head. If that's the case, Tianchen suddenly launches himself into the air. The beast opens its mouth, too slow to react, and takes a direct hit to the body. The adaptive beast is flung backward, slamming into the ground with a heavy thud. Green smoke rises from its skin, sizzling ominously. The beast drops to its knees, throwing its head back. It clutches its skull and screams, whether from pain or rage. It's impossible to tell. Tianchen lands in front of it in a flash, grabs its throat, and slams the creature's entire body into the dirt. Tianchen is covered in long streaks of blood, but the corners of his mouth curl into a grin. It wasn't exactly fair when I was the only one suffering back there. The concentration of meteorite ore down here is way higher than up above. Consider this a bonding experience. We're in this mess together, so we might as well share the pain. Choked into silence, the beast can only let out a hiss and a soft groan. Its flaming hand grips tight onto Tianchen's arm. Flesh sizzles. Tianchen trembles slightly, but there's no fear in his eyes. Before this, even touching its skin while transformed would have burned him. That red magma hand was untouchable. But now, I can go toe-to-toe with this thing, and the magma hand is only causing surface burns. He smirks, a mysterious glint in his eyes. It's not just that. During the body tempering process, my heat resistance is skyrocketing the more I'm exposed to these high temperatures. In other words, as long as this guy doesn't burn me to death, I can use him to endlessly strengthen my muscles. Tianchen slowly lifts the adaptive beast into the air. Hey, the meteorite ore might have drained your physical functions, but your elemental ability is still there. Weren't you burning with enthusiasm just a moment ago? Why stop now? He slaps the beast straight across the face. Spit fire for me, come on. When the beast doesn't react, Tianchen strikes again. I said, spit fire. The sound of slapping echoes through the space. Smack, Smack. Do you hear me? Burn me. Humiliated, the beast grinds its teeth and lets out a furious roar. Satisfaction flashes in his eyes. Its body temperature is rising. Perfect. The beast's mouth glows hot as it exhales sharply. Whoosh! A torrent of fire blasts directly onto Tianchen. He quickly steps back, conjuring a protective shield. Tianchen laughs internally, amused. This temperature is finally high enough. Maybe I slapped it a bit too hard. He ignores the blood streaming from his body. It's fine. Tianchen unleashes a terrifying aura to counter the heat. If I just hold on, my body's durability will jump to the next level. 15 minutes pass. Neither side has budged. The flames on the beast surge more violently with every wave. At the same time, Tianchen's absorption capacity is ramping up. Before, the fire caused severe burns. Now, even though it still stings, it's completely within his tolerance range. His body intensity has definitely leveled up. Purple energy wraps around the wounds on his biceps. In mere moments, the flesh begins to knit itself back together. He lowers his arms, standing firm as he focuses on his surroundings. The transformation energy has fully retracted into his body. The body tempering is nearly complete. Streaks of gold and black light flash, rearranging themselves to form a star pattern. Tianchen watches intently. Perfect. The final piece of the first sequence has started. Just one more step, and I'll break through to the first stage particle break. Suddenly, the fire he was sensing begins to recede. The beast is pulling its flames back. Its breathing comes in ragged gasps, huff, huff, as its body starts to calm down. Tianchen frowns, suspicion clouding his face. Why did it stop attacking? The flame patterns are vanishing, and its energy signature is fading fast. It can't be. The elemental energy in this volcano is endless. It should be able to recharge at any moment. He narrows his eyes, sensing something off. I need to be careful. Before he can finish the thought, the adaptive beast lunges, swinging its flaming arm straight at Tianchen. He doesn't dodge. Instead, he throws a punch directly into the beast's strike. The impact shakes the very ground beneath them. Cracks appear on the beast's arm. Tianchen's eyes widen as boom! The creature's hand explodes. It's shattered? What the hell is happening? The beast staggers back, green saliva dripping from its maw. Its body begins to bloat grotesquely, swelling like a balloon. It throws its head back, emitting a sickening crack. In an instant, the adaptive beast detonates. The blast wave hurls Tianchen backward, slamming his back against the cavern wall. Caught off guard, he curses under his breath. Damn it! It charged just to blow itself up? He stares into the smoke where the explosion happened. Lucky I was on guard. I managed to shift my position right before it popped. If I hadn't, that blast would have knocked me straight into the magma lake. But why the sudden suicide attack? It doesn't make any sense. Suddenly, he spots something. His eyes go wide as a dark aura begins to steam off the creature's body. Tianchen drags his battered body forward, frowning as he stares at the ground. Is this black and red sludge the leftovers of that adapter? It's drawing a massive amount of elemental energy right from the volcano. That bastard isn't dead yet. Suddenly, the sludge fuses together and levitates. The adapter's white body reforms, grinning viciously, while dark energy swirls around its shattered hand to heal it. Tianchen locks his eyes on the monster's every move, frantically trying to stabilize his own condition. The magma arm from before is gone. With its hand fully restored, it lunges at him with lightning speed. But the moment it makes contact, Tianchen vanishes. Yet, something feels off in his gut. Something's wrong. Its physical specs are way higher than before. And the meteorite dust that soaked into its body earlier, it's completely useless now. Thick smoke and dust begin to blot out his vision. Did this freak reconstruct its body just to optimize itself? Is it adapting to the new environment? The adapter locks onto Tianchen instantly. Whoosh, it teleports right behind him with a growl. Tianchen whips around, but he's too slow. Damn it. This thing got faster too. Unable to dodge, he takes a brutal punch squarely to the back, coughing up a mouthful of bright red blood. Seizing the moment while Tianchen is stunned, it charges energy into its arm, launching itself into the air for a follow-up strike. Down below, Tianchen wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth. It's not just adapting to the environment. It didn't use any fire during the setup, only detonating the elemental energy at the very last second of impact. That fighting style. You're specifically countering me, aren't you? Before he can finish the thought, it flashes out of nowhere, leaving Tianchen frozen, unable to react in time. The adapter lands a dead center punch, sending him flying all the way to the edge of the magma pool. Tianchen digs his fingers in, barely stopping himself from falling in. He grits his teeth, cursing internally. Son of a bitch, are you done yet? Tianchen looks up at the sky. If I don't break through right now, I'm dead meat. But the adapter gives him zero time to think, launching another attack. Tianchen loses his grip and free falls straight toward the magma. Below, the lava bubbles and churns, hungry to swallow him whole. Suddenly, his eyes snap open. A massive pillar of black energy erupts from the volcano's mouth, shooting straight into the sky. The monster stops, looking down in confusion to see what's happening. The moment it sees him, the adapter breaks into a cold sweat. Tianchen's arm is now engulfed in swirling dark energy. His body is transforming. A pair of magnificent wings bursts from Tianchen's back. His eyes are half closed, his expression calm, but radiating a bone-chilling coldness. He looks down from above, exuding the overwhelming aura of a god. I didn't expect the second form transformation to grant me wings. I was sorely lacking aerial mobility. This fills the biggest gap in my arsenal perfectly. Tianchen dives like a lightning bolt. Paralyzed by terror, the beast stands frozen with its mouth agape as Tianchen's hand clamps tight around its throat. With a burst of full power, Tianchen ruthlessly slams the creature backward with terrifying force. He's moving so fast the adapter can't even react. Its body smashes into the wall, embedding itself in the rock, its hands desperately clawing at Tianchen's grip. He smiles faintly. Not bad. In second form, his strength and speed completely outclass the adapter. Thinking back to his fight with Meteor, the gap between the seed burst stage and the origin condensation stage might look small on paper, but the actual power difference is insane. If I had been on Pearl Island, and able to use this second form, I might have been able to fight those symbiote cells all by myself. Suddenly, energy begins to radiate from the monster's hands. Two swirling rings of fire manifest in the adapter's palms. Tianchen frowns, his pupils constricting in surprise. An earth-shaking explosion rips through the air. The flames roar to life, spreading uncontrollably as thick smoke billows out, blinding everything. Yet, Tianchen doesn't let go. His grip on its throat remains iron-tight. The flames that the adapter blasted him with slowly flicker and die out. Seeing its confusion, Tianchen decides to give a little lecture. First, you concentrate all your elemental energy. Then, the moment you make contact, you inject that energy directly into your opponent's body to trigger an internal explosion. I'll admit, that's a pretty creative way to fight. He pauses, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. Too bad my armor density has increased several times over. I have enough energy to maintain these wings and sustain my transformation for combat. You can't even touch my actual skin anymore. So, what good is your explosive energy now? The creature trembles violently, its mouth opening and closing in a stammer. Who? Human. The adapter stares into Tianchen's eyes with sheer contempt. You can't kill me. I am eternal. I will never. Tianchen's eyes narrow in suspicion. You filthy beast. Since when could you talk? Shaking off the surprise, Tianchen delivers a cold final verdict. Whether I can kill you or not isn't up to you to decide. With that, he unfurls his jet-black wings, instantly hauling the adapter up and out of the volcano's crater. The angel suspends the creature in midair. He raises a hand, conjuring a swirling vortex of dark energy. Look familiar? As soon as the beast sees the energy, its face twists in fury. The angel ignores its reaction and grins. Consider this a technique you taught me. Now, have a taste. He taps its body lightly. But that single touch channels all his power, blasting the adapter away. It deflates like a popped balloon, plummeting like a bird with broken wings. Suddenly, countless wounds erupt across its body, forcing a wretched scream from its throat. Boom! The adapter slams into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Bloodied and broken, its limbs curl up in agony. Yet, the creature refuses to give in, its mouth twitching. I am immortal. Humans can't kill me. The angel touches down and slowly walks over. Immortal? I've killed plenty of things that claim to be immortal over the years. You're nothing special. He locks eyes with the beast, a smirk playing on his lips. Even if I can't kill you, someone else will. But first, I'm going to cripple you. We'll worry about the rest later. The nearby spring water turns a deep, blood red. The scene shifts to an abandoned factory. An explosion rocks the building. A smaller adapter stands nearby, giggling manically. In a dark corner, Long Zhen, covered in wounds, grits his teeth. It's too strong. It's actually too damn strong. There is no way the two of us can handle this thing. He turns to Sister Jing, whining, I never should have listened to you. Now we don't even know if we'll make it back alive. She frowns, annoyed. You're blaming me? If you hadn't said we couldn't return empty-handed, I wouldn't be out here chasing this wretched thing with you. They start bickering. What else could I do? You're the one always holding that pipe, pretending to be Sherlock Holmes. Why don't you think of a plan? Fine. We'll split the blame 50-50. Aren't you supposed to be the schemer? Hurry up and think. And for the record, I'm just addicted to nicotine. Sister Jing frowns, realizing he has a point. You can be greedy, but you have to be smart about it. We shouldn't have been delusional enough to try and monopolize the central zone. If we hadn't, we wouldn't be in this mess. Suddenly, something drips onto Long Zhen's head. Both of them look up to see the creature standing on the rafters, staring down at them with hungry eyes. The small adapter opens its maw, green saliva dripping down in globs. Snapping back to reality, they scramble to their feet. Run! Move! Unsure if they can escape, they continue arguing while sprinting. Listen to me. We need to head deeper into the central zone. No! Are you crazy? The central zone is its territory. Going in there is a death sentence. Clenching his pipe, his face turns serious. The Manhua group is hunting the infected beast in the volcano. If we can find them, we might just survive this. But before he can finish his sentence, the small adapter lands right in front of them. Eyes wide with terror, they freeze in place as the creature spreads its arms and slowly advances. Suddenly, the water beside them churns violently. They glance over, panic setting in. I have a bad feeling about this. It's controlling the river water. Before they can react, the water erupts. Sister Jing stares, paralyzed. That's the infected one. From the mountain, Long Zhen screams in terror. Oh God, we're dead. We are absolutely dead. Suddenly, a figure flashes past them. Luo Lan steps forward, unleashing a blast of power that pierces through the surging water. Stunned, Sister Jing gasps. Isn't that the level 4 expert from Manhwa? Long Zhen stammers, so strong. As they watch Luo Lan, they can't help but marvel. They are all level 4s, but the gap in power is immense. The adapter stands still, glaring at the trio. Sister Jing turns to Luo Lan, confused. How did you know we were here? Luo Lan replies coldly. I didn't come for you. She lunges forward, claws bared. My target is him. In a flash, the adapter tries to retreat, but he's too slow. Luo Lan's claws strike true, landing 3 sharp slashes across his body. Behind Luo Lan, the adapter's body splits into 3 distinct pieces. Sister Jing stands there, too stunned to speak. My God, those moves. Long Zhen interrupts. If you had the chance to get that close, could you do that? Sister Jing shakes her head. Get close? Are you kidding? We fought that thing for ages, and we couldn't even get near it. It was hunting us the entire time. Sister Jing watches Luo Lan, analyzing. In terms of raw strength, maybe I'm her equal. But that Luo girl isn't just strong. Her speed is instant. Her defense withstood that heat wave and that claw attack. It's terrifying. She is a literal killing machine. Suddenly, the 3 severed sections of the adapter begin to twitch. Luo Lan's pupils contract, her guard instantly going up. Beneath the calm surface of the water, something begins to stir. A small vortex formed, churning with a gurgling sound. In an instant, it exploded into a massive, towering tornado. Seeing this, the man screamed in panic. That move? His heart skipped a beat. That was the same attack that one-shot the bearded guy in the volcano. Careful, get out of the way. Yet, she remained perfectly calm, effortlessly launching her counterattack. Luo Lan charged straight in, her attack smashing directly into the tornado, blasting the water apart in a violent spray. On the shore, the 2 observers shielded their faces, awestruck. My God. We're both tier 4. So how is she that powerful? I feel like a total amateur next to her. Surprisingly, after that single strike, the chaotic waters fell dead silent. Luo Lan scanned the ground below, but the corpse was nowhere to be seen. She frowned. Gone. It turned out that last attack was just a smokescreen. The adapter had used it to escape into the river. While she was pondering, the other 2 ran over, breathless. Miss Luo. Luo Lan turned as Sister Jing spoke up. Miss Luo, That thing vanished into the lake without a trace. It won't be easy to find. Let us help you. Long Zhen nodded in agreement. Right. We'll split up and search the upstream and downstream areas. If we find any traces, we'll notify you immediately. We encountered it back in the volcano, so we have experience. Hearing this, she just shook her head, her eyes never leaving the water. No need. We already have an ambush waiting in the river. They looked at her, confused. Ambush? Suddenly, the water surged upward, and the adapter burst out. Xiaobai finally made his move, leaving the onlookers wide-eyed and jaw-dropped. A hamster? Xiaobai ignored them completely, letting out a sharp squeak as his body began to expand rapidly. Without hesitation, Xiaobai lunged forward, bear-hugging the adapter. A massive explosion erupted, shaking the very air around them. Luolan just stood there frowning, watching without lifting a finger. As the smoke cleared, it revealed Xiaobai triumphantly stomping on the creature. Xiaobai stood with arms crossed, his body radiating an intense, murderous aura. The two spectators stared in disbelief. My God, that hamster is amazing. I can't believe I've been outclassed by a rodent. Ignoring them, Luolan walked up and smiled warmly. Good job, little guy. They analyzed the flames wreathing Xiaobai. The hamster's fire seemed effective at suppressing the adapter, but it didn't look like it was causing any lethal damage. Sister Jing stepped up behind Luolan and asked, Is someone else here? Luolan called out, It's safe for now. You can stop hiding. As she spoke, a figure stepped out from the shadows ahead. Yunxing slowly emerged from behind the mountain. My strength isn't on par with the rest of you. Better to be cautious than dead. Sister Jing stared at him, puzzled. Isn't this guy a subordinate of that Qin fellow? How did he end up with the Longhua group? Ignoring her, Yunxing strode toward Xiaobai. I need a tissue sample from that thing. Xiaobai didn't quite understand, but he tore off a chunk and handed it over anyway. Thanks. Grabbing the sample, Yunxing immediately began analyzing it. Strange. How can such ordinary tissue sustain life like this? Interesting. A thought crossed his mind, and he turned his gaze toward Luolan. Its cellular structure is unique. I need to study this properly, which might take some time. She nodded. Just get it done. I'll keep watch. Delighted by her permission, he beamed. Thank you, Master. I'll get started immediately. A stream of black liquid materialized in Yunxing's hand, instantly devouring the adapter's tissue sample. Meanwhile, back at the volcano, Tianchen stood his ground, watching as the creature struggled weakly to sit up. Tianchen frowned, genuinely impressed. How is this thing's life force so tenacious? He watched in shock as the adapter actually managed to pull itself up. No matter how hard I hit it, or how completely I destroy its body, it just regenerates in seconds. It doesn't just heal, it restores its full combat power. This isn't just immortality, it's like a biological perpetual motion machine. Suddenly, glowing veins pulsed across the adapter's body. Tianchen watched in confusion as the creature, ignoring its injuries, roared out, Human scum, don't you dare dream of breaking my immortality. An explosion erupted right where the creature sat. Tianchen instantly leaped back, shielding himself with his wings. Damn it, self-destruction again? Maybe the elemental energy around here isn't enough for it to reform its body. A streak of light is fleeing across the sky. You think I'll let you run? He chases, but after just a few steps, Tianchen freezes. Wait. The meteor blade. It's still stuck in the volcano. He looks down into the crater, but the thick smoke blocks everything. That adapter fled in the opposite direction. If I go back to retrieve the blade now, I'll never catch up to it. Suddenly, the meteor blade bursts out of the sea of smoke. Tianchen's eyes widen. Before he can even react, the blade shoots straight toward him. Lightning fast, he snatches the hilt, gripping it tight. Tianchen stares at the weapon in confusion. The meteor blade. It flew over here on its own? He stares blankly at the blade, trying to process the situation. What is going on? It actually came to me? Tianchen closes his eyes, instantly activating his sensory perception. He begins to feel the immense power it holds. The energy in the meteor blade is exchanging with his own spontaneously. He didn't even trigger it. Tianchen snaps his eyes open, his gaze locked onto the blade. This feeling. It's as if the meteor blade is alive, possessing its own consciousness. Could it be that bringing it to the meteorite vein triggered an evolution? Immediately after, he soars into the sky and departs. Perfect. I was just worried I didn't have a suitable weapon to deal with the adapter. The meteor blade's evolution couldn't have been more timely. The scene shifts to Luo Lan's group. Right in front of them lies a massive crater. Standing behind her, Long Zhen watches him and sighs. Do you feel that the one-eyed guy is acting really weird? He's changed so much compared to when he was with that guy named Qin. Sister Jing places her hands on her hips and replies, maybe he changed his glasses? He shakes his head. It's not just the glasses. Long Zhen seems to sense something. He's radiating a dangerous aura. I've only felt this sensation when facing a level 5 infection. That guy is clearly just a level 3 evolver. Don't you find that strange? Hearing this, she closes her eyes, bows her head, and smiles. Strange? You call that strange? Seeing Sister Jing's indifference, he can't help but question, look at that group. That woman named Luo rips zombies apart with one hand, catches giant waves bare-handed. Swords and spears can't pierce her. Water and fire can't penetrate her. She immediately retorts, that's hardly a level 4 evolver, is it? I'd just call her Superwoman. Sister Jing recalls Xiaobai's appearance and adds, and then there's that hamster over there. It can fly, it can fight, and it can even control fire. Have you ever seen a hamster that's skilled? Anyone who didn't know better would think it's Nezha. Then, the two turn to look at Yunxing's back. Now look at him. Is he strange? Not strange at all. Even if they told me he's a zombie in disguise, I wouldn't find it strange in the slightest. Unable to argue, Long Zhen replies, you have a point. Just then, Yunxing crushes something in his hand and speaks up. I'm done. Luo Lan steps forward, frowning. So, did you find anything? Yunxing replies, its cellular characteristics are very similar to mine. She looks confused. You think so? He opens his hand, revealing a liquid substance inside that gradually shifts, transforming into a squirming sphere. Yunxing holds it out to Luo Lan and explains, this is its original form, just like the vast majority of other life forms. Weak flesh. If the structure is destroyed, it dies. Then, I evolved into my current form. I don't rely on flesh structure to survive. My cells gather energy independently to grow. Right now, the essence of my body is simply a cluster of conscious cells. Still not quite understanding, she speaks up. Does it have the same ability as you? He nods. You could say that, but there's a slight difference. Pausing for a moment, Yunxing simplifies his explanation. My evolutionary path is rapid replication. As long as there are living cells, I can regenerate through growth, but it strengthens individual cells. Its cellular activity and durability are terrifyingly strong. This means no matter how we hit it, it can restore its original form because its cells weren't damaged in the first place. Hearing this, Luo Lan's face turns to surprise. No damage at all? How is that possible? I clearly wounded it just now. He explains. That only destroyed the structure of its flesh. The cells remained unharmed. With just a little energy, it restores itself completely. Yunxing frowns, his eyes behind the lenses filled with confidence. I tried swallowing its cells earlier, but I failed. If you don't believe me, Master, you can try it yourself. She shakes her head. No need. Just tell me straight, how do we kill it? He continues rambling about his research. Every cell of the adapter has independent consciousness. Furthermore, beneath its cellular array, there's a dense layer of elemental energy acting as a shield. Therefore, there are only two ways to kill this infection. Yunxing's expression turns solemn. 1. Use an extremely powerful mental force to expel the adapter's consciousness. 2. Use a higher quality elemental energy to disrupt its protective layer, causing the cells to disintegrate on their own. Luo Lan's gaze lowers, revealing a thoughtful look. Xuan isn't here, so mental force is out. Xiaobai's elemental power isn't trained enough either. Of the two methods you mentioned, we can't use either. Catching a glimpse of something, she startles and looks up. A black and red vortex is manifesting in the sky. Sister Jing gapes in shock. What is that? Long Zhen shakes his head. I don't know, but my intuition tells me that's not a monster we can handle. A voice booms from within the vortex. Destroying my domain. Stealing my energy. And now you want to pry into the secret of my immortality? 4 or 5 tornado pillars instantly erupt from beneath the water. You will all die here. None of you will escape. Seeing this, the man turns tail and runs, not forgetting to call out to her. Oh God, 4 of them. Don't just stand there, run. Luo Lan looks back at Xiaobai and signals for it to go. It understands but remains still. Seeing this, she urges, I know you want to save the little ones, but the energy density in those tornadoes is far higher than before. If we try to fight it, we'll all get hurt. Xiaobai glances aside, brooding in silence. Meanwhile, the other two have already fled for their lives, when suddenly, a tornado surges up and strikes. Next, massive columns of spiraling water erupt from the surface, spinning violently. That pitch-black mass solidifies, morphing into the adapter. It reveals its true form, gnashing its teeth as torrential rain and crashing waves pound the area. Luolan stands her ground, staring at the duo. I need you two to do something for me. They pause, confused, and turn back. Her eyes flash with determination. Get out of the central zone. Find Boss Wang. Tell him to contact the base city and send reinforcements immediately. The two listen, staring at Luolan in stunned silence. A moment later, they don't hesitate, they bolt. Don't worry, we'll get it done. Stay alive until then. The massive adapter barks an order to the smaller one. That is your prey. Obediently, the creature crouches and lunges forward. The duo senses the danger and turns, but before the little adapter can touch them, Luolan intercepts, slamming a brutal knee straight into its face. It flies backward, sliding right to the big adapter's feet. Seeing this, the large beast gnashes its teeth in fury. Luolan stands defiant, mocking the monster. Did you think we were just here for decoration? Yunxing materializes beside her. Master, killing them is pointless. No matter how many times you strike, it's a waste of energy. She knows, but she won't quit. Even if we leave, we have to find Tianchen first. Besides, if we don't put these two down, we're never getting out of here safely. Without another word, Luolan vanishes from her spot, striking from the sky like a sudden gale. Her claws rake against the adapter's arm, but her eyes widen in shock. Its body is impenetrable. That's metallization. Seeing her stunned, the adapter immediately swings its arm to force distance, dropping into a taunting combat stance. Our bodies are constantly optimizing during battle. Don't dream of destroying me. Suddenly, a weapon tears through the air from above. The adapter startles, snapping its head toward the sound. It leaps back just as the meteor blade slams deep into the earth. Luolan looks up at the drifting feathers in surprise, seeing a magnificent pair of wings unfurl. It's him, Tianchen, with white hair flowing in the wind. Her eyes go wide. Tianchen. Why do you look like that? He glances at her. New god form. He lands and smirks. Right, let me show you a magic trick. She blinks, confused. Magic trick? Tianchen doesn't answer. He simply raises his hand. The meteor blade, buried in the ground, vibrates as if answering its master's call, then shoots upward. Before the adapter can process what's happening, the blade slices through it with a sickening crack. The adapter's upper body goes flying, and the meteor blade instantly snaps back into Tianchen's grip. Yet, the adapter's body regenerates in seconds, towering over them once again. Luolan is still reeling. The meteor blade flew back on its own? Tianchen nods. A newly evolved ability. Just unlocked it. For now, I can only recall it for simple moves. Complex maneuvers are still out of reach. Her smile widens. That's already plenty powerful. With this, your combat style just leveled up. Tianchen agrees. Yeah. At least I have a ranged attack now. Across from them, the big adapter grabs the little adapter's hand. Give it to me. It ignores the struggles, crushing the smaller beast's grip. I said give it here. You dare disobey me? Without waiting for a reaction, it bites savagely into the arm. A piercing scream rips through the air, stunning the heroes. The big adapter tears the arm off and flings the little adapter's body away like trash. You are my offspring. Your body and cells came from my genes. If I want it, you don't get to refuse. He jams the severed arm onto his own stump. Despite the size difference, the flesh begins to fuse. It's regenerating. Luolan watches, disgusted. Cannibalizing its own child to heal? Even tigers don't eat their cubs. Tianchen scoffs. Don't apply human morals to the infected. It'll shatter your worldview. He launches the meteor blade straight at the beast. The adapter dodges the blade, but Tianchen is already behind it. Before it can react, he delivers a devastating kick, sending it flying. Tianchen doesn't let up. He flies forward, reaching out his hand. Come back. Behind the monster, the meteor blade obeys, whistling through the air. The beast spins, spewing a torrent of fire. Tianchen isn't worried, he just smirks. Not bad. You learned from the last hit. He swings the blade, slashing through the flames. Not finished yet. An explosion rocks the sky. Tianchen clenches his fist, slowly descending. The adapter is mostly unharmed, but a deep wound opens on its arm. Luolan spots it instantly. It blocked your attack with its right arm. Is its metallization really that tough? Tianchen realized. It's not just metallization. It's actually increasing the density of that specific body part. That strike from the meteor blade couldn't even scratch it. He flashed back to the battle at the volcano. Every time we clash, it optimizes its own body to counter me. If I don't find a way to crack its defense, that thing is only going to get tougher to kill. The creature suddenly grabbed the little adapter, ignoring its frantic struggles, and ripped a chunk of flesh right off its body. It tossed the small creature aside, then slapped the fresh chunk of flesh directly onto its injured arm like a patch. Instantly, the limb regenerated to perfection. Luolan watched, her brows furrowing. The adapter's wounds, they can't heal on their own like that. It's using the flesh and blood of its own offspring to regenerate. She turned, her gaze locking onto Yunxing for an explanation. Tianchen's attack just now. It must have damaged the adapter's cellular structure. Yunxing nodded. Looks like it. Otherwise, it wouldn't need to forcibly harvest resources from its kin. He looked at their confused faces. You still don't get it? Yunxing narrowed his eyes, explaining, the adapter's cells are unique. Only high-grade elemental energy or powerful psychic attacks can actually damage them. As long as the cells remain intact, you can destroy its physical structure 1,000 times, and it will just regenerate. Hearing this, Tianchen finally understood. So, that's the secret behind its immortality. He stared intently at the meteor blade in his hand. Back then, this blade was embedded deep within the ore, the meteorite ore. It must have absorbed a massive amount of elemental energy from the crystal vein while it was evolving. This energy is identical to what's inside the infected. No wonder it can actually hurt that thing. Realizing this, Tianchen turned to the others. Everyone, hold your positions. I need to test something. His grip tightened around the hilt. Tianchen shot into the air, diving straight at the target. The meteor blade slashed down with crushing force. The creature caught the blade bare-handed. Defeating an enemy isn't just about upgrading the body. Improving combat tactics is a valid path of evolution too. Tianchen didn't flinch. His lips curled into a smirk. Oh? You even know how to mock your opponent now? Learning human speech in such a short time? Impressive. Tianchen channeled a surge of power, directly into the meteor blade. But it looks like you haven't learned everything yet. Boom! The adapter's body erupted from the inside out, blood spraying everywhere. It was drenched. Good thing I infused that energy into the weapon beforehand. Suddenly, the tornado behind the creature roared to life. Tianchen rushed back, scooped up Luolan, and shouted, "Fall back!" Hovering in the air, Tianchen observed the scene. The energy in the meteor blade is definitely working. Combined with the battle armor, I can replicate that effect. It suddenly popped its ultimate move. It must feel threatened. Luolan frowned, anxiety washing over her face. That tornado. Is it trying to stop us from interrupting its meal? At this rate, we won't even need to lift a finger. That mother is going to devour her own child completely. From the ground, a grotesque laughter echoed up. Luolan looked down and froze. Wait, isn't that the little adapter's voice? Why is it screaming like that? Yunxing answered from behind. To put it in human terms, it's having a domestic dispute with its mother. She looked at him, confused. Arguing? Why? Yunxing replied flatly, survival. He paused, then added, after all, only one of them gets to walk away from this. The chattering sound echoed violently within the swirling vortex. The adapter clutched the small creature's body and roared. Why do you resist? You are my offspring. You exist to obey my commands. Only by fusing our power can we create a truly perfect, immortal body. Those humans outside won't stand a chance against us. Rage twisted the adapter's face. Come, return to my body. Let me be the one to slaughter the humans. It tightened its grip on the little adapter's throat, choking off any chance of resistance. The adapter gritted its teeth, veins bulging on its forehead. The little adapter clawed at the crushing hand, gasping out a question. Why? Why can't it be? Me? The small creature stared back with pure resentment. I can kill them too. Its face twisted into a grotesque mask as it screamed. Let me kill them! The adapter looked down and roared with absolute authority. No. It continued draining the child's energy without mercy. I will control the fused power. Stop. The little adapter opened its mouth in a desperate plea. I can. I can do it. Its tiny arms wrapped around the parent's massive hand, begging, let me kill them. They were on the verge of becoming one. The mother continued the absorption, completely indifferent to the plea. Mom, let me kill. The little adapter let out a final, piercing scream. Fluid exploded outwards, and a shockwave of energy blasted straight toward Tianchen. But he blocked it just in time. Tianchen stared cold-bloodedly into the mist. The adapter's body had completely transformed. Resting in his arms, Luo Lan gasped in shock. Wait, isn't that its mature form? Tianchen nodded. The adapter's predecessor was originally a fully mature specimen. It's not strange it took that form. But if my senses are right, the one that survived isn't the mother. It's the offspring. His gaze turned icy as he stared at it. The infected devour each other. The survivor is likely the stronger one. How is this runt capable of that? The adapter gritted its teeth, hissing out every word. Mine! It shot up from the ground, moving as fast as the wind. Tianchen's pupils constricted. He reached out and snatched the meteor saber. As the adapter closed in, he swung his blade, slicing it in two. But Tianchen's eyes narrowed, sensing something off. Something's wrong. Watching the body split, a bad feeling washed over him. The meteor saber hadn't even touched it yet. That thing separated its body before impact. The giant adapter from before didn't know this move. Tianchen's suspicions were instantly confirmed. The creature's body snapped back together, fully restored. In the blink of an eye, the adapter shot past him. Tianchen tracked its movement and realized panic setting in. Damn it. The target is Xiaobai. The adapter lunged forward, swinging its claw and screaming, Mine, give it back to me. From behind, he shouted a warning, Watch out. But before Xiaobai could react, the adapter had him by the throat. It dragged Xiaobai back, tightening its grip. Give it back. The adapter slammed Xiaobai's body violently into the ground. Its eyes were bloodshot, mouth repeating endlessly, Give my stuff back. Give it to me. Tianchen flashed behind it, shouting, Let him go. Ignoring him, the adapter dragged Xiaobai into the air. It rocketed toward the volcano at breakneck speed. Luo Lan watched from below and screamed, Xiaobai. That direction. It wants to throw Xiaobai into the volcano. Tianchen didn't hesitate. He launched himself after them. I'm going after them, Luo Lan shouted. I'm coming with you. Tianchen shook his head. Stay here and wait. He flew off without looking back. Carrying you will slow me down. Besides, the meteorite ore near the volcano has side effects on you. Hearing that, Luo Lan fell silent, abandoning any thought of following. At the mouth of the smoking volcano, the adapter pinned Xiaobai against the jagged rocks, crushing him. It screamed like a lunatic, losing control. The stuff you stole is here. Give it back. Give it back right now. Xiaobai, ignoring the hand crushing his throat, furiously spat in the adapter's face. Humiliated, the creature ground its teeth in rage. The adapter threw its head back and roared, I'm gonna kill you. Suddenly, a mouth split open in the center of its stomach, and a long, sinuous tongue shot out. The tongue pierced right through Xiaobai, drawing blood. It began draining Xiaobai's power. Give it back. Give it back to me. Xiaobai's face twisted in agony as he let out a pained squeak. Suddenly, the meteor saber flew in, slicing the adapter's neck. Tianchen appeared, catching the blade as it returned to his hand, then immediately hurled it back at the creature. The adapter's body was instantly sliced into pieces. Its eyes rolled back, staring blankly at Tianchen. Human. You're here. The adapter's head began to regenerate. I'm not scared of you. Before it could finish, Tianchen grabbed its head and flung it away. Get lost. Tianchen didn't stop there. He flew up from behind, slamming his hand onto the adapter's head, ignoring its angry, gnashing teeth. Tianchen shouted back over his shoulder, Xiaobai, grab his legs. Obeying the command, Xiaobai severed the adapter's legs. His claws dug deep into the flesh. Xiaobai grabbed both of the adapter's severed legs. Seeing this, Tianchen smiled with satisfaction. Good job. He held the head up to face him. You might not speak as fluently as your mother, but you're a hell of a lot more arrogant. The adapter snarled in fury, baring its teeth, but was helpless. Immortal body. I'm stronger. I'm not scared of you. Hearing this insolence, Tianchen laughed coldly. Fine, then we'll take you for a spin first. With that, he and Xiaobai shot off like a gust of wind. A moment later, the adapter was a mess of snot and tears. "Let me go! You're a bad guy!" The two of them held its separated body parts high in the air. Rage boiled over, veins popping out on the adapter's face. "Bad guy, let me go." Ignoring the curses, Tianchen smirked. "Oh, weren't you acting tough just a second ago?" The adapter remained stubborn. "I'm not scared of you. My immortal body is even better than Mother's," Tianchen replied. "Every time you open your mouth, you say you're not scared, so why are you already breaking down?" Hit where it hurt, the creature opened its mouth to growl. Staring at the adapter, Tianchen fell into deep thought. The elemental energy on the meteor saber can hurt it, but only at close range. Its ability to split apart before impact counters the blade perfectly. If I don't find a better way to attack, I really won't be able to kill it. Recalling the black, red, and blue aura from earlier, he analyzed the situation. In this fight so far, it has used several abilities. 1. Its skin surface has an extremely high temperature, capable of releasing corrosive elemental energy. 2. Using special cells, it can split its body into parts that fight independently. It can seemingly recombine and regenerate without limit. 3. By mastering elemental energy to control river water and scorching flames, Tianchen suddenly realized something, sinking into deep thought. That's it. Earlier, it plunged its right hand into the magma to temporarily buff itself. A calculating glint flashed in his eyes. Furthermore, it only used that move once. That right hand never fully regenerated. Tianchen glanced over, warning him, "Xiaobai, this bastard is going to self-destruct. Use your own elemental energy to disrupt the flow inside its body. Guard against its suicide attack." Claws extended, stroking that shiny, bald head. Xiaobai gripped two legs with one hand, while the other clamped down tight on its head. It turned to look at him, yipping for praise. "Good job." Tianchen looked at the volcano crater behind them. "Let's head back." He tossed the enemy's torso toward the edge of the fiery abyss. The adapter's hand reached out, trembling as it tried to crawl away. Tianchen raised his foot high, then stomped down without hesitation. "Where do you think you're going?" He turned back to Xiaobai, chin jutting out. "See that? Your body is about to be thrown down there, headless and legless, for a nice bath. Want to join it?" Hearing this, panic washed over its face. "No, let me go. You can't do this." Tianchen frowned, indifferent. "Throw it all in." Xiaobai walked to the edge and dropped the adapter's body parts into the freefall. "Stop." "No." Following the desperate scream, the body parts hit the lava, creating resounding booms. Then, from beneath the sea of fire, only the sizzling sound of roasting meat remained. Satisfied, he announced, "All right, that side is done. Time to head back." With that, both shot up out of the volcano crater. "When we get back, I'll let you eat the 6th bag of meteorite crystals." Xiaobai grinned, face beaming with delight. Suddenly, Tianchen turned and placed a hand on its shoulder, confusing Xiaobai. He muttered, "Burst." Xiaobai's body exploded, shrinking back into a small mouse. Its charred body slumped down, caught by Tianchen. He landed gently and placed Xiaobai on the ground. Tianchen stared at him, then placed the meteor saber beside him. "Guard the saber for me." His face darkened as he explained, "I didn't attack with full force, but it'll still take you some time to recover your energy. No matter what happens down there, do not come down. Wait for me to come out." Xiaobai trembled, trying to force himself up. Tianchen turned sharply to leave, dropping one last remark. "There's one more thing I didn't tell you. Throwing him into the magma does break his immortality, but it also forces us to face him in a much stronger state." His voice grew lower and graver. The adapter stored massive amounts of elemental energy in its cells to stabilize its structure and achieve immortality. Only by infiltrating it with high-quality elemental energy can that structure be destroyed, and letting it soak in magma perfectly satisfies that condition. Purple aura continued to rise from the crater, but this was different from being under attack. Soaking in magma destabilizes the adapter's cells, causing them to release a massive amount of energy. The more unstable the cells, the greater the energy release. When its entire body is submerged, it reaches its peak. Tianchen turned back, a smile playing on his lips. "At peak state, it's too dangerous for you to handle. You're too reckless, so it's best you stay put here for a while. I'll handle what's down there." Having said his piece, he quickly flew back toward the crater. Purple aura billowed from the sea of fire, accompanied by a bubbling sound as something prepared to surface. Tianchen's eyes were glued to the depths. "Looks like it's time." Instantly, a blinding flash forced him to retreat. The adapter's hand slowly rose. Human, you ruined my immortality. Its entire body was now wreathed in flames. I'll kill you. I must kill you. The adapter opened its maw, spewing a torrent of fire. Tianchen stood his ground, blocking the blast with his wings. The flame temperature has risen. If my body hadn't been tempered earlier, I'd be half dead right now. The adapter kept roaring, kill you. He quickly blocked with a shield and advanced. Tianchen got in close, whispering, shut your damn mouth. He extended his hand, releasing a burst of energy that blasted the adapter away. Its body slammed into the rocks behind. Amidst the dust and smoke, Tianchen stood tall. He glanced at his injured hand and let out a cold snort. His eyes flashed with ice-cold intent. We'll see who kills who today. He gritted his teeth. Green gas began to rise from the crater, spreading into the air. Elsewhere, Yan Long and Luo Lan watched from a distance. Master, if we get any closer, those meteorite ores will damage us. She nodded. I know. Luo Lan's gaze remained fixed on the volcano. Leave the puppet here. Your core cell is inside my body. As long as you don't manifest, the meteorites can't hurt you. He frowned, his mouth opening to speak. Master! She cut him off instantly, speeding away. Don't say another word. Lalam charged straight toward the volcano. Arriving at the crater, she froze. A wave of meteorite smoke swept over her. Her cheeks flushed crimson, a sneeze building in her chest as her vitality was sucked dry. She collapsed. It hurts. Her arm, coated in the ore dust, began to ulcerate. No wonder Thien Than forbade me from coming here. The meteorite ore had a devastating effect on her body. Now, Lalam was completely covered in the deadly dust. No, he's still inside. Gasping for air, she forced down the agony. I have to see him no matter what. Lalam steeled herself and bolted forward. She didn't stop. She tore through the meteorite clouds like a gale, but her body was failing. Lalam couldn't hold on any longer. Her legs gave out. Covered in wounds, vision blurring, she toppled backward. But, from the corner of her eye, a silhouette. Little White. She dragged her broken body over and scooped him up. Little White? What happened to you? Where is Thien Than? Why is his blade here? The creature trembled, a tiny paw pointing toward the volcano's mouth. Lalam followed its gaze, terrified. Ahead lay only smoke and swirling meteorite dust. Thien Than was deep inside the volcano. Deep within, the adapter clung to the sheer cliff wall. It shook the debris from its body, eyes locking onto him. Thien Than glanced at his mangled hand. This beast. After bathing in the lava, its body temperature has skyrocketed. The heat is intense, it's melting my transformation armor and burning my skin beneath. But then, his charred hand blackened further, and began to regenerate. Thien Than smirked, taunting the monster. Hey, didn't you just ramble on about killing me? Come on then, make your move. Struck by the insult, the creature stammered, bad guy, kill. It lunged forward with a roar, kill. Thien Than clenched his fist and unleashed a devastating blow. Bam! The adapter was sent flying, the magma ocean waiting below. It twisted midair, eyes bulging in panic. Suddenly, a chaotic void tore open in its stomach, a bottomless pit. A massive fireball materialized, expanding rapidly from the creature's core. But it was too slow. Thien Than had already vanished, reappearing instantly behind it. A brutal elbow slammed into its spine. As the beast writhed in agony, he grinned. Stop struggling. A fire element. Infected dying in lava? Consider it returning to your roots. The creature shuddered, twisting its neck around. Its face contorted into a grotesque smile. If I die, you die with me. Thien Than raised a brow. The flames in the monster's stomach suddenly extinguished. It threw its arms wide, letting gravity take them both. Freefall. Thien Than's pupils constricted. He reacted instantly, wings snapping open to stabilize his ascent. Damn! Nearly went down with it. Seeing him escape, the adapter lunged. Its body dissolved into tendrils, lashing out, snaring his leg, then his waist, and finally binding his wings. It clamped onto him like a vice, dragging him into the abyss. Thien Than glared back, struggling. Shit, my wings are locked. They plummeted toward the magma sea, his mind racing for a solution. This is bad. It's using elemental energy to suppress me. My armor. I'm losing control. High above at the crater's edge, Lalam screamed, Thien Than! Battered and broken, she stared in horror. Tianthan's eyes widened. Lalam, what are you doing here? Go back. Don't come any closer. She remained frozen. Panic seized him. Go back. Do you hear me? Leave, now. He screamed, trying to break her trance. Get out of here. Tears streamed down her face. No, if you die, there's no point in me living. Without a second thought, she leaped into the volcano. Tianthan thrashed against his bonds, screaming in despair. No! Meanwhile, outside the zone, Tubao bolted upright as Sister Tin Thuat relayed the news. What did you say? Lalam and the others are in danger? She nodded furiously, sweating bullets. Yes, Lalam saved us. That infected creature was terrifying. She told you to call the base city for reinforcements immediately. Longtran added. It's an emergency. We can't waste a single minute. Tubao spun around, grabbing his phone. Luffy leaned in anxiously. I thought we were supposed to wait 3 days? Tubao shook his head grimly. Plans changed. Lalam wouldn't send them here unless it was life or death. He turned to the messengers. I understand. You two did well. Go rest now. I'm contacting the base city. Tubao immediately pulled up his chat with Nuok Huyen. Mistress Huyen, it's Tubao. Master and Lalam are in grave danger. We need your help. The reply was instant. What? Tianthan is in trouble? What's happening? He sent a crying emoji. It's critical. Please hurry. Nuok Huyen typed back immediately. Understood. We're moving out now. But Luolan ignored the plan. She dove straight into the pit of fire to save him. Crimson tendrils shot from her palms like razor-sharp blades, slashing forward. The bonds constricting him shattered into fragments instantly. Tianchen fell back, stunned. Luolan closed her eyes, fully accepting her fate. She was ready to let go. She remembered hearing that when people face death, their entire life flashes before their eyes like a movie. She never understood why until now. But in this final moment, the only thing filling her mind was him. In her short life, every moment that truly mattered involved him. It was like fate. His arrival didn't just save her life, it awakened her heart. I hated myself. I loathed my own weakness, and I despised that I never had the courage to face my true feelings. I should have seized my own happiness from the very start. As the flames licked at her face, she finally found the courage to admit it. Tianchen, I love you. And because of that, I have no regrets. Tianchen watched helplessly as she plunged into the sea of fire. Darkness swallowed everything. But then, the black void shifted to a soft pink glow, filled with floating bubbles. Luolan snapped her eyes open, gasping. She looked around, utterly bewildered. Panic set in. What just happened? Didn't I fall into the magma? Where the hell am I? I was definitely in the lava lake a second ago. But beneath the surface, it's liquid? Did I fall with so much momentum that I punched straight through the magma layer and ended up here? She kicked her legs, desperate to swim up. She had to get back. Tianchen was still up there, but as she rose, the temperature spiked, her skin blistered, and a sickening sizzling sound filled her ears. Panic surged. This is bad. The closer I get to the magma layer, the hotter it gets. I only survived the fall because I punched through the lava so quickly. If I try to go back the way I came, the magma will incinerate me instantly. Suddenly, a small shadow appeared on the surface above, growing larger by the second. Luolan froze in the water. It was Tianchen. He had dived straight into hell to save her. A protective energy barrier trailed behind him, shielding him from the heat. He closed the distance and pulled Luolan into a tight embrace, letting out a breath. His voice resonated in her mind. Thank God. You're safe. Luolan was moved, but fury quickly overtook her. Why are you so stupid? Why did you follow me? Tianchen explained. I dismantled my wings to boost the density of my dispersion armor. The extra layers are insulating me from the heat. But when she touched him, his armor was radiating scorching heat. You're lying. You're burning up. If we weren't in this safe pocket, the magma would have already turned you to ash. He wasn't the type to stand by and watch a teammate die, or abandon them to save his own skin. I just couldn't do it. Tianchen grabbed her hand. Come on, I'll take you back up. But she yanked him back. Wait! Luolan saw right through him. You're planning to transfer all the armor to me, aren't you? You want to shield me while you face the magma unprotected? I've trained my physical body. I have high heat resistance, Tianchen insisted, trying to brush it off. No way. She knew exactly how dangerous it was. Even with the armor, you're already covered in burns. If you try that, you'll die. Besides, Even a level 4 awakener can't hold their breath forever. If we don't find another exit, we're going to drown. Luo Lan was terrified not for herself, but for him. Please, I can't watch you die for me. I'd rather be the one to go. You still have Ruo Xuan waiting for you. If something happens to you, what will she do? The mention of Ruo Xuan made Tianchen hesitate. He finally nodded. Fine, let me think of another way. He analyzed their surroundings. This liquid. It wasn't normal water. It felt like materialized viral energy. The attributes suggested it was elemental, but incredibly pure, a tier above standard crystal ore. It was as if someone had intentionally refined it. Could someone be using the volcano above to filter and purify elemental energy? That would be a terrifying technique. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait a second. He peered down at the energy vortex. He hadn't noticed it before, but the current was spiraling downward. There might be an exit at the bottom. Tianchen pulled her along. Come on, let's see where this leads. A roaring sound filled their ears like a massive waterfall. They were swept over the edge of a subterranean cliff, plummeting into the depths. The current accelerated, hurling them down until splash. They hit the pool below and surfaced, gasping for air. Tianchen was stunned. The magma lake actually fed into a hidden underground river system. He nudged Luo Lan, pointing toward the bank. Look over there. Behind the curtain of the waterfall lay a small, hidden cave. And inside, pulsing with a brilliant orange glow, was a mysterious pearl. It radiated intense heat and a strange, magical power that seemed to beckon them closer. The spherical crystal pulses with a roaring fiery light. Luo Lan speculates aloud. That looks like a spherical elemental meteorite. Crystal. Is that the thing you were looking for? Tianchen nods in agreement. Most likely. With that much concentrated elemental energy, it has to be at least a grade 4 cultivation resource. But he hesitates. Only. Why is that strange flower here too? He thinks to himself. By my count, this is the third time I've encountered this bizarre bloom. The first time was in the red demon's lair. I slept inside the red flower and gained the 6 convergence rings. The second time was in Linyang Town, where it produced a transformation-type energy core. Something capable of generating such high-level cultivation energy should have been legendary in my past life. So why have I never heard of it? Xuan was a grade 4 powerhouse in my previous life. Surely she would have come across something of this tier? Tianchen takes the lead. Come on, let's go check it out. The two of them advance into the cave, while Luo Lan keeps her eyes fixed on the crystal. The energy radiation from this thing is off the charts. Even I can feel it, and I'm not sensitive to elemental energy. Tianchen reveals, I used a sensory matrix to scan this place. All the elemental energy originates from above. It acts like a specialized energy purification system. First, there's the pool of liquid energy beneath the magma. It perfectly insulates against the magma's extreme heat while absorbing the elements within it. Then, these fluids spiral down the waterfall, constantly impacting the water and underground currents, further diluting that potent energy. Finally, the flower in this cave can slowly and safely absorb that energy, eventually birthing this special elemental meteorite crystal. Luo Lan listens in awe. To think it can utilize the geographical structure here to complete the energy purification process. That is insane. He agrees. Yeah, it's incredible. If it weren't sitting there completely still, I'd suspect this flower had its own consciousness. Just as he reaches for the crystal, the flower shuts tight. Snap! A sharp sound echoes, and they both stare in shock. It closed. Luo Lan touches the flower's outer shell. Let me give it a try. He refuses immediately. No need. The material of this thing is identical to the one I found in the red demon's lair. Forget about you, even I couldn't make a scratch on it with my meteorite blade. Do you still have the symbiotic cells on you? She replies, You mean the one-eyed dragon puppet? I didn't bring the puppet along, but its core essence is always inside my body. Tianchen commands, Release it. There's a chance it can solve this. Yunxing materializes as a wisp of black mist in Luo Lan's palm. It speaks up, Master, while I don't claim to understand human sentiment, I hope next time you make such a decision, you might consult me first? After all, I am in symbiosis with you now. If you die, I won't survive either. Luo Lan blushes, embarrassed. The situation was urgent. I didn't have time to think. Yunxing retorts, You are making excuses. Master, please wake up. At that moment, your hormone levels spiked by several 100%. That wasn't an emergency situation at all. In human terms, you were simply blinded by love. Luo Lan, exposed, flushes with even deeper shame. You're talking nonsense. I was not. It whispers into her ear. Master, how about I teach you a method to control your body's hormones? Once you learn it, you won't be troubled by love, ever again. All those mundane, worldly desires will fade away. Luo Lan shoves it away. Shut your mouth, she threatens. Say one more word, and I'll throw you in a pot and stew you like a duck. Tianchen smiles, teasing them. Who would have thought? You actually worry about her quite a bit. Yunxing replies, I am different from humans. You people like to measure things with emotions, while I only consider benefits. Right now, the master and I are symbiotes. Therefore, her well-being is directly tied to my own survival. He counters, then why did you help me? It answers shrewdly, I didn't want to help you, but you are strong enough to destroy me, so I can only obey your orders. Furthermore, the master and you have a very good relationship. To some extent, helping you is helping her. Tianchen commands, sometimes I find that dealing with you is actually much simpler. Come here, there's something I need to ask you. He leads Yunxing to the flower. Can you open this thing? Yunxing suddenly lets out a gurgle, slowly flowing down onto the flower bud as Tianchen watches with suspicion. The slime coats the flower, slowly prying the petals apart, and successfully forces the bloom to open wide. The crystal is revealed. Yunxing announces, you can take it now. Tianchen reaches out and grabs it, intensely curious about how easily Yunxing opened the petals. How did you open it? It explains. This was never intended for humans. If the first thing to touch it isn't one of my kind, it shuts tight. Only my genes can unlock it. Tianchen finally understands. So, that's it. In the past, every time I found this strange flower, I had stolen it from other infected creatures. Turns out those infected beasts had already activated the flower, and that's the only reason I could take it? Tianchen turned to leave. We found the elemental meteorite crystal. Now, let's figure out a way out of here. Yunxing hurriedly stopped him. Wait, are you planning to absorb it the moment we get out? I just fought an adapter, he snapped. My body's riddled with injuries. I just hit the first order seed burst stage. My power is unstable. Absorbing it now is suicide. Yunxing dropped a bombshell. If you don't complete the absorption immediately, you might never get another chance. Tianchen frowned. What do you mean? This energy body allows a life form to seize elemental power, it explained. It's exactly what you need. But forcing absorption now? That spells your destruction. Tianchen narrowed his eyes. You're saying I'm too weak to handle the power inside this rock. Why not try exchanging energy with it? Yunxing suggested. See for yourself. Without hesitation, Tianchen closed his eyes, channeling energy from his palm into the crystal. Suddenly, bang! The crystal blasted out of his grip and hit the ground. Luo Lan jumped. What happened? Slipped? No, Tianchen muttered. It rejected me. My energy tried to enter, he elaborated. But a purer, stronger force inside just kicked it right back out. The energy level inside this meteorite, crystal. It's far above mine. Luo Lan frowned. Higher than you? But you're already at the first order seed burst stage, isn't this thing? Exactly. This is a level 7 item. You need to be at least a level 5 master to absorb such top-tier cultivation resources. I can confirm. The power inside is at the limit. Tianchen stepped toward the crystal. Luo Lan followed, voice tight. Limit power. Tianchen? That's not something you can withstand. He knew she was right. Level 7. Extreme elemental energy. It would shatter the balance of the 6 abilities in my body. Once my internal system crashes, this life of mine is forfeit. Powerless, Tianchen slammed his fist into the cave wall. Damn it, why now of all times? Luo Lan watched his trembling back. I've never seen him this emotional, she thought. But it makes sense. He sacrificed so much time. He finally found the perfect treasure, only to realize he can't use it. Luo Lan turned to Yunxing. You said, now or never. What did you mean? Can Tianchen actually absorb it here? Theoretically, the creature replied. Yes, Tianchen turned sharply. By theoretically. Do you mean I should let the elemental energy inside this thing replace my 6 abilities? That is one path, Yunxing confirmed. The upside? You walk the path of the extreme to become a rare class entity. The downside is obvious. You will waste the 6 convergence rings currently in your body. Tianchen caught the hint. So you have another way. Yunxing didn't hide it. I do. Before I reveal the second option, I need to confirm something. Please answer honestly. Tianchen. Did you once sleep deep inside a flower like this one? And your convergence rings? Did you awaken with them after that slumber? Tianchen froze. How did you know? I thought so. Yunxing murmured. Realization dawned on him. You mean that flower can help me absorb the elemental crystal and fix the balance issue? It can resolve every issue during absorption, Yunxing said. But you must pay the price. What price? Luolan demanded. 2 options, it replied. Time or pain. To my kind, that is not a flower. In human terms, we call it a vault. A vault doesn't just birth high-level evolutionary resources. It protects the life form by eliminating the dangers of evolution. This process of eliminating danger is essentially a biological modification. The greater the modification, the more time it requires. Tianchen's mind raced. No wonder I slept in that flower for a full year. So the whole time, it was rebuilding me? He looked up. You said time or pain. That means I can choose not to sleep and force the modification quickly? Correct, Yunxing warned. But it is incredibly dangerous. If your will cannot withstand the agony of rapid modification, the only thing awaiting you is total destruction. Tianchen weighed the risks. If I choose sleep, how long? Yunxing calculated. To balance 6 power types. Maybe 6 months. Tianchen gritted his teeth. According to Xuan, the 3rd meteorite might fall this year. 6 months is a luxury I don't have. Suddenly, a soft hand grabbed his wrist. He turned to see Luo Lan. I know you want to get stronger, she whispered, eyes pleading. I can't stop you. But if you won't, think of yourself. Please, think of me. Think of Xuan. Stop taking risks like that. I can't bear to see that happen again. Tianchen pulls Luo Lan into a tender embrace, whispering, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I've always been too reckless, ignoring the consequences. But I promise you, from now on, I won't throw my life away so easily. Seeing her flush crimson, Yunxing mutters. Master's hormone levels are off the charts again. And so, Tianchen chooses hibernation. He sits at the center of the flower, preparing to cultivate. Yunxing suggests, Master, you can enter deep sleep within the artifact as well. It would be beneficial for you. She declines immediately. No need. I'll stand guard outside to ensure nothing interferes. Since that's settled, let's begin. Now, the artifact will guide his reconstruction. All he needs to do is absorb the meteorite crystal as soon as the process starts. Then, we simply wait for the artifact's shell to seal shut, allowing him to undergo the deep sleep reconstruction safely inside. A surge of energy shoots toward Tianchen as Yunxing shouts, Begin! He clasps his hands together, the crystal glowing between his palms. Energy ripples across the flower, but the moment Tianchen closes his eyes, the flow abruptly stops. Panic rises in Luo Lan's voice. It stopped. What's happening? Yunxing reports urgently, We have a problem. My guidance signal has been severed. An energy source stronger than mine is communicating with the artifact. It's hijacking control. Terrified, she gasps. Stronger than you? Where is it? Yunxing replies, I don't know. All my processing power is focused on fighting for control of the artifact. I can't trace the source. It must be nearby, or it wouldn't be able to contest me. Luolan whips her head around, scanning the area. Nearby. Could it be outside? Meanwhile, at the lava lake just beyond the cave, the adapter has tracked them down. It growls gutturally. My treasure. The artifact is mine. Mine! Luolan instantly charges, delivering a vicious kick. Get the hell away! The adapter is sent smashing into the cave wall, energy crackling from its fingertips. Luolan's face darkens. You have a death wish? It remains obstinate. The artifact doesn't belong to humans. It's mine! She swings her hand, blasting it into pieces with a single strike. Luolan rushes back, breathless. How is Tianchen? Yunxing's voice is grave. It's too late. Luolan freezes. Too late? No, I killed that thing. It's dead, Yunxing explains. I know, but the reconstruction process has already triggered, and the artifact's shell never sealed. Because of the interference, I don't have enough power left to force it shut. Luolan demands. What happens if it doesn't close? Without the shell sealed, the deep sleep mode won't activate. Instead, it initiates rapid reconstruction. That means he's forced to pay the price in sheer agony. If he can't withstand the pain, he will die. Luolan stands paralyzed, watching Tianchen in the throes of evolution, the thought hammering in her mind. If he breaks, he dies. How did it come to this? I just told him to be careful. Tianchen grits his teeth, trying to endure, but the agony overloads his senses, ripping a scream from his throat. Terrified, Luolan cries out his name, Tianchen. She screams at Yunxing, "Stop it! I don't care how you do it. Stop the process immediately." Yunxing counters, "Master, aborting now is incredibly dangerous. Since reconstruction has begun, a sudden halt will cause a catastrophic imbalance in his energy. He would likely lose his ability to evolve entirely." Tears well up in her eyes. "That's still better than letting him die right here." Tianchen gasps, forcing the words out through the pain. "Continue." Luolan snaps at him. "Continue? You're going to die if we don't stop." Tianchen looks at her, pleading. "You know me. You know what this power means to me. You understand that better than anyone else. If I just wanted to survive, I wouldn't have done half the things I've done. If you really care about me, please, just support me." Faced with his plea, Luolan crumbles, unable to argue. She watches in horror as veins bulge violently across Tianchen's face. "What's happening to him?" she screams. Yunxing replies, "I don't know. His spiritual energy is spiking. It seems to be conflicting with his mental force during the reconstruction. I've never encountered a situation like this before." Luolan presses urgently. "Spiritual energy? Why is it reacting now?" Veins snake across Tianchen's body, and a thick, ominous black smoke begins to pour off him, shrouding the area. Luolan stares into the haze. What is that black smoke? Is that Tianchen's power? Yunxing analyzes rapidly. He is absorbing the elemental meteorite crystal. But for some reason, his spiritual energy is out of control. Now even his elemental abilities are detonating. She activates her black armor and bolts, escaping the cave and plunging into the magma lake outside. Looking down at her armor, she gasps in shock at a gaping hole in the metal. That fire is terrifying. It's not just the heat, it's highly corrosive. Even my black armor couldn't withstand it. Yunxing warns urgently, "Master, his condition is completely unstable, and it poses a lethal threat to you as well. Please, let me abort the reconstruction." Luolan shakes her head firmly. "No. I believe in him. He will get through this." She clenches her fist. He has to. Steam erupts from Tianchen's eyes, which have rolled back, revealing a web of glowing, colorful veins within the iris. Slowly, the light is consumed by darkness, and ominous gas vents from his limbs. Tianchen grimaces in agony before his eyes snap open. He stares at the floating orbs before him, realizing, "Those are my meridian lines. When the hell did I drift into this mental space? My physical reconstruction isn't even finished out there. And now, one of the star rings is shifting. It's the green elemental attribute. If the core is mutating, that means my body has already started absorbing the elemental meteorite crystal. But why was I dragged into this mental realm right in the middle of such agonizing pain? My consciousness shouldn't be submerged this deep. Right?" Tianchen reaches out, but his hand hits something. It feels like an invisible glass barrier. Needing to be sure, he presses both palms against it. He even throws a hard punch. It doesn't crack. He slams his elbow into it with full force. Panic sets in. What is this thing? Why is this happening? My consciousness. It's locked inside my own mental space. Meanwhile, 300 miles from Zhenjiang, Lan Sha's team is moving at breakneck speed. She calls out, "Sister Xuan Xuan. At this speed, we should reach Zhenjiang by tomorrow afternoon." "No," Ruo Xuan replies. "We find a place to rest tonight." The others are confused. "Rest? Why? We can keep going." She reveals the truth. "I placed a special psychic marker on Tianchen. It allows me to track the fluctuations in his mental energy. Because we're so far away, I can usually only feel the faintest pulse. But just now, that pulse vanished completely." Gaofei panics. "Vanished? Does that mean Tianchen is?" Ruo Xuan cuts him off. "Disappearing doesn't prove he's dead. He might be suppressing his aura, Or maybe he fought a tough enemy and drained his reserves, or he simply entered a zone that blocks my connection. But one thing is certain, Tianchen is in serious trouble. Whatever happened, it was so sudden that the psychic marker didn't even have time to react. Lansha urges, then shouldn't we be rushing there right now? How can we rest when Brother Tianchen is in danger? That is exactly why we must rest. Ruo Xuan stays firm. If Tianchen is facing something that dangerous, we need to be at full strength. Flying at top speed for this long has drained too much of our energy. We rest tonight and recover. If we charge into the wilderness exhausted, we'll just become a burden to him instead of help. Gao Fei nods. Let's listen to sister-in-law. She's more worried than any of us, but she knows we have to stay cool-headed to survive this. Lansha bites her lip but nods in agreement. Ruo Xuan is terrified for Tianchen, but she forces herself to stay calm. Meanwhile, a horde of zombies surrounds a building nearby, with razor claws prowling the walls. Inside, the survivors crouch low, barely daring to breathe. One man grips a dagger, a dark thought crossing his mind. Xiao Bao suddenly grabs the man's wrist, stopping the blade. Outside, the razor claw finally skitters past the corridor. The man exhales, trembling. Scared me to death. Why are you so jumpy? You almost got us all killed. The guy with the knife whispers back. I'm fast. I wouldn't have made a sound. Xiao Bao glares at him. And what if you did? There are at least 20 level 4 aberrations out there, not to mention the countless level 3s and 2s. One tiny noise, and the whole swarm comes down on us. Sister Shi scoffs. Boss Wang, you're a level 4 expert yourself. Why are you always so timid, overthinking everything? It's just a level 4 razor claw. That dark-skinned guy handled one easily enough. Longzhen interrupts. Caution keeps us alive. The entire city of Zhenjiang is drowning in this zombie tide. We might be level 4s, but we can't fight off tens of thousands of infected at once. If we want to survive, we need patience. Sister Ji frowns, annoyed. We should have left this hellhole right after we reported the intel. I don't know what's wrong with me. Nothing ever goes right. What did Ruo Xuan and the others say? Xiao Bao answers. We made contact this morning. The zombie swarm delayed them outside the city limits. They should be arriving soon. Sister Shi shakes her head, wary. Don't count on outside help right now. This zombie tide is massive. Even if your Longhua leader, Tianchen, showed up personally, I doubt he could do much. We need to focus on surviving a few more days until the swarm disperses. Long Zhen speaks up to mediate. Boss Wang, don't mind her. She always speaks without thinking first. But Jing has a point. Your reinforcements are stuck on the perimeter. With the swarm this dangerous, they can't exactly fly over it, can they? Suddenly, Sister Shi stands up. Long Zhen panics. What are you doing? Sit down, now. She ignores him, staring into the distance. A powerful, abnormal aura is approaching rapidly. Long Zhen looks up in shock. What is it? Another aberration? Sister Shi frowns. I don't know, but it's fast. It's almost here. A massive explosion rocks the distance. The zombie horde is under attack. The group cheers. It's Brother Fei. He made it. Over here. Sister Shi spots the figure. It's the Longhua reinforcements. Long Zhen gasps. Holy. They actually flew right over the swarm. Gao Fei stands alone against the sea of zombies. He launches a volley of flying knives at them and roars, Go! Flying daggers slice through the zombie horde, limbs raining down like confetti. Gao Fei controls the slaughter with dead calm. Xiaoxi gasps. That's insane. Long Zhen nods, a true master. Xiao Bao beams and rushes over. Brother Fei, with you here, this is in the bag. Master and the others are in the central zone. Let me take you to them. But he waves him off. No need. Little Luo sensed Xiaobai's energy. Sister-in-law already took her inside to find it. I'm just here to get you guys out. Xiaobao's jaw drops. Wait, Mistress and the others are already in the central zone? That fast? Meanwhile, deep in the central zone, Ruo Xuan's team halts at the edge of the magma pit. Lansha asks, panic rising, Xiao Bai, what's wrong? Why do you have his blade? Where's Brother Tianchen? Xiao Bai, wake up. Stop sleeping. Can't you use memory resonance? You have to tell me what happened. Ruo Xuan cuts her off. Enough. Stop shaking him. Xiao Bai's in bad shape. Physically he's fine, but his mental energy is completely drained. He must have exhausted himself in the last battle. He doesn't have the juice to perform a resonance right now. Lansha bites her lip. Then what do we do? Xiaobai is the only lead we have to find Brother Tianchen. Ruo Xuan replies, Xiaobai chose to wait for us out here. There has to be a reason for that. We hold our position for now. Suddenly, Ruo Xuan senses movement behind them. She barks an order and launches herself into the air. Stay put. I need a vantage point. But as she looks down, Ruo Xuan gasps. What the hell is this? Below her, an endless sea of rotting flesh stretches out. She freezes in horror. The zombie tsunami has breached the central zone. Deep beneath the magma lake, Luolan stares anxiously at the cave entrance. Every second that ticks by tightens the knot of fear in her chest. It's been so long. Why hasn't the fire died down? Is Tianchen okay? Yunxing's voice breaks the silence. Master, I apologize. The truth is, my connection was severed 20 minutes ago. I can't sense anything inside. I have no idea what's happening in there. Panic grips her. What? You lost him? He's going to be okay, right? A silhouette emerges from the gloom. Her eyes widen. It's Tianchen. He steps out, veins pulsing against his skin, his eyes completely hollow, void of any soul. Luolan rushes forward, but Yunxing screams a warning. Master, get back, now! The system instantly forms a barrier around her. A wave of crushing pressure slams into her, forcing her to shield her face. But as Tianchen walks past, Luolan scrambles to follow him. Tianchen, it's me! Yunxing interjects urgently. Master, be careful. His consciousness is dormant. He's running purely on instinct right now. If we get too close, he will attack us. Luolan freezes. No consciousness? How is that even possible? Keep your distance, Yunxing warns. We follow him from behind. That's our only move. Tianchen stops at the edge of the magma lake, then without hesitation, dives in. He moves silently, swimming upward against the molten current. Above, the zombie horde surges forward, a cacophony of hisses filling the air. Ruo Xuan shouts, Grab Xiaobai, we have to move. I'm pulling you up. But the blade, leave it, I can't carry the extra weight. We'll come back for it. She grabs Lansha's hand and hauls her into the air. Dangling above the chaos, Lansha stares down in confusion. This doesn't make any sense. The horde was moving through the wasteland. Why did they suddenly turn and rush the central zone? And look at that speed. Ruo Xuan narrows her eyes, analyzing the swarm. They aren't after us. Before we even spotted the horde, I used my mental energy to mask our scent. Those infected shouldn't even know we're here. They changed course because something else attracted them. Lansha frowns. But there's no one else here but us. Ruo Xuan points down. Look closely at them. They aren't looking up at us. Every single one of them is staring into the Red River. Their target is in the magma. Whatever is in that river made an entire army change direction instantly. It's something powerful. We watch and wait. They're anticipating something. Suddenly, the surface of the magma lake begins to bubble violently. Ruo Xuan and Lansha brace themselves. A figure breaks the surface of the lava. It's him. Lansha's face lights up. Brother Tianchen. But Ruo Xuan frowns, her instincts screaming that something is wrong. The zombies snap their heads up, locking onto him. A low growl ripples through the horde as they swarm toward Tianchen. Lansha panics. I have to help him. Lansha, wait. Ruo Xuan screams. But Lansha dives down, landing right behind him. Brother Tianchen, I've got your back. We'll take them together. She looks up at him and freezes. His eyes are dead, empty. Pure white light floods his gaze, devoid of any recognition. Lansha recoils, a sudden chill of danger crawling up her spine. She starts to turn, but Tianchen doesn't hesitate. Bam! A fist buries itself in her gut. Her eyes bulge in shock as the impact sends her flying backward, clutching her stomach in agony. Gasping for air, she cries out, What? What are you doing? In a blur, Tianchen teleports right in front of her. Lansha stares at the raised fist, paralyzed by his speed. I can't dodge. I have to tank it. A deafening boom echoes out. Ruo Xuan can only watch, frozen in place. Thank God. Luolan flashes in just in time, dragging her out of the kill zone. She stomps the ground hard, launching herself up and tossing Lansha straight at Ruo Xuan. Ruo Xuan catches the girl mid-air. Badly wounded, Lansha gasps out, Sis, Tianchen's lost his mind. Luolan is in serious trouble down there. I know, Ruo Xuan replies grimly. I'm working on it. Meanwhile, Tianchen grinds his teeth in fury, locking eyes on the intruder who dared to step in. Luo Lan is in the red zone. She's way too close to him. Yunxing's voice rings out in her head. Master, you can't stay here. We can't fight him head-on right now. Luo Lan snaps back. I know that. She immediately pivots, charging straight into the zombie horde instead. She becomes a blur, tearing through their ranks with godlike speed. Seeing that Tianchen isn't chasing her, Ruo Xuan realizes the truth. That's it. He's completely unconscious. He's only attacking things that get within his range. Once Luo Lan dove into that zombie mosh pit, she vanished from his aggro radius. But the zombies are furious. Roaring in hunger, they flood in from all sides, completely surrounding Tianchen. Lan Sha panics. Tianchen is surrounded. This is bad. He's only using his bare fists. He can't handle that many infected on his own. Just as the horde threatens to swallow him whole, Tianchen erupts. A massive shockwave blasts the entire front line backward. The bodies don't just die, they dissolve into a sinister black mist. Lan Sha gasps. That fire is insane. Is that Tianchen's new power? Ruo Xuan cuts in sharp. Lan Sha, listen, when we go down, you and Luo Lan need to keep the infected off my back. Do not let them interrupt the fight. As she looks at Tianchen, Lan Sha's eyes widen in terror. That pitch-black fire radiating off him, it feels wrong. Ruo Xuan analyzes the situation. That fire isn't just hot and corrosive, it's absorbing the viral energy straight out of the infected. And in this mindless state, he can't filter what he's taking in. Lan Sha freezes. Wait, if he's absorbing the infection directly, doesn't that mean? Exactly, Ruo Xuan confirms. A small amount, he can purge. But if he takes in too much, it's over. The situation is critical. Lan Sha stammers, Sis, are you planning to? Ruo Xuan sighs, resigned. I don't have a choice. She knows what has to be done. We have to take him down. Right here. Ruo Xuan claps her hands together, a brilliant light flaring as she activates her psychic link. Lan Sha and Luo Lan turn to her, while Little Bai stirs, finally waking up. Ruo Xuan projects her voice. Luo Lan, I know how to wake him up. In the middle of slaughtering zombies, Luo Lan snaps back. For real? Just tell me what to do. Ruo Xuan nods. All right, let's do this. As Ruo Xuan rockets toward Tianchen, Luo Lan screams out in worry. What the hell are you doing? If you get close, he'll kill you. But Tianchen has already conjured a massive sphere of black flame. He hurls it straight at the incoming Ruo Xuan. But she doesn't dodge, she smashes right through the fireball. A massive explosion shakes the entire area. Ruo Xuan charges through the smoke, closing the distance. Tianchen trembles as he tries to resist her momentum. Luo Lan is stunned. She actually broke through his fire? Yunxing explains quickly. It's a psychic barrier. She's wrapped her entire body in a dense layer of spiritual energy. By compressing the shield so tightly against her skin, the durability skyrockets. Even I've never seen a combat style like this before. Face to face with Tianchen, Ruo Xuan opens her palm. Bam! A single strike sends him flying backward. Tianchen grunts in pain as he skids across the ground. But behind Ruo Xuan, the zombie horde roars, locking onto her exposed back. She doesn't even turn around. Annoyed, she flexes her psychic power. Get lost. Boom. The entire group of zombies behind her instantly detonates. But Tianchen seizes the opening. He lunges at her exposed back, his fist wreathed in that wicked flame. She turns too late. But suddenly, Luo Lan rockets in and slams a fist into his ribs. The rescue is perfect. The punch sends him flying all the way across the river. Luo Lan lands beside her, panting. So, that method you talked about, it's just beating the crap out of him? Pretty much, Ruo Xuan replies calmly. I'm going to defeat him. Luo Lan looks nervous. Hey, calm down, and don't forget, we still haven't dealt with the zombie swarm. Fighting Tianchen is hard enough without a million zombies trying to eat us. I know, Ruo Xuan says. That's why I need you. Suddenly, Lan Sha jumps down to join them. Ruo Xuan blinks. Little Sha? Lan Sha immediately takes charge. Miss Luo, unleash your full aura. I'll buff you with the breath of the divine tree. A pillar of emerald energy erupts around the little girl, while Luo Lan triggers a massive tornado of crimson power. The two energies collide and fuse. From their combined power, a phantom of a gigantic divine tree manifests into reality. The zombie ocean slams into the tree's aura and halts dead. The monsters actually tremble under the crushing pressure. Lan Sha cheers. It worked. But Luo Lan is grim. Don't celebrate yet. This just holds them back. and as long as we maintain this, neither of us can move. Ruo Xuan nods, eyes locked on her target. I know. Just keep them off me. I'll handle the rest. I'll handle Tianchen, Ruo Xuan declares. Right now, he looks as ferocious as a demon. Tianchen stomps the ground, shattering it, and launches himself straight at them. Ruo Xuan braces herself, face serious. Come on! He raises his fist and strikes. Boom! The impact creates a deafening explosion. Dust and smoke billow everywhere. But Tianchen's fist has been stopped cold. Luo Lan glances sideways, checking the situation. She blocked it. A head-on collision. Ruo Xuan exerts a burst of force, throwing him off balance and slamming him to the ground. She follows up with a palm strike to his body, showing absolutely no mercy. He screams in pain. Seizing the moment, Ruo Xuan presses a finger against his forehead. Tianchen, come back to me. Wake up. Ruo Xuan pours her mental power directly into his mind. Tianchen freezes, completely motionless. No resistance. The two behind them cheer in relief. Success! That was clean and precise as expected of Sister Xuan Xuan. Luo Lan rushes over. Xuan Xuan, how is he? When will he wake up? She shakes her head. I don't know. After I sealed his movements, I tried to wake his mind. But I can't find his consciousness anywhere in his mental sea. Luo Lan is shocked. You can't find his consciousness? His mind isn't in the mental sea? Ruo Xuan explains. There are two possibilities. Either his consciousness has completely vanished, or it has sunk into the deepest abyss of his mind. The other two exchange a glance, realizing the same thing, and gasp in unison. The mental space. Ruo Xuan turns to them. Luo Lan, how long can you hold back the zombie horde? Luo Lan estimates quickly. 20 minutes. The quality and quantity of this zombie wave are insane. Even with Lansha's support, we can't hold out for long. Ruo Xuan nods. 20 minutes should be enough. Luo Lan instantly realizes what she's planning. Xuan, you're going into his mental space? But what about your physical body? We're right in the middle of a zombie storm. It's the only way. I'll be quick, she commands. Little Luo, contact Cao Fei. Tell him he has to be here within 20 minutes. If Tianchen and I haven't woken up by then, tell them to get you girls out of here. Lansha panics. But what about you two? Ruo Xuan begins the mental link. A silvery white energy envelops both her and Tianchen. The others rush forward to stop her. Xuan, Sister Xuan, what are you doing? Yunxing gasps. This mental power. It's terrifying. Her intensity is levels above mine. She's practically reaching the apex realm. Luo Lan is stunned. The apex? Does that mean Sister Xuan has already reached the seed-breaking stage? Lansha shakes her head. Impossible. I went into seclusion with her. She hadn't even reached the origin binding stage back then. But Yunxing is certain. I'm not wrong. This power intensity feels just like what Tianchen released after his breakthrough. I'm telling you, Xuan is a true seed-breaking stage awakener now. Luo Lan is baffled. But why release such massive power all of a sudden? What is she planning to do? Ruo Xuan ignores them, focusing. Streams of energy coil tightly around her arms. A brilliant crimson sphere forms, sealing both her and Tianchen inside. Her voice projects into their minds. This is the strongest barrier I can create. Nothing below a level 5 attack can scratch it. Luo Lan yells, but what if you don't wake up after 3 days? Ruo Xuan remains calm. After you leave, this barrier will keep Tianchen and me safe. It should hold for 3 days without any issues. We'll worry about what happens after 3 days. Key in 3 days. This is our only option right now. She presses her finger firmly against Tianchen's forehead. Both their bodies collapse to the ground. Ruo Xuan falls into a deep coma, her consciousness stepping into the mental space. She manifests slowly in a world of blinding white. It's her first time seeing a place like this. Ruo Xuan looks around, startled. So strange. Why is his mental space completely empty? Tianchen isn't here. Even his origin core is missing. No, that's impossible. His consciousness has to be inside his mental space. I must have missed it. Spreading her mental force, she searched meticulously, shooting out tiny threads of energy like tracking lines to hunt him down. Yielding no results, Ruo Xuan was startled. What's going on? She couldn't sense even a trace of his spiritual power in this mental space. Could his consciousness have vanished along with his spiritual power? A sudden noise popped from behind. making her spin around. Over there, Ruo chased after a floating bubble, peering down at it. What in the world is this? Inside a pyramid-shaped prison, Tianchen sat cross-legged in cultivation. He opened his eyes in frustration, sighing. Still no good. Tianchen pressed his hand against the barrier. This thing didn't just lock his consciousness, it completely severed the connection between him and his mental space. His spiritual power couldn't replenish. Every bit he used was gone forever. Breaking through seemed impossible. But strangely, this cage trapping him seemed to be formed from his own spiritual power. He just couldn't understand why he had absolutely no control over it. Was this related to the symbiotic cell modification? Had the modification mutated his spiritual power? Suddenly, a surge of energy transmitted towards him. Seeing giant eyes staring at him, Tianchen fell back on his butt in terror. What the hell? Outside, Ruo held the sphere containing him, a triumphant smile on her face. Found you at last. So this is where you were hiding. Inside, Tianchen was shaken dizzy as his world spun. Hey! Stop! Stop it right now. Xuan, quit playing. I'm gonna hurl. I'm begging you, don't torture me anymore. Xuan. She didn't stop, tossing the sphere from hand to hand. No way. We've been together so long, and it's always you bullying me. A chance like this comes once in 1,000 years. I can't pass it up. Playing with you in the palm of my hand is too much fun. Inside, Tianchen collapsed, seeing stars. Fun in your palm? Since when do you have that kink? Xuan. Seriously, stop. I'm not joking. I've been trapped in here forever. My body is stiff as a board. Figure out how to get me out first. We can talk later. Maybe, she teased, narrowing her eyes. But answer this first. How far did you and Miss Luo go? Tianchen blushed crimson inside his cage. Xuan, what are you talking about? Nothing happened between me and Miss Luo. Didn't you two go find the elemental meteorite crystal? You expect me to believe nothing happened? I swear on my life. Completely accurate. Ruo suddenly asked. Tianchen, are you even a man? He froze, dumbfounded. She scolded. All those days, a lonely man and woman facing life and death together, and there wasn't a single spark? Miss Luo has such deep feelings for you. Don't you feel guilty towards her? Her attitude left Tianchen bewildered. He decided to tease back. Xuan, you're confusing me. Do you hope something happened, or hope it didn't? Besides, you should know better than anyone if I'm a man. Ruo's face flushed red. She clearly didn't buy it. Whatever happens between you and her is your choice. What does my hope have to do with it? You two were glued together for days. Only you know the truth. Tianchen's tone turned serious. Xuan, I know you asked the Luo kids about her, and I know those things are hard for you to accept. But like you said, she has feelings for me, and she risked her life with me. That affection, that debt, a simple thank you, can never repay it. I truly owe her too much. Xuan, you might get angry hearing this, but I have to say it. I can't just abandon Miss Luo. But in the same breath, I can't live without you, Ruo replied. So do you think you're worthy of her right now? For a girl, watching the man she loves be sweet with someone else, while she remains forever a stranger. Do you know how that feels? I haven't lived it, but I know it must be excruciating. The way you are now. Every time you appear before her, it's a constant reminder. A reminder that she is a failure in love. You don't abandon her, yet you torture her. You'll only owe her more and more. Tianchen. Miss Luo is a good person. You are too, and so am I. None of us have the right to hurt her. So, remember this. In the future, you must be worthy of me, but you must also be worthy of her. Tianchen sat in silence as she continued. All right, I've said my piece. What you do next is up to you. Now let's figure out how to get you out of there. Miss Luo told me everything. When you obtained the elemental power, you underwent a modification inside that flower. You came out halfway through. I think something went wrong during the process, likely related to your spiritual power. Tianchen finally realized it. Spiritual power modification. Convergence. He raised his hand to touch the sphere's wall, and a stream of energy flashed from his palm, connecting to a gray sphere nearby. Tianchen realized with a start. Just as he thought, the uncontrolled spiritual energy was all pouring out of this gray gathering ring. Ruo chimed in. I remember that thing absorbed the battle god we fought. That's when it turned gray. I couldn't access the power inside it before, he admitted, so I never bothered studying it. But now, it looks like that flower's modifications are linked to this ring. It helps me absorb elemental power, but it's specifically reconfiguring my spiritual gathering ring. So that's it. Epiphany struck, and she sprang into action. Tianchen, hold on, I'm breaking you out. She blasted a beam of energy at the sphere. Tianchen shouted a warning. Xuan, watch it. Those barriers are made of my own spiritual force. If you shatter them, all my cultivation will go down the drain. Relax, she assured him. I won't let your hard work go to waste. Cracks began to spiderweb across the sphere, snapping loudly. Ruo Xuan commanded it to open. Energy sliced inward like a hurricane, forcing Tianchen to scramble backward. As she worked from the outside, a faint layer of energy began to envelop his body. Tianchen gasped. Do you realize you almost castrated me just now? Ruo Xuan rolled her eyes. It's just your spiritual body. Worst case scenario, you'd be traumatized. A few days of dysfunction, and you'd be fine. He watched the energy blade whiz past his head. Dysfunction? Small matter? The real problem is that you actually dissolved my spiritual force. She cut him off. You don't trust me? Look at your gathering ring. Tianchen looked down. The brown gathering ring was gone. Ruo Xuan broke it down. Your circuit peaks at 6 rings, forming 2 triangles. To balance the power like the diagram, we need to split them into 2 sets of 3. I think this modification involves extracting the power originally stored in your rings and shifting it. It creates a tripod effect, 3 powers, checking and balancing each other, supporting the transformation to form a stable system. Tianchen nodded. That makes sense. So I was trapped because I couldn't fully control the gray ring's power. It went haywire during the transfer. Let's do this, she said. I'll help you guide the energy back into the rings. Wait, he stopped her. Forget the energy for a second. Get my consciousness back to my body first. There's something we need to do. Right now. Remember those memories that flashed through my mind earlier? I think it's all connected to that flower. Ruo Xuan blinked, finally catching on. Flower? Meanwhile, Gao Fei was tearing through the monsters. Nice. 5 kills in a row. He rushed over to back up Lan Sha. Did you see that? Xiao Bai? 5 in a row. Am I cool or what? He grinned, challenging her. Hey shorty, let's have a contest. No powers, just raw skill. See who kills faster. Lan Sha shut him down immediately. Not interested. And stop wasting your energy. We need to save our strength to guard Tianchen. He scoffed. You worry too much. Look down there. Even I can't scratch the defense sister-in-law set up. What is there to worry about? Chill out. Did you forget? Sister-in-law's order was for me to get everyone out of here. That means she's got everything calculated. We don't even need to be here. Look at Gula. She hasn't said a word. Lan Sha snapped back. You think everyone is a psycho like you? Gula is worried sick. She doesn't have time for your nonsense. Gula interrupted. Actually, Gao Fei is right. We don't need to stay. Tianchen, Xuan. No matter what they do, they always have a backup plan. They handle every crisis with perfect calm. That's why they're the leaders. That's why they're the ones guiding us forward. She's braver than me, more determined, more capable. I'm nowhere near her level. Lan Sha nodded sadly. Yeah. Compared to Sister Xuan, we're all miles behind. Suddenly, something caught her eye. Lan Sha saw Gao Fei picking up the meteor saber. Gao Fei, what are you doing now? Just enchanting the meteor saber for fun, he replied. My flying daggers are fast, but they lack punch. But if I turn this meteor saber into a flying weapon? Oh man, slicing monsters is going to feel amazing. Tianchen isn't here, so I'm going to have some fun with it. Lan Sha panicked. Stop it right now! If you break that blade, Tianchen will castrate you. Gao Fei waved her off. Relax, nothing's going to happen. I've got this. Suddenly, the meteor saber shot out of his hand. Lan Sha frowned. Did you do that? No! Gao Fei cried. I wasn't even done enchanting it. The blade plunged straight toward the protective barrier. Lan Sha gasped, but the shield didn't shatter. The barrier. It didn't react to the meteor saber? Don't just stand there. Call it back. He threw up his hands. I didn't launch it. How am I supposed to call it back? She turned pale with terror. We're doomed. Tianchen is going to get impaled. But then, a hand caught the hilt. Tianchen gripped the blade firmly. Seeing them return, the girls cheered. Tianchen! Tianchen! Lan Sha ran to the front. You're finally awake. I was so scared. Ruo Xuan frowned, looking around. Didn't I tell everyone to get out of here? What the hell is with this messy pile of zombie corpses? I swear I set up the defenses. Tianchen knew exactly who the culprit was at a glance. No need to even think about it. Who else but him would pull something so flashy and unnecessary? Gao Fei sighed, feigning aggrievement. Oh, the cruelty of this world. I traveled all this way to get here, and I don't even get a single word of praise? He threw his arm around Tianchen's shoulder. Tianchen, didn't you notice I've gotten stronger? Just now, I wiped out all those zombies with a single toss of my flying daggers. Do you know what this means? I'm basically a one-man artillery squad now. Pretty terrifying, huh? Am I cool or what? Suddenly, Tianchen asked for a favor. Fei, do something for me, will you? He lunged forward to grab his clothes. Hurry up, Strip. I need to borrow your outfit for a bit. Gao Fei refused to budge. I only have this one set. I didn't bring a change of clothes. Tianchen didn't hold back at all. I know. I'll give it back later. Gao Fei struggled to resist. Hey, don't touch me there. I don't swing that way. Managing to snatch the coat and put it on, Tianchen nodded in approval. Fits pretty well. Thanks, buddy. Left standing in nothing but his boxer shorts, Gao Fei cursed angrily. Tianchen, you're a damn bandit. Tianchen instructed the group. The zombie wave isn't over yet. Everyone, don't stay here. Leave this wasteland and wait for me outside. Luolan asked, confused. You're not coming? Tianchen glanced at Ruo Xuan. There are a few things we need to confirm. Let's go. The two of them jumped straight into the magma river. Gao Fei was speechless. You're going for a swim and you still stole my clothes? The two of them drifted down along the waterfall's current. They splashed down into the lake, hurriedly surfacing for air. Ruo Xuan looked ahead and asked, Is that the place? He confirmed it. Yeah, let's go inside. As they entered, she recognized it immediately. This flower looked very similar to the one she had seen in the Hongma cave before. Tianchen revealed, Actually, this isn't the first time I've encountered this flower. I always assumed it was just a rare item that generated cultivation resources. But earlier, Yunxing told me something that made me suspicious. It said the infected call this flower a treasure, and that this treasure is prepared exclusively for the infected. Humans have no way to open them. She wondered, how would the symbiotic cell know about this? He understood her doubt. Exactly. That's what I'm suspicious about. The symbiotic cell was born on Pearl Island. It has never come into contact with this flower before. If it's never seen it, then how does it know so much? Even how to enter the 5th floor and all sorts of other intel? It obtained this information way too easily, as if these guys were born knowing it all. Ruo Xuan analyzed. Many animals are born with information inherited from their ancestors. We usually call that instinct, but that amount of information is limited. Such a massive amount of intelligence is hard to transmit via genes. That means the infected must have a specific channel to access this information. Tianchen reminded her, Do you remember where you first obtained those memories? She gasped. It was the Hongma cave. Back then, I wanted to use my spiritual power to invade Hongma's sea of consciousness and kill him. That was when strange images started appearing in my mind. Tianchen asked to confirm. You've used spiritual power to invade the sea of consciousness of other infected before, not just the first time, but only Hongma caused that reaction. Have you ever thought about why? She replied. I remember. At that time, Hongma was parasitic on that strange flower. My point is, let me try using my spiritual power to communicate with this flower. Tianchen hummed in agreement. The vitality of this flower is fading bit by bit. While it still has a breath of life left, try asking it. You're right. It's worth a shot. Music. Ruo Xuan placed her hand on the flower, and streams of glowing energy began to radiate outward. Tianchen stood behind her, watching the process as the emitted energy lit up the entire area. Ruo Xuan called out, I'm starting now. She touched the flower to establish a link. Suddenly, a source of power surged through her body, piercing through the waterfall and shooting straight up. The energy rippled out like a wave covering the entire region. Then, it shot up into the sky, piercing through the cloud layers. Finally, it expanded into the vast, boundless galaxy. Ruo Xuan collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Tianchen rushed over, worried. Xuan, are you okay? How do you feel? She woke up and called out, Tianchen. Then, Ruo Xuan threw herself into his arms. Tianchen was bewildered. Xuan, You. She burst into tears. This is great. You're still alive. It's really so great. He seemed to realize something. Wait, did Xuan recover memories from her past life? Tianchen asked immediately. Xuan, what exactly happened? What do you mean I'm still alive? Did you see me die? Tell me, quickly. Ruo Xuan's eyes filled with tears. You are not Tianchen. While he was stunned, she pushed him away. Let go. Who the hell are you? Ruo Xuan's push was so powerful it forced Tianchen to stumble back, her eyes turning completely white. Tell me, where is Tianchen? He realized immediately the situation had gone south. Materialized spiritual power? That's impossible. That is a power Xuan could barely use in her past life, only after reaching the 9th selection of the seed-breaking stage and hitting the peak of level 4. Right now, she's only at the 1st selection. He tried to reason with her. Xuan, calm down. Look at me. Look closely. It's me, Tianchen. Ruo Xuan, wake up. It's Tianchen. I am Tianchen. That's right. You're Tianchen. We were just studying that flower, weren't we? Her consciousness blurs, and she collapses heavily to the ground, out cold. Tianchen rushes forward in a panic. Xuan, what the hell just happened? Did you recover more memories? She pleads with him, her voice weak. Please, take me back to Manhwa. He blinks, surprised. Back to Manhwa? I'm so tired, she whispers. I'm really worn out. I need to rest. Ruo Xuan's eyes finally close, ignoring Tianchen's frantic calls. Xuan, he mutters in disbelief. She actually fell asleep? 5 days later, Tianchen has brought her back to Longhua City. Ruo Xuan lies in the bedroom. Tianchen leans down to check on her, his hand gently touching her forehead. Lansha stands behind him, concerned. How is Sister Xuan? He replies, she's fine. Everything seems normal. She isn't convinced. Sister Xuan has been in a coma for 5 days. How is that normal? Tianchen sighs. Just like she said before, she was exhausted. She needed rest. When she passed out, her mental state was like an ordinary person who hadn't slept for days. She's much better now. She should wake up soon. Lansha frowns, still doubtful. But when Sister Xuan went into seclusion with us, she didn't sleep for days then either, but she never looked this drained. Tianchen nods. I've been wondering about that too. He thinks to himself, with Xuan's spiritual cultivation, she shouldn't be this exhausted unless she fought a life-or-death battle. Just what exactly happened when she communicated with that flower? A knock sounds at the door. Tianchen opens it to find Zhang Dingyu. What's going on? Dingyu replies, just some minor issues. If you're busy, we can talk later. Tianchen turns to Lansha. I'll go check it out. Let me know the second Xuan wakes up. Dingyu leads him to the living room where Junsheng is waiting. Junsheng hands over a device. Here's your phone, Brother Chen. It's all fixed. Tianchen looks pleased. You actually fixed it. I thought this thing was a goner. Junsheng replies, it was broken all right, but the data was salvageable. Honestly, it's basically a brand new machine inside now. Junsheng advises, Brother Chen, electronic components are rare now non-renewable resources. Please don't take it into extreme environments like volcanoes anymore. Tianchen admits his mistake. That was my negligence. I'll be more careful next time. Junsheng then reports, oh, right. I've upgraded the server over the last few days. The software now supports group creation, private chats, and sending images. I'm planning to add social networking features next. That's great. Tianchen praises. Good work. Intellectuals like you are the true driving force behind our base city's development. Junsheng smiles humbly. You flatter me, Brother Chen. It's just my duty. Tianchen shifts the topic. You mentioned earlier there were a few things you needed me for. Apart from the phone, is there anything else? Dingyu nods. Yes. The second matter concerns the group you brought back from Jiangzhen. Tianchen evaluates. The ones Wang Xiaobao tricked into coming, their discipline is a bit lax, but they're all evolved past level 2. Their combat power is decent. Dingyu hesitates. Wang Xiaobao's group is easy to handle. I'm talking about the 2 level 4 experts who came with them. They're a bit difficult. Tianchen frowns, his expression darkening. The 2 leaders of the Pioneer Corps? They haven't left yet? Tianchen and Dingyu walk out to inspect the ongoing construction. Workers shout urgently to one another. Move those bricks over here. Wood. Bring the wood. Tianchen ignores the noise and asks, so what's the deal? Are the Pioneer leaders refusing to leave? Dingyu replies, Looks like it. They said they were just passing through for a night, but it's been 2 days and they show no signs of moving. The main problem is those 2 level 4s brought over 200 people. They're all eating and drinking on our dime. Tianchen stops walking. Freeloading in my base city? Dingyu points to a group in the distance. That's what they wanted, but I put them to work, repairing the city walls. The last zombie wave did some serious damage. But manual labor is just a temporary fix. With over 200 people and 2 level 4 experts, they're a potential internal threat. Tianchen asks, have they tried to negotiate? Dingyu nods. Yes, they keep asking to see you, but you were watching over Xuan, so I didn't want to disturb you. He points toward 2 figures standing on the wall. Here we are. They're up there. When they arrive, Longzhen greets them first. We've heard the stories. You're the legendary #1 of Manhwa. Tianchen, right? We didn't mean to offend you earlier. Hope you can forgive us. Tianchen cuts him off. I don't like small talk. Let's get straight to the point. Are you 2 leaving on your own, or do I have to throw you off this wall? The 2 leaders are stunned into silence by his bluntness. Longzhen sputters, Brother Chen, we may not know each other well, but we fought together out in the wilderness. Why be so disrespectful? Isn't that right, Xiaoxi? He asks, seeking backup. Exactly. We even helped Miss Lan with her delivery earlier. You should at least show us some courtesy. Tianchen signals them to stop. You call that fighting? At best, you're not getting in the way. But be straight with me, what are you 2 actually doing here? Longzhen sighs, forced to admit the truth. You're right, Brother Chen. We've been useless out here, but we're on a mission. If we go back empty-handed, we're finished. Tianchen raises an eyebrow. A mission? You mean you 2 are backed by a faction? He explains. Jing is independent. She has her own camp. But after this, she's planning to join us. To be honest, we're from the Blue Moon base. Dingyu looks shocked. Blue Moon? Sounds like a game guild. Longzhen looks awkward. Yeah, that's the one. Tianchen rubs his chin. Never heard of it. Tianchen speaks up. I know it. The Blue Moon base is in the northeast, right on the border between Beihua and Fenghu. Dingyu mutters. Even further than Beihua? That's miles away. No wonder we've never heard of it. Tianchen replies, it's much smaller than Beihua. Naturally, it's not famous. Tianchen turns to Longzhen. You're a long way from home. Why come all the way here to clear wastelands? The man sighs. We didn't have a choice. The situation in our territory is pure chaos. Over a dozen small bases and large campsites are all crammed into one single area. Aside from the Beihua base, which has a bit of breathing room, the competition everywhere else is absolutely cutthroat. Just last month, the Fenghu faction discovered a massive wilderness zone. Over a dozen reclamation teams went in together. And the result? Not only did they get nothing, but countless people were wiped out in a zombie wave. The leader of our base felt that cultivation resources in the north were becoming too scarce, so he sent me south to try my luck. Tianchen finally understood the situation. So, that's how it is. This scenario is quite different from what I experienced in my previous life. Back then, because of the Beihua base, the north was far more stable than the south. Lin Cheng even dominated the north and built a grand alliance of bases. I never expected that in this life. The north would be in such disarray. Even Captain Lin hasn't managed to unify the region yet. He continued probing. I recall, you mentioned a mission earlier. Are you here to beg for handouts from us? Xiaoxi immediately denied it. Hey, no need to use such harsh words. What do you mean beg? Longzhen chimed in from the side. Exactly. We just need some support. Besides, we helped deliver your letter before. That has to count as a favor, right? Dingyu scoffed sarcastically. Impressive. I've met plenty of level 4 masters, but I've never seen any with skin as thick as yours. She named her price. Brother God, we don't need much. Just 2 level 6 cloud crystals. How about it? He crossed his arms, letting out a cold laugh. Level 6 cloud crystals? We went all the way to Jiangzhen to clear that wasteland, and only got 6 total. You 2 did absolutely nothing, yet you want a third of our haul? Are you dreaming? Xiaoxi began to beg. Mayor Zhang, handsome Zhang, I'm begging you. If 2 is too much, then 1 is fine too. Dingyu remained rock solid. Not even half a crystal. Level 6 items are strategic resources, we don't just give them away. Tianchen intervened. Answer a few questions for me. If you get them right, I'll give you something far more valuable than a cloud crystal. The two visitors lit up with joy. Really? No tricks? I'm asking you, is your base leader named Shu Mia? A disabled man with no arms? Long Zhen was shocked. How? How did you know that? Tianchen turned to Ding Yu. Get a phone set and give it to them. He was surprised. A phone? He hurriedly whispered. Tianchen, are you mistaken? These two are completely mediocre. What right do they have to receive a phone from us? Tianchen reminded him. Hey, they are still level 4 masters. If you speak that loud, they'll hear you. Ding Yu stopped hiding it. Fine then, I'll be blunt. Even if these two are level 4, their strength and potential are just average. Our phones are non-renewable resources. We absolutely cannot waste them on such mediocrity. Those words struck their hearts like arrows. Just average. Mediocre. Xiaoxi looked aggrieved. Mediocre. This is the first time I've been looked down on like this. Long Zhen began to question his entire existence. I'm just average? I never thought I was just average. Tianchen revealed the truth. This phone isn't for you. It's for the Lanyue base. That leader, Shu Mie, he is a talent worth recruiting. Ding Yu finally understood. Is that so? He thought to himself. Even though Lanyue base is small, its leader is extraordinary. In my past life, the Lanyue base faced a massive zombie wave, numbering 100,000. That expert, Shu Mi, showed absolutely no fear in the face of death. Relying solely on his legs, he kicked a bloody path through the horde to lead everyone to safety. Someone with that kind of guts and fire is rare in this era. Tianchen suddenly remembered something. Right. He threatened the two of them. Take the item and take your people with you immediately. If you don't, I'll throw you off the city wall myself. With that settled, he returned to his cultivation room. 15 minutes later, looking at the convergence rings floating before him, Tianchen felt something was odd. I thought this gray ring would need my guidance to return to its position. I didn't expect that after leaving it alone for a few days, it would reset on its own. And it's actually helped me quite a bit. It's just that. My cultivation path is really different from everyone else's. After the first line breaks the node, normally you have to draw each line one by one. But my first line not only returned, the other 3 pushed up simultaneously. Next time, will I have to break through to the 4-line node in one go? Right now, out of 6 convergence rings, 3 have advanced. The transformation type, the elemental type, and the psychic type. I still need to find energy cores for speed, strength, and fusion. This is going to be a massive project. According to Xuanxuan's prediction, the 3rd meteorite shower is likely to fall at the end of the year. Time is running out. It looks like I'll have to increase my cultivation while hunting for energy cores at the same time. Suddenly, a crisp ding sound rang out. It was a message from the group chat, tomorrow will be better. Yan Yan sent a text. I just ate 20,000 points worth of food. Followed by a message from Gao Fei. Tianchen, I forgot to bring toilet paper. Save me. Lan Sha immediately scolded him. Gao Fei, you idiot. You forgot paper and you expect me to go into the men's room to give it to you? Miss Luo asked briefly. Anyone there? Then a message from Great God Jun Sheng. Can we talk in private? He tapped on a specific chat interface, Chief Long. He had already received the phone. The image the man sent back was a meme with the text, secretly observing. Tianchen frowned the moment he saw the message. The two of them are spamming memes back and forth. Long Chuan replies, you've got a hell of a collection, man. Judging by how fast you reply, that new phone looks like it's treating Director Long well. He sighs, typing back. It's barely passable. Honestly, holding a piece of tech like this feels like it's been a lifetime since I last touched one. But you didn't just send supplies over for charity, did you? You need something from me, don't you? Tianchen cuts to the chase. I need you to track a comet for me. The director is surprised. A comet? You mean the one that passes by every few years? Tianchen replies, sort of, but the one I want to observe is bigger and far more dangerous than the one from 5 years ago. Long Chuan suddenly remembers, realizing the gravity of the situation. That is a big deal. 5 years ago, if you hadn't warned us, we would have been completely blindsided by that impact. Send me the comet's identification code. I'll run a trace for you. That's when Tianchen realizes the problem. Crap. I only know the impact coordinates of the 3rd meteorite fragment. I never actually paid attention to which comet it came from. He asks, can you trace it without a code? I only know that a fragment from it is highly likely to strike Earth before the end of this year. I don't have any other details, he admits. Long Chuan replies, sounding troubled. That makes things difficult. We'd have to cross-reference data on every single known comet. We'd have to calculate based on trajectory. Compare the states. Why, Luff? Just to pinpoint the specific one you're talking about. Tianchen asks, is the workload too much? Longchuan replies, it's not just the work, it requires specific expertise. We have the capability to do it, sure, but right now, I've basically only got 2 people, including myself. When the apocalypse hit, my research staff were either killed or injured. We're a skeleton crew now. Tianchen nods, understanding perfectly. Back then, the virus spread without limits. It didn't care if you were a professor or a scientist. Everyone was equal in the face of infection. That's exactly why the catastrophe was so devastating to human civilization. It wiped out the brightest minds first. Longchuan adds, the comet data we have stored amounts to hundreds of thousands of files. If we eliminate them one by one manually, we won't finish even by next year. Tianchen immediately asks, is there a faster way? Longchuan answers, there is, but I'd need to borrow one of your guys. Tianchen agrees, instantly. Done. Who do you need? Longchuan points out the person Tianchen brought over earlier, the goofball, who loves playing with throwing knives. Tianchen is confused. Gao Fei? That guy is dumb as a rock. How could he possibly help you? Longchuan explains. I can't go into details over text. Basically, we need a master with powerful long-range attack capabilities to handle a few technical issues. Tianchen silently understands. Someone with strong ranged attacks. Looks like the observatory has a monster problem they need cleared out. Fine by me. Gao Fei is sitting around doing nothing anyway. Good to send him out to do some actual work. Meanwhile, Luo Lan asks worriedly, how is Xuan doing? Is she okay? Tianchen is surprised to see her message pop up. He replies, she's still in a coma. Why? Did you need something? Luo Lan hesitates before adding, are you free right now? When Tianchen says yes, she follows up with a bold text. Is it convenient for you to come to my room? He keeps his distance, replying, Xuan hasn't woken up yet. Let's just talk like this. Over in the sister's room, Luo Xue nudges her sister. He says he has to keep watch over that sleeping beauty. Luo Lan jumps, horrified. Wait, did you actually send that? Didn't I tell you to wait? Give me my phone back. Tianchen is going to misunderstand. She tries to grab it, but Luo Xue teases, misunderstand what exactly? Is there really anything left to misunderstand? That girl named Xuan. Speaking of my tomboy sister, she might be the strongest fighter, but emotionally, she's just a dense, embarrassing block of iron. Luo Lan blushes, flustered. Stop talking nonsense. I am not like that. Luo Xue sighs, trying to knock some sense into her. Oh, sister of mine. Before he even met that other girl, you two had already faced life and death together countless times. If it were me, I would have sealed the deal ages ago. Why are you still waiting? Luo Lan is stunned by her sister's sharpness. Luo Xue presses on. Stop lying to yourself. If you like him, say it. If you don't, then don't. Besides, it's the apocalypse. Who knows if we'll even survive another few years? Why are you overthinking this, sis? You can't let this chance slip away. Once it's gone for good. He's never free once he's done with Zhenjiang. Who knows where he'll go next? Hu Yen is in a coma right now, and he's actually free. If you don't make a move, are you going to wait until next year? Lalam blushed deeply. Then, what should I say? Latuyet grabbed the phone. Relax. Leave it to me. She typed, I've had insomnia lately. I keep thinking about the time we adventured together in Longhua. Lalam looked mortified. Why did you write that nonsense? How is he supposed to reply to that? Recall it. Hurry. Hurry. Yunxing pops up, exclaiming, Master, little mistress is actually pulling a genius move here. Tianchen is a sentimental guy. Bringing up old times is super effective on him. Plus, the vaguer you are, the more it messes with his head. If he's thinking about you, he's investing time in you. Before he knows it, all his attention will be focused right on you. Luo Xue gives a thumbs up. Brilliant. That pet of yours has way more brains than you do, sis. That line required at least 10 years of sales experience to pull off. It's diamond tier manipulation, minimum. Yunxing acts modest. You flatter me, little mistress. Ding, the phone chimes. Luo Xue lights up. Here it is, he actually replied. No way. Let me see. Luolan blushes, heart pounding as she waits for Tianchen's response. He sent 2 messages back. Actually, I think about the old days a lot too. That time in Longhua was dangerous, but I gained so much from it. Having you by my side back then was my good fortune. She frantically nudges her sister. Hurry, reply for me. Luo Shui seizes the chance to tease her. Oh? Just a second ago you were begging to unsend it. She types back. Tianchen. Sorry. Did I make you curious? Bringing that up out of nowhere. Luo Shui slowly lowers the bait. Actually, I know I shouldn't say things like this. After all, Ruo Xuan is your girlfriend now. But sometimes, I just can't help it. My mind wanders thinking about the past, the future, thinking about us, thinking about you. Luo Lan reads it and turns beet red. What are you doing? How can you even type something so cheesy and shameless? Her sister is fearless. Scared of what? The mood is already set. When it's time to get intimate, you gotta commit. Now, let's see how he handles that. Sure enough, it's Tianchen's turn to blush as he reads the messages. Ruo, awake for who knows how long, is sitting right next to him. Well, reply to her, she urges. He jumps. Reply to what? She grabs the phone. What do you think? Miss Luo has such deep feelings for you. Are you planning to let her down? Tianchen looks awkward. I honestly don't know how to respond to this. She taps the screen. Fine, let me answer for you. Message sent. Miss Luo, thank you for your concern. I have just woken up. You once taught me that the most important thing for a person is sincerity toward others. I believe love should be the same way. Sincerity is vital. So, next time, just speak for yourself. Getting someone else to talk for you, that's not a good look. Finished. Ruo Xuan hands the phone back to its owner. Handled. Tianchen evaluates the situation, responding like that. You really have a strong personality. He can't help but wonder what the Luo sisters are thinking right about now. On the other end, Luo Shui drops her phone, consumed by utter embarrassment. I lost. I lost to her again. Why did she have to wake up now of all times? We were so close to hooking him. Luo Lan gently comforts her sister. It's okay. Back in Ruo Xuan's room, Tian Chen fusses over her. You just woke up. Don't stand up, sit down and rest. What exactly happened in that cave? What kind of memories did you recover? She shakes her head. This time, I didn't get any memories. Tian Chen is puzzled. No memories? Then why did you attack me? She explains. The moment I connected with that thing, my whole body went into a trance. In that instant, an infinite amount of information flooded my mind. I couldn't react at all. The scale of data was like an ocean. No, like a planet, like the universe itself. I think I saw everything. Everything was inside my head, the Earth, the solar system, even the entire Milky Way. For a moment, I felt all-seeing. I even thought I was a god. Tianchen presses on. So what happened next? Then, the information receded just like a tide. It vanished so fast I couldn't hold on to any of it. But as it faded, I think I caught a glimpse of one specific scene. You were in that vision, and so was I. Then everything went black. Tianchen realizes. No wonder you were so exhausted you passed out. But it wasn't a total loss. Ruo Xuan continues. Massive information requires massive mental energy to process. Luckily, my mental cultivation is high. If it were anyone else, their brain would have fried instantly. Right before I blacked out, I forced my mind to capture a few fragmented images. I don't understand them. But maybe you will. See for yourself. As her finger taps Tianchen's forehead, his eyes widen in shock. He slowly absorbs the stream of data, finding himself standing inside a mental dimension. He stands on what looks like a highway. He mutters, Is this the memory fragment Ruo Xuan managed to save? This stretch of highway looks familiar. Turning his head, Tianchen sees a field of sunflowers in full bloom. It clicks. Wait. Isn't this the sunflower field Gao Fei and I passed on our way to the observatory 5 years ago? Why is this in her memory? Sensing danger from behind, Tianchen spins around. A colossal sunflower looms over him. What the hell is that? Faint cracks fracture the reality, and Tianchen is violently pulled back to the present. Back in his body, he's still reeling. Ruo Xuan asks urgently, Well, did you see the sunflower? Tianchen replied, I saw it. Truth be told, even he didn't grasp the true significance of that vision, but he knew exactly where that place was. Director Long at the Suzhou Astronomy Institute. 5 years ago, he was the one who helped Tianchen predict the rough time frame of the meteorite impact. They've run into some trouble recently and asked for Gao Fei's help. She thought it was a great idea. Gao Fei had way too much energy lately. Sending him over to work it off would be good for everyone. He revealed, "In that memory fragment you gave me, that sunflower field is right next to the observatory. Sending Gao Fei alone seems risky." Ruo Xuan agreed. "I was thinking the same thing." Tianchen slowly stood up. "I'll go find Gu Luo and Ah Fei myself. We leave tomorrow morning." Suddenly, she grabbed his wrist. He turned back. "What is it?" Ruo Xuan blushed, wrapping her arms around Tianchen's neck. "Darling, you seem in such a rush to leave. We leave tomorrow. We still have plenty of time tonight. But no need to rush, right?" He pulled her close by the waist. "Classmate Su Ruo Xuan. If you seduce me, you have to take responsibility," she teased back. "Do I look like the type of girl who plays with fire and then runs away? No, you don't." Tianchen pulled her into his embrace, lifting the beauty up and carrying her toward the soft bed. 2 days later, out on the highway, two sharp-clawed beasts were facing off. They lunged at each other, neither willing to give an inch. One screamed in rage, "I'm the alpha here." Suddenly, they heard singing. "The vast horizon is my love. Beneath the green mountains, flowers are blooming. What rhythm makes you swing the most? What kind of singing brings the most joy? If we're gonna sing, we gotta sing the dopest track." In a split second, the car plowed through, sending both beasts flying. Gao Fei kept singing his heart out. "Let's get this party started." He turned to ask Tianchen, "The #1 invincible armored war god is fixed up nice, huh? Now this is what I call speed and thrills." Tianchen warned him. "Keep it down. Don't wake Ruo Xuan," Lan Sha asked, annoyed. "You fixed the car, fine, but why mount that trashy speaker? Aren't you afraid of attracting the Li Ran beasts?" He scoffed. "What do you know? Blazing speed, wild off-roading, and soul-stirring music. That's what gives a racer its soul," Tianchen remarked. "If you put half this effort into your cultivation, you wouldn't still be stuck at the mid-stage of origin formation." Gao Fei lived by a simple philosophy. Fun comes first. Why work yourself to death? Besides, I've got you and sis-in-law to cover for me, right? By the way, didn't Director Long say he was sending someone to pick us up? We're only 2 or 3 clicks away. Where are they? Tianchen explained. Last time I spoke to him was last night. He hasn't replied all morning. No reply? Maybe he got tied up with something. Anyway, we've been to the observatory before. We can find our own way in. Suddenly, Tianchen spotted something. He barked an order. "Ah, Fei, stop the car." As the car screeched to a halt, Tianchen instructed, "Everyone wait here. I'm going to check it out." He stepped out and walked to the roadside, thinking, strange, these sunflowers are all withered. This looks nothing like the vision in the memory fragment. And that giant sunflower from the memory is missing too. Director Long might know what's going on. Tianchen sent a text. "Have you ever been to the sunflower field near the observatory? Has anything unusual happened in the last 2 years?" Suddenly, a sharp ping echoed from the withered bushes. He glanced sharply in that direction. He recognized that sound. It was a notification alert coming from inside the brush. He went on high alert. That notification sound came from the grass. Without hesitation, he activated his sensory field, spreading detection waves across the dead sunflower field. Tianchen was baffled. Strange. There's no one there. Where did that sound come from? Did I imagine it? Ruo Xuan poked her head out of the car. "Why did you get out? Is something wrong?" He replied, "It's nothing. I'll be right back." Hidden in the bushes, Ah Lu exhaled shakily. "Scared me to death. Why did this phone have to ring now? I almost got caught. Those people look suspicious. Better not to engage. I need to get to Longhua and find help. Fast. I just hope they leave soon. If I stay here any longer, they will catch up to me." Suddenly, a barrage of ping-ping-ping sounds erupted. He flinched. "Not again." He frantically tried to mute it. "Shut up. Shut up." Tianchen's voice boomed from right behind him. "Found you." Lu panicked and attacked. Striking first was his only chance. He unleashed a blast of firepower. Lu was blown backward by the counterattack, curling his body around the phone. He checked it frantically, still intact. Lu sighed in relief. "Thank God. The phone is safe, but that guy is terrifying. I couldn't even fight back." He looked up in fear. Who are you? What do you want? Tianchen analyzed the situation. With his strength, he could have blocked that, but he took the hit just to protect the phone. That device must be crucial to him, Tianchen asked calmly. Did you come from the observatory? Lu played dumb to the bitter end. Observatory? Is there an observatory around here? I have no idea what you're talking about. Tianchen saw right through him. So I'm right. You're a friend of Director Long. Something happened at the observatory, didn't it? If you need it, I can help. The boy refused to admit anything. Sir Expert, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm just a normal person passing through. Tianchen understood. With his guard that high, something huge must have happened at the observatory. If I don't show him something real, he probably won't trust me. Tianchen was rummaging through his bag when a roar echoed from the road. They turned to see black smoke billowing into the sky. Seeing the gang with hair like traffic lights speeding towards them, Lu's face went pale. Damn it, they caught up. Mingshan stepped forward, leading the pack. Run. Let's see where you can run to now, you little brat. Gao Fei saw their multicolored hairstyles and whistled. Whoa, that's some style they've got there. He warned Tianchen. If you have to fight, don't wreck the bikes, okay? He understood perfectly. Got it. The two thugs grew furious. You piece of trash. What's that supposed to mean? You want to die? Mingshan stopped his lackeys, telling them to be polite. Chill out. This guy just did us a huge favor. He swaggered over. Hey buddy, thanks for catching that kid for me. Saved us a lot of trouble. We've got private business with him. So why don't you step aside? Tianchen slammed his hand onto Mingshan's shoulder. The force was so crushing it drove him to his knees instantly. His lackeys panicked. Boss, they rushed to help Mingshan up. Are you okay? Boss, let me help you up. Mingshan shrieked in agony, tears streaming down his face. Don't move! It's shattered! My knees are shattered! Feng Huang glared at him, furious. You bastard! You want a death wish? Two of them charged, throwing punches straight at Tianchen's chest. A sinister black flame erupted from his body, blasting Feng Huang backward. The two thugs screamed in terror. Help me! It hurts. Mingshan realized the truth, eyes wide with fear. Level 4. He's a level 4. We kicked an iron plate. Tianchen drew his blade, challenging them. Come on. Then his tone dropped. Why were you chasing him? I'm asking you, why were you chasing him? One thug pointed a shaking finger at him. Why do you care? We don't have any beef with you. Before he could finish, Tianchen sliced him in half. He pointed his blade at Mingshan. If you don't want to end up like him, answer the question. He broke down, spilling everything. I'll talk. We took over their camp. That punk was heading to Manhwa to get reinforcements, so we chased him. Tianchen was shocked. The observatory fell? Director Long. Where is he? Mingshan stammered. He was captured. We haven't killed him yet. Having heard enough, Tianchen snapped the man's neck. He ordered Gao Fei. Fei, grab the bikes. You got it. Then he turned to Lu. Lead the way. We're going to save them. Yes, sir. Lu nodded vigorously. The convoy roared forward, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. Lu asked hesitantly, are you Brother Tianchen from the Longhua base? When he confirmed it, the boy was stunned. Really? Director Long sent me out specifically to find you guys. Tianchen immediately asked, what exactly happened at the observatory? How did it get taken over so suddenly, and who were those guys chasing you? Lu explained. We didn't expect it either. That group. They arrived in this area 3 years ago. Their leader is Song Yan, a level 3 psychic type. When he first arrived, he personally visited the director, asking to join the observatory, but the director refused him. The director felt our observatory held too much valuable scientific data. We had to be extremely careful about who we let in. Song Yan was strong, but he was selfish. He wasn't a good fit for us. So, Song Yan and his men built a new camp on a mountain peak not far from ours. Tianchen thought to himself, Director Long is too soft. If you know someone has bad intentions, you never let them stay close. But a level 3 from 3 years ago isn't easy to deal with. Driving them away wouldn't have been simple, he asked. Then what happened? They might have had some friction with you, but surely not enough to attack the observatory? It wasn't that bad at first, but last year, massive zombie nests appeared nearby. Our scans found 2 meteorite shards at the center of the nests. Lu continued. We fought over those shards. The battle was brutal. A lot of people died. In the end, Each side managed to get one shard. Both sides suffered heavy losses, cementing the feud. With one shard each, both sides now had a level 4 awakened. Our strength was technically equal, so how did they take over? After Song Yan reached level 4, he gained a strange ability. He can control the zombie tide. The observatory wasn't destroyed by them directly. We were overrun by tens of thousands of zombies. Tianchen was stunned. Controlling a zombie tide? Even Xuanxuan's psychic power isn't strong enough to control a tide like that. How could a fresh level 4 pull it off? He asked. What about Director Long? How did he get captured? Even facing a zombie tide, a level 4 expert should have been able to escape, right? The observatory wasn't destroyed by those thugs. It was completely surrounded by thousands of zombies. He replied, Our Tier 4 fighter isn't the director. Song Yan. Those bastards waited until our Tier 4 user was away before they made their move. Tianchen was shocked by the news. Your Tier 4 isn't Director Long? Then who is it? In no time, they reached the observation deck. Lightning exploded from the center, blindingly bright, sending the entire crowd flying backward with a single strike. That is Xiao Shi, an elemental Tier 4. Two men on the roof whispered, I can't believe that little wench became this powerful after leveling up. Good thing we lured her out before attacking. If we hadn't, we might not have captured the observatory. Yeah, an elemental ability. Truly a power to be envious of. One of them sighed with regret. Too bad my ability isn't built for frontal combat. Otherwise, I'd want to go head-to-head with that girl myself. Brother Yan stood on the high ground and shouted, Hey bitch, what are you still playing around for? It's getting dark, time to come home. Xiaoxi demanded he release Uncle Long. He laughed coldly. What's so good about Uncle Long? He's just a useless Tier 3 trash. What's the point of saving him? Why don't you acknowledge me as your father and follow me instead? Brother Yan mocked her, provoking, Come on, call me daddy. Let me hear it. Xiaoxi's face turned purple with rage. She fired a bolt of lightning at him, screaming, Get lost. Xiao Chen, standing nearby, took the hit for him. Brother Yan was startled as they both hit the ground with a thud. As he scrambled back up, his eyes widened in horror. Brother Yan, your hair. Half your head is bald. Brother Yan screamed in humiliation. Open the gate. I'm going to beat that little bitch to death myself. With a loud creak, the gates opened. Heavy, thundering footsteps shook the ground. It was a massive, muscular, evolved zombie. Tiny Xiaoxi stood beneath the giant zombie's feet. She gasped, What the hell is that? Before she could react, the zombie's fist was already flying toward her. It punched Xiaoxi squarely in the body. She didn't even have time to dodge. Once she regained her composure, she blasted lightning straight at it. She was knocked far back, her body trembling uncontrollably from the pain. Seeing the zombie still acting ferocious, she was stunned. That monster took her lightning head-on and could still move? Brother Yan seized the advantage, ordering, Kill her. Tear that little wench into pieces for me. Charge. The zombie obeyed, and immediately chased after Xiaoxi. Xiao Chen looked worried as he watched her. Brother Yan, that girl is trying to run. Yan, however, remained incredibly confident. I see it. She won't get far. Brother Yan shouted, Come out. Red veins on his wrist glowed, and suddenly, several zombies burst from the woods to block Xiaoxi's path. She frowned, cursing under her breath. Damn it. An ambush. Suddenly, danger loomed from behind. The giant zombie was closing in right on her back. Brother Yan gloated. Surround her. Beat her to death for me. Xiao Chen suddenly noticed something. Brother Yan. Over there. A group is rushing in, moving extremely fast. It looks like they're here to save her. Save her? He snatched the binoculars to look for himself. Let me see. A convoy of motorcycles was leading the charge up the mountain path. Brother Yan was surprised. Aren't those the bikes we sent to chase down the messenger? Why are they in the hands of those people? Xiao Chen speculated. Could they be reinforcements from Longhua City? Yan gritted his teeth in fury. Those Longhua bastards. They always ruin my plans at the most critical moment. He knew the situation well. Brother Yan. Longhua Bay City is powerful and wealthy. Plus, they have that expert named Tianchen. If it's them, can we even stop them? He wasn't afraid. So what? Longhua City might be tough, but are they tougher than a zombie hurricane? Tell everyone to get into the bunker. Today, I'll let those fools taste what it's like to have a zombie tornado thrown in their faces. As long as we have this, we are invincible. Meanwhile, 4 motorcycles sped along the road like the wind. Ruo Xuan scanned the area. There's a group of 20 infected ahead. Their strength is close to Tier 4. Lan Sha, riding alongside, suggested, Brother Tianchen, let me handle them. A drawn-out battle wasn't her specialty. Fighting inside a zombie hurricane means learning to conserve your strength, Tianchen instructed. Xuan, you and Gao Fei take to the air. Both of them cut their engines and instantly flew up into the sky. Gao Fei did a quick count. Sister-in-law, 20 targets. How do you want to split them? Ruo Xuan divided the tasks clearly. You handle the sharp claws. Leave the rest to me. He agreed and immediately went into action. Okay. She used her psychic energy to invade the zombie's brains. A flying dagger pierced through a sharp claw's head just as another zombie's head exploded nearby. Xiao Chen panicked. They can fly. Brother Yan cut him off. I saw it. I don't need you nagging, he thought to himself. 2 flying Tier 4s? These really are the main forces from Manhua. If that's the case, the zombie hurricane I have right now, whether in quality or quantity, won't be able to do a damn thing to them. Brother Yan turned back and asked, Are all our people in the bunker? The minion confirmed. Yes. The observatory's design is much better than our old place. Retreating is much easier. He praised. Excellent. We spent so much effort capturing this prime location. I'm not about to let it fall into someone else's hands easily. He slashed his own arm with the blade, sending blood spraying everywhere. Xiaozhen screamed, terrified out of her wits. Brother Yan, what the hell are you doing? He snapped back. What does it look like? I have to keep that girl down there today, or there'll be hell to pay later. A dark, dense aura surged along Song Yan's arm. A subordinate rushed to support him, asking anxiously, Boss Yan, what's wrong? Are you okay? He sneered coldly. Not bad. Loyal dogs like you are a dying breed by my side these days. Suddenly, Brother Yan drove his fist straight through Xiao Chen's chest. The poor guy didn't even know what hit him before he died. Brother Yan. Why? Yan's hand, still buried inside Xiao Chen, began to mutate as the virus invaded it. Yan ripped his hand free. He stared at the mutating flesh with a grimace of discomfort. Excellent. It has side effects, sure, but it's incredibly convenient to use. Come on. Let's show them what a true zombie storm looks like. Xiaoxi gathered lightning in her palm and slammed it into the ground. A web of electricity exploded outward, forming a protective sphere around them. The zombies were blasted by the falling bolts, their bodies riddled with scorching wounds. One was fried stiff on the spot. Xiaoxi cranked up the voltage to keep fighting, but then she noticed something terrifying. A group of zombies to the side was sprouting wings. Xiaoxi was stunned. How could those mature stage zombies evolve so suddenly? They flapped their wings and took to the sky. Gao Fei panicked. Sister-in-law, look over there. Since when can mature stage zombies fly? There's too many of them. Ruo Xuan ordered calmly. Switch weapons. I'll enhance your ammo. Prepare for defense. He whipped out 2 guns. 4 bullets streaked toward the horde, detonating on impact, but the explosion didn't leave a scratch on them. Gao Fei stared in disbelief. It didn't work? Ruo Xuan shook her head. No. They started dodging before your bullets even detonated. You only managed to graze a tiny fraction of them. The air is too dangerous. Get to the ground, now. She landed and reported, Tianchen. This zombie storm is weird. We can't push any deeper. He nodded. I see it. Whoever is behind this didn't just summon a massive horde. They're commanding the zombies to react instantly in combat. If we keep going, we'll be facing a disciplined army of tens of thousands of infected. Xuan, take Gao Fei down the mountain and find Ah Lu. Don't let him get caught in the storm, she protested. You're going alone? You can't handle a zombie storm of this magnitude by yourself. Tianchen shook his head. I never said I intended to fight the storm. Don't forget our mission. We're here to save people. Besides, I don't plan on going alone. Hey kid, it's your time to shine. Lan Sha pointed at herself in confusion. Me? Meanwhile, Ruo Xuan and the others sped away on their motorcycles. Brother Yan watched through his binoculars, grinning. Finally, those 2 flying Tier 4s have left. At least you know your place. You can't just barge through my aerial legion whenever you please. Wait. I recall 4 people arriving from Manhua. Where did the other 2 go? A sudden tremor from below snapped him out of his thoughts. Xiaoxi slammed another lightning-charged fist into the ground. Brother Yan sneered. Stupid brat. You're certainly stubborn. Whatever. The others are probably just small fry. They can't cause any real trouble. As long as I capture this girl today, the observatory remains mine. A red sigil glowed on his arm, and his zombie roared, turning berserk. Xiaoxi gasped. Why did his energy spike so suddenly? The zombie slammed a fist down, sending her flying backward. Xiaoxi was shocked. He shattered my lightning defense head-on. His strength has increased massively. Brother Yan shouted, Aerial Legion. Attack! Seeing the winged horde descending upon her, she tensed up. This is bad. Their eyes glowing red, the zombies dove straight for their prey. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from the distance, startling Brother Yan. Tianchen raised his hand, unleashing his power to halt the incoming swarm in mid-air. Xiaoxi realized who was standing in front of her. It was that powerful big brother from before, he ordered. Go to the temporary camp at the foot of the East Mountain. Leave this to me. She hesitated. By yourself? Suddenly, the spot where the zombies were clustering exploded into oblivion. Seeing this, Xiaoxi felt relieved and took off. So powerful, I won't get in your way, Brother Yan screamed in panic. Come back, all of you. The returning aerial zombies caught Tianchen's attention. He thought. He made the surrounding infected retreat that quickly? It seems this guy isn't just a powerful controller, he's incredibly cautious too. Yan was making his own calculations. Terrifying explosive power. One strike instantly wiped out over 30 mature stage zombies. If I had let them fight to the bitter end just now, I would have lost half my aerial legion. I'm not suited for direct combat. I absolutely cannot let him get close to me. Brother Yan stood atop the wall and called out, Hey friend, you're from Manhua, right? What's your name? He answered briefly, Tianchen. The name froze him in his tracks. You are Tianchen? He was secretly terrified. What is his relationship with the Manhua base? To think their leader came here personally. Brother Yan tried to negotiate. So, it is Brother Tianchen. My apologies. As they say, you don't know someone until you fight them. How about we both take a step back today? What do you say? We can discuss this like civilized men. Tianchen laughed coldly. Discuss? Sorry. I'm not the type who likes to negotiate. Tianchen entered battle mode and roared. Hand over your life. Songyan didn't retreat an inch. Instead, he commanded the zombies to charge and block the enemy. The young man raised his blade, sweeping through the horde in a single strike. Songyan was stunned. Does this guy have a death wish? Charging head-on into a zombie horde? That's not how the leader of Manhua acts. He's just a reckless brute. Suddenly, a blade slashed toward him. He stumbled back in terror, letting out a breath. That was too close. Yan Tianchen commanded the spinning blade to loop back, the circular vortex crashing down on Songyan. It sliced clean through his arm. Songyan screamed in agony. Help me. My arm. Tianchen. I'm gonna kill you. He roared into his walkie-talkie. Wang. Take some men and secure the slave warehouse. Now. The man on the other end was confused. Boss Yan. Aren't the zombies guarding the slaves? Do we really need to go over there? Songyan barked. I need the zombies for something else. Just go. I'm worried about that side. Director Long is nearly level 4 if he breaks loose. You lot won't stand a chance against him. Then what good are you to me? My men here are getting slaughtered. Stop whining and move, or I'll feed you to the zombies myself. Suddenly, movement erupted from the nearby buildings. 3 razor claw monsters rushed forward out of nowhere. They leaped down from the high walls, gathering right behind Song Yan. He smirked, emboldened by his new backup. Yan Tianchen didn't flinch. He unleashed a flaming slash, the scorching fire engulfing the entire space. He thought to himself, 3 razor claws in twin form? How can this guy control multiple level 5 infected at once? Tianchen sent a telepathic message. Little Shah, Director Long is likely in that warehouse where the noise came from. Go check it out. She replied, got it, on my way. Lansha headed toward the warehouse, emerging from the ground like a shadow. Lansha had been waiting for this moment. Finally, it was her turn. Inside the warehouse, someone was driving a sharp object into Long Chuan's hand. Die. That should do it. With steel spikes driven through his wrists and ankles, even a near level 4 awakener couldn't possibly recover. Director Long, I'm truly sorry, but we didn't have a choice. If you ran away, we wouldn't know how to explain it to Boss Yan. This observatory is a real nice place. It's got electricity and all the equipment. Way better than that dump of a camp we came from. The other guy replied, of course, this is where the intellectuals lived. Wang frowned, picking up a piece of paper. Intellectuals. Yeah, right. No food or water in this warehouse, just piles of trash paper. Long Chuan shouted, "Don't touch those. Those are valuable foreign cultural texts. The state spent a fortune importing them before the apocalypse. That might be the only copy left in the country." The man laughed coldly. Director Long is still Director Long, always trying to lecture us. Wang spat a glob of saliva right onto the paper. "See that? I'm not just touching it, I'm spitting on it. What are you going to do about it?" They tossed the papers into the air. He shouted, "Boys, since we're bored, how about we tear these up for fun?" The gang cheered in agreement. "Great idea. Let's make paper airplanes." Long Chuan desperately yelled, "Stop! Do you have any idea how many people worked to create that knowledge? In this apocalypse, those are priceless treasures." But his words fell on deaf ears. Priceless treasures? Don't make me laugh. It's just scrap paper. What's so great about it? Bunch of nerds. While they were busy mocking him, Lansha suddenly materialized behind them. She flashed past Wang's back, silencing his laughter. Sensing immediate danger, he spun around, only to see his men already on the floor. "Where is everyone? What happened?" He panicked. "What did you do? What the hell is going on?" Lansha teased from behind. "Turns out you're not just uncultured, you're stupid too." She struck without hesitation, sending his head flying from his shoulders. She rushed to check on Director Long. His injuries were severe. He wouldn't be moving freely for at least a couple of days. He groaned. "I know. Those animals don't hold back. If I didn't have the control codes for the observatory system, they would have killed me long ago." "Right. How is it outside? Did he come?" Lansha nodded. "Brother Tianchen is outside drawing the zombie horde's attention. I sneaked in to get you out." Long Chuan urged, "You need to leave. We can't get out right now. That Song Yan planted sensory parasites all over the research facility to watch us. They're hidden deep. The moment we step outside, he'll know. Your power is perfect for stealth infiltration, but my team and I, the moment we step outside, those parasites will swarm us instantly." She replied nonchalantly, and here I was thinking it was something serious. "Relax. Just get ready to charge out there boldly when I say so." He lit up. "You figured out a plan?" Lansha shot back. "Plan? What plan? I didn't think of a damn thing. Brother Tianchen is still out there. He'll handle the mess for us." Meanwhile, Tianchen's blade tore through the air, forcing a razor-clawed beast to swerve and dodge. He whips around and shouts, "Not bad. Controlling level 5 infected creatures like puppets. I guess you really are a big shot." Yan clutches his wounded arm, spitting curses. "Damn it. God damn it. The aerial swarm can't breach his defenses, and the high-tier zombies are grounded. Aerial dominance, plus a tornado of undead, yet nothing's working. This guy is a tough nut to crack." He screams, "Tianchen, we have no bad blood. Why are you cornering me? I never planned to go against Longhua Bay City, and I've never crossed you. Why force my hand like this? Can't we both just take a step back and walk away?" Tianchen sneers. "Coward." Yan feels humiliated. "What did you say?" The boy mocks him. "What? Did I stutter? I chopped off your arm and slaughtered your infected army, and now you want to call a truce? If that's not cowardice, what is? Tell you what, chop off your other arm, kneel down, and kowtow to me 100 times. If I'm in a good mood after that, maybe I'll spare your miserable life." Yan roars, "Tianchen, you're pushing me too far. Get out here, all of you." Instantly, a horde of green-skinned zombies emerges. He vows through gritted teeth, "Tianchen, the humiliation I suffered today, I'll make you pay it back 1,000-fold." The green zombies scramble onto the razor claws. Their bodies fuse together, mutating the razor claws, turning them green and sprouting wings. Under Yan's command, the abominations launch toward Tianchen. The boy grins. "Nice move." He spreads his wings and shoots into the sky. "Catch you later." Yan bellows, "You act tough and now you run? No chance in hell. Chase him. Kill him." Meanwhile, Lansha kicks open the exit door, urging the others. "Hurry! Get Chief Long out of here." "On it." "Thank you," they reply. High above, Yan spots the commotion. Where the hell did that wretched girl come from? Remembering the coward taunt, realization hits him. Damn it, I was baited. Yan frantically orders the splitters below to intercept them. Seeing the beast charge, she doesn't flinch. "I've been waiting for you." Lansha unleashes sonic speed, pummeling the creature with a barrage of strikes. Yan can only curse. That bitch. At this rate, I'll never catch him. Suddenly, squeak, he spins around, confused. A hamster? Where did Xiaobai transforms instantly, slashing at his arm? Staring at the gash, Yan howls, "My arm!" But the hamster receives a telepathic message. Xiaobai, leave him alive. There are too many infected here. If his control breaks, they'll go berserk and destroy the observatory. Our mission is rescue. We can't retake the observatory today. Come back. We need a long-term plan. Seeing Xiaobai squint at him menacingly, Yan freezes in terror. What are you doing? The beast simply spits in his face and bounds away. Yan shakes with rage. Bastard. Tianchen, this isn't over. 20 minutes later, at the temporary camp at the eastern foot of the mountain, the team reunites. Lightning gathers in Xiaoxi's palm. Uncle Long, this is going to hurt. Bear with it. I'm starting now. Do it, he replies. I'm ready. He shoves a towel into his mouth and braces himself. Electricity surges through Long Chuan's body. He bites down hard, veins popping on his forehead. After an agonizing wait, the treatment ends. Lansha watches, intrigued. Your lightning ability. It can heal people? It's not exactly healing, she explains. I use the current to stimulate Uncle Long's cells, forcing them to divide and regenerate faster. But it's excruciatingly painful, and it requires an incredibly strong constitution. Anyone below level 3 wouldn't survive it. Lansha is stunned. The crybaby from back then has grown into a powerhouse. It's all thanks to Uncle Long, Xiaoxi says softly. He gave his meteorite shard to me. Long Chuan looks at them gratefully. She's only here because she met you. Xiaoxi always said she wanted to be a strong female evolver, just like you. That's why she styled her hair like yours. Lansha smiles. No wonder she looked so familiar. Ruo Xuan nods approvingly. To resist the meteorite's temptation and give it to someone more suitable. Chief Long, you truly have foresight. Tianchen agrees. Exactly. That integrity is probably why he managed to hold the observatory for a whole year in this apocalypse. He turns to the chief. Uncle Long, can we speak in private? Of course. Inside the office, Long Chuan expresses his gratitude. Mr. Zuo, I can't thank you enough. If you hadn't arrived in time, my people would be dead by now. Tianchen waves it off. No need for formalities, Chief. I came here for my own reasons. Helping you was just a bonus. I remember this place. It was used as a stronghold a year ago. Back then, you had nearly 30 people. But now, counting you and Xiaoxi, there are barely 20 left. Long Chuan sighs. I've been extremely cautious about recruiting for the camp these past few years. But even so, by yesterday, we had over 100 permanent residents living here at the observatory. I never imagined it would all end like this. Because of that zombie tornado, the power gap between us and Songyan was just too massive. That bastard didn't even show his face. He just let the tornado tear through our defenses. Plus, they managed to separate Xiaoxi from us first. We didn't even stand a chance to fight back. Tianchen cut in. We've fought him before. We know exactly what that zombie tornado can do. So, surely you realize that's not what I'm asking about. Long Chuan admitted. I know. You're bringing this up because you want to confirm if we actually have the capability to eliminate the comet, right? I won't hide anything from you. If Songyan hadn't raided us, and if that knife-throwing expert of yours was here, we could have handled this easily. But now, things are much more complicated. You warned me about this 5 years ago. The old director's office is dangerous. I marked it as a forbidden zone. Unless absolutely necessary, no one is allowed inside. But 3 years ago, the wiring in that building started to rot. It affected the observatory's power grid, so we had to send someone in. The maintenance worker was a level 1 evolver. He fixed the wiring quickly enough. When he came out, he seemed fine, so I didn't think much of it at the time. But then, he changed. He started muttering to himself all day. He'd zone out, spout nonsense. Sometimes he'd just sit in an empty lot, hugging a bundle of sunflowers and giggling. Tianchen immediately asked, Those sunflowers, were their roots red? Long Chuan nodded. Yes. Have you seen them before? Tianchen thought to himself, just as I thought. The visions Xuan left behind with her psychic power weren't a coincidence. Was it a prophecy? Tianchen pressed on. What happened next? And how does this relate to stopping the comet? Long Chuan revealed. Because that electrician, he cut off the observatory's central computer. he went completely insane. He ignored our orders, hugged those sunflowers, and charged straight into that forbidden office. The moment he stepped inside, the sunflowers started growing. The roots pierced right through his body. It rooted itself in his flesh, growing until it seemed to take over the entire office. That same day, we found the connection to the central computer severed. Remember 5 years ago? The only reason we could calculate the second meteor's impact time was because of that central computer. It's the only machine capable of accessing the database and running those massive calculations. If we can just access it, we can eliminate the comet within 3 days. Tianchen was curious. That sunflower, how strong is it in combat? Long Chuan replied, not particularly strong. If I went all out, I could take it, but a full-blown fight would destroy the equipment inside. Besides, it's not just the computer room. The surrounding area is full of critical wiring. If that gets damaged, we're done for. Tianchen understood everything now. So that's it. That's why you wanted to borrow Gao Fei. His flying knives can attack from a distance and slice through the sunflower's vines instantly, minimizing collateral damage to the equipment. So, according to you, if we just retake the observatory and have Gao Fei eliminate the sunflower, everything is solved. Right? Longchuan sighed, frustrated. I wish it were that simple. But now, Songyan controls that sunflower. Tianchen was shocked. What? He can even control plant-based mutations? Long Chuan analyzed. We were defending, and normally, we could have held out. But that sunflower attacked from the inside while he pushed from the outside. We were defenseless. I couldn't think straight. I fought with everything I had, and a lot of equipment got destroyed in the crossfire. To be honest, I can't even guarantee the central computer still works. I've dedicated my life to research. This observatory. It's my home. Since the apocalypse began, I vowed to protect everything here. But I won't lie to you. I don't know the extent of the damage. The wiring, the system, the hardware. Is it fixable? I really don't know. I know it's the end of the world. You can't just help us for nothing. So, the only thing I can promise is this. Help me retake the observatory, and I will do everything in my power to eliminate that comet for you. Long Chuan bowed his head. Please. Suddenly, Tianchen spoke. Take a look at this. He sent a message to Junsheng. Dr. Niu, I need to ask you something. The reply came instantly. Boss, don't be so formal. Just call me Xiao Niu. Tianchen couldn't drop the formalities. He'd better stick to calling him Dr. Niu. I need to ask if the central computer at the Chuzhou Observatory is broken. Can you fix it? He was surprised. The central computer at the Chuzhou Observatory? That thing has practically reached the threshold of a supercomputer. As long as the chip isn't fried, I can take a crack at repairing the core components. We can't manufacture high-tech semiconductors ourselves anyway. Since you're rushing me, just head to the observatory. I'll have Zhang Dingyu send a team to escort you. Niu Tuansheng replied. Fine. Long Chuan was astonished to hear the name Niu Tuansheng, a top-tier expert in the information field. He's the best computer hardware engineer in the country. Is he really still alive? And he's staying at your Longhua base? Tianchen replied. Director Long, we've known each other for 5 years, haven't we? Yet it seems you don't really know me at all. You humbled yourself because you were afraid I wouldn't help you. Honestly, there's no need for that. I'm extremely stingy with outsiders, and I never take a loss. But it's different for my own people. Those 3 words left him stunned. One of my own? He patted his shoulder. 5 years ago, you braved the zombie storm in Chuzhou to deliver intel to me, regardless of the danger. I've always remembered that sentiment. From that moment on, to me, you were one of us. I've already handled your little issue. Pack your things. Tomorrow get ready to head back to the observatory. Long Chuan thought to himself. Tomorrow? Does he intend to retake the observatory tonight? Late at night, at the observatory, a zombie's hand clawed at the wall. Songyan stood below and ordered, Go. Once you leave this gate, kill every human you see. His lackeys asked curiously, Brother Yan, can we go back inside now? Yeah, with all these zombies walking back and forth, I'm getting goosebumps, he asked unhappily. What's the matter? You don't trust my control? Afraid they'll tear you apart with their sharp claws? They quickly denied. No way, Brother Yan is mighty. We're just intimidated by your domineering aura. He assured them, Relax, I'm sending them out now. You won't have to look at these zombies much longer. The two of them worried. Sending them out? Won't that leave the base empty? Yeah. What if the enemy attacks us? Suddenly, two branches shot up from below, piercing through both of their bodies. Behind them stood a brilliant sunflower. Song Yan sneered. Of course the base won't be empty. Aren't you two still here? With the bodies of two level 3 experts to nourish it, its power will rise to the next level. If they dare to come, I'll kill them all. Tianchen, I'm going to make sure you leave here with nothing. Ruo Xuan was activating her spiritual power, a stream of silver energy blowing past like a cool breeze. Behind her, Gao Fei muttered, It's been almost 10 minutes. Is sister-in-law not done yet? Tianchen knew her too well. Mere scouting shouldn't take this much time. Xuan must have discovered something unusual. Lansha asked in disbelief. Brother Tianchen, do you really intend to retake the observatory tonight? We haven't prepared at all. Isn't this too sudden? He clarified the situation. Actually, there's nothing to prepare. Even though they have the zombie horde, if we go all out, we can definitely win. The problem is, we can't launch a brute force attack on the observatory because it would damage the equipment inside. Just now, I roughly sensed massive clusters of infected creatures guarding all 4 sides of the observatory. There are about 5,000 in each direction, and there's a level 5 infected anchoring each group. As for the location of that giant sunflower and Song Yan, I haven't sensed them yet, but looking at his formation, they're probably somewhere inside the observatory. We face 2 problems now. First, how do we safely wipe out the massive hordes of infected creatures on the 4 surrounding roads? Second, how do we deal with that sunflower before Song Yan finds out? The two of them exclaimed, That's going to be difficult. We can obviously defeat the zombie horde, but fighting them while ensuring we don't damage the observatory's equipment? Is that even possible? And as for the sunflower, even if I can sneak in, there's no way to guarantee a silent fight once we start. Ruo Xuan returned. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Tianchen asked about the situation. How did it go? Any progress? She let him choose. I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear? Tianchen replied. I've always preferred hearing the bad news first. Ruo Xuan revealed. The bad news is, we can fight our way in, but by the time we're done, the inside of the observatory will probably be nothing but bare walls. Tianchen took it calmly. That doesn't count as bad news. We anticipated that from the very beginning. Ruo Xuan smiled. Then I'll tell you the good news. I've discovered how he controls the zombie horde. The group was shocked. What? She continued. I originally wanted to scan the area to find a weak point in the horde for us to attack, but in the process, I discovered something special. See for yourself. Her spiritual power created energy ripples that radiated outward. Above, a swarm of flying zombies descended. But every single one of them already had a crosshair locked onto their forehead. 4 specific signals were encircling the observatory, and Tianchen saw it all clearly on his map. He frowned. What is this? Your sensory matrix can pick up things like this now? She replied. Ever since I hit the seed burst stage, I can trace even the faintest psychic residues left behind by others. If my senses are right, Song Yan is using a psychic network to control the zombie horde. Tianchen was stunned. A psychic network? That's the same ability the octopus monster used on Pearl Island. Ruo Xuan explained. This guy's psychic cultivation is decent, sure, but trying to directly control a massive zombie tide with just his own mental power? He doesn't have the juice for that. The network he's using is a clever cheat. First, he takes control of 4 level 5 infected creatures. He implants a psychic node into those 4. Then, he exploits the level 5's natural command over their subordinates to indirectly control all the level 4s and 3s under them. As for the rest of the mature stage zombies, he just needs to tap into that preset psychic web, and he can control far more than his limit. It's a domino effect. Tianchen was floored. Typically, 1 level 5 infected commands about 30 level 3s and 4s, and each of those can control around 1,000 mature ones. That means if the infected population in the area is dense enough, that bastard, Song Yan, could personally trigger a zombie tide numbering 100,000 strong. Xuan, this is definitely not good news. She smiled slyly. I know, but I haven't finished speaking yet. Since his network relies on the infected's own biological links, that means the network can be hijacked. I just need to make contact with his hidden psychic node, and I can hack the entire system. Lansha was buzzing with excitement. So we can turn his own zombie army against him? Oh, just thinking about it gets me fired up. Gao Fei cut in. Wait, hang on. Sister-in-law, you're not telling us to dive into that zombie tornado and drag a live level 5 back here, are you? She nodded. Bingo. Smart boy. And remember, bring it back alive. This was going to be a hell of a task for him. Oh my god. Dive into a zombie cyclone, catch a level 5, and keep it breathing? Ruo Xuan sighed. What's the matter? Can't handle it? Guess we'll have to find another way then. Tianchen didn't hesitate. Ah, Fei, little Luo, gear up, we're moving out. Gao Fei was stunned. Holy crap, are we actually doing this? Tianchen smirked. Remember this, a real man never says he can't. Ruo Xuan watched them with full confidence. Just wait for me. I guarantee I'll bring it back to you in 30 minutes. Meanwhile, in the observatory's basement bunker, a group sat whispering. A whole day had already passed. Brother Wang and little son still aren't back yet. Do you think the observatory has already been breached by Longhua's elites? Yeah, I have no idea what's going on up there. Even Brother Yan hasn't sent a single message back. Tian Li shook his head. Impossible. Brother Yan controls the zombie tide. Those monsters aren't exactly vegetarians. The other two were trembling. But what if that Tian Chen guy from Longhua shows up? Rumor has it he's invincible. Exactly. If Brother Yan loses, what happens to us? Suddenly, a loud clank echoed from the bunker hatch. Song Yan dropped in. The group cheered. Brother Yan, it's Brother Yan. But Tian Li froze. Brother Yan, what happened to your arm? And where are Wang and little son? He replied grimly. Tianchen chopped my arm off. Wang and the others? Dead. All of them. The man gasped in horror. What? Tianchen is actually here. And we've lost so many. Song Yan gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with rage. Tianchen is strong, terrifyingly strong. He cut through the entire zombie wave alone, just to get to me. If Wang and little son hadn't sacrificed themselves to cover me, I wouldn't be standing here right now. The group fell into a terrified mutter. Is he really that kind of monster? Even Brother Yan's zombie horde couldn't stop him? Then, aren't we doomed? What are we supposed to do? Should we beg for mercy? If we surrender now, do you think he'll spare us? Song Yan roared. Listen to me. We just secured this territory, and now Longhua wants to snatch it away. And you cowards want to surrender? Wang is dead. Little son is dead. They were my brothers in blood. We went through hell together. Did they die just so we could crawl on our knees and beg Tianchen for mercy? I've already deployed the entire zombie horde. The base has no automated defense left. I need every single one of you to step up. If you want to live to see another day with full bellies and warm beds, get up to the ramparts and help me hold the line. Do you understand? The men exchanged glances. Tian Li slammed his fist down and stood up, shouting, He's right. Once we win this battle, this whole base belongs to us. When that time comes, we'll all be eating good and living warm. Regaining their morale, they shouted back, You got that right. Tianchen or whatever, who gives a damn? Let's take him down. Today, I'm gonna be a real man. Watching the branch extend, Song Yan smirked. Impatient, aren't you? Don't worry. You'll get to eat them all. 5 minutes later, the team was perched high up in the trees, scouting the situation from afar. Gao Fei reported to Tianchen, Hey, a group of people just popped up on that wall. Looks like they're all level 2 or 3 evolvers. Lan Sha was shocked. Evolvers? You sure they aren't zombies? Tianchen confirmed. I already scanned them with my spirit power. They're evolvers all right, but they can't stop us. Charging in now feels like walking into a trap, he continued. I took a look. There's a massive zombie guarding the gate. Plus, there are 2 twin razor claws posted at the flank and rear. I get the feeling the one in the back is the smallest. Capturing that one alive might be easier. Gao Fei shot back. Capture a razor claw alive? Where the hell do you get that confidence? Didn't I teach you that when fighting a razor claw, you have to kill it in one shot? Lansha looked worried. You can't be serious? We're going for the big one. Can we even handle that? It's not clear who's going to be catching who. Tianchen smirked confidently. Come on, you gotta have a little imagination while you're young. How will you know if you don't try? Besides, like I always say, he stood up, readying for action. A real man never says he can't. Tianchen kicked things off with a fireball, blowing a whole cluster of zombies sky high. He signaled his 2 teammates. Blitzkrieg tactics fast and hard. Gao Fei's flying daggers shredded every single zombie that tried to get near him. Lan Sha moved at sonic speed, her daggers making quick work of the rest. The whole area shook with deafening explosions as thick black smoke billowed into the sky. A lackey rushed in. "Boss Yan, they're attacking the main gate." Song Yan's voice was ice cold. "It's blatantly obvious. Do I really need you to point that out? Tianchen and I have crossed paths before. That guy is full of schemes. Making such a loud entrance is definitely a trap. He wants to draw my attention, while he hunts for a weak spot to strike. We hold our ground. The behemoth is guarding the main gate. They won't commit to a real fight there. You lot, reinforce the side and rear entrances. Report to me the second anything moves." The lackey quickly sucked up to him. "Understood. Boss Yan, you really think of everything." He scoffed. "I can't wait to see what little game you're playing." Suddenly, whack! A severed zombie arm slapped him right in the face before landing at his feet. Song Yan snapped to high alert, spinning around. "What the hell? Where did that come from?" Long Tao pointed into the distance. "Boss Yan, I think they threw it up here. They've already broken through. They're less than 500 meters away. If they keep moving, they'll be right at our front door." Song Yan cursed in a rage. "Damn it. Tianchen's blade control range is nearly 100 meters. If he pushes any further, he might actually get close enough to kill me." He barked out an order. "Behemoth, charge!" The massive zombie acknowledged the command and thundered toward the intruders. Tianchen smiled with satisfaction. The star of the show had arrived. "We need to sell this performance." His teammates reassured him. "Don't worry, it'll be realistic. We're practically Oscar winners here. All right, showtime." Tianchen leaped down straight toward the behemoth. Lan Sha shouted, "Brother Tianchen, don't rush in, it's too dangerous." But inside, she was panicking. "Brother Chen, you haven't even given us the script yet." One swing of his blade triggered a massive explosion. But then, something unexpected happened. He froze in shock. How? How is this even possible? He shouldn't have been able to block that strike. Song Yan's mocking voice rang out. "Surprised? You think you're the only one getting stronger, Tianchen? My behemoth has evolved too. In close combat, he's more than a match for you now." He roared at the zombie. "Kill him." The monster swung a massive limb at Tianchen, sending him flying backward. Lan Sha screamed, "Brother Tianchen." She rushed to support him. "Are you okay? How did he hit you?" Internally, she was impressed. "Damn, he's good. Is that real blood?" Tianchen wheezed, acting weak. "Leave me. He's too strong now. Run." He mentally urged her. "Less chatter. Keep acting." Song Yan took the bait hook, line, and sinker. After them, behemoth. Crush him to death. Gao Fei stepped up. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Hell yeah, he thought with excitement. Finally my time to shine. Gao Fei charged forward. "You guys go. I'll hold them off." Tianchen feigned worry. "Gao Fei, can you handle this alone?" Gao Fei transmitted a mental message. "I gotta look cool here. You guys scram. Why are you asking? Just keep acting." He projected confidence. "Don't worry, that behemoth won't get anywhere near me. I'll stick to the script," he thought, "but I'm gonna look like a badass doing it." Song Yan summoned his forces. "Aerial unit, stop him." Seeing the swarm of zombies closing in, Gao Fei started to panic for real. "Crap. Oh god, they're so fast. I didn't even get to pose yet," he yelled. "Lan Sha, get Tianchen out of here. Forget looking cool, just go." Lan Sha hoisted Tianchen onto her shoulder. "On it." Seeing them retreat, Song Yan gloated. "Behemoth, chase them down." But Long Tao interjected. "Boss Yan, this doesn't look right. Our aerial unit was supposed to cover the behemoth, but they're getting bogged down. If the behemoth rushes in alone and walks into an ambush, we're screwed. Besides, that's Tianchen. If we kill him, we'll be starting an all-out war with Longhua Bay City." Song Yan let out a cold, dismissive snort. "You idiots. Tianchen is already wounded. As evolved humans, they can't threaten the big guy anymore. Besides, if we could hurt Tianchen, why would we be afraid of their Longhua Bay City? When the time comes, we'll just take the whole city for ourselves. Today, I won't just kill him. I'll round up his crew and feed them to the zombie horde." Meanwhile, Lan Sha struggled to carry him, fleeing from the big guy's pursuit. "Brother Tianchen, wake up. What on earth is wrong with you?" At the same time, Ruo Xuan projected her voice into his mind. "Brother Chen, are you still napping? How much longer do we have to keep up this act? As Ruo Xuan's mental energy swept over him, he snapped his eyes open. Time to turn the tables. Xuan is here. Action. The big guy froze, confused by the sudden shift. Xiao Shi and Xiao Bai burst onto the scene. Hey big guy, look over here. They slammed into the monster's legs, sending its massive frame crashing to the ground with a furious growl. Tianchen followed up instantly, driving his blade down from behind to pin it. Don't move. Ruo Xuan quickly reminded him. Go easy on him. We agreed to take it alive. He smirked. Relax. A little scratch like this won't kill it. Understanding the situation, she placed her hand on the big guy's body. All right then, I'm starting. A surge of energy lit up the entire area, accompanied by a booming resonance. Everyone squinted against the glare as Ruo Xuan activated her domination skill. Back on the other side, Song Yan sensed the anomaly immediately. How is this possible? Why is this happening? Long Xiao looked over, puzzled. Brother Yan, what's wrong? What happened? He muttered to himself. This can't be real. Absolutely impossible. Panic set in. The worst has happened. I've lost my connection with the big guy. He unleashed a stream of curses. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Tianchen, how did those bastards find a way to sever the link between me and the big guy? Long Xiao's voice trembled with worry. Brother Yan, the big guy, he's gone. Doesn't that leave a massive hole in our front gate's defense? We need to figure out how to plug that gap. Fast. He forced himself to breathe. Don't panic. You have to stay calm. In moments like this, the best move was to stand firm and wait for the enemy to reveal their hand. I don't know what trick they used to cut the connection, but I still have nearly 70,000 zombies under my command. In terms of raw military power, I still hold the absolute advantage. Ruo Xuan had successfully seized control of the zombie squad. She barked out a command. Everyone, listen up. Attention. As the creatures snapped to attention and formed neat rows, she continued her drill. Right face. Perched high on a tree branch, Lan Sha and Cao Fei watched in awe. Holy cow. They're more synchronized than our military drills back at school. That's insane. I've got to ask sister-in-law to teach me that trick. Tianchen walked over to check on the situation. So, how does it feel? Is the control smooth? Ruo Xuan nodded. It's all right. But since I just acquired this psychic network, my capacity is limited. I've decided to only take control of the ones that are level 3 and above. I sent the rest down the mountain to hibernate. He nodded approvingly. Good call. Sometimes, quality beats quantity. Perched on the big guy's shoulder, she shouted, All units, listen up. Charge. The zombie squad, now under Ruo Xuan's command, marched back toward the observation deck. Shanhai lit up with joy. Brother Yan, look, the big guy is coming back. That's great, he's gonna give those guys a beating. That big guy is being controlled by the enemy, you idiot. The minion stammered. See controlled? Then what do we do? Song Yan barked. What are you afraid of? Even if they manage to hijack the big guy, we still have the advantage in numbers. Worst case scenario, we fight. We just need to take out the controller, and command returns to us. Song Yan raised his arm and gave the order. Go. A swarm of flying zombies darkened the sky, diving toward them. Ruo Xuan didn't flinch. Right on time. She raised her fist to signal. Halt! The two zombie armies froze, facing each other. The leaders of both sides locked eyes, a silent battle of dominance. Song Yan thought to himself. So it's one of the level 4 flyers from this morning. She's the one controlling the big guy. He called out, Hey there, beauty. Where's Tianchen hiding? Do you really think you can break my zombie formation single-handedly? She replied calmly. For a small matter like this, why would he need to come personally? Am I not enough to handle you? He sneered, calling her bluff. The number of zombies you can actually control right now definitely doesn't exceed 100. Thinking you can defeat me with just that? You're daydreaming. She smiled mischievously. Brother Song Yan, you've got it all wrong. I didn't come here to fight. I came here today primarily to thank you. Song Yan narrowed his eyes, wary. Thank me? What kind of game are you playing? It's purely out of gratitude, she replied sweetly. After all, you gave us such a huge gift, a ready-made psychic network. Doesn't that deserve a thank you? He gritted his teeth in fury. Ruo Xuan turned the big guy around. Let's go. Shanhai completely misread the situation. Brother Yan, you're amazing. You scared them off with just a few words. Song Yan, blind with rage, smacked him. Shut your damn mouth. All units, attack, kill that girl. As the aerial zombies dove down, veins bulged on his hands from sheer rage. Damn it. She figured out the secrets of my psychic network. If she masters my control method, I won't just lose the big guy. She could raise a zombie army even stronger than mine and crush us. That bitch has to die. Lansha and Tianchen watched the massive horde thundering toward them. Ruo Xuan estimated the numbers. That guy really pulled out almost every infected creature he has for this. Tianchen nodded. Let's check on Cao Fei. He projected his voice. Ah, Fei, what's the situation on your end? He reports in the perimeter around the wall is clear. Going all out really worked a miracle. Rubbing his chin, he muses, looks like the plan is going smoothly. Ruo Xuan offers a warning. Tianchen, before you go, there's something I need to remind you. That Song Yan guy, he's not as simple as he looks. There's something that's been bothering me. The foundation of Song Yan's psychic network was built on controlling 4 level 5 infected creatures as key nodes. But have you ever considered ofters before he built that network? How did he control high-level infected creatures in the first place? Tianchen instantly goes on alert. You mean, aside from his psychic network, Song Yan has another trick up his sleeve? A hidden trump card? She nods. Exactly. That's why when you fight him, you have to be extremely careful. He assures her, don't worry. We'll watch our step. 10 minutes later, they gather beneath the city walls. He extends his psychic energy to scan the surroundings. Gao Fei asks impatiently, well, what's the situation inside? He replies, looks like Song Yan predicted our raid. All the guards that were on the wall earlier, they've been withdrawn. Every spot I can sense is empty. Either they abandoned the base and ran, or they're lying in wait to ambush us. Lansha suggests, how about I go in first and take a look? He replies calmly, they already know you're here, so there's no point in being stealthy. Why not just charge right in? Gao Fei slings an arm around his shoulder, teasing. Tianchen, are you confused? Didn't you just promise sister-in-law that we'd be careful? He replies slyly, I promised her. But you didn't. Gao Fei suddenly feels a bad omen. Wait, what do you mean by that? At the main gate of the Xiangqing Observatory, the tightly closed doors are blasted open by a massive force, sending up thick clouds of smoke. Gao Fei's voice booms out. Hey there, grandkids, he announces excitedly. Your grandpa Gao Fei has arrived. 2 minutes earlier, inside the observatory walls. Song Yan channels his psychic energy. He reminds them, I've used my mental power to mask your breathing and energy fluctuations. Tianchen and his crew outside won't be able to sense your presence at all. His men are still worried. Brother Yan, is this really going to work? The enemy has several level 4 experts. Yeah, just us? We're not even enough to dirty their hands. He roars in anger. You useless trash. The weakest among you is level 3, and some are nearly level 4. The enemy is barely 1 level higher, and you're this terrified? Relax. Just do exactly as I say, and we can kill level 4s too. Yuanqi asks curiously, Brother Yan, where did the others go? If they joined the ambush, our odds of winning would be much higher. He dismisses the question. They have their own tasks. You just focus on the ambush. If Tianchen dares to enter, I'll make sure he doesn't leave in one piece. Suddenly, a loud boom erupts from behind them, accompanied by a burst of flames. It was a move they never expected. How was that possible? They attacked the front gate directly. Gao Fei hovers in mid-air to greet them. Hey grandkids, your grandpa Gao Fei has arrived. Song Yan orders anxiously. Everyone, fall back, now. Suddenly, flying daggers launch toward them. Die. The blades pierce through their vital points. Several men drop to the ground before they even realize what's happening. The survivors panic. He took out 5 of us in a split second. His power. It's on a completely different level. Brother Yan, what do we do now? Song Yan makes his move. His hand suddenly impales one of his own men. I told you, just do exactly as I say, and we can kill even a level 4. Blood bursts from the victim's body, transforming into crimson tendrils that bind the rest of the group. They scream in terror. What is this? Why can't I break free? Brother Yan, what are you doing? He snorts coldly. You'll be thanking me soon enough. Gao Fei analyzes the situation. The energy reading on his 4 subordinates is spiking. It looks like they're jumping from near level 4 straight to level 4. Sister-in-law was right. This guy really did have a trump card. He launches more flying daggers at them. However, The blades fail to pierce the skin of one of the creatures. It looks up, eyes rolled back white and streaked with blood. Gao Fei realizes immediately, zombification. The entire group of zombies now stands as a shield in front of Song Yan. They even sprout wings from their backs. Watching the swarm fly toward him, Gao Fei exclaims, "Whoa!" Now things are getting exciting. He battles the zombie swarm alone, his mouth running just as fast as his fists. "Hey brother, slow down. That's way too fast. Oh come on, a sneak attack? You have no morals. You know, you look way more handsome as a zombie than you did as a human. Whoa, nice hit." Tianchen watches with satisfaction. That kid, Ah Fei. He really was born to be the perfect bait. But for Song Yan to be able to transform evolved humans into mutant creatures, that is unexpected. Could it be related to that strange wound on his hand? Hearing footsteps behind him, he turns to see Lan Sha reporting in. "I'm back." Tianchen immediately asks, "Well, what's the situation? Did you find the exact location of the sunflower?" She shakes her head. "I turned the place upside down." Tianchen is surprised. "You didn't find it? Don't tell me. Song Yan has been keeping the sunflower somewhere outside this entire time?" Lan Sha urged. "Brother Tianchen, Ah Fei has already drawn the guards away from Song Yan's side. We can go straight in and kill him." He suddenly realized she was right. Song Yan had sent the zombie horde away and used those 4 mutant sea creatures to pin down Gao Fei, which meant he only had the sunflower left by his side. She finally understood. "So that's it." Little White and I searched the entire observatory, but the only place we didn't check was where he and Gao Fei were fighting. Tianchen took charge immediately. "You and Little White stay here and be ready to provide backup. I'm going in to test the waters." Hearing someone land behind him, Song Yan whipped around to see Tianchen standing there. "So, you've arrived." The boy raised his blade and charged straight at Song Yan. The man sneered, "Great timing. I've been waiting a long time for you." Bright red vines burst from his arm, wrapping tightly around the blade's edge. Tianchen narrowed his eyes. What were these vines? The stalemate held for a moment before the boy probed. "You've already fused that sunflower into your own body," Song Yan replied. "So the director told you about the sunflower too? See this? This is the surprise I prepared just for you. These vines are unbreakable. Your trash blade can't cut through this." Tianchen scoffed. "You're right." He suddenly reached out and grabbed the man directly by the throat. And this is strictly a surprise. Song Yan was powerless against the overwhelming strength. He could only scream, "Let go! Damn it! Let me go! What the hell are you doing?" Tianchen slammed him toward the ground. "If you hadn't fused with that sunflower, I would have been afraid of damaging the goods. But now..." The man crashed into the earth with a deafening boom, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Tianchen landed opposite him, calmly demanding, "If you have any moves, use them freely now. Once it's too late, you won't get another chance." Song Yan screamed in defiance. "Tianchen, stop acting so high and mighty. I was just being careless earlier." Before he could finish his sentence, a blade had already pierced through his body. Song Yan gasped with his dying breath, "Too fast." His body split in two and hit the ground. The boy mocked, "You really are an interesting guy. Even at death's door, you still have the mood to care about my speed? I told you. Once it's too late, there are no chances left." The man was too terrified to speak. Suddenly, the blade in Tianchen's hand began to vibrate incessantly. The boy looked at it in surprise. The meteor blade was reacting. This sensation was exactly like when he faced the red demon back in Chu Prefecture. Was it because of him? No. That couldn't be right. This guy was a level 4. But his physical stats were garbage. Looking at his state, he wouldn't even survive the night without intervention. It had to be something else on his body triggering the meteor blade. At that moment, the red markings on Song Yan's arm spread rapidly to his face, and his eyes rolled back, turning blank. The boy watched in shock as the zombification took hold. A jet of green liquid shot from Song Yan's mouth. Tianchen quickly used his wings to block the corrosive acid. He knew he couldn't let this guy live another second. He swung his blade, slicing the man cleanly in half again. But tiny tendrils began to sprout, pulling Song Yan's severed halves back together. The blade vibrated even more violently. Tianchen thought to himself, the meteor blade's reaction is getting stronger. It seems to be changing based on the speed of his zombification. Song Yan stammered, Tianchen, you harmed me. You killed me." The boy asked with genuine interest, "Oh? You're still conscious? I thought that Sunflower had completely possessed you by now. The man faltered. If not for you, I wouldn't be like this. I wouldn't. Tianchen's voice turned cold. You didn't want to be an obedient, evolved human. You just had to go and fuse with that sunflower. You wanted to borrow the immense energy of an infected plant to strengthen your zombie army. But did you ever stop to think it might be stronger than you? Why on earth would it listen to you? From the day you chose to fuse with it, your fate was sealed. It was always going to invade and take over your body. Bright red vines burst from Songyan's body. He screamed, "No! Get out! Give it back to me!" His eyes went completely dead as vines erupted from his head. Tianchen watched the transformation in silence. He realized he was right. As the man's consciousness vanished, the meteor blade's reaction reached its peak. It was confirmed now. The thing the meteor blade was interested in was the sunflower itself. Songyan's mouth gaped open, and vines shot out with explosive force, twisting together until the giant sunflower fully emerged. Tianchen had been waiting for this. It had finally revealed its true form. The branches rustled with a menacing sound. It plunged its roots deep into the surrounding earth. The entire area began to tremble with strange energy. The boy understood immediately it was absorbing the life force of all the surrounding vegetation. It wanted to use that energy to continue evolving. Suddenly, Tianchen felt his energy wings flickering and fading. A massive sunflower branch whipped down toward him. He was shocked this thing could even absorb the energy from his body. Luckily, he noticed in time, or he would have taken a serious hit. Gao Fei flashed to his side, calling out. Tianchen asked, "How is Ah Fei? Is your side finished?" He replied, "The kid, La, helped me handle it. I came to see how you were doing." Tianchen explained. "Song Yan is gone. That sunflower has completely possessed him. That thing is absorbing the energy of every living being around us. Attacking head-on puts me at a disadvantage, but since Gao Fei created an opening, it's my turn to shine. Go!" He flings his daggers. But, clink. They bounce off the vines without a scratch. Gao Fei's face drops. What? It failed? Tianchen sees it immediately. It's not just absorbing life force. It drained the kinetic energy right out of your blades. The sword in Tianchen's hand vibrates violently. He grips it tighter, deciding to step up. All right then, let's try this. He stabs the blade into the earth. Boom! Crimson fire erupts, and a dark aura explodes from the steel. The energy wave floods the area. Gao Fei gasps. A domain? Tianchen smirks. Exactly. I knew it. Your absorption power is a domain effect. And the best way to kill a domain is to crush it with one of my own. The blade hums louder, startling him. Vines start slithering aggressively toward his position. Gao Fei yells, "Tianchen, you good over there?" "I'm fine," he replies. Now I know why the meteor blade was freaking out. Everything that flower drinks is flowing straight into me. Energy from all directions spirals into his blade like a vortex. He starts inhaling the raw power surrounding him. Inside his mind, energy spheres spin wildly. Tianchen's eyes light up. Yes, my star path is leveling up. I can use the sunflower's energy to draw my circuit directly. Haha, what a jackpot. If that's the case, I'm taking it all. The sunflower monster lashes out, shooting vines everywhere. The roots stab deep into the soil, trying to drain the land. Gao Fei sees his chance. Now, he launches his daggers again. It's rooted in place. It can't dodge. I won't miss this time. Time to be a hero. But Tianchen roars. You idiot, stop, don't touch it. I'm stealing the energy through my blade. It realized it's starving, so it's panicking. It's trying to suck the ground dry. The more it pulls, the more I get. If you stop it now, you cut off my supply. Gao Fei pulls back. Wow. So this flower isn't exactly a genius. It's digging its own grave and handing you the shovel. Tianchen snaps. Quiet. Don't jinx it. It might evolve a brain any second now. Keep talking and it might realize I'm draining it dry from the bottom up. The vines swell up, pulsing grotesquely. Gao Fei mutters, damn, it's gonna gorge itself until it pops. He sends a mental message. Tianchen, status report? This flower is brain dead. It keeps sucking energy but doesn't notice it's leaking right out the back. Tianchen reports back. It's perfect. Just a few more minutes and my circuits are already at 70%. At this rate, I might break through to the 4th seed stage tonight. Gao Fei looks up at the sky. Ah, the moon is lovely tonight. Meanwhile, Tianchen is counting down. 70%. 80. 90. Good. Almost there. Just one more step. Tianchen maximizes the suction. Come on. Give me everything. Suddenly, thud. The zombie flower collapses. They both freeze. Tianchen frowns. Did it run out of juice? He walks over to check. Strange liquid dribbles from the flower's mouth. Gao Fei tilts his head. Tianchen. Is it foaming at the mouth? He scans it. Its energy reading just flatlined. It's completely drained. Plant-type infected usually have massive energy reserves. I've never seen one tapped out like this. He laughs. Bro, you sheared the sheep so hard you took the skin with it. Tianchen raises his blade. Fair point. Since it gave us such a generous gift, it'd be rude not to send it off properly. He swings down. Slash. Crimson flames erupt, engulfing the corpse. They watch as the fire slowly burns it to ash. Something sparkles in the remains. Gao Fei squints. What is that? A sunflower seed? Sunflowers do make seeds, right? Tianchen nods. Could be a loot drop, a rare item. He grins, picking it up. It actually dropped a seed. Does this mean we can grow our own zombie sunflower? Tianchen shrugs. Who knows? We'll research it later. A plant monster pet wouldn't be bad. But keep the seed safe. We need to finish this fight first. Let's go find Ruo Xuan. Suddenly, boom, a zombie crashes down behind them. It groans, eyes glowing red. Before Gao Fei can react, a massive brute smashes the zombie, launching it into the sky. Gao Fei stands there, jaw dropped. What the? Ruo Xuan strides in, scolding her summon. I told you to say hello, not launch them into orbit. You idiot. Behind her, a squad of zombie minions stands at attention. And now, she announces, a musical number. The zombies start swaying. Like a piece of seaweed, drifting with the waves, dancing in the ocean. Let the eastern sea rage with wind and waves. I remain joyful, free, and unconstrained. 3 zombies groove to the beat. A vast sea of people flows like the rising and falling tides. Lan Xia gets to feast her eyes on quite the spectacle. Am I seeing things? That level 5 Sharp Claw is actually putting on a show for us? Cao Fei confirms. You're not wrong. It's the seaweed dance. All right. And they're nailing it. Ruo Xuan cuts the music. The zombies freeze instantly. She asks, how are they? Do I need to perform the Pure Land dance for the audience? Tianchen shot back. Forget it. Not anymore. I can see you've got these 4 completely under your thumb. Gao Fei chimed in, curious. Sister-in-law, what about that level 4 and the level 3s from earlier? Why don't I see them anymore? Lan Xia suddenly realized. That's right, she had already taken control of the 4 high-level monsters. So, that means, right now, you can completely control the zombie storm, just like that guy did. She shook her head. It's not that simple. After Song Yan died, the mental network vanished instantly. All that's left are the mental connection points controlling these 4 high-level creatures. For now, I can only take over these 4, she admitted. Tianchen sighed. Honestly, controlling the zombie storm might not even be a good ability to have. The destructive power and threat level of the zombie storm are terrifying, sure, but the side effects are brutal. First off, it messes with the controller's mind. Human thought processes and those of infected creatures are completely different. If someone with a weak will keeps a close mental connection with an infected, there's a high chance they'll get assimilated. Even a normal person desperate for power wouldn't easily make the decision to fuse with an infected creature. But that Song Yan guy, he actually dared to fuse with a sunflower monster stronger than himself. He must have completely lost his mind. Lan Xia nodded, understanding. So, Song Yan basically dug his own grave, but at least we survived the danger. And we successfully protected the observatory. Suddenly, Tianchen slumped to the ground, clutching his chest weakly. Ruo Xuan rushed over, panic in her eyes. What's wrong? Waves of red aura began radiating from Tianchen's body. He gritted his teeth. The energy I just absorbed through the sunflower. It feels like it's trying to burst out. Ruo Xuan placed a hand on his shoulder. Let me help you. Her mental power enveloped him. A low rumble echoed as she scolded him angrily. What the hell do you think you're doing? That was a massive amount of energy. And you just decided to absorb it all at once? If I hadn't controlled it in time, you would be dead right now. He looked at her calmly. But you're here, aren't you? She blushed, deciding not to argue with the reckless idiot for now. She turned to Gao Fei. Go down the mountain and help Chief Long take over the observatory. And contact Zhang Tingyu to make sure Dr. Niu is safe. Lan Sha, you take the 3 sharp claws and go find Xiaobai. Clear out any high-level infected lurking around the observatory. Make sure not a single one above level 3 survives. They responded in unison. Understood. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Ruo Xuan turned back to handle Tianchen. And you? Wipe that smile off your face. I've only just begun to contain this energy. Don't move a muscle. We need to find somewhere quiet to deal with this properly. Tianchen nodded obediently. I'll follow whatever my wife arranges. He collapsed into her arms. Ruo Xuan flushed. What are you doing? Tianchen whispered. I can't move around, remember? Whatever happens next is all up to you. She sighed, helpless. You rogue. 2 days later, inside the observatory, Tianchen sat in meditation. He opened his eyes, looking at his hands. The overflowing energy from before was completely gone. I remember Xuan bringing me in here. Did I pass out while adjusting the energy in my body? Ruo Xuan entered with a tray of food. You're awake? I figured you'd be starving, so I made you something. She placed a steamed bun in his hand. Here, eat. He took it. Thanks. I must have been out for a while. Huh. How is it outside? Ruo Xuan replied. Everything's fine. It's been 2 days. The area around the observatory is basically secure now. We also picked up Dr. Niu. That's good. But that energy inside me. How did you handle it? Check your genetic chains yourself. Tianchen checked, puzzled. My chains? The progress increased again. These 4 chains are almost complete. She nodded. Exactly. You almost exhausted me to death doing it. I'm only 1 step away from the 4 chains of the seed burst stage. He grabbed her hand, exclaiming happily. Xuan, you've worked so hard lately. Her cheeks turned pink. Suddenly, he pulled Ruo Xuan down onto the bed with him. She flushed deeper. Tianchen, what are you doing? Tianchen gave her a suggestive look. You've worked hard these past few days. I need to give you a proper reward. You're talking nonsense. You're clearly just rewarding yourself. Ruo Xuan pouted playfully. We're family. Why make such a distinction? You rogue. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened. Sensing danger, he grabbed his blade and hurled it toward the entrance. The blade slammed deep into the wall, right between Gao Fei's legs. The man's face went pale with terror. Tianchen, I just got here. It's a misunderstanding. Tianchen's voice was ice cold. Do you think I don't know exactly what kind of person you are? You better be here for something important. If not, my next throw won't just be a warning shot. Ruo Xuan chimed in from behind. I have no objections to that. Gao Fei panicked. Important business. Of course, it's important business. There are 2 things. First, Dr. Niu has restored the central computer. He's starting the filter for that comet you were looking for right now. Second, just now, while we were on patrol, we discovered 10 dried-up corpses of evolvers in the basement. They had been completely drained. Tianthan replied, Evolver corpses. I had a feeling something was off about the number of evolver subordinates that guy Songnam had earlier. Looks like that bastard couldn't control his hunger before the fight and absorbed a few of his own people. The subordinate asked curiously, I don't know what those guys were thinking, becoming lackeys for a guy like Songnam. In my eyes, you're the only one worth trusting, boss. You're a real friend. You've never once schemed against us. Tianthan patted Cao Fai on the shoulder and said, Damn right. I also find myself incredibly reliable. He then wrapped his arm around Nuok Huyen's shoulders. Let's go. We need to check on Dr. Ngu. She gasped. Oh my god. At least bring your blade with you. Tuan Xin had already arrived at the observatory. He was currently typing away at the code, keys clacking loudly. Long Shuyen was surprised. Turns out Dr. Nagu isn't just an expert in IT and computer hardware. He's also highly accomplished in programming and celestial mechanics. A person standing nearby exclaimed in admiration, That's just too brilliant. Tuan Ngu humbly said, It's nothing special, really. I majored in astronomy during undergrad and got my master's in computer science. When I was applying for my PhD, my advisor mentioned that IT had a better financial future, so I switched tracks to work in tech. I'm just a dabbler, really. I wouldn't call it success. The man looked at him with pure admiration. Dr. Ngu is truly too humble, he thought to himself. In just one night, he not only fixed the central computer, but also helped us optimize the entire algorithm. Now he's personally programming the calculation method. If he's just a dabbler, then what does that make the rest of us? Are we just outsiders? Come to think of it, the apocalypse has only been over for a year, yet Longhua Base City has developed enough to let someone like Dr. Ngu shine. How exactly did Thien Thon and his crew pull this off? Did you ask how things are going? Given the current situation, if we exclude the comet I'm looking for, how long will the search take? He replied, the observatory's central computer still has all its data stored, and most of the main components are still usable. I've already helped them optimize the algorithm. Once my team inputs the final code, we'll have the results very quickly. Tuan Xin reminded him. According to what Brother Than said before, that comet is very likely to hit Earth at the end of the year. I've set the search range to within 1 year. I've filtered out all comets near Earth's orbit. When the time comes, we just need to cross-reference them one by one. Thien Thon confirmed, as long as we can find that specific comet, that's all that matters. Tuan Xin pressed a button. Brother Thon, rest assured, my computer won't crash again. The screen displayed, loading 10%, loading 30%, loading 70%, loading 100%. Thien Thon asked expectantly, results are in? What's the verdict? Tuan Xin reported, within the next year, there are only 3 comets passing through the region surrounding Earth. Furthermore, they are all approaching on the exact same day. That is way too coincidental. No, wait. This is completely different from what I predicted before. Thien Thon was shocked. 3 comets on the same day? He hurriedly looked at the data statistics screen. Thien Thon stood frozen. It really is 3 comets. After this year ends, on the first day of next year, New Year's Day of 2024. In the memories of his past life, the 3rd meteorite fell onto Siberia in northern Russia. That impact not only turned northern Russia into a no-man's land but also directly escalated the apocalyptic catastrophe to an extinction-level event. Less than 2 years later, the Northern China War broke out. If Dr. Ngu's prediction is correct, and there are 3 meteorites in this life, then the disaster they cause will be far greater than anything I faced in my past life. He asked worriedly. Dr. Ngu, can you calculate where these 3 meteorites will land if they hit Earth? Tuan Xin replied, of course I can. These 3 comets all have a solid spherical structure. They usually don't break apart, and their orbits are relatively fixed. Moreover, the program I optimized already includes a function to calculate impact points, though it's not 100% precise. He pressed a key. Everyone, wait a moment. If my calculations aren't wrong, the final one is very likely to fall on what was our country's 1st or 2nd most populous city before the apocalypse, the Eastern Magic City, Shanghai. Long Shuyen chimed in, Shanghai. 5 years before the apocalypse era began, that place was already a paradise for zombies. Later, when the 2nd meteorite fell, that area became completely uninhabitable. If the 3rd meteorite lands there this time, the consequences are unimaginable. It might affect the entire southeast region of the continent. Nuok Huyen added, it's not just affecting it. The living population of Shanghai was over 20 million. That means there are at least 15 million infected inside. If the meteorite fragment lands there, it could mobilize their existence. That would create a million-class zombie typhoon. Forget about other base cities. In the eyes of a horde that size, Longhua would be nothing more than a sheet of wallpaper. Thien Thon agreed. Exactly. That place will definitely spawn something. If it mobilizes them. A million-class zombie typhoon. We will have to face it sooner or later, Tuan Xin stammered. So, do we even have a way to survive? He continued. It's already April. There's less than a year left before the 3rd meteorite falls. Do we just sit here and wait to die? Thien Thon, naturally, had absolutely no intention of waiting for death. The words wait and die have never existed in my dictionary. Tianchen turned to the scientist. Dr. Niu, how many claimed phones are left in the base city right now? He replied. Phones? Materials are running low. Including the unfinished ones, we have about 30 left. Tianchen turned to Long Chuan. Director Long, will you and your people join Longhua Base City? I'll be straight with you. The observatory has fewer than 20 people, mostly technicians. Xiaoxi alone can't protect you all. But Longhua Base City can. You're right, Long Chuan admitted. But we have crucial equipment and historical records here. I stayed behind specifically to safeguard them. If you leave, I'll have Zhang Yuting personally come and collect the equipment and data. We'll move everything we can to Longhua. As for what we leave behind, well, as long as you're alive, there's still hope. Long Chuan thought for a moment, then decided. All right, we agree to join. Tianchen nodded. Excellent. I have a task for you right now. I need you and Xiaoxi to escort Dr. Niu back to Longhua tonight. Junsheng was stunned. I only got here yesterday, and I'm leaving already? Tianchen reminded him. Dr. Niu, you're the only one who can handle the phone production. It's critical. We need those remaining phones finished immediately. He agreed. Fine. If Brother Chen says so, I'll give it my all. Tianchen turned to Ruo Xuan. Let's go find Ah Fei and little Luo. We need to talk. Lansha was horrified when she heard the news. What? A meteorite hitting Shanghai? Aren't we all doomed then? Tianchen remained calm. We have over 6 months until the next new year. There's still time to prepare. She was still frantic. But what can we possibly do in just 6 months? Against a million-class zombie tide? Even if we all reach level 5, we might not survive it. Gao Fei looked at Tianchen skeptically. I heard you integrated the observatory personnel and sent Dr. Niu back under escort. You've got a plan, don't you? Ruo Xuan spoke up with confidence. Of course he has a plan, and it's a solid one. Director Long is a brilliant manager, and Xiaoxi is a genuine level 4 elemental user. Recruiting them is a strategic move to expand our power. And sending Dr. Niu back to build phones? Clearly, he wants to establish communication with as many people as possible. So, you're trying to unite all the factions around Longhua? Tianchen shook his head. I am uniting factions, but not just the ones around Longhua. Tianchen's voice was steely. I intend to unite the entire country. The words hit Lansha like a thunderclap. Even Gao Fei couldn't hide his shock. Both of them fell into a stunned silence. Lansha gasped. Brother Tianchen, you're playing a dangerous game, Ruo Xuan chimed in. Honestly, even I think this idea is a bit insane. In the south, thanks to Longhua and our actions in Chuzhou, your name carries weight. But the north? That's a completely different story. He nodded solemnly. You're right. But we don't have a choice. The situation in the north is complex and far away. Under normal circumstances, staying out of their business would be the smart move. But if you look at the bigger picture, we can't afford that luxury. Once that meteorite hits, Longhua will inevitably face a massive zombie tide surging from Shanghai. By then, our coalition of base cities gives us a fighting chance. But if the north collapses, we'll be crushed between 2 massive zombie waves. And if that happens, it's game over. Gao Fei finally understood. He's right. Historically, the collapse of the Central Plains almost always started with invasions from the north. If the north falls, the south is defenseless. Seeing Ruo Xuan's troubled expression, Tianchen called out softly, Xuan, what's wrong? She sighed. It's nothing. I was just thinking. Maybe we don't have to risk everything like this. We're strong. With our current power, we could survive easily, even without the base city. Maybe I'm being selfish, but that's how I truly feel. I just want us all to live in peace. Even a life like this is good enough for me. Tianchen held her gaze. Xuan, I'm not some selfless hero. I want a peaceful life just as much as anyone. I admit, we're strong right now. But it's still not enough. It took everything I had to find you. I fought so hard for this second chance. I can't entrust our lives to anyone else. Ruo Xuan was deeply moved. Okay, I promise you, no matter what the future holds, I will walk that path with you. Gao Fei interrupted the moment. Hey, cut the melodrama, will you? Lansha frowned playfully. Seriously, what are we? Third wheels? Gao Fei grinned. Tianchen, you're not just stuck with your girl. No matter what happens, I'm sticking with you. Hell, I'll cling to you even if we die. Lansha nodded firmly. Count me in too. I told you I'd follow you the day you saved me from that school. You feed me. I follow you. Word is bond. Tianchen felt a warm glow in his chest, knowing he always had true brothers in arms by his side. Of course, I haven't forgotten. The 4 of them joined hands, their hearts beating as one. To the future. We march forward. 1 week later. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy of the ancient tree in Lihua County. Inside a hollow in the trunk, Yang Tong sat cross-legged, deep in cultivation. A scorching aura enveloped his body, radiating intense heat like a furnace. Veins bulged on his face like crawling worms. Suddenly, Yang Tong snapped his eyes open and let out a roar. A shockwave of spiritual energy exploded outward, rippling through the air in visible concentric circles. Sanbian's team stared in shock at the swirling energy vortex in the sky. He couldn't hide his curiosity. That mental energy fluctuation. It's insane. Defei gasped. Yang Tong, he actually did it. He immediately bolted toward the tree. Holy crap. Come on, let's go check it out. Sanbian called out from behind. Hey, slow down. Wait for me. Dafei reached the hollow and crushed Yang Tong in a bear hug. Damn, I knew you could do it, brother. Now we finally got a Tier 4 expert holding down the fort. Our days of suffering are over. Yang Tong scratched his head, looking bashful. I really have to thank everyone for this. We have several people close to Tier 4 in the camp, yet you guys gave all the meteorite fragments to me, he said gratefully. Oh, shut up. We're family, aren't we? Besides, you deserve it. Sanbian stepped forward, his expression serious. Yang Tong, breaking through to Tier 4 is huge news, but I'm afraid we don't have time to celebrate. I have something important to tell you. What's wrong? Sanbian lowered his voice. Just yesterday, Tianchen sent someone to deliver this. Yang Tong's eyes went wide when he saw the object. A smartphone? Sanbian nodded. This phone has a simple chat app installed. It lets us communicate directly with Tianchen and his crew. We spoke last night. He wants to unite all the factions south of the Great River within 1 month. He's hoping we can help him pull it off. Yang Tong's jaw dropped, completely stunned. All the factions in the south? How is that even possible? Just around Lihua County alone, we have at least 10 different camps, big and small. You can't just unite them by saying so. Sanbian continued. Tianchen's idea is to form an organization based on an alliance system. Every major region will have one dominant force controlling the surroundings. He hopes we can become the de facto rulers of this specific sector. Yang Tong looked worried. We already made enemies just fighting for those meteorite fragments. Expanding now? I'm afraid the timing is terrible. Sanbian nodded. That's exactly what's giving me a headache. Even though you're Tier 4 now, seizing control of the entire area isn't something we can do overnight. We need a solid strategy. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed through the air. I can help with that. The group froze in shock. That voice. Big Brother? Big Brother is awake. A powerful aura radiated from a nearby branch, slowly taking human shape. In moments, Luo Han manifested right in front of them. The other two gasped. Mother of God, it's really Big Brother. Big Brother, you actually came back to life? This is amazing. Luo Han shook his head. Don't get too excited. In this state, I can't be considered fully alive, and I can't hold this form for long. My consciousness awakened a year ago. I've spent the last year accumulating power and fighting the spirit tree for control. I can control the spirit tree now, but not for extended periods. If you guys weren't discussing such a critical issue today, I wouldn't have bothered manifesting at all. Sanbian's eyes lit up. So, Big Brother, you mean you have a way to unite the surrounding forces? Luo Han smirked. Not just unite, I have a way that's even better. We can establish a base city right here. The three of them looked at him in disbelief. A base city? Dafei was the first to react. Hell yeah. If we build a base city, the surrounding camps will naturally come to us for protection. Before long, we'll absorb them all, without lifting a finger. By then, we'll naturally be the undisputed kings of this region. Yang Tong remained thoughtful. Establishing a base city is a viable plan. But with our current strength, isn't it a bit premature? Defei frowned. Weak? Are you kidding? You're Tier 4 now. I've heard there are plenty of base cities out there that don't even have a Tier 4 expert. Sanbian shook his head. A base city isn't built on the back of a single Tier 4 expert. It needs population, resources, safe zones. Lihua County is too small. We don't have the population advantage. We have fields and fish ponds, so food is decent, but we lack minerals. Most importantly, we still don't have city walls. With our current manpower, there is no way we can build walls strong enough for a base city in a short amount of time. Big Brother, do you have a solution for the walls? Luo Han nodded. Give me 1 week to accumulate power. I will control the spirit tree and use its massive root system to form the walls. Then, we establish our city. Meanwhile, in Chuzhou, banners were already flying high. Warm congratulations on the establishment of Chuzhou's Yongle camp. At the Yongle camp in Chuzhou, the crowd below roared, chanting the name Brother Bao. A man stood tall, basking in the adoring cheers of his followers. Everyone's face was beaming with joy on this momentous day for their new city. Brother Bao clears his throat. Ahem. Ladies and gentlemen, friends from near and far, on this absolutely beautiful sunny day, I have a solemn announcement to make. The Yonglaba city of Chuzhou is officially established. The crowd erupts, screaming, "Long live! Yonglei is mighty, Brother Bao is mighty, you are my God." Seeing their explosive reaction, he praises them. Excellent. Everyone is in high spirits. Our base city has kicked off to a flying start. I hope you all maintain this energy to build our home. Everyone roars the slogan in unison. For Yongle, for the base city. Long live, long live. The woman beside him smirks. Success is debatable. But the hype? You definitely nailed the propaganda. You really know how to play the game. Bao replies humbly. Yongle has everything now. Establishing the base city was just a matter of time. I was waiting for the perfect moment, and this is it. He pulls out his phone and texts, "Brother Chen, it's done on my end." Tianchen replies, "Not bad. You work fast." He butters him up. "It was your order, Brother Chen. How could a little brother like me dare to delay? But Brother Chen, don't forget one thing. Chuzhou isn't like other places. We have large camps everywhere, some with level 4 experts. Us suddenly declaring a base city will definitely spark jealousy. You have to back me up on this." Tianchen assures him, "Relax. I'm sending someone over in 2 days to help." Bao types back frantically, "Just one person? An expert? Who? Is one person really enough?" He promises, "Don't worry, she alone is enough." Meanwhile, in the observatory conference room, Tianchen's team is holding a meeting. He reports, Lihua County responded. They agreed to help Yongle. Once Kela arrives, we can start moving forward. Lansha and Caofei chime in, Lihua County, Chuzhou, plus the Handong base city. With those 4 acting as foundations, uniting the entire South is just a matter of time. It's going almost too smoothly. Add in the prestige of our Manhwa base city, and the alliance should show initial results in less than 2 months. Ruo Xuan cautions, "Let's not celebrate too early. Our goal isn't just the South. Right now, we're blind to the specific situation in the North." He asks, "Isn't Captain Lin in our group? Their Beihua base city in the North isn't exactly small, is it? We could totally just ask for his opinion." He replies, "No rush to contact them yet. The alliance is no small matter, and Captain Lin has many factors influencing his judgment. Acting blindly, without understanding the North, is risky. We probably need to make the trip personally. 1. To assess the situation in the North. 2. I need to see if Beihua base city has the capability to stop or destroy the zombie hurricane." 2 weeks later, the 4 of them are sitting by the river, grilling fish. Caofei hands a skewer to Lansha. "Take this. My invincible special recipe grilled fish." She immediately passes it to Little White. "You eat it." Caofei snaps. Hey, what's your problem? Give me some face, will you?" Lansha pouts, refusing to eat. "It's been 2 days. Nothing but fruit and grilled fish. I'm so sick of this. Since we started the base city, I haven't been able to go out and scavenge for snacks in ages. I'm dying for Sister Linwei's meat buns. If I knew it would be like this, I would have driven." Ruo Xuan sighs. "We had no choice. Fighting the zombie hurricane, and our excursions burned too much fuel. The base city is running critically low. This trip is too long. Even if you killed Zhang Tingyu, he couldn't squeeze out enough oil for us." Lansha hangs her head, accepting the harsh reality. "Fine. We're so poor we can't even afford to drive." He studies the map. "Just hang in there. Once we cross this mountain, we're only 50 kilometers from Beihua base city. We can fly the rest of the way. We should arrive before dark." Her mood instantly lifts. "Really? Do you think Captain Lin and his crew will have a feast waiting for us?" Tianchen nods. "I've confirmed it. Captain Lin and Hongdi are on their way back to the base, but he's arranged for someone else to receive us." Lansha squeals in delight. "A reception? Then they definitely won't treat us shabbily." Behind her, Caofei chews on his fish and sneers, "Glutton." Suddenly, Ruo Xuan frowns, snapping her head around to look behind them. He asks curiously, "What is it?" She reports, "I sent the big guys to scout the perimeter, and it looks like they've clashed with a local infected." Lansha watches the big guys fight with high alert. "What's the deal with these enemies? Where did they come from?" Ruo Xuan shakes her head. "I'm not sure. It's too far to sense clearly." Gaofei calls out, "Look, that big guy is flanked by 3 twin razor claws. If they strike together, that's equivalent to 4 level 4 powerhouses." Tianchen thinks to himself, "To take on our big guys, it's either a zombie horde or a high-tier intelligent infected. And this close to Beihua Bay City? Seems the north really isn't peaceful. He stands up. Let's move. We need to check this out. 5 minutes later, they find the big guys in a standoff with a pack of high-tier zombies. The leaders of both sides growl, flexing their dominance. Tianchen's group perches high on the tree branches, observing the chaos. Lansha estimates. Those 5. They look like level 4 infected. Gao Fei corrects her. Be confident. Drop the looks like. Even if they're trash, they're peak level 4. Normally, our big guy could flatten one with a single punch. Sister-in-law, are the big guys hesitating? You need to micromanage them better. Ruo Xuan denies it. That's not it. Look at the razor claw on the far left. It's injured. Fresh wounds, clearly from a recent fight. Lansha frowns. Injured? You mean our big guys actually got hit by 5 level 4s? That's basically cheating, Tianchen speculates. Those infected, they look like hyenas. Gao Fei looks surprised. Hyenas? They don't look like them. Tianchen explains, I'm not calling them hyenas because of their looks, but their behavior. Usually, when they show up, they form a pack. Their coordination is flawless. Their hunting style mimics the hyenas of the savannah. That's why they got the name. He rubs his chin, thinking, teamwork definitely makes 1 + 1 greater than 2, but even so, they shouldn't be able to handle 4 level 5 infected at once. Tianchen speaks calmly. You want to know why? Let's start a fight and find out. Send them in. Don't hold back. Ruo Xuan nods. Got it. She signals her zombies to attack. The lead big guy roars at the enemy. The opposing pack charges. The clash begins, claws smashing against claws. The team is shocked. Gao Fei and Lansha gasp. A head-on collision, and they're evenly matched? How is that even possible? Ruo Xuan notices something. Do you see that hyena? It's acting strange. Tianchen agrees. Their aura is strictly level 4. Yet their explosive combat power suggests otherwise. In that last exchange, their strength, speed, and defense went far beyond a standard level 4. Tianchen decides, I'll test them. Everyone hold your position. He sprouts wings and dives down. The zombies freeze, stunned by Tianchen's aerial approach. He grabs one by the shoulder. It howls, struggling violently. Tianchen senses something off. Strange. When I first grabbed it, the struggle was intense. I almost lost my grip. But once we hit the air, why did it get so weak? Done investigating, he decides to blow it to smithereens. One hit, and it's dust. Tianchen is surprised. It's dead? That was way too easy. A voice transmission comes through. Tianchen, the fight down here is over. He lands and looks at the 4 corpses. He's stunned. The other 4. They're dead too? Ruo Xuan explains. The moment you took that hyena away, the power of the other 4 dropped drastically. Our big guys saw the opening and slaughtered them instantly. He shares his side. The one I grabbed. Its power plummeted as soon as we left the group. Do these hyenas buff each other's strength when they're together? That's a new ability I haven't heard of, he asks Ruo Xuan. When you control the big guys, is there a range limit? She replies, no distance limit. As long as I have mental energy, they obey. But if they're too far, I can't control them directly, their autonomy increases. Tianchen nods. Then let's have them travel with Xiaobai. Does that work? It works, she agrees, but asks, what's the plan? He reveals, first, dragging these infected into Beihua Bay City isn't exactly convenient. Second, after what just happened, I feel we need to gather more intel on the infected here in the north. Xiaobai, I'm assigning you some lackeys. How about they follow you from now on? Xiaobai chirps in agreement. He pats its head. Good boy. Starting today, you lead the big guys and clean up the area around the base city. Meanwhile, at Beihua Bay City, the entire city is encased in a massive wall. Beneath the gate, 2 vehicles and a group of people wait. The guards exchange warnings. Stay sharp. Yesterday, right at this time, the north gate got hit by a small zombie wave. I know, I'm watching. Another group rolls out artillery shouting, hurry up. We need to reset the defenses before dark. Tianchen's group arrives just in time to see the commotion. Gao Fei is curious. That's a lot of firepower. Is Beihua prepping for a zombie apocalypse or something? Lamsa remarked. Field rifles, combat gear. Even the gate guards are issued heavy weaponry. The military gear here in North Hua is impressive, Nuoc Huyen explained. The heavy industry in the north has always been highly developed. Plus, I remember North Hua was a military zone before the apocalypse. Maybe they secured a munitions factory? Teen Thun replied. Seems likely. If you recall, in our past life, the North Hua-based city became humanity's bridgehead against the zombie tides. It was because they were the first to restore a well-organized, modernized army. If they secured the military factory easily in this timeline, they'll have the resources to withstand the zombie waves during the extinction era. A voice called out from ahead. Excuse me, are you Mr. Thien Thon from the south? Hello everyone, I'm Duong Duye. Captain Lam instructed me to wait for you here. Cao Fi blushed, whispering excitedly. Oh my god, a total stunner. Lam Sa rolled his eyes at the display. Damn, look at that body. He cleared his throat loudly. Ahem. Watch your image, will you? Nuoc Huyen stepped forward to shake hands. Hello, I'm Su Nuoc Huyen, Thien Thon's girlfriend. These two are Cao Fi and Lam Sa, members of our base city. She replied with a smile. Pleasure to meet you. Please, follow me. Captain Lam left strict orders before he left. You are all VIPs and must be treated with the utmost care, Duong Duyet asked as she walked. The Long Hoa base city is the most prominent faction in the south, isn't it? He asked. Why do you ask, Miss Duong? She replied. Just curious. After all, a normal faction couldn't possibly dispatch 4 Tier 4 experts at once. Thien Than remarked. You have a sharp eye, Miss Duong. She waved it off modestly. It's nothing special. I'm just a bit more sensitive than most. He used voice transmission to ask, What rank is that, Duong Duet? Nuo Kuyen was surprised. What? You couldn't tell? Thien Than revealed. I scanned her with my spiritual power, but there's a strange mental shield around her. It blocks my aura, and I can't easily penetrate it. She closed her eyes to sense it. She's nearing Tier 4. He frowned. You suspect she's only near Tier 4? Nuoc Huyen explained. It makes sense. She's a psychic type. That shield is likely part of her ability. Unless you use overwhelming force to pierce through, you won't be able to sense her true rank. He worried. Did you force your way in? Won't she detect that? She scoffed. I wouldn't do something so rude. Just now, when I shook her hand, I slipped a tiny bit of spiritual power in. She only keeps the shield around the outside of her body. Once I made contact, it was useless. Thien Than smirked. You really are sharp. Duong Duyet stopped walking. Cao Fi and Lam Sa stared wide-eyed at the scene before them. The inner city was bustling with people, just like before the apocalypse. She approached a roadside stall. Boss, 5 milk teas. Original flavor, add boba. He nodded. Coming right up. She turned back to the group. Here, let me treat everyone to bubble tea. They were stunned. Real milk tea? I haven't had this in ages. That's amazing, we don't even have stuff like this back in Long Hua. Duong Duyet explained. Before the end of the world, there was a dairy farm near the base city. We managed to preserve it when we established the safe zone. That's how we can continue producing these dairy products. Please, don't stand on ceremony. Drink up. Thien Than took a sip. It was just a small cup, but the ingredients were rich. For North Hua-based city to produce something like this proves their material production is incredibly surplus. Just based on that, they've probably far surpassed our Long Hoa. Abundant resources, advanced weaponry, and a population density no less than ours. Logically speaking, with strength like this, North Hua has the capability to unite the 4 directions. It seems Captain Lam's group hasn't unified the North because they're facing some other issue. Suddenly, a supercar roared past, nearly hitting 2 pedestrians. Screams rang out. Jesus! Hey! Who the hell races a car inside the base city? Have you no morals? The car screeched to a halt near them. Cao Fi knew his cars. Holy crap, a Bugatti Veyron? Lam Sa gaped. Mother of God. Aren't they afraid of wasting gas driving like that in the apocalypse? The door opened, and a young man stepped out, flanked by 2 bodyguards. Tutuan smirked. Baby, what a coincidence. You're drinking milk tea too? He saunters up to the counter. Boss, put Tang Yue's bill on my tab, and get me a special, loaded up with everything you've got. Tang Yue shuts him down immediately. No need. I already paid. Su Jun leans in way too close. Baby, don't be so shy. We've known each other for ages. Give me a shot. She gives him the cold shoulder. Su Jun, I told you, don't call me baby. We aren't close like that. Also, I'm not interested. Stop bothering me. He smirks, dropping the classic line, I love a challenge. Playing hard to get just makes me want you more. Tang Yue sighs, helpless. Ruo Xuan whispers a meta comment. Pretty sure I've read this exact plot somewhere before. Tianchen quipped. That's exactly how those domineering CEOs act in web novels. The sudden commentary from the duo made Su Jun jump. Wait, isn't that a knockoff? Gao Fei sneered. Seriously, just take a closer look and you'll see it's a fake. Gao Fei scrutinized the vehicle. It definitely wasn't a real Bugatti Veyron. It was obviously some off-brand scrap heap modified to look like one. The mod job is thorough, I'll give you that, but nothing gets past my eyes. You put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into faking this just to show off, didn't you? Su Jun stormed out, barking, Hey, what the hell are you spewing? If you don't know what you're talking about, keep your mouths shut. This ride is 100% authentic factory standard. Gao Fei scoffed. Oh really? Then explain why the paint on the hood doesn't match the doors. It's clearly a cheap respray job. And another thing, the clearance between the tires and the front fender is way too tight. That's amateur engineering at best. The funniest part? The chassis ride height is off by at least 3 centimeters. Your mod mechanic is a hack, sweetheart. Want me to fix it for you? Humiliated, Su Jun's face went dark as a thundercloud. Listen here, you little punk. Do you have any idea who I am? Tang Yue stepped up from behind, her voice warning. Su Jun, these are Captain Lin's honored guests. Show some respect. His expression instantly shifted from murderous to dismissive. Honored guests? Please, everyone's an honored guest these days. Babe, step aside. Let the men handle men's business. But seeing Su Jun continue his drunk rambling, Tang Yue didn't hesitate. She slapped him so hard his face swelled up instantly. Gao Fei and Lan Sha gasped in unison. Damn. Time seemed to freeze. Even Ruo Xuan and Tianchen were left speechless. The bodyguards finally snapped out of it and surged forward. How dare you hit the young master? But Su Jun stopped them with a hand, turning to confront Tang Ye. You hit me? Tang Yue's voice was ice cold. I told you, they are guests of the base city. If you keep this up, a slap will be the least of your worries. Su Jun muttered. Good. Very good. Then, in a split second, his entire demeanor flipped to pure excitement. Babe, I knew you cared about me. Tang Yue stared at him, bewildered by a mood swing faster than the weather. He clutched his swelling cheek. You hit me for my own good, didn't you? This is the first time we've had physical contact. You must be so moved by my presence. Gao Fei looked up at the sky, defeated. What kind of twisted logic is that? Lan Sha nodded in awe. I have to admit, his simping skills are god tier. Su Jun beamed with joy. Let's go home. His 2 bodyguards stammered. Young master, what about the car? Are we just leaving it? Tianchen asked curiously. Is that guy important to you? Tang Yue scoffed. What are you talking about? He's nothing but a moron. Not important? Tianchen called her bluff. If he wasn't important, you wouldn't have stepped in to protect him like that. For a level 3 like him to provoke a level 4. Quote, that's a death wish. You slapped him to stop the escalation before he got himself killed by Gao Fei, didn't you? Tang Yue stayed silent for a moment before admitting he himself is worthless, but the power backing him, that is critical to our survival. It's a long story. Let me take you to your quarters first. Once Captain Lin returns, he'll come see you immediately. Suddenly, a messenger came sprinting toward them. Tang Yue, Captain Lin is back. She looked shocked. What? He wasn't supposed to arrive until tomorrow. Why is he back so early? The messenger panted. I don't know what happened, but the captain is critically injured. We don't know if he's going to make it. The news hit Tang Yue like a truck. Moments later, outside the Beihua City Medical Center's operating room, she questioned a woman. Sister Yun, Captain Lin is a level 4 hunter. How could he be injured this badly? You were only supposed to be scouting. Why did you engage those things? Li Yun, known as the Red Butterfly, and a high-ranking executive of Beihua Base City, replied with a heavy heart. It was an ambush. Lin Qing and I were caught completely off guard. But right now, his injuries are the only thing that matters. His heart was pierced. We thought his level 4 regeneration capabilities would heal it in no time. But his regeneration has completely stalled for some reason. Professor Li says. He says it's doubtful Lin Qing will even survive the night. Tang Yue panicked. What are we going to do? If we lose Captain Lin, Beihua City is finished. She turned to the visitors. Tianchen, I am so sorry. I know you traveled all this way to discuss urgent matters. But with Captain Lin in this condition, I can't focus on anything else right now. I understand, Tianchen said calmly. Captain Lin is the heart of Beihua, but we didn't just come here for a social call. Li Yun looked up, impatient. What are you getting at? His injuries? Tianchen continued. I might be able to help. Li Yun's eyes widened. Can you save him? Tianchen shrugged. I won't know until I see him. She immediately rushed Tianchen into the operating theater. Inside, Professor Li, the head of the Beihua Health Department, shook his head. I'll be honest. I've done everything I can. Captain Lin's injuries are catastrophic. His body's natural regeneration has been severed. I'm helpless here. Technically, none of you should even be in this room. But frankly, we're past the point of following protocol. You are awakened. Perhaps you have methods that science doesn't. I'm out of options. Tianchen glanced at Ruo Xuan, giving a subtle nod. Check him. She complied immediately. Understood. Her hand, glowing with concentrated spiritual energy, gently touched the patient's forehead. As she scanned the cells inside his body, her eyes widened in shock. Li Yun asked hurriedly, How is he? Ruo Xuan replied, His cell activity is incredibly strong. In other words, Captain Lin's bodily functions haven't weakened at all. His life force is still abundant. She was confused. If his life force is this powerful, why haven't his wounds started healing yet? He was so weak. Yet, she revealed the truth. There is an abnormal viral energy inside him, blocking his cells from communicating. That is the real culprit, preventing his recovery. Li Yun was stunned. Viral energy. Could it be that creature? Tianchen pressed for details. How exactly did Captain Lin get injured? She explained. It was an infected. This mission was just to scout their nest, but we ran into them halfway. Those hyenas love hunting in packs. Their coordination is terrifying, and when they group up, their individual strength actually increases. Hearing this, the two men immediately knew what they were dealing with. Li Yun was surprised. Hyenas? You guys have encountered this type of infected before? Tianchen recounted. We fought them on the way here. We ran into 5 of them. Luckily, it was only 5. Otherwise, we would have been in big trouble. When they hunt in packs, for every additional member, their individual strength multiplies by 1. Individually, they're just level 4 infected. But if there's a swarm, that's a whole different story. He thought to himself. That means when those 5 hyenas acted together, their individual power increased 5-fold. With a 5 times power boost, they reached the threshold of level 5 infected. No wonder they could go toe-to-toe with the heavy hitters. Ruo Xuan speculated. 5 of them means a 5-fold boost. 10 means 10 times. If their numbers exceed 20, that would be catastrophic. He did the math. 20 times the power. Even if the 2 of us, plus Little Lan and Gao Fei, all attack together, we might not stand a chance. Tianchen's expression turned grim. I knew this trip to North Hua wouldn't be smooth sailing, but I didn't expect the situation here to be this complicated. Looks like if we don't cure Captain Lin first, our plan is dead in the water. He turned to Ruo Xuan. The mutant fish maw we got from Lihua County, did you bring it? She confirmed she had it. I did. Are you sure you want to use it? Tianchen sighed, helpless. Right now, it's the only option we have left to try. Ruo Xuan took it out. Fair enough. No matter how good an item is, it's useless if it just sits in a bag. Li Yun asked curiously. What is that? Tianchen explained. This contains the extract of the mutant fish maw. It boosts viral resistance and eliminates the side effects of viral energy. However, Captain Lin's condition is unique. I think we need to combine it with a high-level cloud crystal for it to work. She asked immediately. What level do you need? The higher, the better, he replied. Li Yun pulled out a glowing gem. Will this be enough? Tianchen was shocked. A level 7 cloud crystal? You actually have one of these? Li Yun explained. I got it last month after hunting down a high-level infected. It dropped this when it exploded. It was my first time seeing one too, so I wasn't entirely sure about its rank. He thought. To take down an infected carrying a level 7 crystal, her strength must be at least at the 5th shackle breaker level. Has North Hua Base City really advanced enough to hunt monsters like that? Tianchen nodded. This is more than enough. Both high-level materials need to be dissolved in blood to be absorbed. After that, Captain Lin should gradually recover. Li Yun bowed her head. Thank you. Once Lin Qing recovers, I'll notify you immediately. For the next 2 days, if you need anything, just find Tong Yue. Tianchen prepared to leave. Then we won't disturb you any longer. Please continue. Outside, Tong Yue ran up to them. How did it go? He replied. He should be out of the woods, but we still need to observe him for 2 days. She exhaled deeply. That's a relief. I was scared to death, he recalled. Miss Tang, Red Butterfly told me earlier that if we need anything in the next couple of days, we should come directly to you. She nodded eagerly. Yes, of course. Brother Tian, just say the word. Tianchen got straight to the point. Then I won't stand on ceremony. I want intelligence on all the factions here in the north, big and small. As detailed as possible. Tong Yue was surprised. Brother Tian, what do you need that for? He looked at her suspiciously. Why? Is that information something Miss Tong can't disclose? She smiled. Of course not. If you need it, we'll do our best to cooperate. Just give me a moment. I need to go back and organize the files. Deal done. Tianchen nodded. Then, thank you. 10 minutes later, they were in the guest room of North Hua Base City. Lansha picked up an apple, admiring it. Not bad. This apple is super fresh, and that Tang Yue girl is pretty decent too. The living conditions here are a step up from our base city. Tianchen interrupted them. Finish that apple. Then I need the two of you to handle something for me. Both of them looked confused, waiting for him to continue. He assigned the tasks. Fei, before dark, leave North Hua. Go to the surrounding smaller factions and gather every scrap of intel you can find. Little Lan, before the curfew hits, I need you to listen for rumors inside. North Flower Base City gathers intelligence the same way. She couldn't help but ask, didn't you already get the intel from that woman? Why do we still have to go out there ourselves? Ruo Xuan replied calmly. Because there's no way she handed over everything. Nobody knocks on your door without a motive. We sent 4 level 4 awakeners here all at once. North Flower Base City has to be on guard. Tang Yue is smart. She's definitely figured out part of why we're here. So the intel she gave us was carefully curated, only what she felt safe revealing. As for what she's hiding, we'll have to dig that up ourselves. Cao Fei looked skeptical. Then wouldn't it have been better to just investigate directly? Why even bother asking her? She explained. Why waste effort collecting what we can get for free? We aren't enemies with North Flower. She might hide things, but she wouldn't feed us fake intel. Lansha finished off her apple. All right, I'm off. She leaped out the window. Cao Fei followed close behind. Count me in. I'm going too. Ruo Xuan was puzzled by the sudden urge to gather intel. Did you find a lead? Tianchen voiced his suspicions. Something like that. I saw a lot of things in North Flower today that just didn't sit right. From what I observed, North Flower isn't any weaker than Longhua. In fact, their military and resources might even be far superior. As for high-end combat power, they're capable of taking down a level 5 seed-bursting infected. They aren't far behind us in that regard. But I'm curious, with that kind of power, why haven't they united the North yet? She nodded in understanding. You're right. We need a complete picture of the North to find the root of the problem. A sudden boom echoed through the air. He recognized the sound immediately: cannon fire. Ruo Xuan was startled. Gunfire? Cao Fei, who had just left, rushed back to report. Trouble. Tianchen frowned. Fei, why are you back already? He reported breathlessly. It's a zombie tide. The base city is under attack. Thundering footsteps shook the ground as a massive swarm of zombies flooded in. They surged toward the base gates with terrifying speed. Zhao Wu stood atop the gate, shouting orders to squads 1 through 15. Listen to my command. Prepare to fire. At his signal, long-range guns roared to life, raining firepower down on the dense mass of zombies below. He shouted his approval. Good. Reload. Prepare the cannons. Second wave, fire. Third wave, fire. They watched the firestorm erupt before them. Cao Fei remarked, having that much firepower must be nice. Those blasts probably wiped out everything except a few peak, level 3S and level 4S. The elite squads can clean up the rest. Unlike back home, where we have to count every bullet. Ruo Xuan estimated, I did a rough count. That horde was about 30,000 strong. If that happened at our place, we'd take heavy casualties unless we sent out a level 4. Tianchen suddenly asked, does this zombie tide feel strange to anyone else? They attacked from the south, the exact direction we came from. But on our way here, we didn't see any large gatherings of infected. And the size. 30,000 is no small number. Even if there isn't a level 5 leading them, there should be a level 4 controller type in charge. Cao Fei speculated. Controller types are usually squishy. Maybe it got blown to bits in the first volley? He shook his head. Impossible. That type never reveals itself easily, let alone sends a horde into a suicide charge like that. Tang Yue interjected from behind. No need to worry. A horde like that can't breach our base city's walls. Ruo Xuan noted. Seems you have a lot of faith in your defenses, Miss Tong. She replied confidently. Of course. Our defensive walls have withstood countless purges. The artillery commander over there is Zhao Wu, a near level 4 strength type. He once led a defense team outside the city and killed a level 5 infected. Cao Fei was shocked. A level 5? You took it down with just weapons? Without a level 4 expert? She replied, not exactly. They used ammunition enhanced by a level 4 expert. They were impressed. That's still rare. After all, a level 5 infected is comparable to a level 4 human. Crossing that gap is like entering a whole new world. Impressive. Tianchen got to the point. You didn't come here just to chat, did you? You're not here to discuss this, are you? Tong Yue handed them a notebook. Correct. I came to give you this. It's my personal log of the surrounding powers. It contains other intel you might find useful right now. As he took it, she turned to leave. I won't disturb you any further. Make yourselves at home. Cao Fei asked, do I still need to go out there? Tianchen confirmed. Naturally. Make it quick. No matter the situation, you have to be back here within 3 days. With that, he speeds off immediately. All right. See you in 3 days. He calls out to Ruo Xuan. Let's go. We need to head back and analyze this. An hour later, in the living room, they finish their analysis. Tianchen leans back in his chair, exhausted. It looks like the situation in the north is far more complicated than we thought. Ruo Xuan lists the data. 7 base cities, 15 large camps, and 34 small outposts. There are also quite a few scattered wanderers and small survivor squads in the vicinity. The habitable zones in the north aren't any larger than the south. I honestly don't understand how they managed to develop this much. Tianchen added, it's not just human forces. The infected are everywhere too. Just around Beihua alone, there are 2 wastelands and over 30 zombie nests. If those monsters weren't busy fighting each other, Beihua Base City would have been wiped out long ago. Ruo Xuan spoke earnestly. Tianchen, I don't want to sound like a downer, but this isn't like last time. If we had 2 or 3 years, maybe. But pulling this off in just 1 year, that's nearly impossible. He understood her concern. I know, but the intelligence we have right now isn't the full picture. Whether we can pull this off depends on what else we find out. Just then, Lansha returned. I'm back. Guess what juicy intel I managed to dig up? Tianchen looked unimpressed. How about you guess whether we care to guess? She rolled her eyes, annoyed at his lack of enthusiasm. When it comes to being difficult, you really are the champion, Tianchen. Fine, I'll just tell you. The management staff at Beihua Base City are tight-lipped. Mention anything about defense or internal affairs, and they clam up instantly. The info I got came mainly from the street vendors and shopkeepers. Tianchen raised an eyebrow, curious. Shopkeepers? Would they really have anything important? Lansha pivoted. Do you guys remember that rich kid in the luxury car we saw at the tea shop? Ruo Xuan nodded. That guy named Su Jun, right? She confirmed it. Exactly. I grilled the tea shop owner and found out who he is. Su Jun himself is nothing special, just a tier 3 with average abilities. But his father, Su Cheng, that's a whole different story. You know Dayu Base City, one of the 3 largest strongholds in the north? His father is a top-ranking official there. Tianchen realized something. Dayu Base City. As in Dayu Petroleum? Lansha nodded. The very same. After the apocalypse hit, their infrastructure remained surprisingly intact. The workers secured the oil fields quickly, set up a camp around the resources, and eventually expanded it into a full base city. It was actually established even before Beihua. Tianchen pressed on. What about their high-end combat power? She reported, they have tier 4 masters. Su Jun's father, Su Cheng, is one of them. On top of that, Su Cheng manages all the oil sales for Daewei Base City. It all made sense to Tianchen now. No wonder Tang Yue was protecting that useless rich kid. That explains everything. Energy is the heart of industrial production. Su Jun was likely sent here by his father to negotiate an oil deal with Beihua. Ruo Xuan chimed in. If I remember correctly, the Daewei oil field was a major state project built before the apocalypse. They poured endless manpower and resources into those facilities back then. I never thought it would end up as a tool for personal profit for people like them. Tianchen spoke calmly. The apocalypse has a way of infinitely magnifying the ugly side of human nature. Have we seen any shortage of stories like this over the years? Before the world ended, those oil workers were probably dedicated citizens. But afterwards, they just wanted to survive. They wanted to live better lives. And that gives rise to people like Su Jun, who only care about their own interests. Lan Sha suddenly realized something. Wait, how did that drink shop owner know so much? Su Jun told him personally. He knows Tang Yue likes the milk tea there, so he's been camping out at the shop for the last 2 days. He got bored waiting and started bragging to the owner. The owner picked up quite a bit of info from him. Ruo Xuan pieced it all together. Come to think of it, the notebook Tang Yue gave us didn't mention Daewei Base City at all. Oil trading is a big deal, but not big enough to completely hide from us. Tianchen agreed. Exactly. Unless Daewei holds other intelligence that's far more critical, something they absolutely cannot let outsiders know. Kid, did you manage to find out where Su Jun is staying? Lansha grinned. He's right on the floor above us. Tianchen looked up in surprise. The floor above? They exchanged a calculating smile. Meanwhile, Su Jun was foolishly plucking rose petals upstairs. She loves me. She loves me a lot. She loves me. When he reached the last petal, the answer was, naturally. She loves me a lot. Su Jun beamed with joy. Baby, I knew you loved me. You are the cream in my coffee, the treasure I hold in my hand. Lansha walked in, mocking him. This stalker is totally delusional. He flushed with embarrassment. What do you people want? Get out, or I'll call security. Ruo Xuan smirked. Go ahead, call them. I've already sealed this space with my spiritual power. Besides, there's no need to be so tense. We just want to ask you a few questions, that's all. Su Jun looked suspicious. You just want to talk? Tianchen stepped forward. Of course, as long as you cooperate, we won't hurt you. Su Jun let out a breath, dropping his guard. Oh, is that it? It seems I was overthinking things. Suddenly, Su Jun drops to his knees with a heavy thud right in front of them. He even slams his forehead against the ground in a desperate kowtow. Oh, great heroes, please, ask me anything. I swear on my life, I'll tell you everything I know, every last detail, nothing held back. The trio stares in shock. Lansha finally gets it. This guy is a spineless leech who clings to whoever has power. Su Jun continues his enthusiastic groveling. 3 great experts. Whatever it is, let's talk it over nicely. I promise, I will cooperate fully. Lansha cuts in with a smirk. Hey now, young Master Su. This attitude doesn't seem like you at all. Back at the tea shop, weren't you acting all high and mighty? He scrambles to explain. Look, you 3 walked right past me and took out my guards without me even noticing. That means you have to be at least level 4 powerhouses. Before, I was blind. I had eyes but couldn't see Mount Tai. It was all a huge misunderstanding. Tianchen decides not to beat around the bush. Good. If you're smart enough to know your place, that saves us a lot of trouble. So, spit it out. Daewei Base City sent you here. Aside from negotiating the oil trade, what else are you really up to? He laughs awkwardly, sweat forming on his brow. Us folks from Daewei? What else would we do besides sell oil? There are rumors flying everywhere. Big brother. Surely you haven't heard something strange. Have you? Whoosh. A ball of searing flame erupts in Tianchen's palm. You just said you'd cooperate, didn't you? Why the hesitation now? Do you think our power is fake? Do you want to test it out for yourself? Su Jun is terrified. No! I'll talk. He can feel the terrifying heat radiating from the fire. This guy's elemental power. It might be several times stronger than even my father's. Su Jun spills everything. This time in Beihua, besides the oil deal, I'm here to discuss a joint project with Beihua's high command. Last week, our base city cleared out an abandoned zone on the outskirts, and we discovered a pre-apocalypse power plant fueled by oil. The equipment inside is perfectly preserved. Even the power transmission grid is practically intact. The 2 companions are stunned. A power plant? Tianchen ponders the implication. Human societal production is directly tied to energy sources. With oil and military factories, Beihua and Daewei can churn out weapons and equipment almost endlessly. If they can restore a large-scale power supply, their technological capabilities will skyrocket. Tianchen immediately asks, about that power plant, how far along are the negotiations? Su Jun reports, originally, it was a done deal. We were supposed to handle the repairs. Beihua would handle maintenance, and we'd split the profits. But now, hasn't their Captain Lin run into trouble? I was just wondering what to do about it. The two communicate via telepathy. No wonder Tong Yue hid that intel from us. It turns out it's all because of the power plant. This is huge. Until they were certain, they couldn't risk letting outsiders know. Tianchen speaks up. Young Master Su, there's one last thing I want to hear from you. Where exactly is this power plant? Su Jun freezes the moment he hears the question. 10 minutes later, at the east gate of Beihua Base City, the gatekeeper confirms. It's getting dark. Once curfew hits, no one is allowed to enter the city. Are you three sure you want to go out right now? Ruo Xuan replies confidently. Yes, we have business to attend to. We probably won't be back tonight. He steps aside to let them pass. Then, go ahead. Trailing behind, Lan Sha asks, why are we rushing out of the city like this? Where are we going? Ruo Xuan answers, do you even have to ask? To the power plant. Lan Sha is puzzled. I know we're going to the power plant, but what for? It's not like we understand the technical stuff. Tianchen reveals his plan. I intend to secure that power plant for Beihua. Lan Sha is dumbfounded. Why? Sure, we're friendly with Captain Lin, but not to that extent, are we? Besides, the overall power of Beihua Base City is already incredibly strong. If they get that power plant, they'll definitely tower over Longhua Base. Ruo Xuan shakes her head. That's not quite right. Even without the power plant, isn't Beihua already superior to Longhua? Whether it's food resources or weapons, Beihua is stronger. Their population is about the same as Longhua's too. The only thing we really have over them is our number of level 4 experts. When you calculate overall strength, they are indeed a tier above us. That's because their fundamental conditions were better to begin with. They have both military factories and oil. If we were in their position, we might have developed even better than them. Tianchen weighs in. Fundamental conditions are also a part of one's strength. Besides, Beihua being stronger than us isn't necessarily a bad thing. Our goal isn't to swallow up the North. It's to hope that the North can build a human alliance with significant rallying power. In that case, the stronger Beihua is, the more reliable of an ally they'll be when facing the zombie hordes. Lan Sha is still uneasy. That sounds nice and all, but if Beihua gets too strong, there's no guarantee they'll listen to us. Ruo Xuan brings up another point. Tianchen, didn't you plan to give them a big gift before the negotiations? He smiles. You always understand me. The basis of any cooperation is always equal strength. We have to make sure they clearly see our power. Only then will we have any leverage at the negotiating table. Nothing screams dominance like pulling off a job they couldn't handle. That's how you establish real leverage. Lan Sha frowns, confused. Wait, aren't Captain Lin and Hongdai supposed to be top tier? You mean even they couldn't secure the power plant? I toss her a notebook. Take a look at this, page 35. That's the intel Tong Yue handed over. She redacted the stuff about Da Yue Base City. But look at the north. The wastelands and the zombie cyclone patterns are marked crystal clear. Lan Sha's eyes widen. Sujun just gave us the coordinates for the power plant. It's right in the middle of wasteland number 3. And that place? It's a damn hyena nest. Ruo Xuan chimes in, sharp as ever. Captain Lin knew we were coming. He chose this exact moment to leave the city, only to get mauled by those hyenas. It's obvious. He went out there for the power plant and barely made it back alive. That proves whatever is guarding that place is a nightmare they can't handle anytime soon. I nod, a smirk forming. Exactly. And that makes this the perfect opportunity. Whether our future negotiations succeed depends entirely on the little gift we're about to bring them. Meanwhile, back at Beihua Base City, Mayor Li Yun receives an urgent report. What? Tianchen and his crew already left the city? The aide nods nervously. Yes, Mayor. I confirmed it myself. They said they aren't coming back tonight. Li Yun frowns, suspicious. Not coming back? Where the hell are they going? She spins around to face Tang Yue. You've been watching them. Notice anything unusual? Tang Yue replies, that youngest girl. She spent the whole time scouting the base city, gathering gossip. When the zombie cyclone hit its peak, she slipped out of the city. But Tianchen and his girlfriend stayed put in the guest quarters the whole time. Sister Yun, do you think he figured out I held back on the intel? Leaving right now. It means they found something juicy. Something worth risking their lives for. Li Yun mutters, something worth risking. Then her eyes snap up. Wait, you were stationed at the East Gate today for verification, right? Yes. Realization hits Li Yun like a truck. Hold on. Unless, do they know about that? Tang Yue hesitates. It's possible. Li Yun looks rattled. Are they trying to beat us to the punch? Snatch it all for themselves? Tang Yue shakes her head. No, they don't have territory in the north. Even if they secured it, it's useless to them. Li Yun massages her temples, groaning. God, this is a headache. So damn annoying. That Tianchen, he's just like Lin Qing. Looks all righteous and noble on the outside, but inside? Scheming little devil. I really hate dealing with people like that. Tang Yue steps forward. How about I go? I'll tail them. If anything goes wrong, I'll report back. Li Yun shakes her head immediately. Absolutely not. It's too dangerous out there. Without a level 4 escort, you're walking into a death trap. I'm betting Tianchen and his crew will protect me. They're all level 4s. They didn't even need to pass the standard guard checks to leave. They made a show of leaving. It's like they wanted us to track them. 10 to 1, they're out there waiting for me to catch up right now. Li Yun finally gets it. So that's their game. She sighs, giving in. Fine, it's in your hands. But listen to me, survival comes first. Don't be a hero. Tang Yue nods confidently. Don't worry, time is money. I'm moving out. As the door closes, Li Yun narrows her eyes. Tianchen. Showing up in the north out of nowhere. What the hell is your real angle? Tianchen's team breaches the industrial sector. Within minutes, they're standing at the gates of the power plant. Lansha whistles, looking up. Whoa. This place is massive. That's a good thing, I say, scanning the structure. Bigger scale means higher output. If we get this running, we could power up most of the northern base city. Ruo Xuan cuts in, her voice tense. Big scale, big problems. I'm sensing 2 packs of hyenas prowling the perimeter. 10 beasts per pack. We're not taking this plant until they're dead. If the 3 of us strike hard, we might wipe out 1 pack before the other reacts. Whatever happens, we cannot let them merge. I pause, a crazy idea forming. Xuan. Give me a number. How many hyenas are in this entire wasteland? Total. Lansha looks at me like I'm nuts. Brother Tianchen, come on. Even with Sister Xuan's mental power, she can't scan a zone this huge. Besides, what are we gonna do? Count them one by one? You're right, I admit. Counting them is impossible. But what if we gathered them all in one spot? If we want this plant operational, we need this zone sanitized. Completely safe. Killing a few stragglers won't cut it. We need a purge. I turn to Lansha. Kid, I've got a plan. And I need you. Lansha blinks, confused, wondering what kind of chaos I'm about to unleash. Nearby, in the rubble, a pack of hyenas circles a lone zombie. The zombie stands its ground, defensive. The alpha hyena snarls a command. Flash. The pack lunges. Claws slash the air, and in seconds, the zombie is shredded into meat confetti. The pack howls in victory. But then, ears twitch. The whole group snaps their heads toward the shadows. I step into the light, grinning. 10 against 1? You guys really know how to stack the deck. Before they can react, I launch forward. Boom. My blade ignites, wreathed in roaring flames. Tianchen hoists his blade, slashing out a blazing arc of fire that engulfs the 3 hyenas ahead. But he's not safe yet. 2 more beasts lunge from his blind spot. With godlike reflexes, Tianchen launches himself out of range, parkouring effortlessly across the building structures. The pack is hot on his heels, but Tianchen suddenly halts to face them. 5 more are lying in ambush. Perfect. He grins and commands. Detonate. His wings dissolve into light as he touches down. The hyenas freeze, confused just long enough for a torrent of firepower to slam right into them. The inferno swallows the entire pack. Blasted off their feet, they scramble backward, bodies scorched and thrashing on the ground. Tianchen stabilizes his stance, staring them down with eyes as cold as ice. Encircled, he calculates the odds. 10 of them. Individually, they're on par with Qi Ding Wen at level 4. Add their flawless coordination. This is going to be a headache. Looks like I'll have to fight smarter, not harder, for this next round. Perched on the rooftop, Tang Yue analyzes the spectacle. Winged transformation, black flames, and even biological armor. Just what kind of evolver is this guy? How does one person possess so many abilities? He's taking on 10 of them simultaneously and hasn't lost an inch of ground? With that kind of power, sister, even Captain Lin and Sister Yun would have to treat him with extreme caution. Suddenly, a voice comes from behind. Seems like you're quite interested in our movements, Miss Tang. Tang Yue whips out her dagger in defense, but freezes when she recognizes Ruo Xuan. You, how did you find me? I completely masked my presence with spiritual force. Ruo Xuan replies calmly, your control is impressive, I'll give you that. But in the face of an absolute power gap, those tricks are meaningless. Tang Yue frowns, confused. Absolute power gap? Ruo Xuan flares her spiritual force, bathing herself in a shimmering silver aura. Tang Yue can only stare, dumbfounded by the sheer pressure. Realization hits her like a truck, terrifying. Whether it's quality or quantity, her energy is despairingly vast. Is this level of power even achievable for a human being? She lowers her weapon, her voice trembling. I always believed that being. A level 4 was something special, like a rare meteorite. But looking at you, I realize I've just been a frog at the bottom of a well. The power plant is valuable, sure. But for people with your power, it's likely useless. I truly don't understand why you're even here. Ruo Xuan shrugs. You're overthinking it. It's simple. We're here to help the Beihua Bay City. Tang Yue blinks in shock. Help us? You want to help us secure the power plant? But why? Ruo Xuan smiles mysteriously. Once the plant is secured, everything will make sense. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoes from the distance, causing Tang Yue to snap her head around. What was that? Over on the battlefield, Lan Sha has pulled ahead of the pack. She shouts back mockingly, Hey, why are you guys so slow? Pick up the pace or I'm actually going to leave you in the dust. Enraged, the beasts surge forward, snapping at her heels as a massive horde floods in behind them. Tang Yue's face goes pale. What are you doing? If those two groups merge, that's 20 elite beasts. Forget the power plant if that happens. Even Tianchen won't be able to retreat alive. She turns to Ruo Xuan, expecting fear, but sees only a confident smile. Then, it clicks. You plan to fight alongside him? Ruo Xuan replies casually. No, I'm staying here to protect you. Tang Yue gasps. What? Is Tianchen insane? Tang Yue's anxiety spikes. Has he lost his mind? Fighting 20 of them at once? It's not about winning, it's about whether he can survive. Ruo Xuan shoots her a glance. Tang Yue stiffens. Why? Why are you looking at me like that? Ruo Xuan replies, I've never met your Captain Lin. I've only heard stories about the bond between him and Tianchen. Your reaction tells me that your base city is suspicious of our arrival. But, ultimately, the intent is still friendly. Tang Yue sighs, revealing the truth. Captain Lin told us Tianchen is his friend. I only decided to monitor you out of concern for the base city's safety. Ruo Xuan nods. Understandable. But don't worry. Fighting 20 hyenas is exhausting, sure, but it won't kill him. Just then, Lan Sha leads the second pack into the zone. Tianchen, incoming. Watch out, this bunch is nasty, Lan Sha yells. Tianchen doesn't flinch. Good work. Now get out of here. I'll handle the rest. Lan Sha instantly dives underground. You got it. Now, Tianchen is sandwiched between two massive packs, the air vibrating with their combined feral energy. Tianchen senses a shift immediately. As the two packs merge, their energy resonance doesn't just add up, it nearly doubles in intensity. So the rumors are true. Their numbers actually amplify their individual strength. As the horde lunges, he snaps his wings open and ascends. Not bad, he thinks, watching the frenzy below. They've actually got some bite. The pack roars, leaping madly to reach him. Tianchen raises his blade, eyes glowing with anticipation. Perfect timing. The energy from 20 of you is exactly what I need to break through to the formation stage. With your combined strength, you might even rival a fourth-line core breaker. Excellent. You'll make the perfect test subjects for this move. He unleashes a catastrophic arc of flame. Boom! A violent explosion rips through the clearing, blasting the hyena pack into oblivion. The shockwave nearly knocks Tang Yue off her feet. As the thick smoke begins to clear, shadowy silhouettes slowly emerge from the dust. She is astonished. Only 5 remained? He faced 20 of them head-on, killed more than half, yet he only sustained minor injuries? He really is a freak of nature. He points his blade at the pack of hyenas. Come on then, keep it coming. They tuck their tails and flee, howling. Run, we're gonna die. We'll be back, hey, wait for me. Seeing him stand still, Tang Yue's voice rings out from behind. Why didn't you chase them? Those 5 can't do much alone, but if they regroup with the pack, they'll be a threat again. Tianchen remains calm. What's the rush? Can't you see I'm injured? I need to rest for a bit. She calls his bluff immediately. Tianchen, I'm not an idiot. Those scratches on you wouldn't even need a band-aid. It looks like you let those ones escape on purpose, didn't you? Also, that girl who can burrow underground didn't show up. She's probably already tracking them. So, your plan from the start was to repel them and then trail them back to their nest. He admits, Miss Tang, you really are sharp. Tang Yue demurs, I wouldn't dare claim that. Compared to you guys, I'm still far behind. However, I still haven't figured out why you handled it that way, she asks curiously. I heard Captain Lin and Hong Dai came here during the day to scout. What exactly were they looking for? She answers honestly, numbers. We wanted to know exactly how many hyenas are lurking around the power plant, and the specific location of their lair. Tianchen points out, great idea, but you chose the wrong location. And more importantly, you chose the wrong people. Hyena-type infected have a very strong sense of territory. They don't just hunt humans within their domain. They won't even spare other infected creatures. Furthermore, the closer you get to their lair, the tighter their sentries and patrols become. If you don't have excellent stealth techniques and just barge in blindly, you'll never succeed. Captain Lin and Hongdi are powerful, but neither of them specializes in stealth. Honestly, sending you would have been a much better choice than them. Tang Yue looks skeptical. Me? Ruo Xuan adds, your control over mental energy is actually quite good. With a bit more training, you could master high-level concealment techniques. Now she understands. So that's it. I understand the wrong person part now. But what about the method? He replies, don't you think that instead of trying to sneak past 1,000 layers of guards and patrols yourself, it's much faster to let them lead us right to their front door? Tang Yue is still puzzled. But how did you know the remaining 5 would run straight back to their lair? Tianchen analyzes. Under normal circumstances, they might not. But they just lost 15 pack members in the blink of an eye. To recover their combat strength as quickly as possible, running back to the lair is their only option. Tang Yue has to admit it. Now I finally understand why Captain Lin respects you so much. I just have one last question. Are you guys going to take me with you to the lair? Ruo Xuan agrees. We can take you along, but you have to finish your own job first. She stammers. What do I have to do? She plucks the earpiece Tang Yue was wearing right out of her ear. You really are dedicated to your profession, Miss Tang. This earpiece has a recording function, doesn't it? Since when have you been recording? She confesses, I started recording the moment I saw you two and went into hiding. I honestly didn't think you'd notice. Ruo Xuan shrugs. I don't care whether you're recording or not. I just want to know. Since you came here alone, how did you plan to send this data back to the base city? Tang Yue puts 2 fingers to her lips and whistles. A sharp whistle cuts through the air. The 2 of them look up at the sky in surprise. A bird swoops down from above and lands gently on Tang Yue's hand. She praises it softly. Good boy. Ruo Xuan realizes. Can you use mental energy to communicate with animals? She explains, I've had this ability since I was a level 1 evolver. As my strength increased, but since I couldn't use it for combat, I gradually stopped using it. She places the recorder into the bird's beak and gives the order. Go. Take this back. The bird flaps its wings and soars away. She turns to them. There. I've sent the intel back for you. Can we head out now? Tianchen nods. Thanks. He takes the lead. Let's go wipe out their nest. 2 hours later, at the ruins of Beihua City, Tang Yue asks in disbelief. Are you sure the hyena lair is around here? Tianchen reveals. Xuanxuan already placed a mental tracking mark on little Luo. Following them here shouldn't be an issue. He glances at her. Why? Have you been here before? She nods. Of course I have. You see that fountain square over there? Before the apocalypse, that was the heart of Beihua City. But now, it's a paradise for zombies. Despite the extreme danger, this zone is crawling with people. Everyone is desperate to get their hands on the high-grade cloud crystals found here. 2 years ago, a rare meteorite fragment was discovered in this exact spot. Our Beihua base city managed to secure it, and that fragment is exactly how Captain Lin broke through to Tier 4. Tianchen's eyes widened in surprise. A meteorite fragment? Tang Yue nodded grimly. That's right. It was guarded by a Tier 4 demon hyena that was in the middle of evolving. Back then, our city didn't have any Tier 4 masters. So, It was a brutal fight. He pressed for details. So, what was the result? Did the hyena die? She shook her head. No, that beast was the alpha of a zombie nest. We managed to drive it back, but with an entire swarm protecting it, killing it was impossible. But ever since that day, the number of hyenas in this sector has exploded. And worse, they've started learning how to enhance their physical strength. Tianchen narrowed his eyes, analyzing the intel. Based on what you're saying, there's a high chance that escaped hyena successfully evolved. Energy enhancement. That's an ability a beast usually only unlocks at tier 5. Xuan, where is little La right now? Did she make it inside the lair? Ruo Xuan frowned, her senses coming up empty. I can't feel her. I placed a psychic marker on her earlier, but the deeper she went, the fuzzier it got. That building, that's the last location I could track. I've completely lost her signal now. Tang Yue looked panicked. She must be in serious danger. Ruo Xuan shook her head calmly. I don't think so. I can't pinpoint her exact location, but the signal hasn't vanished. She probably entered an area that shields against psychic detection. Suddenly she frowned, straining her senses. Tianchen noticed immediately. What is it? Northeast. About 1,000 meters out. There's a zombie cyclone closing in. The group froze in shock. Standing atop a high-rise, Ruo Xuan pointed. Look over there. That swarm. It's chasing someone. It's Lansha. How the hell did she provoke a whole zombie cyclone? Tianchen didn't hesitate. I'm going down to get her. He swooped in, shouting, Little La, over here. Lansha whipped her head around. Tianchen grabbed her hand, hoisted her up, and landed them safely back on the rooftop. Tianchen announced, We're back. Ruo Xuan rushed over. Are you guys all right? Lansha panted. I'm fine. They didn't catch me, but I couldn't shake them off no matter what I did. These infected run like they're on motorbikes. The second I slowed down, they were right on my heels again. Ruo Xuan placed a hand on Lansha's shoulder, her eyes widening. You have 2 psychic markers on you. Tianchen stepped in. Did you make it to the hyena's lair? She nodded. I got there. But right after I entered the nest, 5 of those hyenas spotted me instantly. We started fighting. I was planning to wipe all 5 of them out, but halfway through, that zombie cyclone showed up. I had to bail. Tianchen frowned. Something wasn't right. Hyenas aren't specialized in psychic attacks. Blocking senses, placing tracking markers, that's high-level manipulation. There is no way they should be capable of that, Ruo Xuan theorized. Unless there's a tier 5 psychic type infected nearby? Tianchen shook his head. No, that doesn't fit either. Knowing hyena behavior, they'd never tolerate another high-level infected anywhere near their territory. Tang Yue interjected. Is it possible the little girl went to the wrong place? Maybe that wasn't the lair. Lansha snapped back. Who are you calling little? Are you so huge then? Look, I definitely didn't go to the wrong place. Ruo Xuan nodded in agreement. I think she's right. We're at the right spot. Think about it. On our way here, we barely saw any other infected. This area should be swarming with adults, yet we haven't seen a single hyena patrolling outside. It's obvious they're hiding. Tianchen glanced between the 2 women. Though, she actually is bigger than you. In every aspect. Tianchen smiled, trying to diffuse the tension. All right. We're already here, so let's see what's waiting for us. He turned to Lansha. Lead the way, little La. The team moved out, stealthily slipping through the main archway of the exhibition center. Lansha whispered, This exhibition center is their nest, but when I scouted, the upper floors were empty. The viral energy is much denser underground. So, I'm betting the heart of the nest is down in the basement. Tianchen nodded. Building a nest underground. That fits the standard behavior for these infected. Xuan, cloak us with your psychic field, she replied. Way ahead of you. It's already active. Tianchen grinned. Perfect. Let's head down. Ruo Xuan warned Tang Yue. This is the heart of the enemy's territory. Do not leave my sight. Tang Yue nodded. Don't worry, Miss Ruo. I know my limits. Suddenly, Tianchen paused. Little La, do you feel that? Doesn't this place feel familiar? It feels like we've been through this before. Lansha realized it too. You're right. Last year, when we hunted the red demon, his lair was filled with those weird red organic tissues. Tianchen shook his head. No, I don't mean the organic matter. Most nests have that, this familiarity. It's not visual. It's the atmosphere. The mental pressure. Lan Sha looked confused. The atmosphere? Ruo Xuan guessed. Maybe it's connected to psychic power? Tianchen stopped, staring at the dark path ahead. Ruo Xuan shared her senses. Since entering, I can feel psychic energy scattered in every corner. The intensity is a bit weaker than mine, but the total volume is massive. He realized that familiar feeling was indeed psychic power. Could the infected hiding here be the same type they encountered before? Suddenly, she sensed an anomaly and pointed. Movement below. The red tendrils here are much thicker. Tianchen assessed the ground. The density of these biomass growths was far higher here than anywhere else. Looks like it was reinforced on purpose. He drew his blade, senses sharpening. Stay alert. We could be fighting at any second. Suddenly, the ground shook. Debris rained down with a roar. They jumped to the lower floor as dust billowed around them. Lan Sha scanned the area. What's going on? There aren't even any infected down here. She turned. Sister Xuan, this floor is also. She froze, staring at what lay ahead. Floating meteorites hovered in midair, cradled inside a glowing flower. At the flower's base, those glowing red veins pulsed. Tianchen's eyes lit up. Another treasure. The flower illuminated the dark cellar. Tang Yue frowned, skeptical. That thing is a treasure? He nodded. I learned the term treasure from an infected. Humans can't open these. Only the infected can unlock them. But, looking at it now, Godarao, seems an infected already cracked it open. Tang Yue stammered. You learned that from an infected? Since when do infected give you guys intel? Lan Sha shrugged. It's simple. Find one that talks. Beat it half to death until it calls you master. Then, it'll answer whatever you ask. Tang Yue forced a smile. Is that so? Inside, she was terrified. What kind of monsters are Tianchen and his crew? An infected capable of speech is at least level 5. They didn't just catch it alive. They beat it into submission? Ruoshuan reported, I just scanned the area. I don't sense any other life forms nearby. Tianchen remained on guard. Could they be using psychic power to cloak themselves? Ruoshuan didn't let her guard down. It's possible. Stay or go. We need to decide now. Tianchen replied firmly. We're not leaving. We have to secure what's inside that treasure. The meteorite fragment alone is worth adding a level 4 expert to our ranks, but the real prize is those 2 star crystals. If I'm right, the flower is using the fragment's power to convert them into lightning energy. Lan Sha asked curiously, is lightning energy that powerful? What attribute is it exactly? He analyzed. Judging by the color, they're fusion-type fragments. Exactly what we need. Suddenly, Ruoshuan pointed. Tianchen looked over. The red tendrils were crawling toward them. They were surrounded, trapped in a web of crimson vines. Tang Yue gasped. Those growths, they're closing in on us. Tianchen gripped his meteor blade. Get behind me, now. He slammed his blade into the ground. Fire erupted from the earth, rushing toward the vines. The flames scorched the tendrils, creating an impenetrable barrier. Tang Yue cheered. It worked. But Tianchen stayed grim. Not yet. These tissues have extreme penetration power. Worse, my fire's devouring trait has no effect on them. I'm just using raw heat to push them back. It won't last long. Ruoshuan clasped her hands together. She stepped forward. Let me try. Keep them busy for me. A wave of psychic power burst from her, shocking Tang Yue. That fluctuation. Is she prepping a wide-range psychic attack? What is she planning? Gathering that much energy at once? A psychic blast of that magnitude. No normal evolver could withstand it. If she unleashes that here, we'll all be blasted into vegetables. She panicked. Sister Xuan, stop. You can't use that here. Psychic light flooded the cellar, blindingly bright. Tang Yue covered her eyes, heart pounding. We're doomed. But when she peeked through her fingers, she gasped. The whole team was encased in a psychic shield. Tang Yue stared at Tianchen, who was maintaining the defense, completely stunned. A psychic barrier? That guy has psychic powers too? His transformation and elemental abilities are already terrifying. But to have such high-level psychic mastery, how did he even train to get this strong? The wave of psychic force crashed into the red vines, forcing them back. Tang Yue was amazed. It repelled them that far in an instant? Ruoshuan revealed, These biomass growths aren't controlled by viral energy. They run on psychic power. That's why Tianchen's fire didn't work. And I finally know why I couldn't sense any life forms earlier. Because from the start, there's been only one infected here. The infected is this entire biomass structure. It hid itself perfectly. It didn't just camouflage its physical form. It cloaked itself against psychic detection too. If it hadn't struck first, I never would have uncovered its true form. Lansha was puzzled. Wait, isn't this the hyena's nest? Why is there only one infected here? Tianchen shook his head. I'm not sure, but this form is definitely camouflage. We need to figure out what its real body is. As they charged, he barked orders. Cover me. Then take a swing at those red vines. Let's see what happens. The sound of fire sizzling and scorching the air rang out. That thing detached itself from the main mass. Ruo Xuan blasted her power at the lump. Who said you could run? She clasped her hands, intensifying the energy, until the creature was trapped inside a glowing sphere. Tianchen marveled. Using a psychic shield as a cage. As expected of you. She replied, this will only hold it for a moment. Whether it's my psychic force or your flames, we can only inflict surface-level damage. Killing it won't be that simple. He glanced at the flower behind them. But killing it or not is a secondary issue right now. As long as we secure the treasure this time, we make a profit. Suddenly, a wet gurgling sound erupted from inside the sphere. It's expanding. Tianchen rushed to shield Ruo Xuan. Watch out! The thing pierced through the barrier, its body growing even larger than before. The flower behind it began mass-producing similar creatures, firing them straight at Lansha like bullets. Ruo Xuan couldn't believe her eyes. That reproduction speed. They watched in confusion as the slime began to shift and take form. A shape slowly solidified. A spirit hyena appeared. All four went on high alert. Enemies were everywhere. An endless pack of hyenas closing in from all sides. Trapped in the circle, Tang Yue was stunned. They all turned into hyenas? Tianchen asked. How many in total? Ruo Xuan, report. 57. You shocked? That many? She replied. Some are hiding. The pack of hyenas was using a dispersed formation. We can see less than 20, but the rest are hiding out of sight. The moment we make a move, the ambushers will join the fray. Tianchen suddenly asked, do you remember the hyenas we killed in the forest south of Beihua? Their strength wasn't weak, but after we killed them, they didn't drop any essence crystals. Back then, I thought we were just unlucky. But seeing this scene, I suddenly remembered something the symbiote said. Life forms that haven't actively evolved cannot possess energy crystals. Ruo Xuan finished his thought. You mean, including these ones? All the hyenas we've met were created? He confirmed. It's very likely the hyenas themselves don't have psychic powers. They're probably puppets created by a high-level infected creature with mental abilities. Looks like we have to drag the mastermind out. Wherever it is, it can't be too far from here. Tianchen and Ruo Xuan suddenly grabbed the team's hands, holding on tight. Let's go! They shot forward, dashing through the city center. Tang Yue warned him urgently. Brother Tian, let's retreat to the base city first. We found the nest, so we have the advantage. If we come back with more men and weapons, we can take this place eventually. Tianchen replied, Miss Tang, you're misunderstanding something. We aren't running away. Look over there. The pack of hyenas was right below them. Tang Yue gasped. They caught up already? They're fast. He revealed his plan. We want to capture one alive. Miss Tang, I need your help. She stammered. Capture? Capture it alive? Are you crazy? There are 57 of them down there. He shrugged. I have no choice. If there were only 40, we could handle it ourselves. These hyenas are created by a high-level infected host. If we don't deal with the hidden master, they'll never stop coming. Xuan can hack into their psychic network to trace the source, but she needs a live subject to do it. Tang Yue muttered. Crazy. Your plan is absolutely crazy. 57 empowered beasts. The individual strength of these hyenas already far exceeds a normal level 4 expert. And you want to catch one alive? That's impossible. Suddenly, he mentioned something that made Tang Yue freeze. You've been stuck at the peak of level 3 for a long time, haven't you? Back there, amongst the treasure, I saw a meteorite shard. It's big enough for 2 people to break through to level 4. After this is over, I'll give you half. She asked, trembling. Are you serious? Tianchen assured her. Do I look like I'm joking? Tang Yue thought for a split second before answering. Done. I'm in. Tell me. What's the plan? He remained calm, fighting as he spoke. Then, Tianchen dove straight down. The hyenas were confused. He taunted them. What are you staring at? Come and get some. Realizing the challenge, the pack roared and charged. Tianchen led them toward the back, entering the exhibition center. He transmitted his voice. Listen up. From now on, Xuan will link our minds for communication. Next, we're going to run circles around these hyenas inside the center. Do not engage them in direct combat. Xuan, take the 4th floor. Little Luo, 3rd floor. Tang Yue, 2nd floor. Everyone spread out and run. Tang Yue finally understood. So that's it. Tianchen wants to force the hyenas to split up to chase us, giving us a chance to pick them off. But that's not enough. Even if 57 of them split up, that's still more than 10 chasing each of us. We can't underestimate them. The biggest problem is the limited space of the exhibition center. Once a fight breaks out in this circle, the hyenas can reinforce each other instantly. If that happens, this will all be for nothing. Tianchen commanded Tang Yue to secure the path ahead. She agreed but froze mid-step. A dead end. Tang Yue called out frantically, Tianchen, there's no way out. Should I jump through the window? No, he shouted back. Just hold your ground right there. Stand still. The hyenas were closing in fast. She whipped her head around. Danger was right on her heels. Suddenly, Lansha dove from the floor above, landing with a thud. Miss Tang, I'm not too late, am I? Tang Yue stammered. No, not at all. Tianchen snapped from the side. Cut the chatter. We're short on time. Attack now. She suddenly remembered right. That girl is a speed type. With Tianchen and Ruo able to fly, their reinforcement speed was way faster than those beasts. Tianchen gave the order. Blitz them. Lansha moved instantly. Breaking the sound barrier, her blades flashed, slicing through hyena throats in a heartbeat. Ruo unleashed a psychic blast, exploding several hyena heads instantly. Meanwhile, Tianchen wielded his meteor blade, cleaving their bodies in two. Tang Yue watched in awe, amazed by their flawless teamwork. Incredible. Tianchen landed and barked, Move it. We have 10 seconds tops before reinforcements arrive. Ruo placed a hand on a hyena corpse, extending her senses. Her mind's eye pierced through the walls, spotting red vines creeping toward them. Scanning the entire center, a sickening gurgle echoed in her mind. Ruo eyes snapped open, wide with panic. She screamed, Get out! Run! We were wrong. It's not just beneath us. The entire exhibition center is the monster. This whole building. It's the infected. Tianchen couldn't believe he'd been played. What did you say? The sky darkened instantly as thunder crashed overhead. The ground beneath them began to quake. Lansha wobbled, confused. An earthquake? Ruo knew better. We're in trouble. No time to explain. We need to leave now. Tianchen, clear a path. Suddenly, the floor ahead cracked open, and massive glowing red tentacles erupted from the depths. He shouted for everyone to dodge, then unleashed 2 powerful slashes forward. They shattered the high-rise windows and launched themselves out into the open air. Lansha was still confused. Sister Xuan, what the hell is going on? Why did you say the building is the infected? Ruo was strangely calm. Just look back and you'll see. Lansha turned around, and her jaw dropped. The earth rumbled as tentacles surged upward, completely engulfing the skyscraper. Lansha stared in horror. What is that thing? Ruo answered. The inside of that building. It's all mutated flesh. We were standing in the monster's stomach the whole time. That infected is terrifyingly good at using psychic energy to mask its presence. It merged perfectly with the walls of the exhibition center. If we hadn't tracked the hyenas and launched a counterattack, it never would have revealed its true form. The tentacles began to twist and fuse, forming a massive new body. Tang Yue gagged. That is absolutely revolting. The infected spoke with an imperious boom. Humans, we could have coexisted peacefully. Why do you insist on forcing my hand? Let us each take a step back and end this conflict here. Lansha blinked, stunned. Tianchen, am I hearing things? Did that infected just refer to itself as a king? Has it evolved? He nodded grimly. You heard right. Many infected absorb human memories. If it consumes someone with specific knowledge, it's entirely possible for it to master ancient dialects. I've even heard of infected speaking Arabic. But mastering an archaic royal dialect? That's far more complex than modern speech. For it to speak like that, its evolution level must be terrifyingly high. The infected continued. You humans play at being kings, and generals, are you really so much nobler than us? You conquer a patch of dirt and proclaim yourselves rulers. I rule this domain. I command a legion of powerful warriors. Why should I not declare my independence? Are you judging me simply because I am ugly? Lansha turned to Ruo Xuan, face-palming. I can't take this anymore. Tianchen, it's bad enough that it's hideous, but this speech is giving me serious goosebumps. Just kill it already. He gripped his weapon tight. It won't be that easy. This thing is a master of disguise. My gut tells me. Even this isn't its true form. She gasped. Still not real? Then what on earth is its actual body? Tianchen stepped forward, facing the massive head. Hey, didn't you brag about having a legion of warriors? Where are they? Bring them out. The creature narrowed its eyes. Clever. But do not test me. My subordinates already scattered you like rats. Do you truly wish to face more? Tianchen stayed calm. Is that so? If you're really that powerful, why haven't you just ordered your army to wipe us out? Why waste time talking trash? 57. That's your limit for controlled units, isn't it? Li Ran froze. Stunned that his true strength had been exposed, Tianchen kept tearing him apart. Every ability has a hard limit. If you had any juice left, you would have used it already. You wouldn't have waited for us to sniff out your hiding spot. Furthermore, if there is no limit to the number of hyenas, you could easily churn out 100, or even 1,000 of them. By then, never mind us, even a level 5 hunter would get slaughtered if they came here. The creature retorted furiously. So what if that is true? Even if there were 57 of you, you'd still be beaten back 3 miles. This king has been undefeated for ages. How dare a meager firefly try to outshine the moon? He scoffed. Let me tell you something, Your Majesty. Aren't you confused? We don't need to clash head-on with your army of hyenas at all. Killing you yields the same result. Unfurling the wings of the Void Angel, they faced the infected one. He asked arrogantly. One of the 9 great skills of psychic ignition. You're pretty good at using this move, aren't you? Did you really think you were the only one who knew how to use it? As Tianchen breached the interior of the structure, the monster screamed, You bastard! You're using that dirty trick to fool me again. Get out of this king's body immediately. He didn't mind the shouting. What's the rush? I still have a big gift I haven't given you yet. A blade slashed out, bringing a torrent of raging fire down onto the tentacles connecting the infected's head. Flames erupted violently. It roared in indignation. You humans dare to damage this king's body? Today, I will sever your head and trample it beneath my mount's hooves. The tentacles let out a gurgling sound as they began to shift, revealing its true body clearly before the group. Lansha looked concerned. It wasn't Tianchen who answered. I finally understand why that felt so familiar just now. A crack began to open on the surface of that sphere. A giant eye snapped open in front of them. His voice rang out. Its true form is the one-eyed mutant. Lansha recalled. Wait, isn't that the same one we encountered at Manhwa 5 years ago? How is there still one left? He denied it immediately. No, this one is completely different from the one back then. Whether it's physique or psychic intensity, this thing is on a whole other level compared to that one. If we mess this up, we've really kicked an iron plate this time. Ruo Xuan warned them as the creature began to attack. Everyone, get behind me. A wave of psychic energy blasted toward them. Tang Yue couldn't even open her eyes. It's a mental attack. It's even stronger than the one Sister Su unleashed earlier. Thank God she's here, or we'd be dead for sure. The infected scoffed in rage. You insignificant ants. That little trick was merely the tip of the iceberg. Today, I will show you the true depth of this king's internal power. It continued to ramp up the mental pressure on them. Ruo Xuan looked visibly weakened. That guy's total psychic power is terrifyingly high. I can't hold out for long. Someone has to stop him. Tianchen replied, Got it. Let me go test the waters. Tang Yue urged. Wait, that infected's mental attack is too terrifying. Rushing out there like that will get you crushed. He remained confident. Miss Tang, don't worry. I have a plan. She stared in amazement at the film surrounding Tianchen. That's a protective membrane formed by high-frequency mental oscillation? He has such high-level control? But even relying on that won't be enough to withstand a direct mental assault. He flapped his wings and took off. Xuan Xuan, I'm leaving them in your care. The infected cursed. You rude brute. Acting like this is no different than diving into your own grave. Die. It blasted power toward him. Tong Yue watched in shock as he charged through. He actually made it through. How did he do that? It's an energy domain. He used his domain to negate the damage from the mental attack. A blade charged with firepower slashed down onto the infected. Ruo Xuan did an excellent job maintaining her protective shield. Tong Yue couldn't help but exclaim, amazing. Lansha realized something. The mental attack stopped. Brother Tianchen succeeded. She was curious. Wait, Tianchen can even use a domain? Is there anything he doesn't know? The infected showed no fear. A domain. This king underestimated you. But relying on that alone isn't enough to face me. He looked at it coldly as it counterattacked, a streak of energy slashing past his body. Ruo Xuan called out anxiously, Tianchen, how are you? He landed beside them and said, I'm still standing, just a bit of a headache. A headache? Another wave of attacks crashed toward them. Tianchen quickly dodged, with Lansha following close behind. Ruo Xuan was confused. What exactly is going on? Just now, after that close-quarters clash, you and it should have been evenly matched. Tianchen explained. Its melee attacks are laced with psychic strikes. The physical force of the tentacles isn't strong, but the strange part is that it can simultaneously launch mental attacks. When it hits, it deals both physical and mental damage. It's actually more potent than a pure psychic blast. The moment I took that hit, my head felt like it was going to explode, and that's only because my own mental resistance is decent, combined with the weakening effect of my domain. If it were a slightly weaker level 4 revolver, caught off guard like that, they would have been killed instantly. Tang Yue was astonished. Psychic power can be used like that. Lansha told herself, if I end up in close combat with it, I have to be extra careful. Tianchen suddenly noticed something. Wait, it's not chasing us. Lansha looked back over her shoulder. It's true, we bolted right after dodging that first hit, and it hasn't chased us a single inch. Ruo Xuan realized something was off. This doesn't make sense. We know about the treasure, and we exposed its true form. There's no way it would just let us walk away. Either it set an ambush up ahead, or there's a specific reason it can't leave that spot. I think I've got it, Tianchen said. Since revealing itself, that thing hasn't moved. From start to finish, it's been rooted right on top of the construction site. Ruo Xuan's eyes widened. That's it. It probably can't move at all. That explains why it chose to disguise itself as part of the building. That is its fatal weakness. Lansha suggested, why don't we find Gao Fei? He can attack from the perimeter. Tong Yue chimed in. Or we head back to the base city, grab some heavy artillery, and blow that thing to kingdom come. Tianchen shook his head. No. The longer we wait, the more can go wrong. It's already revealed its true form. By the time we get back, the situation could change completely. We have to end this right here, right now. We can't wait. Ruo Xuan analyzed the battlefield. You and Lansha excel at close combat. I can attack from a distance, but my mental attacks are useless against it. Tianchen suddenly asked, did you pinpoint the location of that mutated cyclops? I think it's above the parking lot, she confirmed, nodding. Actually, to be precise, it's growing directly on top of the treasure vault. You want to go back, don't you? Tianchen didn't mince words. Exactly. This definitely isn't a coincidence. There's a link between that cyclops and the treasure. If we figure that out, we can find a way to kill it. Lansha went pale. Go back to the parking lot? We barely escaped with our lives. Tong Yue nodded in agreement. Exactly. That infected is guarding the perimeter. How do we get in? Tianchen smiled casually. How else? We charge straight in. You girls and Xuan Xuan will head back to the tunnel to secure the treasure. I'll keep it busy. She asked. How? Tianchen smirked. I'm going to beat it so hard it won't be able to twitch, let alone move. It won't have time to look at you. I don't care if it's an emperor or a monster. If it blocks my path, I'm cutting it down. Meanwhile, the infected was closing its eyes to rest, rooted silently in its spot. Footsteps approached. The infected snapped its eyes open. Seeing him, it sneered. You got lucky enough to escape, yet you came back? You really have a death wish. Tianchen suddenly lunged forward, slashing down with his blade. The infected remained arrogant. Do not think melee combat will work against this king. To fight strong warriors up close, I have reinforced my entire body. Your attacks cannot harm me. In fact, you will only hurt yourself. A massive tentacle smashed down towards Tianchen, forcing him to retreat. This opponent was tough. The infected continued to mock him. You know your mental power is weak, yet you dream of fighting me head-on? You don't know your place. Die. It launched a barrage of tentacles at Tianchen. But when he blocked them with his bare hands, the infected was shocked. He blocked it? How is that possible? He's using sheer will to resist a mental attack. Tianchen laughed coldly. Seems like you don't know much about true melee fighters. In close combat, life and death are decided in a split second. Any opening is fatal. It didn't understand openings. He seized the chance, dashing toward the eye at breakneck speed. Tianchen drove his blade straight into the eye. Blue blood sprayed everywhere as the creature writhed and screamed. "Human! I will wipe you from existence," he replied coldly. "Quit your screaming. I'm not done yet." A heavy fist slammed into the eye again, sending fluid splattering. In the distance, the three girls watched the scene unfold. Tang Yue and Lan Sha gasped. Tianchen is making that infected scream. He stabbed it right in the eye. That has to hurt. Ruo Xuan reminded them. All right, he's definitely pissed it off now. While it's distracted, we can head down without the Cyclops noticing. 10 minutes later, the three of them approached a strange flower. Tang Yue asked, Sister Xuan, what exactly are we looking for? She replied, I don't know. Tianchen and I have encountered this strange flower many times before. Every time it appears, a high-level infected is nearby. And every single time, the key to killing the infected is linked to this flower. I think this time is no exception. Tang Yue was surprised. You've seen it many times? All in the south? Ruo Xuan replied calmly. Of course. This is my first time in the north after all. Tang Yue frowned. That's so weird. We've never seen this flower before. I haven't even heard rumors about it. Ruo Xuan was shocked. Never heard of it? How is that possible? Tang Yue admitted, this is honestly the first time I've laid eyes on it. Up until now, Beihua City hasn't had a single intelligence report regarding this thing. Ruo Xuan fell into thought. That doesn't make sense. With Beihua City's power, their intelligence network should be top tier. Even they don't have info on this treasure? Is it possible that Tianchen and I are just incredibly lucky? She focused her mental force on the glowing petals, scanning them intently. Seeing Ruo Xuan zone out, Lan Sha immediately asked, What's wrong? Ruo Xuan explained, I just swept the surface of this flower with my mental force. It seems slightly distorted. Let me try. A burst of mental energy shot toward the flower. A thin outer membrane cracked, then shattered like glass, sending tiny fragments flying into the air. Lan Sha realized instantly, it was an illusion. Tang Yue was impressed. That's a high-level trick. If not for that directed mental attack just now, we never would have detected it. Ruo Xuan suddenly shouted for everyone to look. The real flower is actually on the third underground level. It used mental force to warp the light, tricking us into thinking it was on level 2. That's why the aura felt real, and the energy reaction was real. Even a mental-type master would have easily missed it. Let's go down and check. The three of them landed on the ground, slowly inching toward the flower. Looking at the dense crimson tendrils behind the flower, Ruo Xuan was shocked. A body was gradually forming within them. As it completed, she recognized it immediately. The hyena? Standing before the flower, Tang Yue was bewildered. Isn't that the hyena monster? Turns out, it's been here all along. Lan Sha asked urgently, Sis Xuan, could this hyena hiding in the deepest part be the true master of this area? She denied it. No, look at it. It looks more like a prisoner. The hyena moaned in agony, kill me. Seeing them hesitate, it begged harder. Kill me. I'm begging you. Just end it. Lan Sha frowned suspiciously. Is it seriously begging us for death? Tang Yue chimed in. First time I've seen this too. Didn't think the hyena that gave us trouble for so long would end up in a state like this. Ruo Xuan stepped closer to observe. Trapped down here, tormented. Swallowing its own suffering. Wanting to die is normal. But being here proves it definitely has a connection to the one-eyed monster above. You want to die? I can make that happen. But first, you have to do something for me. The hyena asked hurriedly. You can really kill me? She activated her mental force, wrapping it around her body like armor. Ruo Xuan smiled confidently. Don't worry, Forget your half-dead state right now. Even when you were healthy, you were never my match. If you have no objections, I'll take that as a yes. Now, tell me the relationship between you and the one-eyed monster up there, and what is this flower? It revealed, I was defeated by them. Then I came here, Tong Yue remembered. Right, we defeated it. You're the hyena from 2 years ago. The hyena continued. After I lost, my evolution was damaged. I wanted to recover. Halfway through, I found a treasure. I thought I was the only one who found it, but I was wrong. He had been here for a long time. A very, very long time. Ruo Xuan understood immediately. You mean he is the one-eyed monster outside? It confirmed. Yes. His disguise was perfect. He ambushed me and turned me into this monstrosity, she asked. Tang Yue fought you back then. You were a level 4. Now, you're probably a level 5 infected. The hyena replied. He helped me evolve. She was puzzled. He helped you evolve? Why? It answered, because he can't leave. He wants my body. Ruo Xuan finally saw the full picture. Possession? Lansha gasped. Infected can possess each other? That one-eyed monster is truly skilled. Ruo Xuan needed details. You said he can't leave here. What does that mean? The hyena confessed. The treasure binds him. He can only exist right next to the treasure. She put it together. So that's it. One-eyed was likely the first infected to find the treasure, but he's been stuck here, bound by it, unable to leave. Then, coincidentally, the defeated hyena arrived here. All these years, he couldn't possess it directly. He probably needed the hyena's body to become strong enough to hold him. Lansha theorized. Sis Xuan, if we kill this hyena now, One-Eye's plan is ruined. If he can't leave, we have plenty of ways to deal with him. She rejected the idea. No. Tianchen is still outside. If we act rashly, One-Eyed will go berserk. Tianchen will be in danger. That's right. How can that one-eyed monster just spawn your kind at will? The hyena revealed. Is he absorbing your ability? No. He uses my flesh and blood to create minions. They originally belonged to me, but he uses mental force to control them. Ruo Xuan nodded. So that's how it works. It pleaded again. Human. Can you kill me now? I don't want to suffer this pain anymore. She agreed. Of course. But I have one final question. Do you want revenge? It looked at her, confused. Revenge? The situation on Tianchen's side was critical. The one-eyed monster roared in fury. Human, today, I will chop you into 100 pieces. Don't dream that anyone can save you. Die. It launched a barrage of tentacles. Tianchen struggled to resist. Are Xuan and the others okay? I've taken over 10 mental attacks already. If I get hit by those tentacles one more time, I'm going to pass out. Suddenly, he received a transmission. Tianchen. How is it over there? He gritted his teeth. It's a mess. You guys need to get out of there, fast. I can't hold on much longer. Ruo Xuan messaged. I've figured out a way to deal with it, but I need you to play along. Tianchen asked. What do I do? She replied. The hyenas. Trick it into spawning as many hyenas as possible. He nodded. Got it. Let's see what I can do. Slamming his blade into the ground, Tianchen infused it with explosive firepower before driving it straight into One-Eye's pupil. He yanked the weapon back. Blood sprayed wildly as the blade retracted. Tianchen smirked, taunting, See you around, your majesty. Enraged, the beast refused to let him escape. You filthy human. You're not going anywhere. It fired tentacles at the fleeing hunter. They shot out like spears, but upon landing, they dissolved into puddles of goo. Tianchen paused, surprised. Wait, its tentacles can function like that? From the viscous slime, hyenas began to take shape. In seconds, Tianchen was completely surrounded. One-Eye roared, Obey my command. Kill him. Grind him to dust. But the pack of hyenas stood motionless, ignoring the order. One-Eye seethed, What are you waiting for? Attack. Suddenly, the entire pack turned and lunged straight at him. They relentlessly targeted One-Eye's pupil, wave after wave striking the exact same spot without mercy. Furious, the beast bellowed, Have you all gone mad? How dare you defy my orders and attack your king? Traitors! This is treason punishable by death. The hyenas ignored the threat, swarming in. Their jaws clamped down on his tentacles like iron vices. Pinned down and immobilized, One-Eye screamed in rage, Release me! Is this a coup? I will slice every single one of you traitors into 1,000 pieces. Tianchen marveled. Impressive. That pack mentality is terrifying. No other infected species can compare. I wonder how Ruo Xuan managed to turn them. Down in the tunnel, Ruo Xuan found the answer. So, this is how One Eye has been controlling you. These tubes don't just keep you alive. They forge a powerful mental shackle to enslave your will. What a twisted method. The creature muttered. Revenge. Revenge. Help me get revenge. Ruo Xuan reassured it. Rest easy. I've already severed his mental control over you. With the pack's strength combined with Tianchen's power, it's enough to threaten One Eye. But first, I need to remove these tubes. Otherwise, you'll never truly be free of him. One Eye finally realized the source of the betrayal. So that's it. It's you. You miserable failed experiment. Did you think allying with humans would let you escape my grasp? Keep dreaming. You and your wretched pack belong to me. I will never let you leave this place. You think cheap tricks can defeat me? His tentacles thrashed violently as One Eye struggled to uproot himself from the ground. Tianchen stepped in, voice ice cold. What if you add me to the equation? Let's see if you lose control of the Hyena King before I hack you into confetti. Without another word, he plunged his fire-wreathed blade straight into One Eye's gigantic pupil. Tianchen ripped the blade out and landed gracefully. One Eye collapsed backward with a heavy thud, blood gushing from its ruined eye. He panted heavily, exhausted. Since unlocking Phase 2, this is the first time I've used up the entire duration, tough bastard. But suddenly, tentacles erupted from the ruined pupil. One Eye snarled, You're the first to damage my vessel to this extent. But now that you've seen my true form, your life is forfeit. Now that I don't need to waste energy controlling this shell, I'll show you the true extent of my psychic power. Die! A massive psychic shockwave blasted outwards. Tianchen gritted his teeth, raising his blade to shield himself against the mental storm. The hyenas couldn't withstand the impact. The blast sent them flying helplessly through the air. One Eye scoffed. Impressive. You managed to withstand my psychic storm for this long? Then try this. Another wave crashed into him. Tianchen couldn't hold his ground. He collapsed backward, hitting the dirt with a thud, his eyes squeezed shut. The monster gloated. A double-layered psychic storm. Even if your mental cultivation was a tier higher, you'd still crumble. Now, it's your turn. The tunnel shook violently. Rocks crumbled and dust filled the air, sending everyone into a coughing fit. What the hell is happening? Suddenly, they froze. A hand had grabbed the Hyena King's body. It was Tianchen. He had dragged the beast straight to One Eye. The group cheered. Brother Tianchen. He's alive. He tossed the hyena onto the ground, making it yelp in pain. One Eye stared in disbelief at the unharmed hunter. Human. How are you still alive? Tianchen smirked. Didn't you just say, this was your true form? A wave of dread washed over the monster. You. What are you doing? Tianchen chuckled darkly. Take a wild guess. He snatched the newly regenerated pupil and crushed it in his grip. Instantly, a violent psychic storm exploded outwards. Watch out! Ruo Xuan frantically deployed a mental shield. You're too reckless. His psychic power is massive. His death throes are going to be devastating. This storm, it's pushing my shield to its absolute limit. Tianchen was out of options. If he'd let that slip just now, another chance like that might never have come around again. The ground trembled violently under their feet. Lansha shouted a warning. Brother Tianchen, this place is collapsing. We need to get out. Now. He nodded, grabbing the hyena and bolting from the ruins. Once they reached safety, Tianchen dropped it on the ground and asked, How do you plan to handle this hyena? Ruo Xuan stepped forward. Let me do it. She looked down at the creature. One Eye is dead. Your revenge is complete. Now, do you still want to die? It nodded weakly. Yeah, life is just endless pain and torture. I don't want to go on. She explained softly. You only feel that pain because that poison user stole your freedom. He turned you into his slave. If you come with us, your life could be completely different. Just then, the hyena's sharp claws dissolved and fell away. Ruo Xuan asked, Curious, what are you doing? It answered, You helped me get my revenge. This is my gift to you. Human. Maybe you're right, but I don't have the will to try again. Please, just kill me. She respected his choice, asking one final question. Do you have any last requests? The hyena looked confused. It didn't know what a last request was. Ruo Xuan explained. Before people die, there's usually something they want to do. Sometimes it's a meal, sometimes it's seeing someone special. That's a last request. It replied, is that right? Then, yeah, there is one thing I want to do. The hyena gazed up at the pitch-black night sky. I want to see the sun. She nodded. 3 hours later, sunlight flooded the city. The golden rays shone down on where they stood. Ruo Xuan asked the hyena, well, how is it? It whispered in awe. It's beautiful. It's been so long since I've seen it. It turned to her. Human, you have a name, right? She introduced herself. I'm Su Ruo Xuan. The hyena made its final plea. Su Ruo Xuan, I want to die right here. Under the morning sun, she granted its wish. Go in peace. Spiritual energy surged around the hyena's body. It collapsed to the ground with a thud, passing away in silence. Lansha asked him, did that hyena have humanity? Tianchen recalled an old saying. Surviving is the instinct of every living creature. Only humans choose to destroy themselves. He looked up at the sunlight, then answered lightly, let's say it did. Ruo Xuan suddenly remembered. That's right, the hyena left behind these 2 scythes. She offered them. Lansha was surprised. For me, Tianchen tossed them toward her. Who else would they be for? Give them a try. Lansha caught them. All right then. I was just missing a weapon that fits my hand. Energy flowed from Lansha's arm, connecting with the scythes. Tianchen realized her plan. She wanted to fuse with the scythes. She looked expectant. This high-density material is perfect for fusion. I just hope there's no rejection reaction. Her hand and the weapon slowly merged into one. Lansha announced happily. It worked, Tianchen revealed. When the hyena severed its own body, it must have poured all its viral energy into those 2 blades. That's why it didn't interfere with your fusion process. Let's move. The hyena and One Eye are dead. It's time we check out the treasure. They headed down to the basement, where the flower remained completely untouched. Tang Yue gasped in awe. After that entire collapse, it didn't take a single scratch. What on earth is that flower? Tianchen answered her honestly. I won't hide it from you, we don't know where it came from either. The cloud crystal conversion rate seems much faster now. At this pace, they should be fully converted within 3 days. Little Luo, I'm leaving this to you. Once the cloud crystals convert into nuclear energy, pack them up. She nodded. Got it. What about you guys? He replied. We're heading to the power plant. If things went well in Beihua, Captain Lin should be awake by now. We're going to the power plant first. Tang Yue was confused. Wait, the power plant? Captain Lin is still back at the base city. Aren't you going to see him? Ruo Xuan chimed in. My eagle should have delivered the message to Beihua by now, right? She smiled confidently. Of course. With its speed, the message would have arrived last night. Tianchen urged them. Let's pick up the pace. We can't keep Captain Lin waiting. Tang Yue finally got it. Wait, Captain Lin is coming to the power plant too? Meanwhile, at the hospital in Beihua Base City, Lin Qing was listening to their conversation through an earpiece. So, from the very beginning, your plan was to scare them into retreating, then chase them down. Miss Tang is sharp, as expected. He confirmed he heard it. Li Yun asked curiously, what exactly are Tianchen and his team planning? Why do they want the power plant? Do you think they're planning to build their own base city out there? He spoke calmly. Building a base city isn't that simple. Besides, didn't his girlfriend say it herself? They're helping us, she frowned. If they're helping, why sneak around on their own? Doesn't that just make them look suspicious? Lin Qing saw it differently. Maybe taking the power plant is for our benefit, but going quietly is for their own agenda. Get ready. We're moving out immediately. Li Yun looked worried. We're leaving? But your injuries just healed. He reassured her, don't worry. We're going to find Tianchen. And honestly, with his skills, if he runs into danger, do you really think he'd need us to save him? 3 hours later, they arrived at the power plant. Li Yun walked ahead and called out to Lin Qing. He turned around. You're back already? The scout said she finished the basic perimeter check. Indeed, there were no signs of the infected. Tianchen's squad wiped the place clean. Plus, I found the marks Tang Yue left behind. If we chase after them, we might be able to catch up. Lin Qing shook his head. No need. We'll wait right here at the power plant for them. We might as well get familiar with the situation here. Look at all these boilers and machines. The scale is impressive. Daiyue Bay City estimated that this plant alone could power 5 cities the size of Beihua. If we can get it running at full capacity, the North's production power will skyrocket. Li Yun looked worried. Do you really think this plan will work? They approached us first, sure. But those profiteers in Daiyue aren't exactly easy to deal with. He replied, no single faction can swallow a power plant this big. If they want to cooperate, they have to pay up. They can't hoard it all to themselves like they did with the oil. This is our chance. If we play our cards right, we can use this as a stepping stone to unite the factions and build a cluster of base cities. She blinked in surprise. A city cluster. You haven't given up on that dream? Lin Qing smirked at the challenge. I know you think it's tough, but in this world, the harder the task, the greater the reward. Isn't that right? She chuckled. That's Captain Lin for you, always looking at the big picture. Suddenly, hearing movement, Li Yun stepped in front of him. Who's over there? Come out. Relax, don't shoot. It's me. Tianchen stepped out. We've been waiting for ages. Lin Qing's face lit up. Brother Zuo? You're actually here? Li Yun looked confused. Weren't you chasing that infected creature? How are you back so soon? Tong Yue stepped forward. About that. We actually wiped out the infected nest last night. Tianchen predicted you'd head here, so we waited. The two of them were stunned. The nest? Destroyed? In a single night? How is that even possible? Surprised? She grinned. Let me fill you in. 5 minutes later, Li Yun was still in shock. What? Tianchen fought that giant one-eyed deity solo, and he took it head-on? Lin Qing couldn't believe his ears. He wields 3 abilities at once? Transformation, elemental, and psychic power? How does that even exist? She nodded. It's 100% true. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it either. And it's not just Tianchen. His whole squad is full of monsters. In terms of level 4 combat power, I doubt anyone in the entire North could stand against them. He sighed. I can't believe it. After not seeing him for a year, I thought I was on his level. But the gap between us has only gotten wider. Tianchen smiled humbly. You give me too much credit, Captain. It's just hard work. You and Li Yun are plenty strong yourselves. If I didn't have some special luck, I might not be stronger than you at all. He knew exactly where he stood. You don't need to comfort me, Zuo. I might not know much, but I know my own limits. Zuo, the day I received this item, I knew our paths would cross again. For you to come here personally, it must be urgent. There are no outsiders here. Why don't you tell us what's going on? Tianchen nodded. All right. I was thinking the same thing. Captain Lin, do you remember the meteorite from a year ago? Lin Qing nodded gravely. Of course. I remember it vividly. Ever since that thing crashed, the infected have been evolving at a terrifying rate. If we didn't have the base cities, humanity would probably be extinct by now. Tianchen dropped the bomb. In January next year, 3 more meteorites are going to crash down simultaneously. A catastrophe is coming. Lin Qing froze. What? 3 of them? Tianchen continued. Captain Lin, before that happens. In the south, we've already started building a city cluster centered around Longhua. So, I'm sure you understand why I had to come to Beihua personally. Lin Qing stammered. You want to help me? Tianchen nodded. Exactly. I have no foundation here in the north. Uniting this region before the new year is impossible on my own. My only chance is to rely on the power of Beihua Base City. Lin Qing sighed, speaking from the heart. Uniting the north into a city cluster, that's always been my dream. That's how I know how impossible it is. It requires massive power and, more importantly, time. To pull this off in less than a year, it can't be done. Zuo, I appreciate you thinking of me, but I'm afraid I'm going to let you down this time. Tianchen cut him off. I don't think you grasp the gravity of the situation. The disaster these 3 meteorites will bring. It's not even in the same league as what happened last year. We won't just be facing evolved infected. We're talking about a zombie tide of millions, maybe tens of millions, something never seen in history. And leading them will be a zombie king, a monster equivalent to a level 5 master. So believe me when I say, a single base city won't stand a chance. Lin Qing turned pale. A tide of tens of millions? A zombie king? Tianchen needed cooperation. That's right. I'm not the type who enjoys meddling in other people's business. But this disaster, it doesn't benefit anyone. If we don't put our lives on the line, we're all finished. Captain Lin, Securing this power plant was my gift to you. By now, I'm sure you have a pretty good idea of what I'm capable of. As long as you agree to this alliance, no matter what trouble comes your way, I, Zuo Tianchen, will do everything in my power to help. That's all I have to say. So, what do you think? Lin Qing recalled. Mr. Zuo, do you remember? 5 years ago, I promised that no matter what happened, you could always come to me. Besides, with your help, even if we can't finish by year's end, we'll definitely speed up our progress, unifying the entire North. I'm in. I'll do it with you. Li Yun was the only one to object. Hold on a second. Lin Qing was surprised. Yun, what are you doing? She snapped at Lin Qing. Shut your mouth. I know exactly what you're about to say. She turned to the protagonist. Tianchen, I'm not like Lin Qing. I don't care about saving the world or national duty or any of that crap. I know unifying the North is a good thing. But even blood brothers need to keep their accounts clear. Before you two get lost in your little bromance, I need to splash some cold water on this reality. Tianchen nodded. Fair enough. Speak your mind. Li Yun broke it down simply. Integrating the North into the Manhwa-based city. We'll definitely give it our all. But once we succeed, how do we split the profits? Who's going to be the boss? We need to settle this now. Lin Qing has a high cultivation level. I'm ashamed to say I'm not his match. But before I agree to anything, we need to negotiate the split. Lin Qing looked uneasy. Yun, that's not right. Mr. Zuo already said he'd help us. You're making things awkward for everyone. She shot back. Awkward? Please. Better to be a villain first and a gentleman later. I don't want us falling apart at the end because we couldn't agree on how to slice the cake. Lin Qing hesitated. Even so, we don't need to negotiate this right this second. But Ruo Xuan agreed with the other woman. Actually, I think it's absolutely necessary. Big sister here is right. Business first, friendship later. If we're going to be partners, it's better to put everything on the table from the start. Li Yun smirked triumphantly. See that? Now she knows how the world works. Ruo Xuan replied politely, you flatter me. Since we're on the subject, I won't beat around the bush. Once the North is unified, we'll establish a base city alliance. When that happens, we expect to hold at least 40% of the control rights. Li Yun was horrified. 40%? Did I hear that right? You girls have zero influence in the North, and you want to walk away with nearly half the control? How is that even possible? Ruo Xuan smiled, continuing smoothly. Well, that depends on how much manpower and resources each side contributes to the unification process. At least, the way I see it. 40% isn't asking for much. Li Yun spoke up. Miss Su, forgive my bluntness. Your personal strength is undeniable, sure. But to unify the entire North? Brute strength alone isn't enough. If you're opening your mouth to demand 40%, you must be holding some pretty valuable resources, right? Tianchen shifted the conversation. Captain Lin, currently in Beihua Bay City, how many level 4S do you have, and how many near level 4S? Lin Qing estimated, level 4? Only Yun and myself. As for those close to breaking through, maybe 8 people total. Zuo laid his cards on the table. Then do you know what our numbers are over in Longhua? Right now, Longhua Bay City has 7 level 4 experts on the registry. Those close to level 4? No fewer than 30. And level 3 evolved humans? Too many to count. Lin Qing looked like he'd been struck by lightning. How? How is that even possible? 7 level 4S? Over 30 near level 4S? How can the cultivation speed of your people be that fast? Tianchen decided to show, rather than tell. Energy suddenly flared up around his body. Lin Qing analyzed the aura. Your energy circulation method. It seems different. It's more stable than mine. The flow speed is faster too. Zuo revealed the secret. This is a method to control the viral energy. I call it breathing technique. This breathing technique doesn't just accelerate cultivation speed. It also boosts virus resistance and stabilizes the body. Furthermore, it has a special effect on the cultivation of level 4 experts. Lin Qing asked eagerly, even level 4S can use it? Tianchen nodded. That's right. The reason my cultivation has been a step ahead of everyone else's for years? It's all thanks to this technique. The core members of Longhua Base City. We all use it. Lin Qing finally understood. Mr. Zuo, are you saying you want to exchange this breathing technique for the 40% control rights? But Tianchen shook his head. No. For an evolved human, this technique is a priceless treasure. Why would I trade it away so easily? What I'm saying is, I will gradually introduce this breathing technique to the north. I'll teach it to those I deem worthy. Lin Qing realized the implication. I see. In that case, 40% really isn't much at all. Li Yun was still confused. What do you mean? What did you understand? He explained, Yun, think about it. Tianchen's breathing technique is an irresistible lure for every evolved human out there. Later, during the process of unifying the North, once Tianchen makes his move, people will flock to join them. We won't even need to hand over that 40% control, he'll take it for himself regardless. Mr. Zuo, I accept the partnership. I also agree to your demand for 40% of the control. I hope our collaboration goes smoothly. Tianchen accepts the deal. The two men shake hands. Zuo continues, I hope it's exactly as you say. 2 hours later, Beihua Bay City. The entire team has gathered in the conference room. Tang Yue speaks up. Mr. Zuo, that notebook in your hand contains every bit of intel we currently possess. It covers the 4 major base cities and the 6 smaller ones across the north. Furthermore, we've logged every single settlement with a population over 300. Tianchen flips through the pages. If you had brought this intel to the table from the start, we could have saved ourselves a lot of trouble. She looks apologetic. I'm truly sorry. We didn't know your true intentions when you arrived, so we held some things back. But this time, I guarantee you won't find a more comprehensive intelligence report in the entire North. Tianchen responds, That, I believe. But you really are formidable, Miss Tang. Every piece of information you hid was crucial. You hid 3 base cities, Dayu, which controls oil, Longshan, which holds the mineral deposits, and Qianhu, which controls coal, oil, and minerals. You could call them the very foundation of modern industry. Information this vital, yet you didn't mention a single word of it in the files you gave me before. Tang Yue gives a forced smile. Please forgive me. Lin Qing steps in to defend her. Mr. Zuo, Tang Yue was only looking out for the base city. After all, your group arrived as 4 level 4 experts. Even Yun and I wouldn't dare take a force like that lightly. Tianchen decides not to press the issue. I understand. Since everything is out in the open, let's get down to business. He signals his readiness. Agreed. Actually, I tried to unify the North 2 years ago. But the plan fell apart halfway through and couldn't be completed. But with your help this time, it might actually work. Ruo Xuan looks curious. You tried to push for this before? Why didn't you keep going? Lin Qing explains. As you can see from the documents, before the apocalypse, the North was a hub for heavy industry. The factions established here inherited the foundations of those local industries. That makes the local powers incredibly strong. Their ability to handle zombie hordes is nothing to scoff at. Because of this, the major factions have little desire to form alliances. Tianchen ponders this. Understandable. But surely they realize that an alliance has its benefits? Lin Qing confirms. True. Unity has its perks. But for many factions here, the risks outweigh the rewards. Tianchen doesn't quite get it. Risks outweigh rewards? Why do you say that? Lin Qing analyzes the situation carefully. Building a faction in the north is very different from the south. In the south, a level 4 expert only needs to call out, and a crowd will flock to follow them. But in the north, personal strength alone isn't enough. Any faction with a foothold here controls at least one major industry. Tianchen looks surprised. An industry? Like how Dayue Base City controls the oil? He replies, that's one way to put it. In the north, every faction, big or small, holds on to an industry or resource. The more vital the resource they control, the more powerful they become. Ruo Xuan chimes in. So that's how it is. Effectively, the North has already started reindustrializing. Every faction operates like a business to survive. To protect their competitive edge, they tend to become conservative and isolationist. An alliance might strengthen the whole, but it would inevitably hurt individual profits, especially for those holding the most critical resources. Tianchen probes further. So, have you ever tried using force or other methods? Lin Qing recounts. I thought about it. But back then, our base city was only second-rate in terms of strength and influence. We simply didn't have the qualifications to unify the North. Tianchen is genuinely shocked. Even though I haven't visited the other base cities, I can tell that Beihua's strength is absolutely top tier. If you guys aren't qualified, then who is? Li Yun reveals. Beihua is indeed the best of the best right now. But 2 years ago, the biggest players were still Daiyue and Longshan. After all, we hadn't developed our pillar industry back then. Ruoshuan suddenly realizes something. Pillar industry. That's right. Daiyue and Longshan rely on oil and minerals. So what about Beihua? To grow this much, you must have a pillar industry by now, right? What is it? A knock at the door interrupts the conversation. A subordinate carries a box inside. Captain, here are the samples you asked for. Fresh off the production line. Tang Yue steps forward. Give them to me. You can get back to work. Lin Qing speaks up. Perfect timing. I was planning to take you all on a tour, but let's show you the samples first. Xiao Tang, show them to Mr. Zuo. She opens the box. Take a look, Mr. Zuo. These bullets were just manufactured by our military factory. Looking at the rows of neatly packed bullets, Ruo Xuan is intrigued. Bullets? Don't tell me. Is this their pillar industry? He continues. It's a good thing you pointed me in the right direction years ago. Beihua City actually had a military factory all along. A year ago, we moved the facility inside the stronghold. Now, we produce 90% of the ammunition used in the north. Tianchen is impressed. I didn't expect that. You guys actually built your entire foundation on arms dealing, Ruo Xuan asks. Aside from ammunition, what else does your military factory churn out? Li Yun reports. We manufacture mines and various caliber rounds, even some rockets. However, we can't produce heavy artillery or cannons just yet, but we can handle repairs and maintenance for standard weapons. Tianchen nods, satisfied. That's more than enough. Most weapons circulating on the market were made before the apocalypse, and there are plenty of them out there. The real bottleneck is ammunition. Since Beihua can produce it, that gives you enough leverage to rise above the other factions. Captain Lin, you know the North better than anyone. Given the current conditions, do you have a plan to unite the factions quickly? He reveals. The method is pretty standard. It's just the usual 3 steps, isn't it? Meeting, agreement, alliance. First, we need a valid reason to summon the leaders of all the base cities for a meeting. After all, many of these strongholds are far apart, and communication is a nightmare. Second, use the conference as an opportunity to sign a trade agreement that's acceptable to all parties. In the North, controlling trade is synonymous with controlling power. Third, evolve that trade pact into a comprehensive power alliance, thereby uniting everyone. Tianchen praises, solid plan. It fits the situation perfectly. I wonder which step you guys got stuck on 2 years ago, he continues. The second step. Back then, we successfully gathered most of the leaders here in Beihua. They agreed to a trade pact, but negotiations on specific terms fell through. In the end, we had to scrap it. Tianchen frowns. Couldn't balance the interests between the parties? Lin Qing confirms, exactly. This time, I plan to negotiate with the major factions first. If they nod, the smaller ones won't dare to object. Tianchen sets down a box. Since Captain Lin already has a strategy, take this. You'll need it. He asks curiously. What is it? Tianchen reveals, call it a specialty of Manhwa. 20 phones. Basically the same functions as the one I gave you before. With these, the communication barrier between factions is essentially solved. Li Yun is stunned. 20 of them? That many? Lin Qing wonders, how on earth do you produce these? This is high-tech stuff, a true rarity. Xiaotang, take these. Send reliable people to deliver them to the major factions immediately. This needs to happen fast. Get it done within 3 days. These phones arrived at the perfect time. They're enough to build a decentralized trade network across the north. Tianchen speaks smoothly, as long as they're useful. Makes traveling 1,000 miles to bring them here worth it. Lin Qing continues. Besides, the phones themselves are the perfect excuse to summon the major powers. That shortens the first step significantly. We can start preparing for negotiations right now. Ruo Xuan interjects, Captain Lin. I suggest we focus our immediate efforts on restoring the power plant. If we can get it running before the talks, it'll be a massive bargaining chip. He reassures her. Don't worry, Miss Su. We've already contacted Daiyue Base City. Their technical team arrives tomorrow. Tianchen is impressed. As expected of Captain Lin. Looks like we chose the right partner after all. He replies humbly. You flatter me. Without your support, I wouldn't dare be this bold. Oh right, this is for you guys. Tianchen opens the box and gasps. It's a strength-type power core. Lin Qing says earnestly. I would have lost my life back there without you. Consider this a thank you gift. I hope you can use it." He smiles. "Thank you, Captain Lin. This is exactly what I needed." Lin Qing stands up to leave. "That's good to hear. You've worked hard these past 2 days. Get some rest. I'll let you know as soon as there's progress." Suddenly, the window shatters. Gao Fei crashes through with his body. Tianchen smacks him on the head, scolding, "Are you crazy? Why smash the window when there's a door?" Gao Fei pleads, "Easy. I have important intel. Didn't you tell me to gather intelligence? I heard about a stronghold called Longshan that's loaded with minerals." Lin Qing chimes in, "I actually just returned from there myself." Gao Fei continues, "What a coincidence. That's what I heard too. So, I originally planned to charge right in, but then I realized it wasn't necessary." He asks, curiously, "You just came back from Longshan? They're known for tight security. Did you seriously break in?" The two of them wait anxiously for the answer. "Not necessary? What do you mean not necessary? Just get to the point." Gao Fei dropped the bombshell. "There isn't a single survivor left in Longshan Base City. The place has fallen." The news hit them like a truck. Li Yun gasped, "What? Fallen? That's impossible. Are you absolutely sure you went to the right place?" He nodded firmly. 100%. I flew straight there without any obstruction. The whole city is drowning in a sea of fire. It's crawling with the infected. I'm telling you, nobody made it out alive." She stood there, frozen. This can't be happening." Lin Qing pressed for details. "Gao, do you have any idea how Longshan fell?" Gao Fei shook his head. "I don't have a clue. By the time I flew over, the city gates were already wide open. They must have been breached." Li Yun frowned. "That doesn't add up. Longshan's outer defense perimeter isn't any weaker than ours in Beihua. How could they be overrun so easily?" He nodded in agreement. "Yeah. We haven't heard any reports of a massive zombie horde moving that way. For the city to just fall overnight, it's extremely suspicious." Tianchen pondered for a moment. Then his eyes widened. "Damn it. Aside from you, who else knows Longshan has fallen?" Gao Fei shrugged. "I got there around noon yesterday, took a quick look, and flew back to report. But I did spot quite a few people lingering around the area on my way back. The news has probably spread everywhere by now." The realization left all four of them dumbfounded. Tianchen snapped, furious, "Why the hell didn't you just call me immediately?" Gao Fei looked away, embarrassed. "I was, playing Snake on the way there. My battery died right when I got to Longshan. I only just got it turned back on." Tianchen exploded. "Uninstall that game right now. You are never playing it again." Gao Fei blinked, looking innocent. "Huh? Come on. Isn't that a bit harsh?" The base city had already fallen. "Even if I told you guys earlier, it wouldn't have changed anything." Ruo Xuan suddenly cut in. "Gao Fei, Longshan is the major mineral production hub of the north. If you were the leader of a faction and found out it was destroyed, what would you do?" Lin Qing finished the thought. "An ungoverned base city. Even if you can't occupy it, looting its resources would drastically boost a faction's power in a very short time. There are probably countless factions converging on Longshan right now. It's going to be a total free-for-all. A bloodbath is inevitable." She added grimly, "If you had sent the intel earlier, we might have had the chance to strike first. But nearly 2 days have passed. We've lost the initiative." Gao Fei finally realized the gravity of his screw-up. Lin Qing barked an order. "Little Tang, isn't Ali's search team operating near Longshan?" Tang Yue nodded. "That's right. According to the report from 3 days ago, they were about 15 kilometers out. They shouldn't be too far from the site now." He issued a command. "Send a carrier hawk immediately. Tell them to head to Longshan, secure a strategic position, and hold it until the main force arrives." "Understood." "Ah Yun, I have to handle the power plant issue personally. I'm afraid I have to burden you with this mission." She replied coolly, "It's not like this is the first time you've dumped work on me. Save the apologies." Lin Qing turned to the others. "Listen, munitions production requires a massive amount of metal ore. With Longshan gone, our metal reserves are drying up fast. We have to go all out to secure Longshan this time." Tianchen thumped his chest. "Don't worry, Captain Lin. Even if you hadn't asked, we would have gone anyway." He glared at Gao Fei. "What are you standing around for? Lead the way." Gao Fei blinked. "Right now? That fast?" By the next morning, Gao Fei was guiding them to the ruins. Tianchen received a message from Lin Qing. Tang Yue and her team moved out last night. Every single one of them is an elite, including Ali's squad. We have 3 fighters nearing level 4. The other 200 are all at the peak of level 2 or higher. He replied, that should be enough. Lin Qing sent another text. Oh right, I heard from Tang Yue that you guys are planning to help her break through to level 4. That's right, he typed back. When we raided the hyena's lair, we found a meteorite fragment. I agreed to let her use it. Tang Yue's psychic abilities are top tier. If she hits level 4, she'll be a massive asset to Beihua's high-level strategic operations. Lin Qing replied. Then, on behalf of little Tang, thank you. She's been stuck at the bottleneck for over a year now. Tianchen smiled. It's a good opportunity for her. Li Yun looked over curiously. What did Lin Qing say? Tianchen updated the team. The main force moved out last night. Given their speed, they should rendezvous with us by tomorrow. She let out a breath of relief. That's good. Longshan fell too quickly. It's too suspicious. We're looking at a long, drawn-out conflict. Ruo Xuan grew impatient. Gao Fei, are we there yet? He checked his bearings. Almost. Another 10 minutes of flight, and we should see the city walls. Her expression tightened. I sense a battle about 1 kilometer ahead. There's a level 4 expert involved. Li Yun gasped. Level 4? Ruo Xuan looked at Tianchen. Should we check it out? He nodded instantly. Let's go. Full speed ahead. They accelerated toward the commotion. Below, Hongzhu was in the thick of it, launching a barrage of heavy punches, each blow smashing violently against his opponent's shield. Shatter! Thunderous crashes rang out. The man stayed safe behind his shield, while simultaneously landing a straight punch on Hongzhu's face. Get lost. Tiangang stepped forward, sneering. You took over 10 hits just now, didn't you? Meanwhile, my earth wall doesn't have a single scratch. See that? This is the gap between a tier 4 and a near tier 4. What did you say last month? That you could take 10 guys like me? How about now? Come on, try it. Hongzhu scoffed, spitting blood. Pfft. You only just reached tier 4. You're nowhere near the level of our captain or sister Yun. You can only act tough with me. Just wait until they get here. It won't be so pretty for you then. He laughed arrogantly. You're right. I'm no match for Lin Qing and Hongdi. But can they save you now? Right now? You're nothing but an ant to me. I could crush you whenever I want. Tell you what, I'll give you another chance. Tiangang erected the earth wall again. It looked exactly like the one before. If you can leave even a single crack on it, I'll turn around and leave without causing any more trouble. But if you fail, I won't let a single one of your team members live. His men aimed their guns at the team's heads. He sneered. Well, dare to bet? Or you can kneel and kowtow to me right now, and I'll give you all a quick death. Despite being battered and bruised, Hongzhu forced himself up. I'll take that bet. Watch closely, and don't you regret it. He raised his fist, preparing to strike the earth wall with everything he had. Suddenly, the wall exploded, flames shooting high into the air. Hongzhu stood there, bewildered. I haven't even hit it yet. As the smoke cleared, a figure emerged. Hongzhu froze. The person who destroyed the wall was Li Yun. He whispered, Sister Yun? Tiangang clutched his wounded shoulder. You're Hongdi? She coldly declared. Nice reflexes. But the next move? You die. He immediately realized he was outmatched. He fell to his knees. Sister Hongdi, please spare my life. You're a generous person. Don't stoop to the level of a nobody like me. Please, let me go. Li Yun shooed the coward away. Lucky for you that you're a tier 4. Get lost. Killing trash like you would only dirty my hands. He scrambled away. Yes, I'm leaving right now. In his heart, he swore revenge. Damn it, just my luck. Just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll be back. But suddenly, Tiangang's head was sent flying. Li Yun and Hongzhu turned in shock, watching the head thud onto the ground. Tianchen's blade was still dripping blood. You've been managing the base city for a few years now. Has your temper actually gotten softer? If you don't kill trash like that, are you saving him for the holidays? The two stood stunned at Tiangang's sudden death. Hongzhu stammered. He's dead? You killed a tier 4 just like that? Tianchen asked calmly. What? Is there a rule against killing tier 4s? No, not at all, Li Yun explained. It's just that Lin Qing used to say that anyone tier 4 and above is a high-level asset. Losing even one is a significant loss. So, in our base city, unless it's absolutely necessary, we usually don't execute tier 4s. Tianchen shook his head. Captain Lin has good intentions, but you have to look at the individual. What this guy did was suicidal. Leaving him alive would have only caused more trouble. Gao Fei returned with a report. Tianchen, it's done. Tianchen frowned. Why are you alone, panting? He replied. After we saved everyone, sister-in-law flew straight ahead. She said she sensed something strange up ahead and wanted to check it out first. Tianchen pondered. Something strange? Could she have discovered something already? We'll go check it out in a moment. Hongzhu stepped forward. You're Tianchen, aren't you? Tianchen looked curious. Do we know each other? The man clarified. It's me, Ah Li. We shook hands back in Ji County 5 years ago. Tianchen paused, shook hands. Ah, right, I remember. Hongzhu looked at him with admiration. I can't believe it. 5 years without meeting, and you're already a Tier 4 expert. Time really flies, Li Yun cut in. All right, save the reminiscing for later. What exactly happened to you guys? He explained everything. What else could it be? We just entered Longshan and got jumped. As soon as we entered the base city, we set up a small camp at the foot of the city wall. It was a decent spot, but that bastard came over and demanded we hand the camp over to him. I refused, so we fought. I didn't expect him to have broken through to Tier 4. We had some bad blood from before. This time, he clearly came looking for trouble. Li Yun asked, how is the search team holding up? We lost 2 people, he tallied grimly. Now we have 5 Tier 3s and 20 peak Tier 2s left. Tianchen suddenly interrupted. Wait a second, did you just say that after you entered the base city, you set up camp at the foot of the city wall? Hongzhu nodded. That's right. Why? Tianchen probed further. After entering the city, how was the number of infected? Hongzhu replied. The outer ring didn't have many. We tried going deeper inside, but the further in we went, the number and strength of the infected increased significantly. Tianchen realized something was wrong. Whenever a base city falls, the number of infected in the outer ring should be higher, especially near the breach point. What you saw doesn't make sense, Gao Fei speculated. Could it be that we arrived too late? Maybe during that time, most of the infected had already moved into the city? Tianchen shook his head. Probably not. Let's go. We need to rendezvous with Ruo Xuan first. Who knows, she might have already discovered something. At that moment, Ruo Xuan stands atop the defensive wall, positioned next to a long-range cannon, gazing out at the ruined landscape before her. Tianchen approaches, breaking the silence. What are you doing standing there? Not going down to take a look? She replies, her voice tinged with sadness. I was just thinking, this base city must have been flourishing once. The people here probably thought they'd live a peaceful, easy life. Who could have guessed disaster would strike so quickly? Where are Gao Fei and the others? He reveals. I told him and Hongdai to go retake the barracks. We need a secure foothold here. So, did you find anything? Ruo Xuan signals him to come closer. Take a look at this cannon. He glances at it. Why is this cannon? Music pointing toward the base city. She answers. It's not just this one. When I arrived, I noticed almost all the cannons on the city walls are aimed inward, targeting the city itself. Ruo Xuan activates the cannon, simulating a firing trajectory. The firepower is directed straight at the building in front of them. He is surprised as he checks the aim. That's definitely the city center, she reveals. And this cannon is already loaded with a shell. This proves the operators intended to blow up the city center. But for some reason, they never fired. I observed the area on the way here. The outer perimeter shows no signs of recent explosions, Tianchen deduces. So when the base city fell, the cannons weren't pointing out, they were pointing in. Does that mean Longshan suffered a massive virus outbreak from the inside? She nods in agreement. I think so too. Just now, I flew music over there to check their city center. This base city was built surrounding a mineral mine. Originally, I planned to go down and investigate, but I sensed something incredibly powerful lurking there. I didn't dare risk it. He asks, how powerful? Ruo Xuan delivers the bad news. Stronger than you. Tianchen, however, isn't scared at all. A fallen base city, occupied by an infected creature stronger than the seed-bursting stage? Interesting. Gao Fei returns, waving a greeting. Yo, Tianchen takes one look. Retook the barracks, huh? He reports, took it, but haven't fully secured it yet. Tianchen hates halfway answers. Speak properly. What exactly happened? Gao Fei waves it off. Nothing much, really. After we took the barracks, some neighboring factions sent a few level 4s over to start trouble. Hongdai is dealing with them right now. He asks curiously. Just a few level 4s? You could have handled that with a snap of your fingers. Why come find me? He replies. How could I just casually handle such a golden opportunity? Tianchen, don't you see this is our chance to display our power? We need to suppress them, crush them with absolute force. He snorts coldly, exposing the truth. I think you just want to show off. Gao Fei protests. So what if I want to show off? If you don't show off, you're wasting your youth. Showing off is a fundamental human need. It's the driving force of progress. Tianchen responds. Say what you want. But you're right about one thing. We came here to do big things. We really should demonstrate our authority a bit. Let's go. Off to show off. Meanwhile, over at the barracks, several people are waiting. Baldy Pei negotiates. Hongdi, your Beihua-based city has such a huge business. Are you really planning to fight us for this scrap of food? We're all acquaintances here. Give us some face. Elder Tian chimes in. That's right. The people in our camp have been braving the wind and dew. We just want to live a decent life in the base city. Let's each take a step back and build some goodwill. Li Yun shows no weakness, scoffing. Ridiculous. You say all these nice words, but aren't you just trying to chase us away? Stop pretending. If you want me to leave, fine. Beat me right here in front of everyone, and I'll get lost immediately. Lin Feng sneers. Hongdi, that's not quite right. Is there anyone here who hasn't gone to your Beihua to buy ammo? If we hurt you now, we wouldn't know how to explain it to Captain Lin. Li Yun immediately launches a palm strike at the open ground next to them as a warning. Seeing the explosion, the two of them fall silent. She challenges, why talk so much? If you want to fight, then come. Our Beihua-based city has had rules for a long time. No matter the grudge outside, it doesn't affect the ammo business. Lin Feng speaks confidently. We've all heard of Hongdi's reputation. In a one-on-one fight, none of us is your match. But the ancients said, 2 against 1 leaves you blind or lame. And here, just counting level 4s, we have 3 people. Hongdi, you're alone. No matter how strong you are, you can't fight 3 of us. Sister, when you need to be soft, you should be soft. We have the numbers and the power. No need for this. Suddenly, a barrage of flying knives shoots toward them, slamming into the ground at their feet. Hongju exclaims, those look like Gao Fei's flying knives. Li Yun is annoyed. That guy. He ran off the moment we arrived, and now he shows up? Gao Fei's voice rings out. 2 against 1 leaves you blind or lame? Well said. I wonder, can the 3 of you with your 6 hands handle a few of my flying knives? The 3 of them appear. The crowd drops their jaws in shock. Level 4. All 3 of them are level 4. Plus Hongdi. Wait, aren't those 4 level 4 awakeners? How is that even possible? Since when did North Flower Base City have that kind of firepower? The 2 factions stood frozen, silence hanging between them. Behind Lamfong, the whispers started. 4 level 4s. Is North Flower really this strong? Even Great Mountain Base City probably doesn't have that many experts. So what do we do now? If they're that stacked, North Flower is just gonna walk all over us, right? The trio of leaders looked just as shocked. What the hell is this situation? Where did they dig up so many elites? How should I know? Did they hire mercenaries from the outside? Elder Thien made the call. Doesn't matter if it's outside help or not. We're overpowered. If we're scared, then we're scared. Let's go. As they turned, Cao Fi sneered. Oh? Where's all that arrogance from earlier? Cat got your tongue? He laughed dryly. Lam Fong forced a smile, addressing them. Friends, we were a bit rash earlier. We didn't mean to offend. Since North Flower is determined to take this spot, we won't stand in your way. We have urgent matters back at camp, so we'll be taking our leave. Baldy Bui chased after his allies, whispering furiously, Are we just walking away? It's 3 against 4, we don't know who'd win yet. Elder Thien hissed, Enough. We have the numbers, sure, but fighting now means losses for the city conquest later. Stop trying to act tough. Cao Fi gloated, watching them retreat, scaring off the enemy without a scratch. Man, that feels good. Thien Thon, I put on a good show, didn't I? Thien Thon spoke up, his voice flat. Is that all? The intimidation was okay, but the act itself? Pretty mediocre. Let me show you how it's done. He stepped forward, his voice dropping dangerously. You think it's that simple to leave? Lam Fong turned back, confused. What do you mean, friend? This kid's attitude was even more overbearing than his buddies. Nothing much. I just want the 3 of you to get the hell out of Long Sun. Their faces darkened instantly. What did you say? Elder Thien adopted a patronizing tone. Young man, you should always leave a way out. We might meet again someday, no need to burn bridges like this. Being young is good, but being too arrogant isn't. Silently, Thienthan drew his blade. The killing intent exploded. The terrified trio froze. That's a domain. His aura is insane. He's stronger than us. Looks like we kicked an iron plate today. Thienthan smirked. You're old, yet your words are so unpleasant. If I'm not arrogant, how can I call myself young? Besides, when you were chasing us away earlier, did you think about not burning bridges? My stance is the same as Hongdiep's. Talk is cheap. If you want to throw hands, come at me. Either you get scared and get out of Long Sun, or beat me right here. If you win, I leave immediately. The three of them went deathly silent. Cao Fi gasped in admiration. Damn, I'm totally won over by this act. Why didn't I think of doing that? Baldy Bui snapped. Damn it, I'd rather lose the fight than lose face. Let's just fight him. But Lam Fong was more rational. Don't be stupid, we can't win. Bui argued. How do you know if we don't try? Stop holding me back. Elder Thien saw the reality clearly. He's right. We can't win this. That guy is likely a close combat specialist with a domain. He might even be a tier above Hongdiep. Even if all three of us rush him, it'd be a tragic victory at best. And don't forget, they still have 4 level 4s backing him up. In my opinion, retreating is the only option. He turned to Thienthan. The new generation truly surpasses the old. I didn't expect North Flower to recruit an expert like you. As you wish. The three of us, along with everyone in our camp, will withdraw from Long Sun immediately. We won't disturb you again. Until next time. Thienthan's eyes went cold. Did you not understand me? He enunciated every word. I said, roll out of Long Sun. The old man frowned. Roll? Young man. You are stronger than us, yes. But we are camp leaders with hundreds of subordinates watching, telling us to literally roll on the ground. Isn't that a bit much? Thienthan looked down on them arrogantly. I don't care about your lackeys, but you three must roll. Baldy Bui exploded. You little punk! You're bullying us too far! Before he could move, Thienthan casually grabbed his shoulder and shoved. The pressure was immense. Neither Bui nor Elder Thien could resist. We'll roll. Elder Thien gasped. Thienthan smiled, gesturing politely. Very good. Please, go ahead. And so, the three of them quickly dropped down and rolled forward. Literally. Like balls. Rolling away in utter humiliation. The onlookers buzzed with shock. They're actually rolling? North Flower is insane. They just disciplined 3 bosses like they were nothing. I can't believe my eyes. Baldy Bui cursed as he rolled. You two are useless cowards. If you weren't shrinking your heads like turtles, I wouldn't be suffering this indignation. Lam Fong snapped back. Then stop rolling. Go back and fight him yourself. Damn it, I should just beat you up instead. Elder Thien suppressed his rage. Enough. Save your breath. We were forced into this corner. It was unavoidable. We'll settle the score later. Baldy Bui scoffed. Settle it how? We've been kicked out. The old man lowered his voice, revealing a secret. I have a connection with Tudayat. I sent people to Blue Moon Base City yesterday. By now, he definitely knows what's happening at Long Sun. Lam Fong's face lit up with joy. Shumie sneered. I heard Blue Moon Base City just recruited a fresh level 4 expert. That makes 3 of them total. If we team up, we'll have 6 level 4s on our side. We could crush the opposition easily. He continued. Now do you morons get why I chose to lay low for a bit? We might have rolled out of there today, but mark my words, we'll be back on our feet in no time. Watching the scene unfold, Ruo Xuan speculated. Looks like the news of 3 camps getting kicked out by Beihua City and literally rolling away is going to spread like wildfire. Tianchen didn't care. In fact, that was exactly the result he wanted. Everything happened so fast. To take the base city and suppress the surrounding forces at the same time. We didn't have time to gather a massive army, but after that little stunt, no one's going to mess with us for a while. She asked, so, can we finally focus our energy on exploring inside the base city? He nodded. Exactly. There's something strange about this place. Without a secure rear guard, I wouldn't dare risk going in there. Suddenly, his phone dinged. He pulled it out to check. Ruo Xuan asked curiously, what is it? Tianchen replied, it's the kid. She texted to say the cloud star transformation is complete. We got 2 fusion-type nuclei and 2 meteorite fragments. Huge haul. He typed back, good. Don't absorb the nuclei yet. Come meet up with us first. Lansha replied, don't worry, heading back to Beihua now. He corrected her immediately. We aren't in Beihua. Come straight to Longshan Base City. She was confused. Longshan? Why are you guys there? Tianchen replied vaguely. Can't explain over text. Just get here. Ruo Xuan did the math. Lansha can't fly. It'll probably take her more than 2 days to get here. He nodded. I know. That's why we aren't waiting for her. Tonight, we're going in to see exactly what kind of demons are lurking inside. Li Yun heard this and froze. What? You two are going into the base city tonight? That's right. I'm leaving Gao Fei behind. With 2 level 4s like you guarding the place, nothing will go wrong, she pressed. But why now? Wasn't the plan to set up camp first, wait for the main Beihua force, and then flatten the place with heavy firepower? Tianchen shook his head. Plans change. Right now, our primary objective isn't to conquer the city. It's to figure out what the hell happened in there. Li Yun looked blank. What do you mean? Ruo Xuan stepped in to explain. We've analyzed the city's condition. We're pretty sure Longshan didn't fall because of the zombie horde outside. It was a massive internal virus outbreak. Li Yun gasped. An internal virus? How is that possible? This isn't 5 years ago. Even the weakest citizens in most base cities are level 1 now. I haven't heard of a viral infection spreading like that in years. Tianchen replied, that's exactly why we need to investigate. I don't want to capture Longshan only to end up suffering the same fate. Li Yun nodded. Makes sense. And honestly, you two are the only ones who could pull this off. If you need anything, just ask better to be prepared. He didn't hesitate. Actually, I do need a favor. We want to get straight to the central plaza. Is there a shortcut into the base city? She blinked. A shortcut? 2 minutes later, Li Yun led them to a large pipe. He eyed the open hatch suspiciously. A water pipe? She nodded. Technically, a massive sewage line. It was built for the mining operations. Take this route, and you bypass the zombie horde completely. It's a straight shot to the city center. You two can fly, right? Wouldn't flying over be faster? He frowned. Too exposed. The infected aren't blind. If we fly, we'll just get surrounded in the air. He examined the hatch handle.